Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's a Monday on the roast, my favorite day of the week because we're back on the airwaves. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Hopefully you enjoyed a great day of football this past weekend. It was special. It really was. And as Niner fans, we're able to sit back, scout the league, and think about how good we got it here in the Bay Area. Something we'll get into in just a second as we say good morning to the Comcast business text line. And, of course, YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Spadoni's back. He's back from Disneyland. Good to have Joe Spadoni back. We got Sam Lovin back. Spadone, Spaghetti. And, of course, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill, man. What a weekend of football. Look, Lynch, Shanahan, they signed extensions, and I'm not mad at it whatsoever when you look around the league and see what the heck is going on, Shasky.
No, not frustrated at all. But, Bonte, we got to start with the biggest story in sports.
Oh, what's that?
Well, I'm sitting down yesterday. I'm trying to clean up. You know, when there's no 49er game in particular, it feels like you get asked to do all of the tasks. Go here, go there, fix this, clean that. And so all of a sudden my wife comes into the room. She goes, so this tight end for the Chiefs is going to be dating that girl? I go, what? Huh? Yeah, Taylor Swift. She's at the game. I go, no, she's not. She goes, yes, she is. It's all over the internet. I go, you got to be kidding me. And then I flip open the Twitter, if you will, the X or whatever the hell
I still call it Twitter. I still say tweets. It's Twitter. It's tweets.
The world is on fire with Travis Kelsey.
Jesus.
Taylor Swift.
You know, what happened to privacy? Can a date... Can a guy date?
Sweet. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but everybody's just in his business. Let the man date. And by the way, the Swifties and Taylor Swift, look, Travis Kelsey, let him do his thing, man. Let's see how long it lasts. The fact that Travis Kelsey was able to pull her is impressive. The fact that he was able to score a touchdown in front of her was impressive, but it's just too much. Look, the Chiefs rolled over the Bears. They look like a team. What my biggest takeaway this weekend in the NFL, and look, trust me, we got Warrior stuff. Dwight Howard will not be signing with the Golden State Warriors. A lot of Warrior fans wanted Dwight Howard. We'll talk to Kendra Andrews about it at 9:20. We'll get into that. But here's my big takeaway. Forget Swiftie and all the Swifties, and I don't want them coming at me. Good for them. I know they're looking at whatever. As long as they're happy, I'm happy. Whatever. There's 5 teams in the league that's playing for a championship.
Okay,
there's 5.
Miami Dolphins.
Yep.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
Trying to think of what the fourth one is. Dallas?
No. The Buffalo Bills mean business.
Okay, you're putting the Bills there, even though they lost week 1.
Yeah, that was a fluky game. It was emotional for the New York Jets. They weren't right.
Okay.
The going into Washington, D.C. yesterday and beat a Commanders team that was undefeated. And some people may say, Commanders are not that good. Now, I'll listen to that. They were up 37-0. That defense was flying around. They don't have Von Miller yet. And I think people are sleeping on the Buffalo Bills. Look, when Josh Allen injured his UCL last year, their season flipped. When he was healthy, they were dropping 30 burgers left and right. Don't sleep on the Buffalo Bills. And that's a huge game next week in Orchard Park between the Dolphins and the Bills.
Why do you elevate them over Baltimore, per se? Just as an example.
Well, you look at Baltimore, they're banged up.
Yes.
Their DBs, I don't believe in. Tre'Davious White is now back after a full year of rehabbing that ACL injury. Remember, he was one of the best cornerbacks in pro football. They got good safeties in Poyer, right? Their linebackers are really good. Ed Oliver is now playing at an elite level at D tackle. So I elevate the Buffalo Bills, who have been in the playoffs. They've been the mainstay. AFC Championship game appearances, home playoff games in the divisional round. Baltimore, J.K. Dobbins, they lose them. They're still trying to figure out the passing game. Look at all the injuries they have to deal with. You lose to a coach team yesterday with Gardner Minshew. Baltimore is in its second tier. I got Buffalo still elevated in that top tier because Baltimore can't stop the pass.
Well, I don't know. I don't trust their run game, Buffalo. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm making too much of it.
James Cook is running well.
I'm just saying I would like to see them do it in January. But, okay, fine. You got those teams. I would put Dallas somewhere in there. I think there would be 6. Even though Dallas lost yesterday, I'm not going to make too much of it. You're going to have a clunker. The Niners are going to have a clunker at some point. And we're not going to dismiss them. You know, they're still going to be a viable team. So I'd still put Dallas in there. Maybe I'm being too optimistic on them.
Right.
But Miami and the 49ers, I mean, what I kept coming back to, Bonte, was, wow, is this going to be Sam Weiss and Bill Walsh meeting up in the Super Bowl? Is this going to be McDaniels, the protege, going up against the master, you know, the Jedi master versus his apprentice, his Padawan in Mike Daniels? Is that what we're lining up to see?
Yeah, maybe, but we're not in October yet. But you're starting to see the cream rise to the top.
I mean, they did that without Jalen Waddle.
I know, without Jalen Waddle, and they had Sean Payton saying this in his opening remarks yesterday in his press conference after the Broncos, and we'll get to the historical aspect of what happened down in South Beach yesterday. Here's Sean Payton opening presser remarks.
That was embarrassing and tough to watch. Aside from the kick return, there weren't a lot of positives to take from that game. We had our opportunities offensively early, 2 penalties, take touchdowns off the board, and I don't know that. I think they punted 1 time. So, any questions?
Any questions? And then here's a nice little back and forth there.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this is kind of an historic game.
I'm more.
Third time the team has scored 70 points, over 700.
What's the question? What's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
This guy's ego is so out of control.
Third team to ever score 70 points in an NFL football game. The Miami Dolphins do it.
Tough to watch.
It's tough to watch. September 2022. This is a great tweet from Alejandro Solana. September 2022. Sean Payton rips Tua Tagovailoa and says he'll be benched for Teddy Bridgewater. Now, he said this probably on the Colin Cowherd show or somewhere on Fox
He was working
Sports.
for Fox.
Yeah. Tua yesterday started 16-16, 206 yards,
Hey.
2 touchdowns, and 35 points and a half against Sean Payton.
Tua looks incredible, and Mike McDaniels feels like not only has he unlocked that entire team, I think most reasonable fans were like, oh, Tyreek Hill going to Miami, this is a year and a half ago, right?
Right.
His career is going to be pretty much, said and done. He's seen the highest of heights. How has he gotten better?
Oh, he's gotten better because Mike McDaniels knows how to use them. They're the number 1 team when it comes to pre-snap motion and all the window dressing
Niners,
that you do. And they move Tyreek Hill around to where you can't get a clean jam on him, and he's running wide open half the time. I mean, it's just not even close.
I mean, him and they lose Gesicki. Gesicki was solid for them, and you're thinking to yourself, I don't know, they don't really have a number 1 running back, and Mostert looks great. Tua looks phenomenal right now.
Tua looks great, healthy. He's throwing an accurate
Tua,
football.
If you were envisioning the best version of Tua, he threw to superstar wide receivers in college. He's doing it right now.
That's the guy I fell in love with at Alabama.
Yes.
Remember that, Shasky?
Yes.
I was like, man, this guy can throw a spiral. Now he got beat up, and I wonder about his size. I still wonder about him holding up over a 17-game season. But if he is healthy, he is capable of doing this with all these weapons. Dolphins gained 726 yards.
Video games.
Second most in NFL history, trailing only the 1951 Rams against the Yanks. All right? Third highest scoring game in the league. No team has scored 70 since 1966.
I know you have your own feelings about the Sacramento Kings, all right, but suspend those feelings for just a moment.
Well, I like the Kings.
Seeing that, the Dolphins have a much richer history than the Kings, but they've been pretty irrelevant like the Kings were in basketball for over a decade.
Right.
I'm happy to see Miami relevant again in football.
I love the Dolphin uniforms. I do.
Right?
They're
fun.
Watching all those years with Dan Marino and Don Shula at Joe Robbie Stadium, and you see the way they've reconstructed Hard Rock Stadium, and it's a vibe down there in Miami.
Absolutely.
They love their Dolphins. And when they start doing the waddle dance when he's healthy, and Tyreek Hill, and they wear those all whites at home. They always wear those white jerseys at home because it's hot. I love when they wear their all whites at home. You know me, I'm a sucker for that stuff. Miami's a rich tradition. They're a blue blood organization. The NFL's better when they're better. And luckily for them, the schedule makers don't have them going to Buffalo in the month of December. They got them going to Buffalo next week. So that's must-watch TV, which is why I may have to stay home and just watch the Niners Cardinals because I need to watch Buffalo and the Dolphins to see what's going on there. Jay LaFrey, you're right. That shovel pass, when they had Tyreek Hill,
So sick.
I've never seen anything like that. Mike McDaniel is in his bag, and you know it was personal for them. When Sean Payton is talking and chirping and all that stuff before the season and taking shots at Nathaniel Hackett, and you look at his team at 0-3, and they can't move the football. They scored 69 points this season. Miami scored 70 yesterday. So that was obviously one of the biggest takeaways of the day.
Are they, I want to get to Jimmy G in a second. Are they headed for divorce?
Who's that?
Russ and Sean Payton.
After 1 year?
Yeah, after 3 games.
After 3 games.
What do you like?
I don't know. It was tough to watch.
They owe him $160 million.
I know.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
What's Seattle doing right now?
Well, this is the
What's
other part.
Pete Carroll doing?
Well, I'm glad that you bring that up. Pete Carroll has been elevated since divorcing Russell Wilson. Now I look at Pete Carroll and I elevate him even more, right? I said this to the boys. is Geno Smith going to have a better end of his 5-year career than Russell Wilson?
He might.
Is Russell Wilson playing himself out of the Hall of Fame?
Ooh.
I'm taking a Spadoni take and filing it under my own.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I didn't think about it like that because he's a borderline guy. He's a borderline guy. By the way, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I would recommend that for Sean Payton. I would recommend that for every single Cowboy fan out there. I would recommend that for Raider fans who have to sit there through Josh McDaniel and Jimmy Garoppolo. Now,
to watch.
Why are you kicking a field goal there?
Yeah,
you can't stop a nosebleed for a decade.
You can't defend that. You got 3 timeouts. You're down 8 points. Even if you don't get it, you're in the same situation.
Adams. I watched Aaron Rodgers on whatever it was, 4th and forever, throw a layered ball. Remember that Sunday night, Monday night game, whatever the hell it was? Like, you've got Devontae.
You got Devontae Adams. I mean, Devontae Adams looked depressed last night talking to the media. His face, and by the way,
he's an all-time player.
He's an all-time player who may not last the season due to the medicine balls Jimmy Garoppolo likes to throw.
Oh my God.
He almost got him killed to start the second half. Poor Devontae Adams.
How is that not hitting a defenseless receiver, though? In this modern era, I understand it's a clean hit, but like this is where I don't understand the rules because it feels like 9 out of 10 times that's a hit on a defenseless player.
Right. Well,
he got blasted.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo was getting blasted. He didn't talk to the media yesterday. He had to go through concussion protocol. Probably played through a concussion yesterday with the shots he took
and
yesterday.
His ankle got folded.
The way he's pointing downfield, going deep, throwing the other. He's making rookie mistakes. And now I know.
The throw underneath.
And this is where I go to Shanahan, right? All the ripping of Shanahan we've done and all the praise we've given him, I see why he aged 15 years during the Jimmy G tenure. I'm stressed out watching Jimmy G. He's not even on my team anymore.
Is it Jimmy G or Jimmy
I'm rooting for the guy, and I find myself, everything is the Minnesota game on a loop where he just doesn't see the field. And I'm thinking about, like, honestly, I would like for the boss to come in here and apologize to me for my original Jimmy Garoppolo opinions.
No, that wasn't fair. That wasn't fair because that was his first postseason game. I'll go to bat with that. It was his first postseason game, and that Minnesota defense was good. But you look at Jimmy G.
Was last night his first primetime game?
Of the season?
I mean, Jesus, he looked like a guy who's not prepared.
Well, I'm looking at a guy who's making rookie mistakes.
Yeah.
He's throwing the oh-no throws again. The Jimmy oh-no throws and an experience in a throw that's unlike any other in America. When he does it.
To the left side.
Yeah, and threw an interception to the right side.
It was like a 3 flies up. Like, what was that?
All the sneak dissing he did with Kyle Shanahan. He did. And look, I'm glad Jimmy Garoppolo finally spoke up for himself. But when you start talking like that, and Shanahan classback was like, well, we did make him the highest paid quarterback at the time.
Which is factually correct.
And you're thinking, boy, the Niners did make him the highest paid quarterback at the time. And boy, we passed up all these quarterbacks for that guy. Like Raider fans, right? And then you got the head coach.
The head coach, I think, is the biggest problem.
Worse.
I think he's the biggest problem. I look at LaFleur, right? Look at what LaFleur's doing with Jordan Love. And it doesn't look perfect. But he plays to that guy's strengths, right? And it feels like the two of them are in it together. And you could say, oh, well, LaFleur inherited X, Y, and Z. Fine. McDaniels has been there long enough. He's got his guys in there. You got Josh Jacobs and Devontae. These are all pro-level players, correct?
Jacoby Myers ain't bad.
No, he's actually really good. He's really good. And this kid, Michael Mayer, a lot of people would sign up for that guy. A lot of people would. And they've got Colton Miller. They've got players. Offensively, they've got
players.
How do you look like a team that struggles to score 20 every week?
Well,
every week.
And another big takeaway is TJ Watt's running away with DPOY. I'm starting the Fred Warner campaign, but it's going to be tough to overcome TJ Watt. He's already got 6 sacks. He's already got 6 sacks, and he is dominating football games.
They brought in a extra tackle to play tight end, and then slid him over, and then it was one-on-one, and he just went right around him.
Right around him. So Josh McDaniels is not a head coach. He's not head coaching material, and Mark Davis does it to himself again with the bad coaching hire.
You're telling me McDaniels wasn't the reason Tom Brady was great? It was Tom Brady? No.
Did anybody say that?
No.
Did anybody think
that's why he keeps getting jobs.
Right. I don't get why he's getting jobs.
And you know what we'll do next? We'll do it to Bill O'Brien at some point.
Yeah, no doubt. But here's the thing. After watching all that, McDaniel, Garoppolo, you're watching the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy, which I told Guru all the time. You hired Mike McCarthy. I can't take you serious And God bless Mike McCarthy, but I can't take you seriously when you have him as your head coach and Jerry Jones as your owner. You're going to find a way to come up short. All right, so you got that going on. Derek Carr gets hurt. Now, the Packers are a good team. Look out for the Packers. They haven't even been healthy yet, and they're 2-1. But it just proved to me how good we have it as Niner fans.
Oh.
With John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. The structure that they have. You watch Minnesota and the Chargers and Braden Staley and Kevin O'Connell. They're trying to hey, I'll show you how to lose.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to lose. Kirk Cousins, please keep him away from my organization. The Niners have it so damn good right now, and I'm happy they extended John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. You have stability. We know what they're about. We know the Niners are going to be in a race, in the mix for a championship, and you look at all these other teams around the league. There's 6 good. I'll grant you 6. Do you want to throw the Cowboys in there? I'll throw the Bills in there.
I just throw them in there.
Whatever.
Because I respect their defense.
But you look at Jacksonville, and they're like, how do you come out that flat against the Houston Texans?
They're still a very young team.
And you're laying duds like that. You lose back-to-back home games. You look at a team like Baltimore losing. We'll see about Cincinnati today.
Yeah.
I don't. We've got it good out here in the Bay Area,
doubt.
man.
And I wrote down some statistics on Shanahan that I want to get into at some point today. You bring up Mike McCarthy, and you don't think he's very good.
I don't think he's all that.
Okay.
I think he's a mediocre head coach.
Okay, so Payton won, I believe, in 08 or 09, the Super Bowl. Since then, he has 5 playoff wins.
Right.
Okay, 2010 was when they won the Super Bowl, the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. How many playoff wins for Mike McCarthy in 2 different locations?
Since then, I would guess 4.
5.
They're
the same coach.
Same coach.
So I know everybody wants to rip Mike McCarthy. Sean Payton's the same guy.
Yeah.
It's just quirkier and more arrogant.
No, just Sean Payton's a joke. Again, here's Sean Payton in his opening remarks.
And I'm not saying I respect Mike McCarthy, but what I'm saying is
I respect,
keep the same energy for Sean Payton.
I respect all these guys. I just don't think they're that good.
I'm with you.
I don't think they're that good.
And it's
Sean
a turning
Payton,
of the tide.
It is a turning of the tide. It's out with the old and with the new. And the new thing is Shanahan, McDaniel, McVay. Got to give Sirianni some credit.
Yeah.
We'll be watching Philadelphia today.
I'm going to be watching Philadelphia.
We're going to be watching very closely. We're scouting because there's still a lot of chirping going out there. A lot of chirping coming out there from their radio hosts who likes to call guys idiots and tag us all the time. The guy, what's the coach from Oregon's name? Lanning?
Yeah.
I respect him coming over from Georgia as a D coordinator, and he's talking about Colorado's playing for clicks, we're playing for wins, or you're getting clipped left and right. That's what Philadelphia's doing now. I'm up to their game. Whenever there's a fight in the stands, they want to tag us. The irrelevant radio host who keeps tagging us and calling us idiots and calling us out of our name, who used to be a soccer blogger, he's doing it for clicks. He's thirsty.
He was a soccer blogger?
He was a soccer blogger. He's looking for attention. And I'm not even going to mention his name because it's not even worth it. He's irrelevant.
I'm over it.
I'm over it. But I just okay, you keep clipping us. Your tweets don't get any traction. What you're doing is not working. So go ahead and clip the guys from San Francisco and keep getting clicks on Twitter because you need attention. Anyway, a lot to go on
I want to get into the offensive thing because I'm watching around the league. It's really hard to score for certain teams. And I look at what the 49ers have done. Mike McDaniels is another example. McVay. We're lucky. We're very lucky with what we have.
Well, I charted 11 teams in this league that may be looking for a quarterback next season.
Oh, I have more.
And there may be
18.
more. Well, I got 11.
So you have 11, I have 18.
I got 11
okay.
because I think some guys are going to stick. I didn't add Kenny Pickett with Pittsburgh yet because there's still TBD.
I think the jury's out, but
Carolina, Bryce Young, TBD. Anthony Richardson, TBD.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So some of these teams are stalled out.
Right.
I stalled out. But we got a break, Lubman. I get it. We're on fire right now. Eric Crocker, 8 o'clock. Kendra Andrews, 9:20. You know who Croc is. You know who Kendra Andrews is. We got to get into the Golden State Warriors. And shout out to the Warriors World Tournament. We'll get into that. Your boy's sore right now because I had to come out of retirement and play about 4 games. And you know what? Now I'm getting arrogant about my hoop game. I'm ready to play some guys in 95-7 the game. All these guys who've been chirping all the years and thought they were good in basketball, yeah, you would have got your asses cooked by your boy in his prime. Anyway, that's all coming up. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Tough to watch.
Fall is
say with your chest
What do I want to say with my chest?
about T-Sizzle?
I got nothing to say about her. She's got 275 million followers on Instagram.
Wow.
She's worth over $700 million. She's won 12 Grammys. I don't know Taylor Swift. I got nothing bad to say. And if I did have something bad to say about her, my grandma always told me, the late, great Lorene William Tyndall. Rest in peace. Been over 23 years. She always said, if you got nothing good to say about somebody, don't say it at all. So I'm not going to say anything because I don't know Taylor Swift. And if Travis Kelsey likes her, then so be it. Whatever floats his boat. Whatever floats his boat. But she's getting a lot of love yesterday. The Chiefs, by the way, roll over the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields, that coaching staff, that offense, they had no shot yesterday. No shot.
Tough to watch.
Yeah, it was tough to watch. That's why you get red zone.
Well, it's interesting. I think most people would say Justin Fields is not good, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you look at their offense, they cannot move the ball at all. Like, at all.
Yeah, they
At all.
They're not good.
All right? And I look at, when they brought in Kyle Shanahan, because I know you want to get into, the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch extensions. When they brought in Kyle Shanahan, I think if you just look at the 49ers, it was like, well, they have no weapons, right? Bonte, I'm looking at just total offensive yardage, right? And numbers, like whether it's touchdowns, they do these efficiency ratings. 2013, Harbaugh, okay? 24th in the league. 2014, 14th in 20th in the league. 2015, 31st. 2016, 31st. That's before Shanahan gets here. 31-31, 2024. Since he's gotten here, 13th, 16th, 4th, 15th, 7th, 5th, and now one of the top 5 teams again this year. They move the ball. And we could go through all the different quarterbacks that they've had.
Right.
I'm looking at a league right now. Offense is a premium. There are too many great pass rushers. If you can't move the ball, I feel like I cross you off the list as Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, you can't do that. And I'm looking around the league, and Peter King had the quote last week. I don't believe Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback, but there's not 10 quarterbacks I take above him right now. And I think that rings true. There's a lot. I'm watching Kirk Cousins yesterday. He could throw for all the yards. He could throw for all the touchdowns. But situational football,
yes,
I watch him fail time and time again before halftime. You're taking sacks, you're rolling out the pocket, you're throwing short on 4th down. Who is it that I saw throw a 2-yard pass on a 4th down? Oh, Zach Wilson. Oh, Zach. The second to last drive.
I had to bench Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, he's got no value.
I can't.
And I'm watching him on the sideline just talking to himself saying, why me? Why me? Zach Wilson on their second to last drive on the 4th and 10 threw a 2-yard pass to a tight end covered. A 2-yard pass. Some of the
kind of like Kirk Cousins to end their season last year.
Yes, and Kirk Cousins
throwing a 4-yard pass when they needed 8.
Do we have the Kevin O'Connell sound? Because they talked about the miscommunication at the end of the game. They get a first down, and the broadcaster, forget who was on the broadcast for that game on Fox, but they're yelling you're wasting all this time. Why not just spike it? And they end up throwing an interception. And they basically blame the crowd noise on the miscommunication, on the play not being delivered into the headset. There's just too many teams. So I just want Niner fans, 888-957-9570, just a couple quick questions, simple questions. One, do you approve of the extensions of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? Do you approve of them? Are you happy about them? And two, what are the other options around this league? When you talk about head coach and GM combos, they have a chance to be one of the longest tenure GM and head coach combos in 49er history, and I'll be eager to see around the league how it looks. Because right now, when you look at stability, and you look at head coaching around the league, and you look at the way some of these GMs construct their rosters, we've got it really good out here in San Francisco. Really good. And I'm watching the league, and I'm saying, God bless John Lynch, God bless Kyle Shanahan, and God bless the situation the 49ers are in right now. Because you're looking around the league in all these situations. Would you rather have Brandon Staley going for it on 4th and 1 from his own 28-yard line?
No.
Leading by 4 points?
No.
Not trusting your defense?
No.
I would still fire him.
We almost hired Josh McDaniels, and how great does that feel not picking him up?
Oh, my gosh.
How about Adam Gase? We almost had Adam Gase. I don't even think he's in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, go around Frank Wright. You want Frank Wright? He's been around how many different stops? Right?
At least they got the win yesterday, though. But
I'm just saying.
Oh, no, he didn't get the win. Excuse me. I'm thinking of Shane Steichen in Indianapolis.
Look, okay, McVay or Shanahan. I think time has now proven they're both great. Mm-hmm. Not good, great. And B, I look at like the situation you inherit because everyone's talking about LaFleur. Well, he inherited a great situation. Well, yeah, and he sustained it, and he deserves credit for that, right? And then now he's going through a very difficult transition where a lot of people would wilt, okay? Mm-hmm. They inherited a team, Lynch and Shanahan, with 0 Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
Now, the Pro Bowl isn't the end-all, be-all.
No.
But just to give you an idea, this was an expansion team.
It was. They had maybe 1 player. And 2 now because Eric Armstead has panned out.
But they get credit for putting Eric Armstead in a position to actually be good because back then, no one thought he was good.
Right.
Okay? Since
and DeForest Buckner.
2 Pro Bowlers, 3 Pro Bowlers, 4 Pro Bowlers, 3 Pro Bowlers, 7. They have built this thing up.
Well, forget the Pro Bowlers. What about the All-Pro teams and All-Pros that they have? George Kittle, All-Pro.
Yes.
Deebo Samuel, All-Pro.
Yes.
Nick Bosa, All-Pro.
Yes.
Fred Warner, All-Pro. Drake Greenlaw, one of the best linebackers out there. Talanoa Hufanga was an All-Pro last year. You know what I'm saying? Christian McCaffrey's an All-Pro. All-Pros. Premium players. Forget the Pro Bowl because the 49ers' goal is not to be playing in the Pro Bowl.
I'm giving you an idea of how to build a roster.
And no doubt. And the Pro Bowl, to me, it's just become such a popularity contest.
But if that's the point, 2016, you didn't have 0. You had 0.
Right.
I mean, they're handing them out like Tic Tacs.
Yeah.
And they had none.
They had none. And they built this roster. And they built the juggernaut out here in the Bay Area. Now, when you think about the title contenders, again, there's 5, maybe 6 teams. There's not even 7.
And we're one of them.
The NFL has become the NBA this year, where you got top-heavy teams and like Seattle.
Interesting.
Do you really take Seattle seriously right now?
I think Pete's really, really good. I just don't see how Geno wins 3 games in a row to get to a Super Bowl. Because they're not going to win. They're not going to win the number 1 seed.
No,
we all agree, right?
They're not.
No. So I don't see them winning 3 in a row. No. To get to a Super Bowl.
And they were struggling with Carolina yesterday and Andy Dalton. That was a closer game than what the score indicated.
Did you know Andy Dalton, 25th all-time in yardage?
I did see that, which
it speaks to the era.
Yeah, it was just like, really, Andy Dalton. I saw that on the list. I did see that.
In yards?
Andy Dalton, he's so mid. Like the Cowboys.
Their D is really good, though.
But do we take them seriously with Dak Prescott?
They remind me a lot of the 2021 Niners.
So, somebody sent me a tweet.
In terms of defense and offense.
Somebody sent me a tweet. They said, Dak Prescott is the black Jimmy Garoppolo. Just without all the women. And I chuckled. And I said, I don't see no lies.
I'm not going to comment on that.
It was a funny tweet.
But I'm going to allow you to comment. I will sit back and
I was just like, man, the black Jimmy Garoppolo. And you look at him throw that interception at the end of the game. What was he looking at?
Hey, you might not be off on your CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk take either. More and more people were hitting me up over the weekend, my boy Matt, and he was like, I am coming around on Bonte, CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk take. I might have Brandon Ayuk over CeeDee Lamb.
And I love me some CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, he does too.
But right now, I love Brandon Ayuk in his offense. You know why? Because he's tougher than CeeDee. CeeDee don't want to get dirty right now. And he's a complainer. Brandon Ayuk is not one of those diva receivers. He just runs his route, he does what he does, and he gets his nose into the run game, and he run blocks. All right? So you look at the Cowboys, and I'm not taking them serious. Sam Howell with the Washington Commanders. Oh, my gosh. They need another quarterback.
Well, of course.
He's throwing...
Since Mark Rippon, they've needed a quarterback.
He was so bad. And in the gambling world, the Commanders were a sharp pick with the minus. They were getting 6.5 at home. And a lot of people were all over the Commanders. Big Dog's like, no, the Bills are going to blow them out. I'm like, I don't know, but Big Dog. Buffalo blew them out because Sam Howell can't. He stinks. He stinks. So you're wasting Terry McLaurin. You're wasting Dawson. You're wasting Curtis Samuel. So there's we look at all these teams, and I want to get into this on the other side, Chasky. Teams that need quarterbacks. And a lot of these same teams need head coaches too.
Yeah, they go hand in hand.
So when I think about the NFL this year, it's becoming like the NBA in the last 5 to 10 years where there's 5 teams, maybe 6 teams with a legitimate argument at a championship. The rest, you're just playing for draft positioning. You're playing to feel good about yourselves. You're just playing it out. Do you really believe in the Cleveland Browns? Do you believe in the Tennessee Titans?
No.
Do you believe in the Chargers?
No.
Do you believe in, say, Detroit Lions?
No.
Do you believe in the Atlanta Falcons?
No.
The Saints?
No.
The Tampa Bay Bucks?
No.
Do you believe in the Patriots?
No.
There's so many bad and mediocre football teams out there.
But it's not just the teams. Are you really going to out-scheme Kyle Shanahan in a playoff game?
That's what I'm saying.
This is a man who's 6-3, okay? 6-3 in the playoffs. Are you really going to out-scheme him?
Yeah. And you know what? Shanahan deserves even more credit now because of what we saw from Jimmy Garoppolo last night. What Kyle Shanahan did with Jimmy Garoppolo, it came to the light last night. I said, damn, you know what? I owe Shanahan even more apologies. He had to deal with that joker. That joker didn't want to go to team meetings. And I told you, Shasky, when he stepped on that field in Philadelphia and he walked there with those J's on, Jimmy Garoppolo with a smile on his face and no limp, I said to you in real time, and we could talk about it again. You think Patrick Mahomes is sitting that game out?
No.
You think Tom Brady's sitting that game out?
Can we continue this conversation?
Yeah, we'll do that on the other side. And that'll be brought to you by, last segment was brought to you by, or this segment was sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Store. Next segment is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
My little brother's friends.
regular season. Second down and 2. A-Chain, big hole. Turns it on, accelerating. You can kiss him goodbye. 69 points.
Kevin Harlan. How many times did he say yesterday? Wide open! Wide open! Over 700 yards total. These numbers are just astronomical.
Couldn't have happened to a more humble person, Sean Payton. You know, it's unfortunate.
First NFL team. Dolphins scored the most points in a game by an NFL team since 1966. And they had a chance to set the all-time record. And the fans were chanting, 3 more points. They wanted the field goal so bad. And Mike McDaniel said, you know what? They tapped out. We'll just take a knee. We'll just take a knee. 4th NFL team in history to score at least 70 points in an NFL game. I mean, they had 35 at the half, and they just kept it rolling. Over 700 yards of total offense. And Sean Payton opened his presser by saying this.
That was embarrassing and tough to watch. Aside from the kick return, there weren't a lot of positives to take from that game. We had our opportunities offensively early, 2 penalties, take touchdowns off the board, and I think they punted 1 time. So, any questions?
And we had questions for you after your defense gave up 726 yards. We got questions for you, but will you answer them, Sean?
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this is kind of an historic game.
I'm aware.
3rd time the team has scored 70 points, over 700.
What's the question? What's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
What's the question?
Do you know how much money Sean Payton is scheduled to earn this year? Just this year?
Was it $15 million?
No. They don't disclose the exact numbers, but it's between 18 and 21 million.
Between 18 and 21?
Yes.
Money time!
Okay, now let me give you how much money Russell Wilson's making this year. $57 million.
Money time! Money time!
So you're looking at a lot of money for 2 not very good people.
Right. So
At their jobs.
So many people are clapping at these reporters. Reporter just asked a question.
But this is the problem that I have with it. How about just come up like, we got the crap kicked out of us. It wasn't good.
Right.
I get you're angry, and is it like when you lose that big, like, come on. It's not like you lost by a touchdown or 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Dog, they dropped 70 on you like you were Nebraska in the 90s.
Yeah. How about this? Shanahan is probably going to eclipse. He's probably going to be second all time. We'll see if he gets to 152. But 49er head coaches games, coach leaders. Buck Shaw, 114. George Seifert, 128. Bill Walsh, 152. As we talk about Sean Payton and the games he's coached and the years he has and the money he's making. Dick Nolan, 112. Mooch with 96. Shanahan with 96. Shanahan and Lynch are going to be here through 2028. Their original extensions were through 2025. Mm-hmm. They get extended, and it feels right that they did get extended. That was a news dump on a Friday. Kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody had any idea that it was in the works. Well, they get it done. And now that they get it done, and you watched Jimmy Garoppolo last night, and we're going to get to Adam and SF in just a second. You watched Jimmy Garoppolo last night, and you're like, oh, wow. Jimmy Garoppolo has regressed. And all the talk he had this offseason about having full autonomy at the line of scrimmage and Josh McDaniel, his offense is suited for him and blah, 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 blah. And then you hear the other side about Shanahan and Lynch being mad at Jimmy for not being part of the team meetings last season. We saw Trey Lance with the Microsoft Surface helping out Brock Purdy and not Jimmy Garoppolo. And then we watched Jimmy Garoppolo walk on that field in Philadelphia. The first thing I said to you, Chaz, was like, boy, it looks like he could suit up. Now, I get it, your foot. You got to look out for yourself, and maybe you don't want to play injured. But it's the NFC Championship game. Everybody's not healthy. Christian McCaffrey, Tim Ryan told us in training camp, Christian McCaffrey shouldn't have been playing that game.
His entire leg was purple.
Yeah. They didn't even know if he was going to play.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's out there smiling on the sidelines. And then you watch him yesterday in Vegas. You're like, oh, Shanahan had to deal with that. Now it comes to the light. Now we know what Shanahan was working with. I bet you Shanahan watched that game with a smile on his face. Like, that guy took shots at me? My scheme? That guy who threw 3 picks on prime time? Who's getting Devontae Adams killed with medicine balls? The guy who's pointing to go downfield and throwing to the other side and throwing picks? That guy?
Well, I think there's a happy medium between, Jimmy was better than we gave him credit for, and he's absolutely garbage. Like, there's a happy medium. He was good, and he was the right guy at the right time. So I don't want to just destroy him.
I'm not trying to destroy him.
0-9.
Right.
I mean, he shows up. They win 5 of 6 to end the year. Like,
Jimmy was a good Niner.
That's what I'm saying.
My thing is, but all the talk this offseason and what he was saying, and even when he was on the podcast or something on Sports Illustrated, he was like, "Yeah, a lot of weird things goes on in San Francisco." The only weird thing that's happening to San Francisco these days is when they lose. That's the only weirdness of this football team because they're so damn good. Because they got so damn talented on this roster. It doesn't seem weird now, does it? When they're sitting at 3-0. Doesn't seem weird now when the Arizona Cardinals are coming to town and the Niners are like, "Oh yeah, we can't overlook them. Let's roll them." Doesn't look weird now when the Cowboys look like that yesterday in the desert and the Niners are looking the way they're looking. For all the people say, "Well, the Cowboys beat the New York Giants 40-0. How come the Niners can't blow out the New York Giants?" How did that age?
It didn't age well at all. But I also think it's easy to come in after he plays the way he did yesterday and just crush Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not as bad as he was last night. He certainly wasn't the only reason why the 49ers won, because that graphic has kind of gone away. But that was the graphic you should see. When the 49ers have Jimmy Garoppolo, they're 20-something games over 500. And when Shanahan doesn't, he's like 20 games under 500. Right. That's gone away now that we have Brock Purdy.
And don't you feel good now that Purdy... He just seems so much more stable at the quarterback, more reliable.
That's what I would.
And just taking care of the football.
Yes.
Putting emphasis on taking care of the football. Jimmy doesn't do that. He never did that.
Well, I think he gives me some of the gunslinger Brock Purdy does. Like, okay, guys coming down into my face mask. Let me backpedal and whip one to the sideline, and I'm going to take a shot downfield. Right. He gives me that, but he also gives me perfect accuracy on all the underneath stuff. Right? Doubt. So you're getting kind of the best of Jimmy, and then you're getting all the stuff that he really couldn't do. Yeah. Let's be real. And I also think Jimmy's arm strength, just overall arm strength, maybe it's the shoulder, maybe it's just, where he's at in life or whatever, it feels like his arm's gotten slightly weaker.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't it?
Really does. It really does.
He was floating. Even the touchdown pass to Devontae.
He's floated.
Doc, throw that over the top. Yeah. He's got like 3 steps.
And then Kenny Pickett, the next possession, throws a bomb.
And Kenny Pickett does not have a great arm, in my opinion.
But that one looked good,
No, it did look good. But in contrast to Jimmy, Kenny looks like he has a great arm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. So you've talked about everything about the shots that Jimmy was taking, and that's what I'm here to do, is call and give some shots back. That, number one, the situation in San Francisco with the quarterbacks is really weird. Really, dog? Your guys' offense is averaging barely 10 points a game. We're over here averaging 30. So get out of here with that. Number two, the whole, I got more control at the line of scrimmage now. Like, I have so much more freedom in this offense. There's a reason why you didn't have a lot of freedom in the San Francisco offense, and we saw it last night. Like, that pick that he threw to Peterson reminded me of that Kansas City game where he just threw the ball up in the end zone, just hope. Like, I don't know what you're doing, but still thinking he's one of the worst decision makers in the NFL. But the thing I take to heart is I hate when, like, anywhere, but like when it's presented on national media, when you're taking shots at San Francisco, like the city itself. And Collinsworth was talking about how much happier Garoppolo's family is and his brothers because they're Italian, and apparently Vegas has better pizza than San Francisco. I was like, that's just not true. I don't know what type of pizza they have in Vegas, but it's like you go down to North Beach, you go anywhere in San Francisco, that's just not true. So it was just really happy to see and funny to see Jimmy play the way he did last night.
We've got good pizza in the Bay Area. I will stand for it. In San Francisco alone, you got Delfina, you've got Tony's, you've got my favorite, Little Joe's on Mission Street.
You got Golden Boys.
There's a ton of them.
Senors.
Senores,
I would say
Original Joe's to go on West Portal's good.
You got Giorgio's.
Mozzarella to Buffalo.
You got Giorgio's. You got Nazario's. Late night on 3rd and Gary. You got a lot of great pizza spots out here.
Late night.
Like when I think about pizza in Vegas, I'm thinking about the grab and go. Is that really good pizza?
Well, maybe he likes the thin, artisan style.
In the last 30 days.
He can go to Giolina's in Glen Park.
They just keep taking shots at the Bay, so that's why with Jimmy, it's like, all right, you keep talking, whatever. Let's go to Danker real quick in the city. Danker, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? I mean, Jimmy, come on, let's keep it real. He's getting Santa Clara pizza. He's not getting our San Francisco pizza. I got to push. I mean, Jimmy last night was put on a perfect display of who he is. Look at Adams. It's like night and day. he can hit good guys who he knows will get separation, but he runs them into walls. Like, that's why Brock is killing it, because Brock is not making those stupid decisions. Brock sliced up that same defense. It's early in the morning for me, but Jimmy Garoppolo is why we don't have at least one ring, and fans need to recognize that. He was the Achilles heel. And it was just so amazing last night that he gave us every part of Jimmy. And the reality is, when Jimmy needs to make a play, he can't. And Shanahan was frustrated. So, all right, guys, have a great one. Go Niners. Boo Jimmy.
Boo Jimmy. Jimmy was a good Niner, but the Jimmy Ono throw became a thing.
I feel like we're going over the top.
Yeah, we are going a little over top, but we shouldn't dance on his
He
grave.
was a good
He
Niner.
was a very good Niner.
But
he helped change the culture.
He'll
change this program around, no doubt about it.
He
but
has flaws. If you were asking me, Joe, like they have the law where there's like the scale, and it's like one side or the other, and apparently when you go up, I think it was Greek mythology where you'd have all your evil doings and all your good doings, and if one outweighs the other, then you go to heaven. I'm probably messing that up. I'm sure somebody with Greek mythology will come in with better actual knowledge of this. I'm expecting a Steiny text at any moment.
I fell asleep during that segment of my history
But
class.
the point being, if I had to weigh it, is it more Shanahan or more Jimmy G?
Oh, it looks like it's more Shanahan.
Yeah.
It looks like it's more Shanahan.
But it's not like 99-1.
It felt
but it's a little more like 75-25.
It felt like without even coaching a game yesterday that Shanahan was elevated by watching Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, and just looking around the league.
Right, just looking around the league. So we'll get to this before we get into the extensions.
It was Egypt. Everyone's telling me it's Egypt. Okay, thank
Egypt.
you. I knew it was some ancient culture. Thank you.
By the way, right here in the trenches, we'll get to this. Should have never shared that hoop footage. Yeah, okay. I haven't played in 3 years.
You look good. What are you talking about? I thought you looked good.
Hey, my ankle
good
is
soft
throbbing.
hands.
Hey, no, I got a soft touch around the rim.
Little bounce as you were going backwards. I was impressed.
I had a jumper. By the way, these twins, Ben and Daniel, man, they were lighting me up in one game. Dude was hitting threes from 30 feet in my face. They're probably 10 years younger.
Yeah, come on.
And for some reason,
come on.
When you're, on this platform as a radio host or you're on television, and there was a lot of love out there. Shout out to the Warriors World Tournament and Sheed and everybody, all proceeds.
So explain to those who don't know what you're talking about.
So it was the 10th annual Warriors World Charity Tournament. Took place at the old Warriors practice facility. So all the murals of Chris Mullin, Mitch Richmond, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Tim Hardaway, it was all up there. We got to play on the same court as Steph Curry and all the legends practice on for many, many years.
Okay.
10th annual Warriors World Charity Tournament took place at the Warriors Basketball Academy. Shout out to the Warriors Basketball Academy. They do a great job. We're going to catch up with them later on and do some passing drills, some shooting drills. There are a lot of great people there with the Warriors Basketball Academy. Proceeds benefited Project Level, who Big Rich, I went to high school with, youth nonprofit in San Francisco, benefited that charity, Project Level. So 3-on-3 tournament, half court, 4 groups. You play about 4 games, and you advance to the playoffs if you do. And we advanced to the playoffs. We had no idea due to point differential. 95-70 game won their first ever game. We had no subs. Shout out to Trevor Dunbar, my man Chucky. Chucky hadn't played he played college basketball back in 2004, so he's a little older. And you know Trevor Dunbar is shifty.
Baller. Great
handles. I mean, he was carrying us.
St. Ignatius.
Carrying us. St. Ignatius High School. I love the Dunbar family.
And he's got bounce for a guy his height.
Oh, yeah. Big time bounce.
Yeah, he's got handles.
And he takes it serious.
I could tell.
Yeah, he takes it serious.
I follow him on Instagram. Yeah, I know. I'm
well
aware.
He takes it serious. He's not playing out there. So it was a lot of fun out there. So I was thinking, boy, my guy's going to show up. I had no idea who was going to show up for us. Well, a couple people flaked.
Who flaked?
A couple guys we had on the team didn't.
I
even
thought you
make
meant 95-7 people. My bad. I don't mean like that.
Well, Derek Guru Johnson. We'll get to him. And you know what? He had to go to Michael Urban's funeral. I'll stall him out. I'll tell you, this is the last time I try to construct a team for 95-7 game. I wanted out of it, and this is why. But
your status was elevated because the highlights came out yesterday.
The highlights came out.
And I thought that you looked great.
Hey, listen.
And I mean that sincerely.
Listen, I had to go play in the Jordan 3s. I should have went to the car, got the Currys out the trunk. I didn't. But I went out there and played.
You're making it sound like you're Marquez Johnson in Above the Rim. I'm going out, not above the rim. I'm going to the trunk.
I'm going to the trunk to go get my gun. Fake rob. Try to rob the liquor store. It's like, yo, get your damn ski mask up, man. Get the hell up out of here.
It's one of my favorite scenes.
So I had to go out there and play. And so, when I hear a lot of talk over the years here, 95-7 a game about, I could do this on the hoop court, I could do that. I know what's what.
Who says that?
Well, a lot of you guys were talking. You were talking. A lot of people talk around here about their hoop game.
Uh-huh.
Yet nobody showed up last Saturday except for your boy.
Okay.
So I just put the team on our back and go out there and represent for 95-7 the game. So you know what? My ankles are throbbing. Anita at the Olympic Club, I need you today. My Achilles is on fire right now. Darrell Wright played for Team NBC, and they had us mic'd up. So some content will be coming out about this tournament.
Nice.
But it was a good, overall, it was just a good time. And a lot of people were showing love for the morning roast for 95-7 game for NBC. So it was a good time to go out there. Kurt Lacob's team won it for like the third or fourth straight year.
Who's on his team?
He had a couple guys from the O Club.
Oh, yeah?
A couple guys from the O Club. My guy, I'm forgetting his name. Hopefully he texts me. I'm forgetting his name, but he was at Fight Night. He was at Fight Night for the Olympic Club Foundation. I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. Yeah. And my pump fake is good, man. I got a good pump too. I'm telling you, man. In my day, I could ball. I'm not great, not elite. I'm not saying that. I have my limitations, but the boy could hoop. So all this thing of, oh, man, you suck at this and you suck at that, man. I just don't talk about it. I'm not going to talk about what I could do 20 years ago. That's lame to me. But some of you guys around here, we need to get a game because now I got the itch again. There's a lot of people were talking about their game and this and that. And then when I see him go out there and play, Lucas Alexander, and I'm laughing like, okay, you'll get caught.
Where was he?
Well, he's rehabbing from an ACL injury.
For like 2 years?
So that's what I'm saying. A lot of you guys are getting hurt left and right. And that's why I don't go hard, because my Achilles is on fire this morning. I was screaming and one. Oh, I was out there talking.
Really?
I was out there talking.
Good for you.
Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you could also watch us
You coaching?
every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Start to line them up. 888-957-9570. A couple things coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour. One, how do you feel about the Lynch and Shanahan extensions? Niner fans, I want to hear from you. That happened on Friday. Number 2, we got shameless shout out to 745. We didn't do it on Friday, so I want to do it today, and we'll do a double dip this week.
Okay.
With shameless shout outs. It is a Monday. Shout out your high schools. A lot of high school football over the weekend. A lot of bad scores I saw. Sacred Heart Cathedral girls flag football team beat SI 19-0.
In honor of the Shanahan extension, because he's now gotten 2 extensions. Harbaugh never got the 1.
Yeah.
Game to win right now. Same rosters. You going with Harbaugh? You going with Shanahan?
They both won a lot of big games. I don't think
Harbaugh
that's
had
fair.
7 playoff victories and 4 losses.
Yeah,
Or excuse me, 3 losses, 7 and 3.
I don't want to do that. That's not fair.
I'm just asking.
A lot of people are going to say Shanahan now because of what Harbaugh's done in Michigan. But the fact that he's got Michigan in the playoff twice, people forget what Brady Hoke did to freaking Michigan University or the University of Michigan.
I don't know how many people are going to use his college coaching. I
think a lot of people do.
Coach.
But here's one.
Okay.
Mr. Patel. Both choke with their offense when it matters. Both choke in the big game.
I don't think it's just because of the offense that they've lost.
Listen, if you were to take Shanahan, I'll happily take Harbaugh.
They're
you
very
take
comparable.
Harbaugh, I'll take Shanahan.
They're very comparable.
They both have won a lot of big games. They've gotten Niners close.
I know.
Now, Shanahan's going to have a longer opportunity to get the Niners over the top. He will.
You know, I'm looking at Harbaugh's record, 59, 36, and 1. He used 62% winning percentage. We all agree he inherited a better roster.
Right.
And you're looking at Shanahan right now. He's 55 and 46, a 54% winning percentage. But he started off 0-9, and again, took over a team with 0 Pro Bowlers.
Yeah. But you know what? Like you just said about LaFleur, you get credit for inheriting a roster and taking them over the top.
Absolutely.
Those guys were not winners. Patrick Willis, Frank Gore, like a lot of people say, because I remember before that season, and the expectations for that season were not high at all with that roster. We can't go back and revision his history and say, oh, well, he had a stock roster. Nobody thought highly of the 49ers roster when Harbaugh took it over.
No, but they inherited multiple Pro Bowlers.
They did.
That's the only difference. Like, I mean, if we were just saying blue chip players heading into that, Vernon did have a pretty solid run with Singletary before. Gore was already established. Patrick Willis was clearly established. They had players. Justin Smith was established. They had no one. I mean, Shanahan had no one. To me, the big difference is it's not just the coaching and the in-game stuff. But when it comes to building an entire roster and then filling out a coaching staff year after year after you get poached, Shanahan gets the edge.
But I don't want to disrespect Harbaugh.
No, I don't.
Because in 2011, with the lockout season, a lot of people thought the Niners were going to stink. They did. Niner fans thought they were going to stink. No Niner fan believed in Harbaugh and the 49ers.
Year one.
It took
at the beginning.
Some started to believe after the Philly game.
When they lost to the Cowboys with week 2.
Yeah.
Everybody was frustrated.
Then they beat Cincinnati like 13-8 or something like that.
Yes,
it was an ugly score.
Yeah.
And it was like, and I remember when Harbaugh said it after the game. Harbaugh after the game said, "Who's got it better than us?" And everyone's like, "Nobody." They didn't really care. And then they beat Philadelphia. It was like, "Oh wait, we may have something."
Well,
then they blew out Tampa Bay. Then it was like, "Oh wait, we may have something." Then the Detroit game was like, "Oh, maybe we are cooking." Then they beat the New York Giants in the regular season and they were 8-1. It was like, "Okay, yes, now we have something here." Going in, I don't want to disrespect Harbaugh saying, "Well, you inherited this and that," because those guys stunk, and nobody believed that they were going to be good.
I just think it's when you're comparing and contrasting, you have to add in the context. That's all.
You do have to add in context,
have to add that in.
But like LaFleur, like some of these other teams, you get credit for inheriting that roster and taking them to another level.
Well, I look at them like again, 2013 they dropped down to 24th in offense. 2014 they were 20th. Shanahan's never been outside of 15 in offense. The 2 years, it was 2018 when he lost Jimmy G, 2020 when he lost Jimmy G, everything else, 13th, 16th, 4th, 15th, 7th, 5th, again in the top 5.
How many is that due to playing a lot of bad football teams?
Talking about Shanahan?
Because I do think context matters when it comes to this offense. This right here, this year, is the best offense he's ever had in San Francisco. But those offenses before, how many times did we complain about 4th and 1 situations? How many times did we complain about 2-minute drills? How many times did we complain about turnovers? How many times did we complain about play calling from Shanahan in critical situations? I mean, so again, context matters and the numbers are the numbers. But you know what? Shanahan does feel like he doesn't wear you out. And that's the thing with Harbaugh. He wore out his welcome, and I get that. But Harbaugh was a damn good coach.
I love Harbaugh.
And I feel like a lot of Niner fans kind of go back, "Oh, we got Shanahan. Thank God we got Shanahan. I'll take him over Harbaugh." It's like, no, let's stop.
They're both great.
Harbaugh took this team to 3 straight NFC championship games. All right, we got a break here.
Talking about,
What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Save Martin, Lucky, California. This conversation right here, 888-957-9570. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Nabisco, Oreo, or Snack Crackers. Select varieties are $2.40.
Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Can I try one that's not about the Cowboys? Swifty to Swifty. Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelce's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Nailed it. Yeah,
pretty big.
Loving him was red.
That's the Greg Hill Show, WEEI. Bill Belichick joins us every Monday at 7:30 a.m. And Belichick with a little funny. It's the biggest catch of his career. Taylor Swift and
I would love
Jared
to
Payton.
interview Bill Belichick every week.
I know, that is awesome. Greg Hill, Jermaine Wiggins, Courtney, they do a great job up there in Boston. They welcomed us greatly. A lot more hospitable than Philadelphia in 94 WIP, I'll say that. They had our stuff set up perfectly. WIP, we're like waiting 2 minutes for the show. Can we get in our studio, dude? They didn't care. Anyway, Bill Belichick on Travis Kelce. Of course, they walked out of Arrowhead Stadium together. Jared Payton caught it on video, the son of Walter Payton. A little awkward. You know, what, walking out or just filming him?
Just the whole thing.
Yeah, just
the
let
whole
them
thing.
Let him do his thing, man. Why does it have to be so blown up? Like, I'm already tired of it. I'm already tired of the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing. I don't care. Travis Kelce, the football player, the Chiefs, the way they look, man, look like they're going to be back at the Super Bowl. They look good. But what I don't want to do here, Shasky, 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up at 7:45. Line them up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. You know the drill. But what I don't want to do is start going back into Kyle Shanahan versus Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh's in Michigan and Ann Arbor. He hasn't been the head coach of the 49ers since 2014. Let's appreciate the great times he helped provide us. Not how, hey, he inherited this, inherited that, blah, blah. The fact is, not any coach can step into that situation and make this team winners and make them believe. When you have a losing culture like the 49ers did, Harbaugh gets credit for turning it around. Shanahan deserves his extension. He gets credit, him and John Lynch, for turning this program around the way Harbaugh did in the early 2010s, 11s, 12s, 13s. So I don't want to start comparing Shanahan and Harbaugh. Who would you rather have? They both were damn good coaches.
Well, I look at Shanahan and I say to myself, like, in terms of a startup, because that's what this was. This was a complete teardown startup, right? Like, there was nothing. He built the foundation. He
did.
Really did a great job. Now, they had DeForest Buckner already in tow. That was his rookie year. And Armstead and Jimmy Ward and a couple of guys. But none of those guys were any good because they were in the wrong schemes and coaches couldn't find them. He not only created an unbelievable staff that everyone has been poached or is poaching over the last couple of years, but he's also built this roster and evolved the roster over time. So they've done a great job, and they've had misses. Everybody has misses, but they've done a great job reloading this team. And I look up, and what do they have? 7 years in, 8 years in? Is this
seven? This is year 7.
It's year 7. And this is the deepest, best version of the team, in my estimation, that they've ever had.
It's debatable whether or not they have the better defense, because 2019 was a special defense, 2021 was a good defense during this run. But I'm just looking at this year and what they built
it feels
and the way they have
good.
stacked. This probably is the most balanced team they've had since they've been here in San Francisco. And the offense, since training camp, I believe this offense could be the best offense the 49ers have had, top to bottom, since maybe 1998. That's how good this offense looks. That's how good this offense can play. They scored 30 against the New York Giants, and a lot of people would admit that, boy, they struggled.
Well, and I think the thing that when you look at like how they've built this team, I think it's important to kind of break this down. We make a big deal about the Golden State Warriors and their ability to draft, right? And develop and then sign their own, right? They get a lot of credit for that. They've also made some shrewd acquisitions over the years. Andre Iguodala and Kevin Durant and now CP3. And there's a lot that goes into it. We look at the Giants. We're like, they can't hit on free agents. And I keep saying, free agency is one avenue to build a team. The Niners have signed free agents, whether it's Richard Sherman, right? They've made unbelievable draft day decisions, whether it's Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk or Nick Bosa.
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance is not a great one.
Right.
But they've also made unbelievable trades. And I think that's the part for me. They've blended team building almost to perfection. Because I look at their roster currently. You've got a Dre Greenlaw and a Brock Purdy. And a George Kittle. Guys that were found late in the draft. You got a middle round guy in Fred Warner. You got top end guys in Deebo and Nick Bosa.
What about Hufanga, 6th-round pick?
Amazing. And then you got guys like Trent Williams, who you traded for, and Christian McCaffrey, who you traded for. Then you have unbelievable free agent signings like Javon Hargrave and Charvarius Ward. They have really built this team in a perfect blend of all the ways to assemble a roster.
And remaining patient with their draft picks.
That's a good point.
A lot of people thought Banks was a bust just because he didn't play in his first year. He was a second-round pick. It's like, really good second-round pick. And then he plays last year, and nobody's discussing whether he was drafted too early or too late or whether or not he was a bust. And you look at the way he started his season. He looks like a left guard for the 49ers for the next 10 years. He looks like a staple. Finding offensive linemen that nobody knows about, right? Jake Brendel. We don't talk about him enough.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. They signed Weston Richburg thinking they needed a center. Didn't work out. He got hurt. They paid him a lot of money. You get Jake Brendel. Nobody's talking about Jake Brendel anymore. Everybody's happy with Jake Brendel right now. You identify talent on the offensive line, defensive line. Okay, who are we going to pay? Who are we going to extend? Well, they extend Eric Armstead, and a lot of people were out on Eric Armstead, including myself. A lot of people didn't think, Eric Armstead was worth that, what was worth those dollars, especially after you trade DeForest Buckner. Well, Eric Armstead, you look up and you say, boy, he's been here a decade.
I know.
He's been a stable force inside that with that defensive line in the middle of that defensive line. So look, John Lynch has done a good job. Shanahan has done a good job, and if Shanahan finishes this extension through 2028, he'll be at 195 games coached, excluding the playoffs. That will top Bill Walsh. He'll be the guy here in San Francisco, and he has a chance to be that guy here in San Francisco if he can win a couple Lombardis.
And I think what made Bill Walsh such a revered coach is the legacy, the Bill Walsh tree. I mean, look at Kyle Shanahan's tree right now. DeMeco Ryans wins a huge game that no one thought he was going to win with the Houston Texans yesterday. And essentially an upstart expansion franchise in the Houston Texans. They have no players anyone would want, right? Mike McDaniel, how's he looking for Miami?
Looking damn good.
Right? Robert Saleh, I know he's with the Jets, but like
they've both done the quarterback, but overall they have a really good roster.
They're better today than when they acquired
Courtney Yogi, they have a better defense than the Niners.
Right.
But that speaks to the Jets and their talent on that defense.
And so his legacy is going to be, very, very rich, and it's going to keep growing and keep getting bigger. The other element that I don't think we've addressed at all with the Niners for the Shanahan era, when you have 60 guys on a team and a bunch of staff members, the law of averages tells you you're going to have some incidents.
Right.
Like, look at society, right? Even if you've got a huge family, one or two of your family members is going to get into trouble at some point with the law, accidentally, on purpose. Maybe they're just not a good person, whatever. There was a string of things that embarrassed the team and the fan base when it came to the 49ers, whether it was Ray McDonald, whether it was the Aldon Smith situation.
Bruce
some were
Miller.
personal, some were criminal. Like, there was a lot of different stuff going on. Chris Culliver said some things. They had a Reuben Foster situation early on, and people were going, oh, here we go again. Now, look, Charles Omenihu had his own issues, which the legal system is trying to work out off to the side. But for the most part, they've brought in guys that are pretty damn good people.
Well, character guys.
Yeah.
High character guys.
I don't think we talk enough about that.
No, it's a good point. And, there's been times where you think the locker room's been tested because you lose the locker room.
Yes.
I think the Jimmy Garoppolo situation with Trey Lance, that could have lost the locker room. Even this year, could have lost the locker room. The way they started slowly could have lost the locker room. It didn't. And the Reuben Foster situation is interesting because it was a chance. They did take a chance on a guy who had a questionable character at Alabama. Okay, they get through the year. He's hurt. They come back the second year. He has his incident. He comes back. And then Tampa Bay happens on Saturday night where you bring, we know what happened. I don't want to revisit it. But they cut bait right away. Say, you know what? We don't care if he's a first-round pick. Let's just move on.
Yes.
We'll move on. And Reuben Foster hasn't been heard from since.
No.
So they do get credit for that, identifying good locker room guys who fit the culture, who fit the style, who fit this brand. And that's a credit to Jed York for empowering John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to run this bad boy, and for them to go to the drafts and go to these meetings and interview these young men and bring them into the locker room and say, you know what? They fit our style.
When I look at the best run teams in sports right now, right, they are that sport first, and that's what they're defined by, right? Well, the Warriors, right? They've been those guys, Draymond and Clay and Steph. For all the stuff we get frustrated with on Draymond on the podcast, basketball is his bread and butter.
Right.
He truly cares about his legacy and imprinting the game of basketball first and foremost. I look at like the Houston Astros, like They're about baseball. I know we got the cheating and all that stuff, but those guys are all about Bregman and Altuve. Baseball first. Baseball first. I look at Patrick Mahomes. What's the most important thing to Patrick Mahomes? Football first. Debo, Bosa, Ayuk, Trent Williams, McKittle, McCaffrey. Football first. Football first. I just don't think we can appreciate enough how the character, high level of character, these guys that they've brought in have been.
And they got rewarded for it. And they get rewarded for it. And they deserve these extensions. Now, it came out of nowhere. Some fans may say, well, why don't you wait until they win the Super Bowl? Why don't you wait until because what does Fat Joe say? Yesterday's price ain't today's price.
No.
So you never know how much the price tag will go off for the Shanahans and Lynches. But what Jed York learned from, and he gets credit for this, as an owner, the Harbaugh situation probably taught him a huge lesson. I went with Trent Baalke. I sided with the GM. Didn't work out. I didn't extend Harbaugh, who was crying for the extension, kind of wore me out. But I think he learned from that, saying, you know what? I'm going to get the next coach I get. And he figured out quickly, moving off of Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly quickly, how many teams we see will keep a coach around or keep a quarterback around. He said, you know what? I got to move on right now. I know I got to pay these guys, but I got to move on. It's not going to work out long term. Finally got my guy. He's a football lifer. Kyle Shanahan is a football coach first. He's a football lifer. He was born into this. It's a family business, the Shanahan family business, coaching in the NFL, coaching football. This guy's going to be around a long time. The fan base likes him. He fits our culture. John Lynch fits our culture, went to Stanford, has been drafting really well. I got a great, stable organization, great construction here, roster construction. These guys know what they're doing. Let's just keep them around for a long time. And as long as they're around, the 49ers are going to be relevant, and that's important in today's game.
How many GM head coach combos are simultaneously getting extensions?
Not many.
After whiffing on the number 3 overall pick.
Not many. Well, you know why?
When it comes to quarterback.
You whiffed on the number 3 pick. You're not even blinking.
It's
it's
kind of the most improbable.
Right.
Like, say the sentence out loud. I don't think there's any other GM head coach combo in the history of the NFL that survives what they just went through.
No, they don't. Well,
and gets an extension?
Well, because of Brock Purdy. Because of Brock. And you may have gotten lucky with Brock Purdy.
Hey, who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah.
You got Brock Purdy, and now he's helping. And now you're in a position, too, to where the quarterback's not getting paid much. And if things don't work out with Brock Purdy, well, you're going to be in the business for another quarterback. And you know what? You have an attractive destination. That's the other thing. The 49ers have become a free agent destination for a lot of teams, for a lot of players, I should say, just like the Golden State Warriors. Now, the Warriors kind of lost their locker room last year. They're trying to gain that back. They're trying to get that culture back. And everything I'm hearing about the culture, it's all good. Chris Paul, it's going to be all good with Stephen Curry. We'll get to Dwight Howard, or whether or not they should have signed Dwight Howard. We'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. But they're getting their culture back. And you look at the Giants' culture. It's an absolute mess right now. When we talk extensions, and Farhan and Kapler, their culture is a mess. A mess.
They would die to have the consistency that the Niners have.
No doubt.
The star power that the Niners have. The synergy from front office all the way down to the field, right?
Yep.
I mean, you were talking about getting lucky. Do you know who Ben Hogan is? Golfer?
Yeah, of course. Ben Hogan is one of the greats.
Yeah, so he had a line about luck. The harder I practice, the luckier I seem to get. And I love that line. And I look at like the Shanahan Lynch thing. And look, luck is a factor. I am not denying it. Finding Brock Purdy, we could explain a million different ways on why and how they got lucky to do it.
Right.
But they made the most of it. They could have easily handed the team back to Trey Lance or brought back Jimmy Garoppolo. Right. They could have mishandled it from the second that they found that Brock Purdy was a player. They get credit for handling it the way that they did. So you could say, hey, you got lucky that 2 point guards were drafted ahead of Steph Curry. Yeah, but then once we got Steph Curry, we made the most of it.
Right.
Once they got Brock Purdy, they've made the most of it.
No doubt. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I think the biggest difference between Harbaugh and Shanahan is a lot of the little sniping in the press. You know what I'm saying? Because Harbaugh's like, he's like a big child sometimes, man, with the stuff he says, man, he's out of control. He can't help himself. And with Shanahan, I think he just diagrams plays better, man. Trent Baalke was a hot mess, though. I mean, if Harbaugh had Lynch, man, I don't even know what he would have done. But, he has all that conflict with the owners, and you can't be doing that, man. You be a professional about it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Niners team right now, man, like the Giants, wish they was on our level. The Cowboys wish they was on our level. Minnesota wish they was on our level, man. It's only a couple teams that are even on our level, man. You know, that's the world champions, and we'll be in Philly, and we'll be right there with them, man. We're about to let them have it, man. I'm telling you, just our year, man. 15-2, straight to the moon.
You know what? And that's what yesterday was about. And I'm glad Nick can kind of led me into the next thing I want to get into, and we'll get to Robert San Bruno in just a second here, because I know he has thoughts on the extensions. They're coming off a game in which they held the New York Giants to 150 total yards. I don't think that's happened for the 49ers since the 90s. Actually, excuse me. That happened once in, I think, 2019. They held the team to 100. But think about that.
Was that the rain game against Washington?
Maybe that game.
Yeah, the tsunami game.
150 yards. So you got this defense that you built. And then you're able to bring in a Javon Hargrave all the way from Philadelphia, who's played his entire career on the East Coast, bring him all the way out to the West Coast, say, hey, come play for us. Because you got a great D-line coach, Chris Kosirk. You had a great structure in your defense and a great structure with this organization. You look at the offense. Deebo Samuel, look at him, how he's grown. Homegrown players.
Yeah.
And they taking care of homegrown players. And people notice that around the league. Andrew Bagley in The Athletic brought up, he had an article about the Giants and whether or not they're going to be able to attract free agents because of the style of play. When you look at the style of play with the 49ers, they're able to attract free agents. The Warriors have been able to attract free agents.
Did it matter for Hargrave and for Charvarius Ward about state taxes?
No.
Did it matter about the community being in despair? Because there are parts of the Bay that are in despair. Right. No one would dismiss that.
Did not matter.
No.
Did not matter because
they want
of
to
the
be
head
a part
coach.
of something special.
Exactly. And this team has something special brewing here with the 49ers. They're really, when you look around the league yesterday, and I'm looking at all these teams, the Chicagos, the Washingtons, the New York teams, and the Giants and the Jets, the Patriots right now, who are not a good football team.
Tennessee,
it's Ryan Tannehill's awful.
I actually really like their coach, but like their roster's not that great.
Not good. And they traded A.J. Brown for a bag of peanuts. All right? The Las Vegas Raiders.
Tough to watch.
Arizona.
Tough to watch.
The Saints.
Tough to watch.
Falcons.
Tough to watch.
And Falcons are, but Desmond Ridder can't throw a downfield pass.
Something's off.
He can't throw a downfield pass or early line for another quarterback. The Denver Broncos.
I'm warming up to them. Broncos are terrible. They might go, honest to God, they might go over with Russ.
Minnesota.
Tough to watch.
Minnesota.
Well, so Minnesota's
the Chargers.
Minnesota's a good example. When I think of like Trent Baalke, what did him in? Not filling the cupboard back up with players who are helpful, whether that's via free agency trades or to the draft. I look at the Niners, and like we haven't even seen the young safety, but in the preseason,
Jair Brown,
he looked very promising.
He looks like a player,
right? And like we look at the running backs and the situation they've got. Like Christian McCaffrey's a superstar. They've got a couple other running backs who are solid, like who could come in. Ronnie Bell, late draft pick. Okay, now he's not of the level of Debo and Brandon Ayuk, but for one game, did you miss him?
No.
Not that much. He did a really good job. So they've
you did miss him early on. This offense was a bit constipated. I want to let's be real.
Still put up almost 500 yards.
Yeah, you did, but it happened later. But you did miss Brandon Ayuk.
My point being is that how many teams could put in a 7th-round receiver and get certain production, like some production? They've replenished to a degree the entire team, and I think about Trent Baalke a lot of what did him in, and it was not replenishing all these draft picks. So as you announce the suspension, extensions for Shanahan and Lynch, the only thing I worry about, will you lose someone who I think is the most important person in the building?
Adam Peters?
Yeah.
How important is Adam Peters?
I mean, he seems to really have a big feel on these late picks, and they really hit on these late picks.
They do.
I mean, look, we could have an argument.
Does Adam Peters want to leave?
Is Colton McKivitz any good? I don't know. But he is starting for them.
He is starting.
And he was a late draft pick, found out of nowhere.
I wonder how much pull Adam Peters has.
I mean, they talk about him a lot.
They do talk about him a lot, but they lost
really
Rand Carthon to the Tennessee Titans, and a lot of people said, boy, they lost him. Just like the D coordinators.
Yeah.
We've thought, boy, they're going to miss Robert Saleh. Boy, they're going to miss D'Amico Ryans.
Well,
Steve Wilkes has stepped right in.
He looks good.
And they haven't skipped a beat. But Mike McDaniel, same thing. Baldy came out, I was like, boy, they're going to miss Mike McDaniel, right?
Yeah.
Well, do they miss Mike McDaniel? The Niners are dropping 30.
Kyle was the head coach, and Kyle is the play caller.
Exactly.
Right?
That's what I thought.
But I'm looking at player personnel, and we would all agree, like, it's very important. Like, you talk about all these teams. Personnel is where a lot of these teams fall short. Now, we could argue about coaching and whether they're any good.
Personnel does matter, but also
a lot.
Personnel matters, and the Vikings have no personnel, but also coaching does matter.
No doubt. They
Coaching,
go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand.
To me, they go hand in hand.
Like I'm looking at Brandon Staley and the Chargers. The Chargers have a damn good quarterback in Justin Herbert. Right? I'm not the biggest Justin Herbert fan, but he's a good quarterback.
They've got great personnel.
I wouldn't take 10 quarterbacks over Justin Herbert. I'll say that on the front end. And I know I'm being harsh on Justin Herbert.
Yeah, you just don't think he's like top 4.
Yeah, don't put him in a category with Mahomes and Josh Allen.
No, he's not even there yet. No,
but you look at their coach, and I'm saying, boy, they got all that personnel. And a good roster.
Can't do anything.
A very good roster.
Yeah.
Whoever the GM down there with the Chargers is.
Tom Kolesko?
Is it Kolesko? He put together a great roster.
I think it's Tom Kolesko.
Put together a great roster. And then you get Brandon Staley. And you get the coaching that just holds you back.
100%. They can't get a stop.
They can't get a stop to save their life. And then they make dumb decisions on 4th down.
Yeah, Elite D personnel, excuse me. No, it's a great point. And so I guess what I'm saying is that I'm wondering out loud, will Lynch get a different title to elevate Adam Peters to keep him in the building?
They've done that before, right?
I'm hoping that he continue to do it. You know how it is. Like at certain companies, they give you certain stocks that vest after X amount of years, or they give you a particular money that vests after so much time. Vest this guy out and give him a title to where he's not looking elsewhere. I want to keep this core together because Peters, Lynch, Shanahan, Parag, I'll throw in there, Jed York, they're making sweet music together. Why do I want to upset the apple cart?
Some team may come in and say, we need to get this guy.
Good point.
We need to get this guy. And sometimes you can't say no to the money or the generational wealth because I think at some point Adam Peters may get bored. I have no idea what's in his mind. Maybe he does. I see some YouTube comment that says Adam Peters is from Mountain View. He grew up a Niner fan, Sunnyvale, Mountain View.
Yeah.
So why would he want to leave? He's got it good here with the 49ers. He's got it good. And he gets empowered here with the organization. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Shameless shout-outs. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. I want to hear from some high school parents. How'd your high schools do? How'd your kids do in high school? Whether it's flag football, whether it's volleyball, whether it's soccer, whether it's football. I want to hear from everybody out there. 888-957-9570. Let's get to Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Rob?
First off, I want to say, Cal has learned how to play the system. He's a smart guy. You know what I'm saying? I thought the 49ers were about Super Bowls. Now we're all about, finishing 3rd and 4th place and just saying, we went to the NFC Championship game. Me personally, I would have waited. Show me what you can do, man. Win me a Super Bowl because you got the best roster in the league. Win me a bowl. Just giving him an extra extension. I don't understand that. It can wait. But anyways, like I said before.
Let me ask you this, Rob, real quick. Let me ask you this. Doesn't it feel better, though, to know that your organization is a bit stable?
Yeah.
No. I don't. Man, the Niners been around for many, many moons. They're gonna be around no matter who the head coach is. My thing is, let's wait. Let's see. Let's go out. Let's put some pressure on him. There's no pressure on him now. He got to do whatever he want to do. He got Brock. Like I told y'all before, Brock was the safe choice. Brock means if Brock messes up and plays bad, Cal not gonna get blamed for it. They gonna say, "Oh, Brock, he's just a 7th-round pick," and then they gonna give more power to Cal Shanahan. Having an elite guy puts more pressure on Cal to win. But, with Brock, the Brocks, the Hoyers, the Jimmy Garoppolos, they just blame the quarterback because the quarterback not good enough. But anyways, I want to talk to Jimmy Garoppolo. All these fans was 2018 were Jimmy fanatics. Now all of a sudden he ain't nothing. I just don't understand. And the players in that locker room, they watched that in practice every day and had the nerve to come out and say that Jimmy gave him the best chance to win. That's what y'all liked? So y'all seen that all in practice, and that's what y'all wanted to be y'all starting quarterback. Man, it seemed like they play with fillers in that locker room more than business because watching Jimmy Garoppolo, I feel bad for him. That was some terrible football he played yesterday.
Oh, my God, it was bad. It was bad.
When he pointed and then threw the other side of the field, it was like, I don't even know, 3 flies up in the backyard with your kids? What was that?
Like he was going to throw something deep downfield or something. I thought he was going to ring it up, man. Man, look, man, I just don't understand how the players in that locker room could look at Jimmy Garoppolo, and he did that in practice. I've seen it. He did it in practice. He did it in games, and they still had his back as if he was the reason why they was winning. And it was the whole San Francisco 49er media pushing this on us. And look at him now. And Josh McDaniels is supposed to be this great play caller. I mean, he's a good OC. He got a few Super Bowls. But it's like he can't even get him to play good. So I don't understand what that was all about. We probably wasted a couple Super Bowl years with him. We could have got rid. Tom Brady definitely went to the Super Bowl. We kept him way too long.
Yeah, good call, Rob. I don't agree with everything you said. Here's the deal with the extensions. I want to make this clear because I saw Mark Willard. Shout out to Mark Willard, 2-6 with Dibs. He said, it's not Super Bowl or bust, it's Super Bowl or try again. I would hold my horses on that thought. It is still Super Bowl or bust. No matter what. It ain't Super Bowl or try again. Not this year. Again, sitting back yesterday watching the entire league, and shameless shout-outs is coming up in 2 minutes. I see a couple calls already. 888-957-9570. Line them up. We got a couple lines open here. I'm watching the league yesterday, Shasky, and I'm saying to myself, this year feels more winnable than ever. I'm looking around the NFC. Cowboys, unfortunately, just lost Trayvon Diggs. They're going to be a problem with that defense. They'll stay in a lot of football games. But the Cowboys have been our little brothers for a couple years now. Philadelphia is right there. We'll be watching Philadelphia very closely tonight. You better believe it. We'll have a full scouting report. We'll be watching it like we're playing them. Because that's the team we're going to ultimately meet in the NFC playoffs. We know that. We know it's coming down to Philadelphia, San Francisco. Just where's that game going to be played at in January? But this year feels more winnable than any year in the Shanahan-Lynch era. So, to me, it's not Super Bowl or try again. Because trying again is very, very hard. And we continue to say that.
Well, and injuries happen.
Look
around the league. Like, Mike Williams, out. Chubb, out. Like, just go around
Trayvon
the league.
Diggs, out. Aaron Rodgers, out.
Dak was missing 3 linemen, I think,
yesterday. 3 linemen yesterday. So it's not guaranteed that you come back with the same core.
Yeah.
Guys get older.
You got to
Guys get
seize the
hurt.
opportunity.
You have to seize this season. So with these extensions, in some way from some of the fans, there is even more pressure to get it done. Because now you got extended. And for some fans, they're saying, like Rob is saying, Bruno, which the first extension Shanahan got right after the Super Bowl loss, I'm like, why'd you do it now? Why don't you just play them out and keep that built-in pressure on them? I think in a way, there's even more pressure to get it done now. Because if you do have to flip this roster over and you got to rebuild during these extended years, you may not get that opportunity to coach till 2028. You might not get that opportunity to pick players. So I think the whole Super Bowl or try again thing that Mark Willard posed out there, I understand what he was saying. But for some of these fans, and including me, you got to take advantage this year. This league is wide open to win that 6 Lombardi.
Yeah, it feels like it is. Absolutely. And we'll see how the season goes. Let's see what happens to the Niners. I mean, almost can't talk about the Niners and their failures without talking about their own shortcomings with injuries, right? So, yeah, those go hand in hand. And I just think a lot of people are gonna judge Kyle Shanahan by winning the big one. Whether he thinks he's going to be here for 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, you got to win at some point. You can't keep knocking on the door. You just can't, right? And it's the modern NFL. And if the one thing that I've learned from Jed York, he will make a move if he needs to.
Yes. And you know,
he will make
Jed
a move if he needs to.
Wants that trophy so bad. He wants that trophy so bad. All right, let's get the shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast.
Are you a sausage guy?
All right, shameless shout-outs on a Monday morning. Eric Crocker will join us at 8 o'clock. Eric Crocker will join us at 8 o'clock. Shasky, why don't you start us off because I need to grab something on my backpack to shout out a special person. Go ahead, shout us out.
I want to shout out my beautiful wife. She's so into football, her fantasy team, everything like that. And seeing things through her prism is my favorite. Well, of course the Raiders defense sucks. I've never wanted to pick them up once in fantasy. It's like, yeah, obvious. Like she says the most obvious. And then she goes, boy, Travis Kelce's profile has been boosted by just being hinted at dating Taylor Swift. Michelle, love you, babe. Enjoy the week.
My shout-out will have to wait until tomorrow because I left it at home. But somebody sent me a book.
Oh.
That person knows who he is from Richmond, California, and it's a daddy-daughter book.
Oh.
They sent me in the mail, and I wanted to give him a special shout-out. He got into broadcasting late, so I'll do that tomorrow. He had a letter. It was very, very special, and I can't wait to read the book, so I'll get to that tomorrow. But I'll shout out to all the wives, all the babies who allowed us to watch football yesterday. It is hard to get out of the house Saturday and Sunday. So shout out my Florida State Seminoles for winning a big game at that Valley in Clemson, South Carolina. I was out pins and needles, but my Knowles are hitting. They're in the top 5 right now. Shout out to all the moms who let us watch football yesterday. It was great. It was wives and everything. Football's back. We missed it so much. Not having to worry about that team playing down at 3rd and King. Oh, my God. The stress is off.
You know, B, I know we're a very sports-oriented show, but I want to give another shout-out to the Berkeley Playhouse. I went to see my good friend perform in theater. Do you know how many talented people there are singing and dancing and doing stuff on stage? It really makes me feel so not talented.
You ever take an acting class?
No, I've never, but I go to all her plays, her friend Elena, and she's excellent. She's excellent. And when she gets on the stage, I'm like, I always stand up and go, I love movies, I love live theater and plays and stuff. So, take your family to a real play in a theater. And I'm talking, go to the Berkeley Playhouse. It's a smaller venue. These people are unbelievably talented.
Right. Acting class was a lot of fun. I wish I dove deeper into it. Yeah, no, I did want to watch it. Didn't want to City College.
Sure you have a lot of range.
And I did. Trust me. No, it does. And even performing in front of your classmates.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Well, it's vulnerability.
Yep, no doubt.
You got to prove and show you're vulnerable. Spinoni or Sam, which one do you want to get in here for a shout out?
I'll do a quick shout out here. I know we got a couple people on the line. Shout out Bob and Diane, mother-in-law, father-in-law, treating us to Disneyland. Young Benjamin's 4th birthday. He had a blast. He got to meet all the princesses. He met Spider-Man. He met Captain America, Black Panther, Captain Marvel. He got to meet everyone. So we had a really good time. And shout out Bob and Diane for treating the family. That was really cool.
Favorite ride?
Favorite ride there? I'm usually a Space Mountain guy, but he's too little. We did the Buzz Lightyear one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah.
He loved that one.
Pretty cool.
The Buzz Lightyear ride's very underrated at Disneyland. My shout out, though, is to Alan Stiles, who next time I see him will be buying me a big, fat breakfast burrito from Gambino's after my Miami Hurricanes went into stinking Financial Field in front of literally dozens of people and crushed the Temple Owls. What was it, like 45-7 or something like that?
He bet his own Temple Owls?
Well, I gave him the 23.5 spread.
Oh, wow.
I had to give him that, but it was not enough. TVD, man, he'll crush well. Colby Young, man, he's the wide receiver one we need.
Hey.
November 11th, Bonte.
It's D-Day,
It's going to be lit.
It's D-Day. Shout out to the Warriors World Tournament. Sheet, Beck, the whole crew up there, man, doing a great job at the Warriors Basketball Academy 3-on-3. A lot of fun Saturday. Darrell Wright flew up to play for Team NBC. It didn't show him no love. Didn't show him no luck anyway, but Darrell Wright, once he got hot, you were like, wow. He could hit threes in his sleep.
Yeah.
David Tetler, though. David Tetler, Will. Oh, boys, it's cooked. Tamir, Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got to give a shout-out to you, Bonte. I saw you in the Warriors world doing your thing, and you played in the Jordan 3s. That's impossible. Those things is heavy as heck, so I'll give you a shout-out.
My ankle's killing me. My ankle is killing me. Right on, Tamir, for that one. Let's go to Anthony in Richmond. Anthony in Richmond, what's happening?
Hey, giving a shout-out to the Presentation High School field hockey team in San Jose for a change of culture and going from two years ago, 0 wins to this year, they're sitting undefeated in league so far.
Nice.
I love that. Justin, San Francisco. Justin, what's happening?
Hey, man, still my voice gone, man, but shout out to my AU Jags, man. We had a good game, and shout out to the refs because they cheated us out one, man. That was bad refing, man. You got to let the kids learn and be fair on both sides. Shout out to my Jags, man.
Shout out to your Jags, baby. Oh, but special shout out to Drew Down. His birthday was Friday. Forgot to wish him a happy birthday. Happy belated to our main man, Drew Down.
Yeah.
Drew Down on the chat, man. He shows us a lot of love. I love Drew Down. So happy birthday. Hopefully you had a great birthday weekend. E in Redwood City. What's happening, E? Long time no talk.
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Just want to stop by and give a huge shout-out to my 14U Pop Warner Redwood City 49ers
Let's
team.
go.
Nice.
Took an L this weekend, but we back to the drawing board, bounce back vicious, man. Shout out to my boys. Let's get to work this week, boys. Let's get it.
There you go. And while you're there, 510 shout out to the 12U and 14U East Bay Panthers youth football from East Oakland. Went up to Sacramento and smashed the Grant Union Rams this past Saturday.
By the way, my boy Nance P, Mr. Foster's.
Yeah.
His son Fat did his thing again. 160 yards rushing.
Wow.
3 touchdowns for the DC Stars last Saturday playing at Westmore High School.
So he takes after his mother.
He takes after his mother. Definitely not after Nance P. Nance P was what you play, Nance P? Right tackle? D tackle.
Hey, he could be Orlando Pace.
He could be, but Fat is a running back.
Oh.
Fat gets it in, running between the tackles, showing his speed. 3 touchdowns for young Fat. I love it.
I don't know if I'm comfortable calling a child.
No, call him Fat. We got the nicknames, man. You know, you're from the hood, Chasky, right? St. Mary's Park. You know about all these
Wet
nicknames.
and Fat. These are the greatest names of all time.
Come on,
I'm
man.
a little uncomfortable calling.
No, don't be uncomfortable, man. I thought you was blacker than me. Jeff and Crocker, what's happening?
I never said that.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
What's up, Jeff?
Man, big fan of you guys. I listen to you guys every morning on my drive into the city. But I want to give a big shout out to my daughters at the Carondelet freshman volleyball team for winning back-to-back tournaments.
Yeah, I love
being
that.
19-3.
Nice. And while you're there, and we're talking a little, Catholic school love in high school, how about the Gil Haskell Trophy coming back to Reardon, beating St. Ignatius?
Oh, you're not an
down
SI guy
10
now, huh?
early in that game, found a way to battle back and put 40 on them boys.
Well, you know what? I'm going to shout out my guys at Sacred Heart Cathedral, the coaching staff, Antoine, Pat, Rio, the rest of you guys, AD, Caesar, which I had to go through this weekend to get Sarah High School.
Whoa.
I
I
just,
looked up,
you know,
it was 60-something nothing.
Yes, they lost
That's tough.
61-0. That's tough. Shout out to you
Sarah's
guys.
loaded.
Shout out to you guys for actually looking through the film and bouncing back. I know you guys are going to bounce back soon. Just win the Bruce this year. That's all you got to do. Go win the Bruce.
925. Shout out Sean Hockley for being a Nepo baby that will never be able to beat his dad in an arm wrestling match.
Wow.
By the way, Hockley's kid, not a good ref.
No, the referees are bad, period. George in Los Altos. George, what's happening, George?
Hey, fellas. I want to shout out to my daughter who's a freshman at Indiana this year, and she made the rowing team.
Oh, very cool.
And, yeah, they're like number 12 in the country, and so I'm proud of her. Even though she's a 4 handicap.
Whoa.
She won't go out. She won't go out for the golf team, dude. Killing me.
Whoa.
Proud of her.
Well, tell her I need her in a scramble upcoming.
Shout
I
out
need
to
a
the
fourth.
Shout out to the San Francisco Giants for ranking 17th in the major leagues in attendance. Their 2023 average is the lowest in a non-pandemic season in the 24-year ballpark history.
Are you serious?
Shout out to the Giants for losing all these fans. Well, it's funny how all these pieces coming out these days are basically on topics we've talked about the last 15 months. Apologies in order on the morning roast. It does sound like we know what we're talking about, huh? Not just hot take guys. Guys actually know what we're talking about. We should be in ownership and in the front office with the Giants. Dave Fleming was right. Maybe they should hire us.
I would, but my pocketbook is injured.
Your pocketbooks are injured, which means you could use a couple dimes for the Giants. You know, then this everybody's
We're a
talking about
revenue sharing team this year, guys.
And I don't buy that ownership is meant cheap. Ownership is given a green light to go get money deals, to go spend big money. And it ain't on that. They're spending money. It's not spending it wisely. And that's due to the GM or the president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi. Get to him a little bit later in the week. Injury report, Derek Carr suffered a sprained AC joint in his shoulder during the Saints' 18-17 loss in Green Bay yesterday. They were up 17-0. He gets hurt. Jameis comes in. They can't move the ball. Kicker misses a kick at the end of the game. Good news is the injury is not expected to be a season-ending injury. Carr was sacked in the third quarter by Rashawn Gary, who is back and is vicious, and he's playing at a high level for the Green Bay Packers. Went into the blue tent, walked off the field, did not return. So no timetable for his injury. A big blow to the New Orleans Saints. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Eric Crocker to talk about the 49ers and how good they have it. We'll get to Crocky in a second. I want to get into Steve Wilkes a little bit with him as well, what he's doing differently with this football team and his defense. That's coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
When the going gets tough, Ram trucks keep you going. Hurry in for great deals during Ram Power Days. Ram, built to serve. Get 0% financing for 72 months on the purchase of a 2023.
baby. Welcome to the roast on this fabulous Monday. You know how I feel about Mondays. My favorite day of the week because it sets the tone for the week. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. If you're at work, what is happening? Getting ready for work, what is happening? Teachers, students, cops, beer salesmen, you name it, the overnight dancers. Good morning to you all. Spinoni's back in the saddle here. Good to have Joe Spinoni back. Sam Lovitz here, feeling good about his Miami Hurricanes. Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to you all. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. I am Bonte Hill. We're having a great time talking about football today. We will get into Dwight Howard and the Golden State Warriors a little bit later in the program because I know Warrior fans are starting to get antsy. 29 days till the season opener. 29 days till the Warriors take on the Phoenix Suns. Training camp starts next week. We'll get into that a little bit later, but we're talking football here. We got our boy Crocker. It's Croc time here on the roast. We love Croc time. Sharpshooter Crocky on Twitter, at Eric_Crocker. Lockdown 49ers podcast. He says he's a washed-up football player, but the way he throws a football, the way he's in shape. I saw him in Chicago last year. Your boy Crocker didn't have an ounce of body fat, so I don't know if you washed up at all, Croc. Come on, man. Give yourself some credit here. But as we look around the league, and we'll get to the 49ers because they obviously had the day off yesterday after playing out Thursday Night Football. My thoughts looking around the league, boy, the Niners have it good with John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, this offensive defense because there's a lot of bad coaching, a lot of bad rosters out there. What was your big takeaway watching the league yesterday, Crocky, as you sat on your couch and watched the Red Zone?
My biggest takeaway is that the way the 49ers play football translates to be able to beat any of these teams. Now, we saw some teams do some explosive things, the Miami Dolphins, obviously the Kansas City Chiefs, and those guys will be formidable opponents if the 49ers go to the Super Bowl. But as it pertains to the rest of the league, and especially the NFC, I haven't seen anyone that scares me. You know, a lot of times, especially early in the season, you watch some teams and you're like, man, this team is cooking. They're really good.
Right.
It feels like that team is the 49ers in the NFC.
So what do you make of just where they're at right now in terms of weaknesses and strengths? It feels like the most balanced team they've had during the Shanahan era in terms of defense and offense complementing one another. Clearly, they got weapons galore. Where are the weaknesses right now on this team? Man,
they are extremely balanced. And I'd say this is, as far as the 49ers really getting ready and rolling early in the season, usually first 3-4 games, you kind of utilize that as kind of an extension of the preseason. Right. Guys aren't really playing, guys still trying to fit their roles. And the 49ers, their offense, I think it's so complicated, it usually takes a while to really start to hit the groove. They're hitting their groove early. And we've seen, moments, right, a quarter, maybe a half, where there's, a little bit of clunkiness to it. But then they figure it out, and maybe a lot of that has to do with Brock Purdy and how well he's kind of orchestrating this whole thing. But they're getting going early right now. They're running the ball well. They're throwing the ball very well. They're playing defense at every level. So far early on, this seems to be the most complete 49er team that I've seen in a lot of years. And not to try to be overly, excited about the team or say it's the best 49ers team ever. I think if you go player for player, you might find some better teams. But the way that this team is coached up and how they play football, it feels like they can play with a lot of 49er teams in the past.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Crocky, what did you think about the extensions for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on Friday? Kind of came out of nowhere. I get it. York wants stability in this organization. What was your first thoughts when you saw that come across the timeline Friday afternoon?
I had asked my co-host on Locked On 49ers, Brian Peacock, I said, is this something we were supposed to know about? Is this something that has been in the works? But my first initial reaction and question was, why? Why are they doing this right now? It feels like they just extended these guys. I mean, the initial contract was 6 years. Right. They would just be, finishing that up, last year. They got extended again. So it felt like they had several years on their contract. Was this kind of a panic move, or was this a move from York where he's just saying, you know what, I know what I have in these guys. They coach well. Everything is great. Everyone's in lockstep. Let's just continue to kind of give these guys a lifetime contract. But if I'm looking at how maybe other teams would do it, and maybe I shouldn't do that because so far with how a lot of the 49ers have done things, other teams might not follow that blueprint. But I think they would kind of make them wait. The ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And they haven't achieved that yet. Obviously, you see that this front office gives you a great opportunity to do that. And I'd say if you poll the fan base right now, they assume the 49ers are going to be in the mix, whether it's a conference championship appearance or a Super Bowl. So knowing you have a staff that has that kind of confidence in the fans, you should be excited, and I understand, extending them. But for me, it just feels a little too soon if you don't have to do it.
How many GMs, coaches in the history of sports is overcoming the Trey Lance trade and debacle? Like Darko Milicic in Detroit with Larry Brown, they won a championship. He didn't do anything, they whiffed on that, right? But like they didn't move heaven and earth to go get him. I can't think of anyone in the history of the game who's gotten an extension after a miss of this magnitude because they don't feel it at all.
Well, how many guys have found a quarterback by the name of Brock Purdy that was drafted with the last pick in the 2022 draft, right? Like that's the biggest piece in all of this. Like if Brock Purdy isn't drafted, Trey Lance is still a 49er quarterback and probably starting the season. Like that pushed him out of the door because of how well Brock played. So I think when you saw how well Brock played, it started to be clear. I think this guy's going to start next year. Like and nobody's going to doubt or question that. But yeah, it is weird in the sense of how much capital they use. I think it's even weirder when I start to dive into the way they went about even drafting Trey Lance first and foremost before you even get to Brock. Like just the thought process behind it. Once Kyle kind of started sharing some of that, I thought it was kind of awkward with the way they went about it. But I think that because of how they went about it, and again, we want to get into that, we can. But I think that made it easier to move off of.
Well, can we get into that for a second? Like, you kind of understand the process of getting ready to be drafted and what goes into it. For them, relying so much on his legs is part of the evaluation, and then to not run a 40, I don't know. There's just, I get there was COVID and everything. It's just the whole thing seemed very weird in retrospect.
Some of it might just be coach speak, but Kyle Shanahan came out and said the biggest thing they want to do is get under the cap at quarterback. They want to get cheaper so they can continue to build a juggernaut of a team around the quarterback, which they have done. I felt like if that was your goal, why are you moving up 3 picks for a quarterback and you don't even know who they're taking?
Yeah.
Right? And they said that they are 100% keeping Jimmy Garoppolo on that roster. I know he said the whole thing of, I don't know if we'll be alive on Sunday or whatever, but he said going into that draft, like their expectations were to play Jimmy Garoppolo that year because it would be very difficult for any rookie to just flat out beat him out, which I understand it, and I agree with that as well. So if that's your thought process, hey, I'm going in with Jimmy no matter what. He's our guy, and we feel like as long as he's healthy, he can lead us to a championship game. Why are you trading up? Why are you using 3 first-round picks on a quarterback? Why not wait and sit and see, all right, who falls to us? And if you don't like the guys that fall to you, which we know Mac Jones would have, and they probably would have liked him, but if you don't like the guys that fall to you, then, all right, you get another crack at it next year, but you planned on playing Jimmy this year anyway. So, like, just their whole philosophy of trading, not being all in on a quarterback, calling Aaron Rodgers the night before or his people to see if he's available, that lets you know they were never all in on any part of the process that goes into really drafting and developing a quarterback, especially with how much they gave up. So Trey Lance kind of never had a true opportunity that people think he got.
Eric Crocker. It is Croc time here on the Morning Roast. At Eric_Crocker on Twitter, of course, or X, whatever the hell they call it. Locked On 49ers podcast with Brian Peacock. And I always thought they were in on Deshaun Watson that offseason once they missed out on Stafford, but things happened with Deshaun Watson. Maybe they got some intel on that. I was like, oh, we can't do that around here. So anyway, Trey Lance is gone. Niners are rolling right now. They're 3-0. They take on the Arizona Cardinals, who got their attention yesterday by beating the Dallas Cowboys. You can't sleep on them. But I do want to get on Shanahan for a second, because we're watching Jimmy G last night with the Las Vegas Raiders, and we've been up and down that roller coaster ride. Does Shanahan get elevated just by the way Jimmy Garoppolo played yesterday? Like, oh, wait, it was maybe a little more Shanahan than Jimmy G with the success the Niners had.
That's exactly the comment I just got from someone. I talked about Jimmy Garoppolo, and I said, this is setting up to be a classic Jimmy G moment. He does just enough to where you feel like you're out of it. The team hangs around. He gets the ball back with limited time, goes down and scores, and now he looks like the hero, even though he's the one that kind of dug it. That's what it felt like was going to happen. And it didn't happen that way. And somebody said, well, doesn't have Kyle Shanahan now. And now he's just one of the more overrated quarterbacks in the NFL. And I said, you know what? That's a good point. How much of how these quarterbacks play and how we view them, even like Brock Purdy right now. I saw someone talking about his numbers, and they are astounding. But if any other quarterback has these numbers that Brock has, he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Why is Brock not viewed as a top 5 quarterback? I think a lot of it has to do with Kyle Shanahan and people understanding his part, the part that he plays in the quarterback position. He kind of just needs a puppet, do what I say, see the field the way I see it. And if you can do those things and execute it, this offense will be cooking. And I think that's what we're seeing for the 49ers offense, scoring 30 points in 3 straight games, averaging over 30 points a game with Brock Purdy at quarterback. He's like the highest or second highest quarterback in QBR. Completion percentage through the roof. Explosive plays are there. I mean, it's really kind of crazy the level of play that he gets out of guys that aren't Patrick Mahomes type talented, that aren't Justin Herbert or some of these guys. I watched Justin Herbert roll out to his left and throw this fireball across the field like 30 yards. You're not supposed to be able to do that. College quarterback can't do that. They can do whatever Kyle says he needs him to do, and that works.
Well, he might not be Brock Purdy might not be able to do what Justin Herbert can do in terms of like straight line throwing the ball down the field. And he's got a unique set of skills. But the way he takes on the blitz with that backpedaled throw and then spins around to where he doesn't get hit. He did it 3 separate times. The Kittle completion and then both touchdown passes. It's got like a shortstop baseball-esque kind of a backpedal throw feel to it, but then the ability to protect himself and not take a huge shot, and then the ball placement was on point. I mean, we could talk a lot about what he isn't, but what he is a guy who makes plays with dudes right in his face.
Man, he gets it. And one of the things that I've been like growing a lot of confidence in Brock Purdy with is he's just a gamer. He's going to go out there. He's going to make plays. He's going to make throws. A couple of times now, I'd say some of his most impressive throws were like drops, right? You look at last year in the playoffs against the Seahawks. He runs around, makes an amazing play on the move, and Brandon Knight drops it in the back of the end zone. Like, that was the only place that he could place that ball. He got it there, and he didn't come down with it. That happened the other night against the Giants, where he throws a beautiful fade to Christian McCaffrey, versus pressure, versus the blitz, right in his face. In the only spot that he could throw it, gave his guy an opportunity to catch it. He actually caught it and got punched out, so I don't want to put all the blame on McCaffrey for the drop, but that just shows kind of the level of confidence that Brock Purdy continues to have in himself and how that grows. And so far from what I've seen, it hasn't wavered, and I think that's the biggest thing. You know, I watched Justin Fields yesterday, and you start to see Justin Fields feel it, right? Like, he's starting to feel that, like, this is not going well. This isn't going good. And maybe it helped out Kyle, because when it wasn't going well against the Giants the other day, Kyle said, hold on, here we go. We're going to throw some screens to Debo, throw some screens to Christian McCaffrey, then we're going to get you in the groove. And all of a sudden you see Brock's play take off. But I haven't seen, like, a look in his face that he feels overwhelmed. And that's probably one of the better compliments you can give a young quarterback.
Yeah, you know, Justin Fields is in a bad place when he starts talking after the game saying, you know, I'm starting to appreciate the little things in life. It's just bigger. And I'm like, uh-oh, this guy's done mentally. Real quick, we'll get one more for you, Crocky, because you are a DB and you know the defensive side of the football as well as the offensive side. Steve Wilks. Look, we thought when Robert Saleh moved on, there'd be a drop-off from Robert Saleh to DeMeco Ryans. Wasn't any drop-off. DeMeco Ryans goes to Houston. What is Steve Wilks going to bring to the table? What is he doing differently than those other 2 D coordinators, because they're still playing at a high level? They held the Giants to 150 total yards. That doesn't get talked about enough. 150 total yards in an NFL game, especially in today's game, that's some pretty damn good defense. What is he doing schematically differently than those other 2 D coordinators so far?
I don't think he's doing anything different. I think he's doing the same thing they did, and is listening to Kyle Shanahan. I think Kyle Shanahan is the real defensive coordinator.
Really?
All right. I think Kyle's the defensive coordinator. Kyle brought in Wilks and said, this is the defense I want you to run. I want you to run it like that. That's the same thing he did with Robert Saleh. Like, he went, found Robert Saleh because he knew that defense. He went after one guy, couldn't get him, then said, okay, let's get Robert Saleh. Robert, this is the defense I want you to play. You know it. You understand it. Let's build a team around that. And then they have transitioned into more of a 2-high team over the years. But when they went and got Wilks, it was with the thought of, this is the type of defense I want you to run. If I'm not mistaken, he sits in on some of these meetings and gets guys to understand, hey, this is how I would attack it. This is what you should do, et cetera. And I think he's kind of the key piece in how well the defense has been. Yeah.
No different, because I saw a couple clips that I think you posted, retweeted, and seeing everybody tweet maybe some 5-man lines, like you see Philadelphia on first and second down where they're running 5 defensive linemen at the line. I saw a couple of that, but nothing different, though. No sweeping changes, huh?
I think all defenses, for the most part, they kind of end up being somewhat similar. You know, you do what you have to do, whether it's a bear front, and there's some things that some wrinkles you'll throw in, but just the overall philosophy of what they're doing and probably a lot of how they want to play defense, I bet Kyle has a big hand in that.
Wow.
And exactly like, hey, this is what I feel like will work against these type of offenses, probably having those meetings. And then Wilks, obviously, he is the coordinator. You know, it's on him to make those in-game adjustments. I think they did a really good job of that against the Rams, right? Where you're getting picked apart, you kind of sit back, and maybe Kyle's like, hey, this ain't working. Fix this. This is what you need to do. You see Wilkes come out second half. He starts to line up guys at the line of scrimmage. They do drop some guys off sometimes, but they brought 5. They brought pressure a lot more, and that made it a little bit more difficult on Matthew Stafford, who clearly he sees the field extremely well. I thought he was going to be washed. He's not washed.
Yeah,
he looks phenomenal.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But I think Kyle has a big hand in how the defense is played. So if there are some changes in it, I think it's changes that Kyle Shanahan ends up kind of implementing, and then Wilkes is able to execute that. And that's why Kyle's guys keep getting jobs.
Right. No doubt. That's very good insight there from Eric Crocker. Follow him, man. It is worth it. He knows what he's talking about. Locked On 49ers podcast with our buddy Brian Peacock, of course. Underdog Fantasy. Gives out some picks, player props, all that stuff. Crocky is a good guy, man. Knows the game inside and out. And we thank you for the time as always, man. We love Croc time here on The Roast.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks,
Anytime,
buddy.
man. Eric Crocker, man. Check him out on Twitter at Eric_Crocker. That is very, very interesting, man. That enlightens me a little bit. Shanahan having a hand on the defense. So, we think about the Sean McVays of the world, right? The Zach Taylors, the Kevin O'Connells, and they're like, they're offensive guys. They don't even look at the defense here. Kyle was getting that label at some point as well. It's like, he has nothing to do with the defense. He's all offense.
Well, but
that enlightens me.
He did also, like, multiple times say he loves drafting defensive linemen in the first round.
Yep. He does. He wants to build his team. He brought up the Madden analogy. When I build a franchise, man, I would do the defense.
Exactly.
But having insight and having some
interesting
a hand in there, because Steve Wilkes, I'm thinking, okay, maybe he's a little more aggressive than D'Amico or Robert Saleh. Maybe he blitzes a little more. What is the difference? What's the staple of a Steve Wilkes defense? And Crocky's like, well, it's not really any changes because Shanahan wants his defense played a certain way. So he's got his hands all over everything. That's impressive to me.
But as every great businessman does, right? Like anyone who's running a successful business, now, do they empower people to do great at their job? Absolutely. But, like, of course you're going to be there. They say one of the hallmarks of great small business owners is, like, they're there. You know what I mean? Like, every day. Not that they're a slave to their own business, and that's probably not the right word to use, but, like, they're there every single day, and they're helping out on little decisions.
Right.
And if they have to, they can be the short order cook if need be, or they could also run the register and run this. I'm not surprised. When we talk about Belichick, I mean, I'm surprised that it's taken this long for us to come to the realization, but I'm not surprised that he's actually doing it. Like, Belichick is great because he could physically coach every single position.
No doubt about that.
Right? And so, I mean, who better to kind of talk up what kind of defense they want than someone who's, I don't know, looking at defenses all across the league and knowing what's difficult to go up against?
No doubt. No, I think Shanahan and it feels like we're elevating them even more, and deservedly so, because, look, this team is humming right now. They're 3-0. They're one of the top teams in the NFL. But the fact is, it's like, hey, I want my defense. This is the style I want to play. Can you run it? Can you run my principles? Where a lot of coaches, again, Sean McVay, we see him, defense is on the field. He's sitting next to the quarterback, not even watching the defense. You know what I'm saying? And I thought Shanahan got thrown in that boat. I know what he said about building a defensive line. I agree with that, and which is why he drafted Javon Kinlaw. We try to harp on that. And it was like, well, why does he draft all these defensive linemen? That's what Shanahan wants to do. But when I'm watching him, when the defense is on the field, he's kind of looking at his Microsoft Surface. Yeah, sure, he's watching the game. But again, he gets put in that label with those other guys where it's just offense only, offense only, offense only, offense only. And that is enlightening me. And he's saying, wow, maybe I didn't give him enough credit for being a better overall head coach and not just being an offensive-minded head coach.
I totally hear where you're coming from. But he also strikes me as a control freak.
Yeah.
I kind of love him for it because I'm a control freak, so I can understand.
You know, somebody on Twitter.
All the coaches are.
Yeah, they're all control freaks.
Like,
there's levels to it.
Look at Sean Payton. I mean, he's going down in flames. You don't think he's a control freak? Yeah, they're all control freaks.
No, he is. We're going to segue to Dwight Howard in a second here.
This guy doesn't even like, Shanahan doesn't even like when you audible at the line.
No, he doesn't.
Run the play I called. Exactly the way I called it.
It's unbelievable, man. So
of course he's got some influence on defense. But it is interesting to hear it out loud.
No, no doubt.
To hear it out loud.
Up until Crocker,
it's a good point.
I had nobody's hasn't been out in front of that.
No, it's a good point.
Eric Crocker with the analysis there. That's the first person I've ever heard say that. And we're 7 years into the Shanahan era. And Eric Crocker's the first guy to say that. I've heard say that, saying, this is Shanahan's defense too. Well, he's a defensive coordinator and offensive coordinator.
You're wearing so many hats all at once. And Shanahan, he's got the player personnel stuff, right? He doesn't do all of it, but he's got some say on that.
Right.
He's clearly doing the offense. Clearly.
Right.
He's clearly helping out on a lot of other areas because, like, special teams, you don't think he was in on Moody?
He loved Moody.
Of course he did.
I like Jake Moody.
I do believe he's in on the defense to some level. And also, like, if you look at like how someone like Fred Warner talks about Kyle Shanahan, that doesn't strike me as a relationship that's, oh, you do your thing on that side of the building, I do my thing over here on this side of the building, and we very rarely interact. It feels like his players on defense truly do love him.
Yeah, no doubt.
So to me, it means that he's around them.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Thoughts around the league after watching football yesterday with the 49ers having a day off. They got to scout the Cowboys and Cardinals, their next two opponents. I got to watch it right there.
Can't wait
right
for the
there.
Cowboy game.
And, well, don't overlook the Cardinals because they're playing hard. And you know what? Gannon,
I'm not.
If I'm not mistaken, Gannon was a guy in Philadelphia when fans were like, "Oh, Gannon, what do you got? Gannon goes, we're gonna gut these guys." I want to dominate Gannon. I want to send a message to Arizona. I want to send a message to Gannon saying, you're coaching in the wrong division. You got no hope in the NFC West. It's time to send a message to the Cardinals.
I kind of like the plucky Cardinals.
Well, you know what? I want to dominate them.
Do you hear the what's going on around them? Apparently, Kyler's going to be ready earlier than they originally had anticipated. And now they have a decision as to whether to shut him down and basically not play him purposely, or if they're going to let him back in. Like, they made him a captain, and it felt like they made him a captain so that other teams around the league would trade for him. I don't know. I find it interesting. They've got a decision to make coming up.
They do. We got 4 downs with you, right? 4 downs coming up.
Yes.
We got a special
Instead
4
of
downs.
college, because we'll do that later in the week. NFL thoughts from my couch yesterday as I was folding laundry, watching the rest of the league going,
by the way,
we're already 3-0.
Something I want our roasters to think about. Just this 20-second clip real quick. We'll go right to break.
What is it?
Offset from Migos. Remember formerly Amigos Offset?
Yeah.
This is very interesting.
You brush your teeth before breakfast or after breakfast?
After breakfast.
Thank you.
You do that shit before, your food get to tasting like mint and
Thank you.
Your food be nasty.
Orange juice be
you got orange
clean
juice.
as hell.
Ooh, orange juice with a toothpaste. Ooh. Hell no. Eggs with the toothpaste mouth.
Ooh. People to think about that. Brush your teeth before breakfast or after breakfast. I personally brush mine before breakfast. They brought some very interesting points about that.
Well, you're making it out. Well, you know what? Let's talk about the other side because I want to break this down.
That's coming up, sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Store.
Fall is almost here, and at
food get to tasting like mint and
Thank you.
the food be nasty.
Orange juice be.
You got orange
Clean
juice.
as hell.
Ooh, orange juice with a toothpaste. Ooh. Hell no. Eggs with the toothpaste mouth.
Ooh.
That is Offset, formerly of Migos. One of the greatest bands of all time, Migos. Shout out to the Migos in Atlanta. Rest in peace, Takeoff. Love me some
Loosely
Quavo.
defined band.
I mean, come on, man.
What instruments are they playing?
Man, love me some Migos, man. Bad Bougie still hits.
Yeah.
Hotel Lobby. Oh my gosh, I love me some Migos, man.
To me, I define them as a group. But whatever.
Down a group, whatever. You know me. I'm just taking it.
So, okay, you're asking me the question.
Offset had a video. He goes, man, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? We're getting right back into sports. Trust me. Football, and then a little bit of Dwight Howard and Kendra Andrews at 9:20 from ESPN. She's all over the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr, Mike Dunleavy Jr. going to speak today at around 1 o'clock, 1:30. And then training camp starts next Tuesday. Media days next Monday. So start to ramp up some basketball talk mixed in with the 49ers. And I told you, the Giants are yesterday's news. I don't want to hear about the Dodger series at all. But do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast, Sasky?
Well, okay, so can we establish some truths?
Let's establish some truths.
The truth. I'm not big on breakfast.
Okay.
Okay, that's number one.
Okay.
So normally I don't eat breakfast. Now, in this profession, I'll give you like a day in the life of JOE here at 95.7 The Game.
Right.
I wake up, I shower and brush in the shower simultaneously, okay? I usually have a full bottle of water from the time I wake up until I leave the house.
Right.
I sometimes make coffee at the house, but now I'm all in like this espresso hype.
Right.
I'll order my Starbucks espresso. I go and get it. Okay. So I've already brushed. I drink my espresso on the way in. I sit down. I relax. I don't eat till 2 to 4 hours until after I've woken up. So by then it's.
I'm calling cap on Chasky not eating breakfast because he smashes food. He smashes. I mean, you eat a lot. I'm
up at like 4.
Yeah,
3:45, 4.
If you were working a night show, you'd be up at 6, 7 in the morning eating some donuts or something. So you eat breakfast.
Guys,
I'm calling cap on that.
I typically eat my food in the 7 o'clock window, correct?
This morning you ate it, I think, after the pregame show. So around 6 o'clock?
Yeah. So I've been up for multiple hours.
I've seen Shasky smash food at all hours of the day.
There's no doubt. But we're going like the normal days, right? So like multiple hours. Now, here's what I will say. And this is maybe the weirdo part of me. I'm obsessed with the flossing. That is one thing I do a lot of. I do a lot of flossing.
Gotta keep those gums right.
You know those plastic things with the little like floss on it that you stick in?
Those are not good though for you.
Why?
You got to use. They say those are like bad for your gums. That's what dentists told me. They told me not to use those. Yeah, so I just use the flossy.
Well,
I got
these
the
have
water
the floss
flosser too.
that little floss.
Yeah,
in
I know
them
what you're talking about.
with the little U.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, I use those all the time, and I do a lot of mouthwash throughout the day. I am like meticulous about not having stuff in between my teeth.
Right, Shasky will eat while talking on there. I do agree with that. You see, Steve. Listen, do you brush before or after? Now I brush before. Now there's some days, and I'm not going. Look, we tell the truth on the morning roast.
Okay.
And I'm ashamed to admit this.
What's that?
There's sometimes if I get up and it's like, hey, there's some eggs and some toast ready to go, and there's coffee.
She makes breakfast like that?
Not all. I made
my wife
yesterday.
never does that. And I love you, Michelle, but that's not her gig.
Well, you know what I mean? That's why Anna's a real
She'll
one.
make a great dinner, but breakfast is usually, I'm up first.
That's why Anna may get a ring before the 49ers do.
Oh.
And the 49ers may get a ring in February. Who knows?
Is Ian Rappaport breaking that news?
No,
or?
Bonte Hill's breaking that news.
Sources.
Listen.
Is that why we're bringing Kendra on? She going to break that news?
No, no, I will break that neuse. Listen. There's sometimes she'll be like, babe, breakfast is up, and I'll just get up and go eat the breakfast. Without brushing my teeth. And I'm like, damn, my mouth feels a little weird.
Well, is that like on like a Saturday or is that on a regular day?
Well, obviously we work 5 days
That's
a
what I'm
week
saying.
and early in the morning, so Saturday, Sundays.
Yeah, well, I consider like off days are different, right? Like,
Right.
There are some days that are like I call sweat and t-shirt days where you just like, I'm just going to be nasty and just chill out and not do anything.
Right. So the question is, in our Twitter poll right now, at Morning Roast 957, do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast?
But now here's the bigger question I have for you.
So far, 52% says after breakfast.
Interesting. Well, I think that's a lot of people are like, again, consuming breakfast at home. We don't consume breakfast at home 5 days out of the week, correct?
Right, we don't.
Right.
But
I'm sure other people have different habits.
We did consume breakfast like normal people for a long time.
And I owe it. First thing I do, again, shower. First thing I do every morning, shower, and brush my teeth simultaneously.
Yeah, I shower. I brush my teeth in the shower.
Yeah,
too.
me too. And then before I go to bed, I like to brush my teeth or floss, brush my teeth, mouthwash, drink a little water, go to bed. That's what I do every night.
Grady Bonte's waiting for Julie's sponsor first to propose. I would be back.
Shane Company sponsorship. Hi, I'm Bonte Hill.
Diamond Center.
Approved
For all of my marriages, I go to Shane Co.
Diamond Center. Does soda make rings? SOTAweightloss.com. You know, their rings are probably state of the art.
There is, I think, no worse stigma.
Come on, give me that.
It's not bad.
You like that.
It's not bad. I didn't want to give you the love.
Yeah, come on. You got to give me the love for that one.
There's no worse stigma than being the bad breath person.
No, oh my God.
It's probably the worst stigma. And you know
yes.
who you are.
Yes. You don't want to get close. Like, boy,
halitosis.
Oh, man, that boy breath is hawking.
Yeah, the worst.
Yeah.
And back in my smoking days, fire-breathing dragon, your boy. So I constantly had the mints and the gums and all those things to try to hide it. Now, the move that I did when I was in sales, the mouthwash in the car.
Right. Oh, yes.
That's clutch. You got to have the mouthwash.
You got to have that.
With the sanitizer in the car.
No doubt. You got to have that at all points. Morning Roast, at Morning Roast 957. At Morning Roast 957. Do you brush your teeth before or after breakfast? A lot of people snitching on themselves right now. I'm not going to judge you. 40 votes in, 55% says after breakfast.
But when you agree, it's about your habits, though.
Yeah, it is about your habits, but Offset makes a great point. Before we move on here to 4 downs, here's Offset again.
You brush your teeth before breakfast or after breakfast?
After breakfast.
Thank you.
You do that shit before, your food get to tasting like mint and
Thank you.
Your food be nasty.
Orange juice be
you got orange juice. Ooh, orange juice with a toothpaste. Ooh. Hell no. Eggs with the toothpaste mouth.
Ooh.
I can't get enough of Offset, especially Roger Goodell. Thank you, Offset. The face Offset makes in the video, too. Ooh. So, this is a funny comment. Sorry, Lubman, but you got to get this straight here. AJ Cruz, 75. The only rings Lubman knows are onion rings. That's pretty good. It's not fair. And Lubman's okay with that. Lubman's not ready to get married. That was funny. That was kind of funny.
Sam is not fat, by the way. He's very toned back
I'm
here.
curious how many onion rings AJ Cruz is pounding away.
Right. Whoa.
Get him, Sam.
Whoa. Well, Rocco just texted us, your boy Rocco. He says, before breakfast, except on weekends.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's because of your habits, right? Like, I just don't understand. Like, most people are like scrambling in the morning, like in terms of like getting rushed and ready. I don't know about you guys, but like most normal family situations, like, all right, everybody get up, we got to go, get in the car. Like, you're in this huge fight with your kids to just get up and get ready to go to school. And so, like, you brush your teeth. You know, here's some food. Let's go. Boom. Let's do this. Like you're in a mad rush. So if you don't brush your teeth right off the rip, you're done.
Right. Yeah. Frustration. You brush your teeth at night to keep your teeth. You brush your teeth in the morning to keep your friends.
I like that.
Oh, man.
Well,
depends. If you live in a 2-story house, you were brushing before breakfast. Ain't climbing the stairs again.
I never even considered that, like climbing the stairs.
People are lazy. They don't even walk up their own stairs and brush their teeth again. What if you brush them twice, before and after breakfast? Is that okay? I don't mind that.
I don't see why not. Like, there are certain meals that I'll eat. For example, when I do this shake thing with the blueberries and the fresh blueberries. You'll get nothing but blueberries all up in your mouth. And so I have to, and that's with the kale. I do the kale and all that. And you get green and blue. You have to brush immediately after that. Yeah. You have to.
Well, I think a lot of people fall into where I fall. So I brush my teeth in the shower. It's easy. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So usually, are you eating before you take a shower after? So usually for me, and we're all morning guys, so we're showering first and then obviously you brush your teeth in there.
Plus, when we wake up, we're waking up the whole house, which is probably different than most people. I'm sure most people, like, they get up and then they wake their kids up or whatever. Like, we're up and it's like quietly, like a cat burglar trying to like sneak out of the house with no one hearing us.
We're walking on eggshells. You don't want to wake up the baby. You don't wake up at 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Before 100%, before breakfast, that tongue be yellow in the morning. Offset tripping. Tongue do be bad. Sometimes you get that morning breath, man. You could taste it. You're like, oh, I need to get up right now. Anyway.
Now, like when we have people up at the cabin up the Russian River, there are days where like everybody's in their, what are they called, your robe, and we're kind of just chilling because we've only got the one shower up there, and it's kind of like,
I'm not a robe guy.
Well, when you're on vacation and other people are there, it's probably decent to be wearing a robe.
I just like to walk around in boxers, but that's just
There's something about the Tony Soprano in me. I like to walk around in my robe up the cabin and open the deck and just like stand there with my coffee mug as my dogs are going to the restroom and just kind of survey the property.
Yeah, I just like to wear hoop shorts, no shirt.
Well, that's
like I run hot, so it's like,
when you have other people there, you know, common decency is cover up the taco meat.
If it's your house, you can wear what you want.
Yeah, right. Taco
but
meat
I'm
ain't
not trying to come
nobody.
out and, you know.
No, I do. I have the in-laws over. I'm wearing my wife beater, my sweat shorts, my flip flops. That's fine.
Yeah.
Come on.
By the way, we got to find a new word for wife
Horrible,
beater.
by the way.
Yeah,
it's just awful, but we still use it. So I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I hate using it now because
I refrain from even saying that.
He looked at me. He looked at me like, "Are we still allowed to say that?" Probably not.
The PC
but that's
Mafia,
what they're called.
PC Mafia will come and get you. All right, let's get the 4 down territory. Will this make 4 down territory? I got to just play it because we need a little chuckle.
Garoppolo deep down the field and put it up for grabs. Adams gets it yards. It is intercepted. Wallace gets the 2 feet down. He's got another pick, and the Steelers are going to come away with the victory.
Is that going to make 4 down territory? NFL edition, Joe Shasky, the butcher, take it away.
All right, instead of college, we're doing the NFL like Bonte alluded to. First down. 4 opinions that we have on 4 different things going on in the NFL. Bonte, your Green Bay Packers, your Jordan Love, biggest comeback in fourth quarter history for the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Love down 17 at one point in this game. His first win at Lambeau. LaFleur looking good.
No Christian Watson, no Aaron Jones, no Bakhtiari, no Jair Alexander.
Unbelievable. I am really enjoying what I'm seeing from my man LaFleur. Let's play a highlight.
Make it look like man and then just fall back in his zone and pass off some of those routes.
Love on third down to the end zone. What a catch! Touchdown! Love to Dobbs.
Jonathan Vilma, Kenny Albert on the call for Fox Sports. Vilma's getting better and better. Saints blow a 17-0 lead. Shasky, as you just alluded to, they lose. They go to 2-1. The Packers now improved to 2-1, and they host the Detroit Lions on Thursday Night Football at Lambeau Field. It's a monster matchup in Week 4.
What do you think about your boy Jay Love?
I think the Packers are going to be a playoff team. You know, I told you. I said everybody was sleeping on the Packers, and I'm thinking to myself, why? You just lost Aaron Rodgers, who was terrible last year for the Packers, and that cloud was lifted in that locker room. Everybody in that locker room was like, all right, 12's gone. Let's just play football. We don't have to answer questions every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year about whether or not Aaron Rodgers is going to retire, whether or not he's with us. Jordan Love's part of that team. Rodgers is not part of that team. The receivers didn't even know Aaron Rodgers. Packers, big game against the Lions. I think they may win it too. Look out for them in the NFC North.
For my city folk, Bonte's favorite love right now is Jordan Love, since his last favorite love, Justin Love, from Sacred Heart Cathedral, who went to St. Louis and blew out Kenyon Martin's knee.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go to second down. Second down. I have never smiled more watching a team lose than watching the Denver Broncos get 70 hung up on them as Russell Wilson and Sean Payton are wallowing in misery. Hit me with the highlights, Spadoni.
They got their work cut out for me to get over this. Because think about it. Ocho, what's your most lopsided loss?
Lopsided?
Let's just say you lost 40-10.
Right.
Ocho, they got beat by 50.
Yeah.
70 in an NFL game. That's a Madden score. People score 70 in Madden.
Wait, it's hard to score 70 in Madden unless you playing on rookie mode. Now, if you playing on rookie mode, you can put up 70. You playing on all Madden, you ain't putting what we saw today. This is for the people. I'm a gamer. I play Madden.
Okay.
I'm a gamer, and I'm telling you now. If you are really good at the game, you might get 24 points or 28 if you're playing against somebody that is equally as good as you. Putting up a 70 ball, yeah, maybe if you're 5 years old, then you put up 70. But ain't nobody putting up no 70 no Madden game.
So what Ocho just told you, ladies and gentlemen at home, that the Broncos was on rookie mode.
Right now, what are the emotions like going through your head personally?
It's tired of losing, man. I've been here for 7 years, and all I've done is lost, and it's frustrating.
I know that you said it's embarrassing, but this is kind of an historic game.
I'm aware.
Third time the team has scored 70 points over 700.
What's the question? What's the question?
How do you feel about it being
I just finished telling you.
Historically embarrassing.
Next question.
What a nightmare Denver has. The Walmart family, good luck with this. You owe $165 million to Russell Wilson and $20+ million a year to Sean Payton. Good luck, Denver.
Good luck, Denver Broncos. That was Mike McDaniel, Vic Fangio. You think they wanted some of that? You think they could have scored 73? Third highest point total in NFL history. Most points scored in NFL games since 1966, Bedoni.
Well, and apparently, I forgot about this too. When Sean Payton was working for Fox Sports, he said that Teddy Bridgewater should take over for Tua last year.
No, he did. He said Tua's not ready to go. That was in September of last year. And then Tua, of course, started off 16-16 for over 200 yards. They had 35 points at the half. They scored another 35 points in the second half. Tua Tagovailoa, 23-26, 309 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. Wow. Backup quarterback Mike White, remember him?
Yeah, Mike White.
He went 2 for 2 for 67 yards and a touchdown and threw a 68-yard touchdown pass. I mean, 726 total yards.
Fonte, can we at least appreciate? I've gotten a lot of things wrong. I was right about Sean Payton.
Yeah, you've been all over the fraud account.
All summer I've been bashing this guy.
Fraud account. He is a fraud.
He is Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, he is.
They're the same guy.
You're right.
All right, let's go on to third down.
Go ahead.
Third down. We're doing 4 NFL opinions from yesterday's game. As an arrogant Niner fan who's 3-0, I'm sitting there watching, and I'm watching Jimmy G. And I'm saying to myself, Jimmy G. Look, earlier this year, I said maybe I was too harsh on him because I rode Jimmy G all the time for his decision making. And I elevated Kyle Shanahan, and we argued a lot about Shanahan and Jimmy G. Well, let me tell you right now, Shanahan has won the war. It's over. Call the fight. It's over. And then Josh McDaniels. Is there a bigger fraud who Tom Brady got jobs for more? Charlie Weiss looks down on Josh McDaniels. Bill O'Brien thinks Josh McDaniels doesn't know what he's doing. Josh McDaniels, you're down 8. You're down 8. You're in the red zone. You haven't stopped a nosebleed as an organization on defense for 20 years. For 20 years. And you kick a field goal?
Not once, but twice. They got a first down on the first one.
And someone explained to me what Josh McDaniels is good at, other than eating at the buffet in Vegas.
Oh, that's not fair.
Give me a highlight or a low light right now.
Deep down the field and put it up for grabs. Adams gets it yards. It is intercepted. Wallace gets the 2 feet down. He's got another pick, and the Steelers are going to come away with the victory.
It's all those Steeler fans. Mike Tirico on the call for NBC. By the way, Josh McDaniel, does he need soda? SOTA, weightloss.com.
My guy's losing his hair, and he's put on pounds. You're done, dog. You're never getting another head coaching job again.
We can always go back to New England and be the offensive coordinator, apparently.
The visor with the chubby face is a hard look to pull off. You really can't do it.
I told you he can't use a high ground.
Hide it, huh?
The poor guy. You've got Josh Jacobs and Devontae, and you struggle to score 15 every week.
Well, Devontae's going to get...
He's an old-timer?
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo's playing quarterback. Devontae's not like... That medicine ball he threw at the second half reminded me of the Sunday night game. Remember Jimmy Garoppolo threw 4 straight medicine balls at him? Not only were their 49ers getting hurt, Green Bay Packers were getting hurt. It was nothing but car wrecks.
He made Patrick Peterson look young. I mean, it's unbelievable. Let's go to fourth down. Let's do this. It's fourth down. Now, Bonte, I don't know if you know this. I like to save my play calls for the very end. And I saved my best material for fourth down.
Oh, boy.
How about the Cowboys? Losing to the Arizona Cardinals and Joshua Dobbs.
Oh, my gosh. It's so bad.
Rondale Moore alive?
Hollywood Brown? James Conner, the Terminator?
The Cardinal coach got water dumped on him after the game. I couldn't believe it.
They were basically playing a road game, too.
How about America's team, the Arizona Cardinals, huh?
Oh, my gosh.
Prescott looks, takes off. Dak Prescott throws, incomplete. And the Cardinals hold on fourth down. So the gamble comes up empty for Mike McCarthy.
Did you hear that, Bonte? Did you hear that? Those are the loud drum beats of the Trey Lance hype.
By the way, Trey Lance with a nice new haircut, man.
Hey.
Hairline looks good.
Why do I say this with all sincerity? Dak's a good player. Game on the line. I actually think I'm taking Jimmy G over Dak.
Oh, my gosh. Well, they do call Dak Prescott the black Jimmy G, just without all the women. That's what they said.
Tony, why does that make you laugh so much?
I mean, that's what they call it.
But are you Jimmy G if you don't get women? I mean, that's like, hey, you're the next Elton John without the talent. Like,
That's
what?
for my boy.
Then you're not Elton John.
Repa on Twitter, 229 El Genero. Dak is a black Jimmy G, just without all the women. And I'm paraphrasing there because he says something else. But, I mean, what was he looking at on that interception? The middle linebacker for the Cardinals, number 7. We'll figure out his name at some point. The guy was running a route for the guy. What was he looking at? Oh, Dak Prescott. Oh, my gosh.
They're calling him the Black Derek Carr.
Oh, my gosh. No.
That's not bad. That's a better comp, probably.
Right. Well, they both throw interceptions.
Look at. You know what the whole point of the 4-down territory was?
What?
Niner fans, enjoy what we have.
Yeah, no doubt.
Look around the league right now.
No doubt.
Look at the chaos. And look, we might get chaotic at some point down the year. Stuff might happen, injuries, something catastrophic. Like, it's football. Crazy stuff happens. For one weekend where our team wasn't playing on a Sunday and you didn't have that Monday game to fret over, how great was it to just enjoy football and know you're at the top of the division?
No doubt. And I'm surprised Brendan Staley didn't make the list because he went for it. Brendan Staley.
I mean, come on.
I mean, I still wouldn't let him on the charter plane. Who is he?
He's the photo in Back to the Future that keeps evaporating and coming back to life based off the stuff that's happening in the present.
Poor Charger fans.
Go Chargers, go.
But I'm surprised this guy, Kevin O'Connell for the Vikings, didn't make it. The head coach of the Vikings. Listen to him. So
give it to me.
The Vikings get a first down. So first of all, Brandon Staley gives him a gift. He goes for it on 4th and 1 from his own 28-yard line. When Vikings have no timeouts and they're up 4.
And they've run for 24 yards in the game.
All day.
And they use a guy no one's ever heard of.
And he runs a fullback dive. He runs a fullback dive into the teeth of the defense. Right? So the Vikings get another shot. They had red zone opportunity after red zone opportunity after red zone opportunity. So they finally get a shot at the end of the game. The end of the game, 1st and 10 at the 24. They get a first down. It's 1st and goal at the Chargers 6. But for some reason, they don't spike it to preserve clock. Here's Kevin O'Connell's explanation on why they didn't spike it.
My thought was to not waste a play on the clock, just to have as many chances at it. We have elements of our offense to go fast. What had happened right there is the crowd was obviously very loud. Kirk was having a tough time hearing me. We eventually just took too long, obviously, to get that call off and trying to use one of our tempo calls just to see if we can possibly throw it in before they could set their defense. Kirk decided to get to something because he couldn't hear me. I don't know whether it was the headset or just, the overall situation with the crowd going crazy.
They wasted 30 seconds. When T.J. Hawkinson caught that pass at the 6-yard line for 9 yards and a first down, there was 41 seconds on the clock. By the time the interception was completed by the Chargers and they got a lifeline because they were trying to outdo each other, the Chargers and Vikings, two franchises notorious for losing games like that, the way they did yesterday.
They almost lost Justin Jefferson late in that game to an ankle injury.
Kirk, please, spare me with the Kirk Cousins to the 49ers talk. I do not want him on my football team. I don't care how many yards he threw for, how many touchdown passes he threw for. In situational football, he's not a smart quarterback, okay?
Game on the line. You'd rather have Brandon Belt at the plate or Kirk Cousins with the ball?
I'd just rather lose a game. I'd rather not watch. Listen.
You like that?
Seriously.
Has anything aged less well than that doc for Kirk Cousins? His approval rating was at an all-time high coming out of that quarterback doc, even though he didn't do it. If anything, the climax of the doc.
Oh, my God.
It's 4th down and 8, and he throws a 4-yard check down, and the entire team's like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? They were getting on him for the quarterback sneak in Buffalo.
Oh,
this guy,
his defense isn't very good, though. I mean, he only has, 2 picks? He has 10 touchdowns? Come on. It's not his fault.
He's hollow. Everything's hollow.
Hollow stats, hollow numbers. When you need to make a play, he doesn't make a play.
It's not
and
all
the
his
whole
fault.
quarterback doc, how he swept America away with this play and his toughness. Stop. The biggest thing, the biggest takeaway on the documentary is Patrick Mahomes is a gangster.
Yeah, of course.
That's the takeaway.
Let me add one more. So Kirk with the ball in his hands, down 6. Brandon Belt, runner on second, down 1. Or Harrison Barnes, down 2 with a chance to win a game.
Give the 408 credit for that.
That's good, 408.
408. Comcast.
That's good.
We got the Kings.
Oh, we got the Kings. Yeah, I just... So,
we got the Kings.
Are we sure Jim Harbaugh's not going to leave Michigan at some point?
Well, one of these teams should give him a blank check. You could do a lot worse than Jim Harbaugh.
Bears, Raiders, or Chargers?
I think he'd fix the Bears in a couple seasons.
Could the Chargers finally not be chokers?
I would love to see him and Herbert. They would get back to physical smash mouth football. I mean, he'd be perfect. He's going to go, right?
Yeah, you would think.
You think Saban has one more NFL run in him?
Nah, I think he's done.
You think he's done?
Yeah, I think he's
I feel
chilling.
like the NIL has like pushed him right out of the league.
I think he's done. Swizzy 81, 499. I'm sure I'm not the only Niner fan watching Jimmy G. How glad are you that he's gone and still playing the same way? I think a lot of people are happy to be off that roller coaster. I think a lot of people. Joe Spinotti's got to go through the roller coaster ride with Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniel. I mean, it's an experience. But also, Minnesota fans thinking about Kirk Cousins and going on like, how do you? He had every opportunity to win that football game over and over. The red zone opportunities before halftime when they're fumbling inside the 10-yard line. I believe this on the season, the Vikings have fumbled away 7 times. Fumbled the football away 7 times.
That's almost impossible. In 3 games?
In 3 games. In 3 games.
Jesus.
That's embarrassing.
It's like Jimmy having 6 interceptions in 3 games.
Is that what it is now?
6. Leads the league.
Oh, my gosh. How many does Brock Purdy have? 0?
Mm-hmm.
Feels good.
Tough to watch.
You like that?
But he doesn't hit the deep ball. If I'm the Jets, I trade for Kirk Cousins, though.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
New York doesn't deserve that.
Yeah, but they could do a lot worse.
New York does not deserve that.
1 year, it expires at the end of the year. Why not?
Do they even have draft capital to make that trade?
I don't even know.
Do they have the cap to make that trade?
I believe the Aaron Rodgers was conditional based on how many snaps he played.
I don't think they had the ammo to make that trade. Now, if I'm the Vikings, I'm trying to get Kirk Cousins off and just reboot this thing and rebuild. But then you may lose Justin Jefferson. Poor wide receiver, man.
What was the most satisfying game for you yesterday? Because it was clearly the Dallas Cowboys for me. And I don't know if you saw, but I reposted the video of Brock Purdy's high school coach with the Niner shirt on, smiling, and then sticking on the black shades, and I put Cowboys lose.
Most satisfying game for me. Because the Jaguars let me down in a couple subscriber pools. All my bets.
Was it Colorado?
Colorado what?
Buffalo?
Was it satisfying to watch them lose?
No, I just thought it was, yeah.
No. I don't know if I had the most satisfying. No, not really. Yesterday I just was enjoying the day.
Yeah?
With no stress.
Yeah.
Now, the most satisfying game can come today at 4:00.
What's that?
When the Tampa Bay Buccaneers host the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, if the Eagles lose that game.
That game's at 4?
4:15, I believe.
And then what's after that?
We got the Rams and Bengals.
Is someone explain to me why we're doing doubleheaders this late into the year?
I'm not going to complain about 2
No,
games
I know, but
being
I'm
off.
just shouldn't they be on like doubleheader means after, not simulcast.
I mean, that kind of stinks, but you know, it is what it is.
And what's the other game?
Rams Bengals.
Well, I'm going to be locked into both.
So it could happen today.
Both.
Because I do want my Raider fans to have some success. I don't like it's. You feel sorry for Jet fans. I feel sorry for Raider fans.
I was rooting for Jimmy.
I got close to Raider fans over the years when we used to carry the Raiders on this station. Raider fans treated me well, and I had a lot of fun going over there to the Coliseum to watch the Raiders play. That atmosphere, it was a true home field advantage. I feel bad for them to have to go through this. They have to go, and they don't even get home games in Las Vegas because fans travel and make that the destination for the season.
Who's the team in the AFC? Dream scenario, getting way ahead of ourselves. Niners versus who would be the most fun Super Bowl? Not who would be the easiest, most fun. It's Dolphins for me. Yeah. Niners Dolphins would be awesome.
For me,
it would be Sam Weiss versus Bill Walsh all over again. You know, the guy who was on your staff. I'm not saying that Kyle's Bill Walsh. I'm just saying like
I don't want to have to deal with Tyreek Hill and I mean
that would be so much fun.
Yeah, it probably would. I
East Coast, West Coast.
Listen, we get to the Super Bowl. I'm not looking for fun. I'm just looking for a win.
Oh, okay.
I'm not looking for fun.
Bring on the Colts.
Yeah, bring on the Colts. Bring on the Browns. Bring on the Chargers.
Minshew Magic?
Man, bring on the Cincinnati Bengals. I do not care. If the Niners make the Super Bowl, we'll get there and talk about it. Well, let's take it 1 week at a time, please. Let's take it 1 week at a time as you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Watch us on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I feel like Sean Payton's on that right now. Sean Payton is thinking about that right now after his post-game presser.
That was embarrassing and tough to watch. Aside from the kick return, there weren't a lot of positives to take from that game. We had our opportunities offensively early, 2 penalties, take touchdowns off the board, and I think they punted 1 time. So, any questions?
What happened to their defense? They were good last year.
Well, Vance Joseph is a D coordinator now. That's why. Vance Joseph is a terrible defensive coordinator.
I love how we have these personal vendettas all across
it's
the
not
league.
personal. He's been. All right, so Philly Zoo, I'll give him credit here. My boy Philly Zoo. When he was the head coach of the Denver Broncos, we're watching the live press for Vance Joseph. And Philly Zoo just goes, this guy's a head coach. This guy should be fired. Listen to him. Look at him. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? You may be right. And then he gets fired from the Broncos, and he keeps getting these defensive coordinator jobs. And he keeps getting fired.
It's like Mike Nolan.
He was in Arizona last year talking about the scheme is there. It's on you guys. No, your scheme sucks, Vance Joseph. It ain't on the players. Your scheme is outdated. And it's terrible. You're leaving Tyreek Hill over the middle of the field wide open.
Dude.
You're getting beat by the same zone read.
I'm going to be 100% candid. Did not think Tyreek would take it to a whole nother level after leaving Mahomes.
I mean,
he's unbelievable.
Mike McDaniel was experimenting yesterday. Oh, let me try this little shovel pass that nobody in NFL history's ever done. This shovel pass was unbelievable.
Top 5 guys you fear with the ball in their hands last 20 years. He's got to be on that list, right?
Yeah. Randy Moss, Tyreek Hill, Marshawn Lynch, I feared.
But on every
Patrick
possession
Mahomes.
like that?
I mean,
I'm talking about what skill position, guys.
Oh, skill position? Just wide receivers, running backs?
I mean,
Antonio was one of those dudes.
He was. That's a good point, actually. He was.
Deshaun Jackson was one of those dudes.
Yeah. But Tyreek's on a whole nother level.
Tyreek is special.
Mike McDaniels is unlocking him in a way. I did not see this with them.
Yeah.
And Tua looks unbelievable.
Yeah.
What he's done with Tua is truly special.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Tua's looking like an MVP candidate right now.
He does. TC and Sack, and then I want to transition because Kendra Andrews from ESPN is going to join us in moments here, and I want to transition real quickly. TC, Sack, what's happening? What up, TC?
Hello?
What up, TC?
Oh, man, just chilling, man. Just, tapping in with my bros this morning. So, look, check it out. Hey, I kind of 1,000% agree with 1,000% agree with Crocker this morning, man. That was humbling, man. A lot of this fan base going to listen to what he was talking about as far as with Brock and what Shanahan did with the whole Jimmy and Lynn situation, man. That was humbling, man. You know what I'm saying? And not losing your mind over Brock. He's doing good right now, but at the same time, we can't overlook that. Also, I got a question. Hey, if it hits the fan with Justin Fields, I know it's crazy though, but hey, would you guys offer a pick Bo and Darnold for like Justin Fields if they was ready to move off him?
Justin Fields is a guy that needs major work, and I just don't think they have time to dedicate to someone like him. In the same way that they said about Trey Lance.
Yeah. That's TC and Sack.
Was he on a choo-choo train?
He's mobbing out there. Sound like he was mobbing on some flat tires.
He was on a helicopter.
Get to the chopper.
It wouldn't shock me if TC was on a helicopter, man. He rolls like that. TC's a high roller like that. Yeah, listen. They showed that they didn't have time to wait on Trey Lance. Shannon Sharp said it over and over. The Shanahans, they don't believe in the P word, and that's patience. You probably thought something else.
I didn't know where you were going with the P word.
Yeah, the patience. Patience. Punked. Patience. But patience, they don't have patience. So they wouldn't have patience for Justin Fields. Get your head out the gutter, man.
My head is not in the gutter.
Get your head out the gutter. You know. Get your head out the gutter. What about Kendra is going to join us here as we wrap up for Warriors basketball. We'll get back to football.
Can I ask you something about Dwight Howard?
Yeah, well, I'm going to ask you about Dwight Howard.
Okay, then you ask me.
Did you want Dwight Howard on the Golden State Warriors? Because it was announced by Shams Charania from The Athletic last Friday, that the Warriors would not be signing Dwight Howard at the moment. What's your thoughts on that?
I wanted Dwight. Why not? They need a big man. Let me give you, in the 2021-2022 season, he started 27 games, played in 60 for the Lakers, averaged 16 minutes a game. The Warriors couldn't use a guy giving him 8-10 minutes a game. And during that time, he averaged 6 boards, 6 points, and a block. Why not? In the playoffs, 149 minutes, 75 boards. This guy averages a board every other minute. and scores 56 points in the playoffs. He only played in 12 games. Like to
What
me,
about the character?
well, I mean, if the players want him and the veterans are signing off on him, like, isn't that what this is all about? Like, part of why they moved off of Jordan Poole, there's many reasons, but part was because the players didn't get along with him to some degree.
Players also wanted Avery Bradley, and the whole player thing, it's one player. It's overblown. Clay Thompson loved Jordan Poole. Clay Thompson was like, you know why? Because Jordan Poole created a lot of open shots for Clay Thompson.
Okay.
Well, that's I want to get ahead of that.
It just feels to me like the guys want Dwight Howard, and I'm like, why not?
They also wanted Avery Bradley, right?
Yeah, but that one was a little more constrained because of the roster decisions because you were going to lose GP2, right? And so, like right now, is there a guy you're going to lose because you signed Dwight Howard?
No, you don't worry about
Witherspoon.
You don't worry about the locker room and bringing a guy like that into the locker room.
Well, that's why I'm siding with the veterans because if they want a guy for the field goods, might as well. I mean, he wasn't a problem with the Lakers.
Well, obviously, the front office and the coaching staff said we brought him in and. Yeah, this isn't going to work.
Again,
a lot of fans wanted Dwight Howard.
I'm minded to it than I thought I'd be.
A lot of fans wanted Dwight Howard. Warrior fans are in love with the big centers. And I don't know how much Dwight Howard has left.
Well, just
some of the highlights I saw from Taiwan, I'm like, looks kind of washed.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the 12th, 13th man on the team.
Still,
that guy's going to be...
You could lose basketball games in 3 to 5 minutes.
He also did have a little problems with the Lakers. Remember him and Anthony Davis fighting after the first game of the season just a couple years ago? Like they were they had to get separated. Dwight Howard and Anthony Davis. Yeah, so he wasn't all sunshine and roses there.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at the Warriors saying no to Dwight Howard. I'm really not. Because this sounds good, but this isn't 2020. This isn't 2021. This isn't 2012, 2014. What I saw from Dwight Howard in Taiwan, wherever he played,
a couple minutes.
Those 2 minutes could lose you a playoff game.
Well, I mean, yeah.
That's Ryan Anderson and the Houston Rockets in Game 7.
Well, when you're James Wiseman, yeah, it could lose you a game. But like,
if you're Dwight Howard, it could lose you a game too.
I mean, during the regular season, he's not going to play in the playoffs.
Like I watch Dwight Howard warm up sometimes, and the guy's chucking threes.
I'm
working at like. I'm here for that. I'm not here for that. I'm here for championships. I'm not here for the buffoonery.
Would you agree there aren't very many good 7-foot options as a 12th man on your bench?
Yeah, so you want to go that route?
Well, I'm just saying I don't think it hurts or I don't think it like really diminishes the Warriors or elevates them. I think it's just for the vibes.
What vibes?
Whatever the vets
weird
want.
Vibes?
I'm here for what the vets want.
Did the vets want it? Did
We're
Draymond want it?
trying to get Chris Paul a ring.
Yeah.
What aren't you understanding?
Do you need Dwight Howard to do that?
Yes.
I don't know if Dwight Howard's helping you to do that.
Quest for Chris.
Right. You know.
Oh, you weren't here, Spadoni.
Yeah.
I've created this entire thing. This next championship is for Chris. It's the quest for Chris. I don't know if you know this.
Oh,
because Draymond wants to do it, not for himself, not for the team that he's played with. He's doing it for Chris.
It's not Steph's fifth. It's Chris's
It's quest for Chris.
Yeah, well,
Come
this
on,
is
that's
ridiculous.
great. All right.
Do we need to break right now, or do we? Or 9:12? Is 9:12 the break?
Hey, you got 2 more minutes.
All right, let's squeeze in David Pleasanton. David Pleasanton, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? So my whole thing with the Dwight Howard thing is it's not about disappointed in him, not getting him. Disappointed in we have one weakness. It's been the same weakness forever. Big man, I love Loons. But Loons and Draymond don't do anything in the playoffs when it comes to the bigs. We just can't stop them. And I'm not saying Dwight was the answer, but come on, we need a big, man. We don't have anybody over 6'9". That's all I got.
I'm with you. And here's the thing. He averaged 2 fouls a game. Give me another guy. Give me a couple of fouls. Foul somebody hard. And I know what also.
So now you want to get a team into the penalty to where they're shooting free throws for the rest of the quarter.
Every now and then you need an enforcer. And Draymond has already walked that line. He's too important. So when I need an enforcement play, I look over at Dwight. I go, Dwight, pull some shenanigans.
No, that's not going to work. That's ridiculous. That's what loses your basketball games. Come on, man. This ain't fantasy basketball. By the way, Mike Williams. I'm not even going to tease him. I'm going to just say it right now before we break. Mike Williams, LA Chargers, torn ACL out for the season. And they just paid him big money. Big money.
That sucks.
That does suck. That does really suck. All right, Kendra Andrews, ESPN, coming up on the other side. That's coming up. Brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track. I just had to pay them a lot of money. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Trust me, I know this from personal experience. Payment assistance is available, and they do a great job in assisting you to pay off your debts. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today. Yogi, Oh, he's calling? Let's get the Yogi on the other side. Plus, Kendra Andrews from ESPN to talk about Dwight Howard. That's coming up on the Morning Roast.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not. Hey, Clay, it's your man, Bonte Hill. I will never roast you. You're my guy, pal. You're my guy. Can't wait to see you next week. Media Day on Monday. Next Monday, that is.
Are you going to induct him into the Hall of Fame one day?
Maybe. He should be in the Hall of Fame. Guys, disrespect Steve Klay Thompson. By the way, Mike Dunleavy Jr. today will talk. He'll speak to the media at 1:30. Steve Kerr at 2 p.m. in the Bill King interview room at Chase Center as the Warriors get ready to roll. Next week is Media Day again. Training camp starts next Tuesday. And no, they won't sign Dwight Howard. So let's get to Yogi real quick before we get to Miss Kendra Andrews from ESPN. Yogi, how's that Jets defense? Actually, you know what? The Jets defense played well yesterday. They played well yesterday. I give you that.
The Jets defense played okay, but I don't know if I can take another week of Zach Wilson. This guy looks like a seventh grader playing flag football out there. It's freaking embarrassing, man.
I think seventh graders are a little better than Zach Wilson, man. It is embarrassing, though.
Hey, who's worse, Zach Wilson or Josh McDaniels?
Oh.
Well, Josh, because he's now had multiple opportunities over like a 15-year span.
At least Josh has been a good offensive coordinator. I give him that. Zach Wilson is just not good.
I could have called plays for Tom Brady. He changed everything at the line.
Well.
Power right, Tom. Spread it out. We're going to split him out right. Split him out left.
My last thing is this. Dwight Howard would not last a week in a locker room with Chris Paul and Draymond Green. Oh my God. That'd be a Netflix series right there just for a week.
Yeah, I can't subscribe. What does he bring? What does he add at this point?
Character.
Character flaws.
Terrible character.
Yeah. What are you talking about here? All right, Yogi, what else you got?
Man, Bonte, my last thing, I see you in the paint catching dimes from the shift team legend out there, man. I see you. Keep working, man.
Hey,
we might as well sign you as center.
Hey, listen.
Take you over, Dwight.
Hey, listen. I hadn't played in a very long time. Now, my ankle's sore. My Achilles is on fire. But your boy was ready to go. I had to play in emergency mode. Wore the Steph Curry specials. The shorts, that is. Had my 95-70 Game T-shirt on, threw the jersey on, hit a jumper. I airballed a jumper. Barely hit rim on another jumper.
But you were there. Who cares? I don't want to hear about the negatives.
It was out there huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
Huffing and puffing. By the way.
I'm proud of you.
Joe Tess 09. Best morning show out there. Let's go. He spent $5 to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the contribution. Love that.
But like on some level, like I hear what you're saying about the Dwight Howard thing. But on some level, can you at least understand this is going to be kind of a experimental season to a degree for the Warriors. Like, yes, it's about winning and winning it all, highest level, blah, blah, blah. This is a chemistry experiment. I mean, the Chris Paul, serum that you're going to throw into this little beaker, all right, it could be combustible. No, it could make a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful piece of liquid that we could use to cure cancer or something and win a championship. I don't know where I'm going with this analogy.
Let's get the kids.
But my point being is that when you're mixing all of these things in the beaker, it could explode.
Man.
We could create a superhero.
Kendra Andrews is going to start
paying us. We don't know what could happen.
She's going to start charging us $500 an interview, man.
You get where I'm going with this,
I don't know where you're going. Nobody knows where you're going with this.
We might make Spider-Man.
Kendra, do you need Q-tips right now to clean your ears? I'm sorry you had to sit through that, Kendra. Good morning to you.
Very entertaining. No, you guys keep going. You keep going. I'm good.
Well, wouldn't you agree? They're playing they are playing with a little bit of fire here with this Chris Paul thing. Like, this could either be boom or bust. I don't see how this is like, it's a mediocre acquisition. It's either great or it doesn't work at all.
Right. I mean, like, it's definitely it raises eyebrows because it is a lot of unknown. And I think, like, where you're coming from it is you look at last season and so much, if not all of their struggles stemmed from a lack of chemistry and people not getting along and not being able to put things aside. And so when you add someone who, especially historically, has ruffled feathers with the core group of these players, who has a long history of rival, who has even a more recent history of what was he like with his, other recent teams.
Inflated self-worth.
It raises the question of, like, okay, is that going to fix the glaring issue of last year of chemistry, or does it add to that? And it's a fair question to ask, but I've been told by people that they feel that this team is in a good space chemistry-wise right now. Of course, they haven't all been in the same locker room. They haven't been going through the trials and of a season. But at least as it stands on whatever day of September we're in, the Warriors feel good, at least on paper, about the chemistry that they have.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll speak about that later on today. Mike Dunleavy Jr. speaks at 1:30, Steve Kerr at 2 p.m. And the same thing I'm getting, Kendra, is that the vibes are better. The chemistry will be better because of what happened last season, of course, before the season. So they're bringing the band back. But one guy they didn't bring in, or they did bring in and talk to, but didn't give a contract, is Dwight Howard. Now, a lot of fans are coming up to me saying, oh, man, I like this Dwight Howard move, Dwight Howard this and Dwight Howard that. And what I'm hearing, Kendra, is that the veterans maybe told the front office, hey, we should give this guy a look. He can add something to our team. What did you hear about Dwight Howard, and why did it go down the way it went down, in which the Warriors basically didn't offer him a contract?
Well, first and foremost, the thing that I heard when they initially brought him in was, this is just another workout. You know, we have been bringing in guys to work out over the last month, and it ranges in position. It ranges in how many years each veteran has, right? Of course, Dwight Howard, that name, it raises people's eyebrows. It's a shiny name, right? People latch onto that, and they start coming up with all these hypotheticals, and they get really excited, or they get really, oh, my God, don't do that. You have to do that. But from the Warriors' perspective, it was just another one of their workouts. They looked at it exactly the same. They didn't head into anything saying, we're working out this guy to confirm the fact that we are going to sign him. And they ultimately decided that they don't want to sign him imminently, like in this moment. There's still a lot of time of things that could happen, but they want to head into training camp with some flexibility, because they're still figuring out other parts of the roster. You know, we were just talking about Chris Paul. They're figuring out, where is Chris Paul going to fit in the rotation, in this roster, what his role is going to be, what are other holes that we're going to have to plug. If the Warriors start Chris Paul and presume Kevon Looney's coming off the bench, okay, well, that's a big-ass center. Excuse me, a big center.
Oh, you could use that word.
Off of the bench. Or
you're officially a roster now,
or do you need someone like another big to fill out that second unit? Do we want more wing players, because we're going to be going super small with Chris Paul? There's so much other stuff for them to figure out. They want to maintain some flexibility while they work out their guys.
I didn't know you had that curse word in you, Kendra. I've been knowing you for a while now.
I remember the first time I came on your guys' show, I think I dropped a bad word, and then you guys didn't invite me back for like 6 months.
Oh, no, I just think because you were sleep deprived.
Kendra,
That's all.
Kendra,
you curse on this show.
Kendra.
You can come back on tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, media day.
Full disclosure, I want to make sure that the people know this. I do no bookings on this show whatsoever. I just nod my head. It's whoever Bonta and Lubman decide to bring on.
No. We respected Kendra's hustle and her grind, working late nights, and we were very early. We were 6 to 9, and I respect Kendra. She needs to get her beauty sleep. But the roasters know we get a lot of dump. Everybody, every caller, once a week, Kendra, on this show, the FCC's caller saying, why are you guys allowing so much cursing? We've worn out the dump button on this show, but that makes you an official roaster, Kendra. Yeah. We love it. I didn't think you had it in you.
Good.
Yeah, let's go.
Now, a lot of people are asking, obviously, you talk about Chris Paul, and I love the way you clap back when he asked you, are you coaching? And the way you said, no, I'm asking you a question. Now that moment.
Has he apologized since then out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Like what?
I've seen him since. We're all good.
So how no, but like when something like that goes down, I think a lot of people they get on the internet, they're just looking for sides and stuff. So he circled back around and was like, yeah, whatever. And you guys made peace?
Yeah, we're all good. Like, I think at the end of the day, too, it's everyone has a job. It was a question you didn't answer. And I think that, people like to blow things up more than it
trust
is.
me, I'm well aware. The city of Philadelphia hates my guts for a 30-minute conversation that got boiled down into a 10-second clip.
They hate both of us.
I'm done for life. So believe me, I've been there.
They hate both of us. I'm sure Kendra's seen that on the internet. We get called an idiot every day on these internet
streets. That's what the mute button is for.
So media days. What is the other question outside of Chris Paul? What is another big storyline you're looking at? Is it through Draymond Green saying that, hey, this is the most Clay's extension, Steve Kerr's extension, but also Draymond saying it's the most important season of his career? What's some of the things you're looking forward to this season outside of the Chris Paul and Dwight Howard news?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking at Steve Kerr in particular. Klay Thompson, I'm curious about, but Steve Kerr, I'm especially interested in, and that's something that I don't believe we're going to really see resolution to until the end of the year. But last season, toward the end of last season, I guess we were all waiting to hear Bob Myers' decision. A lot of conversations that I would just have with people, and I'm not talking about anything within the team. Just when people would ask me about what this meant, it's like, well, the expectation is if Bob decides to resign, which he did, that's kind of the first domino to fall, right? Then, of course, it was Draymond. He came to a new agreement. For me, the next domino to fall would be what Steve Kerr decides to do, and I think a lot of it could come down to what happens this season. If Steve Kerr doesn't re-sign as head coach, that is a huge shift. That is the biggest shift this organization would make, and that to me would be the signal of this next era. Because even if Draymond left, they still had Steph, they still had Clay, they still had Steve, and that's still huge.
Good point.
If you take away the guy who has coached all of those guys to all of these championships, that to me is like the biggest shift. And how would those older guys respond to that? So I'm really watching out to see how Steve does and what that is. I'm also really curious to see guys like Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. The Warriors have completely revamped their player development program again, and they've done so several times in the last couple of years, really since they drafted James Wiseman. And frankly, it hasn't worked yet. James Wiseman is gone. Jordan Poole is gone. Even their draft picks from last season are gone. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, are they in year 3 or year 4?
Year three. Yeah, year three.
Either way, this is, to me, how their development is. What roles they're entrusted with is going to speak volumes on how this franchise can develop younger players. That kind of, again, then goes full circle back to Steve Kerr and his contract. And can he be the guy to develop young players? So, to me, those are the things that I'll be watching this year.
Is there anything the Big Three can do that would make us look at them different this year, win or lose?
Do you mean in what way?
Let's say hypothetically they get off to an unbelievable start and they end up winning the championship this year. Are they elevated as a core above the Bird?
Mikal
Parrish?
Aren't they already there? They got 4 championships.
I don't know.
Parrish,
I don't know if
Mikal's got
society
3.
views them that way.
Yeah,
because of the KD acquisition.
Tony Parker. Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know if people view them that way. Or if things go catastrophically wrong this year with Chris Paul, do we look at them a certain way? Is that even on the table for those big 3 guys?
I think that it could be. And I think it's interesting because I think if they were catastrophic, the commentary would be stronger than if they won it all, if that makes sense. I think if they won a championship, people would say, it's Steph, Clay, and Draymond. You never count out the Warriors with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. But if they lost, or if they're not just lost the championship, but if they're a bad team, then I think more discourse comes up and people blow up the hypothetical questions of, is it over? This isn't, they're not that good. It was because of Kevin Durant. It was because the field of the league wasn't as strong as it is today. So I think it wouldn't be an even conversation.
Man, interesting. How's the offseason, Kendra? You ready to get back to work?
Oh, my God. Oh, it's been great.
I know. I've seen you all around the world. You, Madeline Kenny, CJ Holmes is engaged. I mean, a lot going on in the Warriors beat, man.
Congratulations to CJ.
Yeah, congratulations to CJ. I saw you with Deuce and Mo, the superstars up in Sacramento, who's De'Aaron Fox is pulling up on them. I mean, Kendra Andrews, man, summer was good for you. Maybe not better than Sam London's.
We don't stop in the off season, We have lives. We've lived our lives. It's pretty
Hot
crazy.
Girl Autumn.
Ready to surrender my life now to season.
What the hell is Hot Girl Autumn?
Well, they said Hot Girl Summer was last summer, correct?
Okay.
Am I wrong,
So
Kendra?
it's Hot Girl Autumn.
So now it's, Hot Girl Autumn.
Jesus.
Sure. We're rocking with it.
Exactly.
Let's rock
I'm
with it.
trying to stay, on par with the lingo.
Well, Kendra, I can't wait to see you at Media Day next Monday. I was going to stop by the presser today, but your boy played in the World Tournament.
Come on.
Kendra.
You can't flake out on us already.
Kendra, I played basketball last Saturday.
I'm kidding.
I'm washed, Kendra. My ankles hurt. I played in the Jordan 3s. I wasn't supposed to play. My rib hurts. My liver hurts. Even Darrell Wright said his back hurts.
Are you getting
my back
old?
hurts.
Oh, my God.
Kendra, We are old.
We are old, Kendra. You may not look
Newsflash.
it, but we are old.
Are old.
And you are not. Kendra, continue the great work. Can't wait to see you. Next
so
winter
much,
time is
you
going to
guys.
be an exciting season. Get some rest. Get some rest.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Anytime. Kendra Andrews, ESPN, does a great job. Formerly at NBC Sports Bay Area. She was so good on NBC. I don't even think she lasted a year. ESPN said, "Scoop, gotcha." Now she's on the Warriors.
So you kind of push back on something, and I could be wrong here. But my particular opinion, because it's the Celtics and because it's the 80s and because of who they were to that community and how many people infiltrate from that neck of the woods the entire national media landscape, I do not think you and I agree with you. I agree with you. Dre, Clay, and Steph, to me, are above Bird, McHale, and Parrish.
Think about all the playoff records they have.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I'm not sure the national media
no, they don't.
feels that way.
They don't.
Like, I think that they hold that trio above this trio. And that's why I'm saying, like, one more ring for this trio to me would be 3 without KD, the 2 with KD. I think that kind of just, they don't need it. I'm not saying they need it, but, like, a part of me is pissed off that we're even having that conversation because I agree with you. But then I think, like, big picture, I'm like, I don't think they do get their just deserves.
They don't. And I understand where you're coming from because we were in Boston during that run when Chris from WEEI was pushing back on me saying, well, you guys can't win without this and you can't win without that. And I'm like, well, could the Celtics win without this? And can they win without that?
Exactly.
Could the Lakers do that? So you're not making much sense here. But nationally, you are right in the sense that getting one more to tie Kobe.
It kind of...
To tie Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
To be one away from Michael Jordan. And that... and Scottie Pippen and Phil Jackson with the Bulls.
5.
Magic has 5, and you tie him. Kareem, what does he have? 6?
I think 6.
Yeah, he has 5 with the Lakers and then 1 with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
So nationally, you are right. You're onto something. They will get that respect, especially in today's era, social media and everything like that and everything. And I think also a lot of people nationally don't view Draymond Green as a great third wheel.
Yes.
They look at Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Tim Duncan, guys who could be offensive threats, and Draymond Green's not the biggest offensive threat, so they don't understand his value to the Golden State Warriors.
I personally believe the rest of the league, in terms of fan bases, are praying for this Chris Paul thing to blow up in their face.
No doubt.
Because they want to say, haha, told you, it's over. You got the like the way Friedel calls it, the bonus championship.
The bonus championship.
And I love Friedel.
And it's so disrespectful.
But it drives me nuts when he says that.
And it's so disrespectful. And that's okay.
But
that's all right.
He calls it the bonus championship. And I understand his point, but I hate hearing that. Because then it feels like they're never going to win another one ever again. But like I think that having a good year this year, even I want to win it all. I'm just this is about winning championships. Okay, Western Conference Finals doesn't mean squat. But if you have a great year, you go to the Western Conference Finals and you fall short, like to a Denver team that just happens to be better than you, I could live with that.
No, I can't.
I know you can't, but I could live with that. I really could. Give me one last great run. I can live with that. And give me your best shot. But I feel like anything short of a championship, and the Sharks are circling.
No, it's all about winning championships for the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. It's not Super Bowl or try again. It's not NBA Finals or try again. It is Super Bowl or bust, NBA Finals championship or bust. That's it. Kirk Latham was playing in the World Tour tournament. He had to leave in a wheelchair. Shows you how physical this tournament is.
Like Paul Pierce?
Yeah. Dude, they had these twins, Ben and Daniel. Great sports. We start off with the game. We're 1-0. We're feeling good. This guy, Ben, looks at me. One of the twins. It could have been Daniel. Could have been Ben.
Are they on your team?
No, I was playing against them.
Oh, against them. I'm sorry. I was trying. Okay.
And they're from Vallejo. This guy started laughing at me. Chucks one from 25 feet, nothing but net. It's 3-0. I said, okay, yeah, you're not going to do that again. Gets the ball back, no dribbles. Boom, it's 6-0 just like that. I was like, all right, this guy's shooting from 35 feet and nailing them. So Kirk Latham got willed out in this tournament. That's how physical the World Tournament is. Shout out to Sheen and Beck and all those guys. But Kirk was talking. It was talking to him before all the games and stuff. He goes, just the vibe is just a lot better. We feel good. And for what they've seen, Kirk was like, from what we see with Chris Paul and Curry working out together, it's going to be devastating. These guys play well with each other. So, yeah, they could be defensively challenged at times. But offensively, they're going to put a lot of pressure on defenses.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people are going to say, we're going to wait and see. Well, we want to see it to believe it. The Warriors are feeling good about the roster right now.
Last year, they won 44 games.
44 games.
Felt like 20 games worse.
And the vibe was awful.
And well, no, it like watching it every night, you fooled me. I felt like you were a 34-win team, right? So if they could get to like 50, right? Around 50, and you can load manage Chris Paul properly so that he can get through the 16 wins that you're going to need,
right?
That's what's most important to me. I don't care about overall record. Are you playing good ball?
Yeah.
Are you all pulling the rope in the same direction, right? Those are the things that matter to me because I'm watching this team last year, and there was like 5 good games.
Yeah,
it felt like, in terms of vibes.
It was a rough season. It was a rough season. But the vibes are good now.
I'm so ready for basketball.
Media Days next Monday.
You're excited.
I can't wait. I'm smiling ear to ear. Now, some people may say I'm just excited for the money. No, I'm excited that basketball's back.
Why would you even say that out loud?
Because I know what people are saying. Oh, those TV checks. No, your boy's doing all right now.
You do say that.
It's just a shtick. That's all. I am excited to get with Bully. It was great to see Darrell Wright. I saw Festus in L.A. last week. It was at the hookah bar together. He did not smoke hookah. He doesn't do hookah. But it was good to see the band back together. It was good to hear from Kendra Andrews.
Let me pause you.
I'm not a big hookah guy.
But even if I'm not partaking in the hookah activities, I can't even breathe.
It depends on the restaurant.
Same with cigars. This is why I'm out on cigars in general. I can't breathe.
But no,
the next day I'm knocking it up.
I'm excited to see Steph play hoops. I'm excited to see Klay Thompson coming off the offseason that he just had. Kevon Looney. Kurt Latham smiling ear to ear saying, I feel really good about this roster. You know, life after Bob Myers. What does it look like?
Did you see Bob Myers at the Niner game the other
day? I did
day?
see him talking to Devo in John Lynch's suite. He was on talking to Devo before the game. Bob Myers looks relieved. He looks relieved. Just not being around. But I'm going to miss Bob Myers, man. But I am excited about basketball. Let's get to Filmo Mike and in. I got something on Deion Sanders coming up here. We got some fun stuff. Man, what up, Filmo? What up, Filmo? What's up, Filmo?
Bonte, I love you for getting on Shasky line last week. Shasky started talking. I don't know why he started reminiscing about statues, bro. We trying to get a trophy, brother.
Oh, the Ring of Honor stuff?
Talking about statues.
No, it's talking about Ring of Honor.
Hey, Mike. Sometimes you just got to go off script. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean it always hits.
Okay. I do that a lot.
Jimmy Garoppolo tried to go off script yesterday. You saw what happened.
I asked you to hoop. I said, Bonte, let me hoop. Text me. Guess what he did? He pulled a guru and then text me back. All right, Bonte, I'm gonna remember that.
Oh, I didn't see your text. You have an Android,
right?
You
didn't see my text. All right, bro.
Listen, Filmo, you have an Android, right?
Yeah, I do have an Android. I use my Android mostly.
Yeah, I wasn't getting Android text for a long time, and I figured out why.
Oh, because, JP Money was blocked.
Yeah, you got to get the blue bubbles.
This is true. Honestly, Filmo Mike, I'm not trying to defend him in an erroneous way. This is sincere. He did try to text my cousin. My cousin tried to text him back. They were blocked from each other, and he's an Android user, and it drives me nuts.
Hey, man, he got to get the flip, man. I don't know what iPhone doing, but they got to get the foldable phones, man. They tripping. But now, I got an iPhone, but I'll text you on that, Bonte. Y'all be smoothie. Great show.
All right, thanks, Filmo.
Filmo got 2 phones.
Yeah, he got to use a baller. I thought about doing the 2-phone thing. It's too much.
What's the second one going to be for?
Just to have it. Just to have the family and friends phone and then have the spam calls on the other one. I'm getting all these texts. I don't even know who half these people are. Just random numbers. People changing their numbers.
Like the BlackBerry back in the day. You had to have a BlackBerry for the side business.
But knowing Bonte, he's going to hire someone to hold the phone for him and answer it. Full-time secretary.
Listen, I'm a frugal individual.
I shall rise as the knight of numbers for the king.
So I'm picking up Round Table Pizza for Baby Chaz yesterday. And I had Baby Chaz in my arm. And then they wanted, can you go get the pizza? So I took Baby Chaz, right? It was just like, geez, you guys are going to eat pizza right in front of my face. Knowing damn well I'm on the soda diet. SOT at weightloss.com. It is state of the art.
You do look phenomenal.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I'm walking in the Round Table. Some guy, he's a roaster, just yells out, the king! What's up, king? And I'm just like...
and you were like, I'm here to get my King Arthur pizza.
No, and I'm sitting there thinking, you got to stop with that.
I'm here.
I am frugal, though. I'm not hiring anybody to do my social media, to hold my phone, to do anything.
Was my guy dressed up as a knight as you walked in the Round Table?
He was in his car with tinted... No, he was in a car with tinted windows. And I'm like, man, I need to duck, dog. I'm yelling at me in tinted windows. It was just a drive-by or something. The king, I shot you. It's like, damn, did I say something wrong? I was like, oh, whoa. Anyway, I am frugal. I'm not hiring anybody to do my personal work.
He really said the king?
Yeah.
I love that.
I'll just, if I need anybody to hold my phones or do my social media for free, Hey, Anna, you feel like doing me a solid?
We should do a 95.7 The Game Renaissance Fair, and Bonte's the king.
No, let's not do that. No, I got Baby Ches It was expensive. It was $30 for a large pizza. Way too much. But I got Baby Ches. She wanted mushrooms, olives, and pepperoni.
She likes olives on her pizza?
She's like Daddy. She likes olives and mushrooms and pepperoni.
I'm out on olives.
Oh, I love black olives on the pizza.
Really?
Yeah. I'll tell you, is this a 49er radio station or Garoppolo Raider hating station? You sound like Taylor Swift.
Can I, full disclosure, I just don't get it with Taylor Swift.
I don't either.
I know she makes great music, and you know, the Swifties can come after me. That's fine.
No, I don't want the Swifties coming at
and
me.
that's fine. Like,
what would be worse? Those dopes in Philadelphia coming at you or Swifties?
The Swifties. That's fine.
Yeah, because the dopes in Philadelphia are insufferable.
I don't get it.
Yeah. I don't
at least with Madonna, Beyonce, there is a pizzazz when I see those people. You know, Madonna's a whole nother generation.
And then Beyonce.
But there's something like I don't get it with Taylor Swift. What is it? Like, I don't get it.
I don't know.
You know, like when you see a quarterback play, like for me, like I'm watching, Michael Penix, I go, oh, he might have it.
Right.
You know, I know Caleb has it. Patrick Mahomes has it. I feel like Brock Purdy might have it. I just don't get what it is when it comes to Taylor Swift. Do you?
I don't, but I want to hear from Mahomes on Taylor Swift being at the game.
You tell us this week, Patrick Mahomes, it's going to take some time for this offense to click. How many points did you score? 41? Yeah. What did it just take? A couple of days? What do you got?
Yeah, no, it was fun. It's always a work in progress, but it was fun to kind of have this offensive explosion and get things going in the right direction. We got to keep building. We got to keep building a lot of young receivers. I was glad to get the run game going and get some of those guys going as well.
I was going to say, what did you enjoy the most about this offense clicking today? What did you like?
Yeah, I think getting the run game going was the biggest thing for me. I mean, it gets lost when you see the high flying of the NFL today, but when you get that run game going, the whole offense goes, and I was proud of the O-line and the running backs doing that.
3 touchdowns for you today. Listen, you're a guy that can deal with some pressure. Forget the pressure from Kansas City Chiefs fans. Do you realize how much pressure there was on you today from the Swifties to get Travis Kelsey a touchdown with Taylor in the house today?
Yeah, I heard she was in the house.
Did you feel it? Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I felt a little bit of pressure. And so I knew I had to get it to Trav. And, of course, it's on the route that Travis, he does his own thing and just makes up a route, and I throw it to him. So I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
That's Mahomes with Aaron Andrews on Fox. After the game, the Chiefs roll over the Chicago Bears. Big here, guys, early in the third quarter. Here's Bill Belichick on the Greg Hill Show, WEEI.
Can I try one that's not about the Cowboys? Swiftie to Swiftie. Taylor Swift was in attendance to watch Travis Kelsey's game with his mom in the box. Seems like they may be the new it couple. Where do you fall on that? Travis Kelsey, Taylor Swift, power couple in the NFL.
Well, I would say that Travis Kelsey's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
Nailed it.
Yep. Pretty big.
Loving him was red.
I love you some Bill Belichick.
I do too.
Remember we went through the dissertation when the Niners played the Patriots
The
a
best.
couple years ago, and I went through all this out with Belichick. He's unbelievable.
Who is the power couple of the NFL? Because at one point it was Giselle and Brady. It's no longer that.
Were they the power couple?
Well, how are they not?
I thought it was Aaron Rodgers, Danica Patrick. I don't know.
I mean, that was very short-lived.
Yeah, I don't know who the power couple. Were they the power couple?
Like Ciara and Russ at one point.
Ciara and Russ. Yeah, they are. Sierra.
Sierra. Excuse me. You're right. Sierra.
They are apart. But Sierra.
I mean, his profile's dropped.
Well, because of the play. Yeah. No, I'm not going to do a Philly rant today. Forget Philadelphia. Wait until if they lose tonight. Trust me, we got something cooked up tomorrow. They better win today.
If they lose tonight, I'll feel empathy for the entire state.
Tough to watch.
By the way, Travis Kelsey, according to Pop Crave on Twitter, Travis Kelsey rented out a restaurant for Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs for a private party following the team's win last night. The two were very affectionate with one another, but kept things fun and lighthearted. What about this before we leave the show? Colorado, our favorite college football team outside of Florida State. Go Noles, baby. Big way to get close to the
No.
Jordan Travis, way to tough it out. Keon Coleman, you are a stud, my man.
Your
Mike
favorite
Norvell, you got me sold, baby. Way to coach that game. Way to go for it on fourth down, since your team did a big play down 10-0. Way to wear those shades on the sideline. Way to celebrate after the game. Noles are back, baby. We are all the way back. But then everybody couldn't wait for 12:30. Autzen Stadium, Oregon, Colorado. Now Travis Hunter, uphill sledding for Colorado. But check out Dan Lanning, the coach of Oregon. By way of Georgia defense coordinator, second year at Oregon, he fired his team up. Listen to this speech.
Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. There's a difference, right? There's a difference, right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood. It's going to be played on the grass, right? It's going to be played on the grass. Let's go.
Now, after the game, Lanning said he got caught up a little bit, and, they've got a good team over there, and they're on the up and up. Now, Oregon has always been a school looking for clicks. And I love you, Ralph, Coyote Creek. I love your son, Miles. I love you, Izzy, up there at Oregon. You guys were all texting me on Saturday bragging about beating Colorado, who are 7 and 8 dogs away from being legit national title contenders. But y'all change y'all jerseys every quarter. You change your shoes. I mean, come on, Oregon. You won nothing in your storied history of football. You won nothing. Colorado ain't doing it for clicks. They're trying to win.
How about in the second, third quarter when everyone who has been waiting for the first slippage of Deion Sanders came flying out of the woodworks? All you non-football, college-loving, non-traditionalists can shove it with Deion.
Oh, my gosh. We all needed this. No, we all didn't. Colorado's been the best thing. Guess what? We're still going to talk about Colorado because they host USC this week.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
In Boulder. It is a lot of fun. But here's Deion responding to Lanning.
I don't say stuff just to say it for a click, contrary to what some may say. But, I keep receipts. But I'm serious. I analyze and I understand what we're up against and what we have and what we need. One thing that I can say honestly and candidly, you better get me right now. Mm-hmm. This is the worst we're going to be. You better get me right now. I got messengers. God bless him, though, man. He's a great coach. He did a great job. God bless him.
You know what's funny to me? It's really funny to me watching everyone get sanctimonious about college football. They have been paying players under the table
for years,
forever. And now we've got the NIL, and now we've got the transfer portal. We've got teams switching divisions at halftime. This traditional college football entity that you're bowing down to, the walls have been broken down.
Yes.
So you being mad at Deion, you're snitching on yourself.
Right, no doubt. Hating on Deion, who, by the way, is there for the kids.
It's fun.
Right. He's there for the kids. He's changing the game. Show some respect.
The same people that don't like Deion don't like bat flipping.
No doubt. No, exactly. It's well said. And also, everybody was talking about, they asked him a question, do you think the team will now be humbled? He goes, humbled? We hold these guys accountable every day in practice. Humbled? We're just confident. And that gets the insecure people a little more insecure.
Speaking of which, we're here, and we're going to have some real college football thoughts later on. We're going to get to Notre Dame at some point.
Oh, Ryan Day.
How do you lose that game?
We had the Ryan Day sound.
They had 2 picks they dropped.
I love Ryan Day.
All of us Irish Catholics all across the country that are Notre Dame fans. You know how sad we were?
If you can find Ryan Day real quick.
Game.
I'll play this. Deion Sanders recounts a fight he had with the 49ers. This was
I remember I swung on one of my teammates because of that. We were playing against the Saints.
Okay.
And we were playing 2-man. I hate playing 2-man. The first play, guy got out there, ain't no safety over the top. So on film, what does it look like?
It look like you got beat.
I don't play that. I said, dog, look here. You need to do your job, man. Nah, don't worry about me.
Are you stupid?
No. Next play came. Dog, you need to do your job, man. Dude, I'll be there. Don't worry about me. I'm in the running film back, coach. You see me? I'm 2 yards behind the man. Ain't nobody over top. Look like this guy's beat me. I don't play that. I don't even want him to look like he beat me on film. Don't worry about me. I got mine. Okay. You gonna do your job now? I'll sue you. Let's go. I might as well get mine in then.
Who was he talking about? Merton Hanks or Tim McDonald?
I don't know, but let's get to Fast Five.
Fast Five? All right, Fast Five. Let's go. Oh, we got to end the show. Florida State undefeated, number 5 in the country. We're on our way to the college football playoff. This could be the year for Florida State and the 49ers. This may be the best football season I've ever had in my life. And then Notre Dame and those ugly, hideous green jerseys. My final thought is, Ryan Day, your stock went up in my book.
Like, I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
Woo! Woo! Till you play Michigan to get your clocks clean again. But I got respect for Ryan Day. Lou Holtz talking all that talk. Notre Dame, you little leprechauns, y'all lost. How about you? I thought Notre Dame, you needed to know calculus to get into that school. You needed to be a mathematician. They had 10 guys on the field at the end of the game.
Twice. Back to
Twice.
my place.
Ian Williams. What the hell is going on with your football? I love you, Ian Williams. Shout out to your football. What's going on here? Ohio
I'll tell you.
Versus the world.
One big takeaway, as, again, the resident Irish Catholic here on this show. Certain programs don't need alternate uniforms. Now, I get it. You've worn different shades of green for bowl games over time. Those were hideous. You're Notre Dame. I want to see you in the dark blue with the gold pants. What are you doing? Alabama's had no problem recruiting wearing the same uniform forever. All right? Not every team needs an alternate uniform. You are the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
You're not the Oregon Ducks. You're Notre Dame.
And they should have intercepted that guy twice. I'll tell you this, though. I will draft both DBs. Number 20 was balling against NFL top 5 caliber wide receiver in Marvin Harrison Jr.
Spadoni, you're back, baby. Final thought.
Buried in the news yesterday with all the Taylor Swift stuff, Usher is going to be performing the Super Bowl halftime show at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Clearly, Taylor Swift was doing mind games or something, the media game. She knew what she was doing. I'm going to make myself known. I'm going to get all the headlines, not Usher. I'm going to.
Usher?
I can't wait for Usher.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Usher. That's going to be a great show.
He's in my confession.
Yeah, it's going to be that's the odds on favorite. Minus 10,000. Yeah, it's going to be the first song, right? Come on.
He's in my confession.
Hey, that's a great wedding song. I don't care if anyone says goes off at a wedding.
Lawman, what you got?
I'm just glad we just got one more week and this Giants' cruel summer is finally over.
You had to.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think the Giants would fall this bad out of style, but one more week and we can finally shake it off and move into the offseason.
You gotta shake it off. Not the same. Who was that? Was that Fergie?
It might be Taylor Swift.
It might be Taylor Swift. Is it Taylor Swift or Fergie?
It's Taylor Swift.
You gotta shake it off.
I played the song earlier in the show, but it's okay.
Shake it. No, that's a different shake it off. There was another one. You got I was thinking, was it Mariah Carey? Anyway, that was Fast Five.
No, you're thinking my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
No, I'm not thinking about that at all.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. My head's not the cutter. You're thinking about that P word.
Anna says that's all you think about.
Patience. Where's my closer read? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, next generation TG Network. Only from
You're more rattled than Jimmy.
The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. What a Monday. I love Mondays on the roast. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Tough to watch.
I got to be honest.
Turn it on.
It is on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's on. It's just not.
Look, you're in a good mood early.
Yeah, you know what? And that's what I want to get to. It doesn't bother me, but you can save that information.
You were spry.
Yeah, but it makes it sound like, hey, Steiny, hey, it's just 1 out of every 14 days.
But I know
Steiny's
what
in a
is
good
it
mood.
is. Spadoni's back, so you're juiced.
I like Spadoni.
Spadoni back in the house.
I like Spadoni.
Yeah, we all do.
What's up, Joe? Welcome back. You got me upset during the absence, too, about Disneyland. We'll talk about that more.
Best place on earth.
What do you expect with Disneyland? Everybody's trying to game the system down there. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying at Disneyland. All right, I'm going to be honest. There's something I hate. I can't stand Sundays when the Niners don't play. I can't stand
it. Did it feel empty?
It's
because it changes today. We're going to get into them, but
no doubt.
Well, I'll tell you what. I can see clearly now. The Cowboys are gone. Now you're right. The cream is rising to the top. I watched yesterday the Chiefs. I'm envisioning the Dolphins and Niners, McDaniel, Shanahan Super Bowl. I'll leave that there for you to react to.
I'm not going to react to it because we're still in week 3 of the NFL season.
You do got a point.
So a lot of different things can happen. And the Niners, obviously, watching games this weekend, they're 3-0. Don't sleep on the Cardinals.
Look at what's 14-point spread early.
I'll tell you what. I would jump on the Cardinals right now. 14 points? That's a lot.
Well, when you're good, that's what happens.
Yeah. 14, though. As who's the guy who said, boy, good question, Tim Roy.
Yeah. Almost that time.
This happened late in the day on Friday. In case you weren't here. The 49ers extended John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And if you do the math, these guys are under, we're not exactly sure. I'm sure the precise information will come out in a little bit. But these guys are under contract for at least another 5 years at this point.
Business is good.
They were at least to 2025 before this extension. You give them 2 years, that takes you all the way through 2027.
Stability.
Maybe 2028. Yeah, stability, but
what's the but?
They really haven't done what they've been brought here to do yet, right? And they still would have had this year and the next 2 years.
But you were preaching, it ain't about the ring. It is, but it's about what has changed under the tenure of Lynch and Kyle, and you've got a Super Bowl, multiple visits to the NFC Championship game. Just last year, you were in that game. You told me business is good.
They were under contract through 2025.
So you wanted to keep a little heat on.
I mean, look,
why not?
Let this year finish. You still have 2 more years. They still have 2 more years.
But if I were to ask you, Lynch, no shade, what NFL coach would you want running your team and calling your offense right now, especially after another week in the NFL? You don't mean that.
Of course I do.
He's on fire right now. But other than Mike, we're not going to. Mike McDaniel ain't been to a Super Bowl and multiple NFC Championship games. So I'm not mad at that answer, but that's not the right answer.
It might be. Mike McDaniel might be a better coach than Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
We don't know that. We don't know he's not
Time
yet.
will tell. Shout out Morris Day.
And time will tell about Shanahan.
Yeah, but his skins are on the wall if you want to call him that.
See,
Super Bowl visit, multiple NFC
Super Bowl
Championship
visit.
game. Yeah.
Super Bowl visit.
No doubt. That's a big deal.
Okay.
And Miami, Steiny, I think their kryptonite, we'll find out if they continue to ball, is good weather. They got to play in, it's got to be 80 degrees. It ain't going to be that in December and January. Not saying they can't do it, but you shock me in the sense that, to me, this is a signal that York is like, what I'm watching is real.
Okay.
This dude may not even be in his bag yet.
He's like you. He's convinced after 3 games.
No, come on, Snotty. I told you the Niners were the number 1 team to me coming into this season, and I've seen nothing right now. If you want to go AFC, well, I'll combine them. That doesn't have me feeling that way. I feel stronger.
Here's my point, and I don't care that they got extensions. I don't actually think it's right or wrong. I don't think it's too early or too late. But what I think is interesting is we've got a fan base here that's made up and comprised of a lot of 49er fans who are And I'll say it for the 8 millionth time, Super Bowl or bust. So if you're a Super Bowl or bust, and we hang banners here, and that's Jed York saying that, not me or any fan, we hang banners here, isn't it logical to ask, well, then why would you extend them when they still had 2.5 more years left, but they haven't gotten the big prize yet? I'm playing devil's advocate.
That is fair.
He hasn't gotten the big prize.
But let's be real.
We're all talking
about.
The
fan base, who I love, Steiny, that's not the case upstairs at headquarters in Santa Clara.
What do you mean?
There is no bus for Kyle now with this contract extension. Now, the fan base is going to say that.
Exactly.
But there is no, almost like Farhan and Kapler. This is a bad year. Head's going to roll. They didn't even have to deal with that stress. And Kyle knows this is my baby. I'm going to be here. So you're right on the bus, but the reality now after Friday's news, there is no bust for Kyle because of the extensions.
Well, but he's going to start feeling pressure the longer it goes.
I think he feels that now just because he's a competitor and wants to get what his daddy got 2 of. 888 and that's the Super Bowl.
95. Well, everybody wants a Super Bowl. It doesn't mean you get it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are going to be around for a long time. Long time. At least 5 more years after they've been extended. You happy with that? If you're a 49er fan,
there you go.
What you see over the last 6 or 7 years with Shanahan, does that make you comfortable enough to say, you know what, let's extend him so that he's here at least 10 or 12 total years, give him a big, big window to win the Super Bowl? Or do you think it was a little bit premature? Was it a little bit premature? Everything's going well right now. Right now. It didn't have to get done right now, but Jed York got it done right now. So are you okay with that, 49er fans? 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in and talk about that. They are under contract for, we don't even know how long they're under contract, but we got to figure it's at least 5 more years.
And he's going to, in those 5 years, what we're going to see is Brock Purdy, his maturation process, and we're going to watch Kyle will, under his tutelage, the puberty of Brock Purdy and how high he can get and the heights this team can reach with him as the quarterback. Almost a match made in heaven, man.
I can't help but think of Kerr and Myers. So Bob Myers had won 4 titles. Saying somebody tell me the difference if there is one. I'm just comparing situations. Bob Myers had won 4 titles as a GM, and he went into last season as a lame duck. 4 titles, and Myers went into his last season as a lame duck.
I'll never understand.
Steve Kerr, 4 titles. This is his last year. That's usually when you get extended, not 2.5 years before. So I get it. That team's got banners. The Golden State Warriors have banners.
4 of them.
And they're figuring out right now if they're going to extend Steve Kerr past this year. And Bob Myers, they let work with on the last year of his deal. Two different ways to go about it, and yet the one that, I guess, is it safe to say, well, Lacob held those guys' feet to the fire more than Jed York? We're talking about 4 titles, and Joe Lacob's letting them get up against their last contract. Yeah. The 49ers haven't won a Super Bowl, and they're extending guys 3 years before they need to. It's just kind of interesting.
No, it totally is, and I don't know if, like we said, we saw that awkward presser with Lacob and Myers together, and Joe was kind of not in denial, like Steiny, I'm paraphrasing, but it felt like he didn't know the seriousness of what was at stake and the possibility that Bob could leave. But maybe Bob, like you had talked about, was tired and had his eyes on something else, but you didn't throw Klay Thompson in there. I expect him to get extended before training camp. Now we're within 7-6 days of that happening. Kerr too. So we'll see how it plays out.
It's just a matter of time for the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. Look at the past 2 years, bad luck with injuries. Glad Kyle and John got extended, winning to come. So, things can change in a hurry in football. And again, I don't know what the right answer is or what the wrong answer is. or if there are no right or wrong answers, they extended Shanahan and Lynch. They're comfortable with them. They're going to be here for another 5 more years. Plenty of time to go get a Super Bowl.
I'll tell you what, just hearing you talk, if we were to do a report card and you use the word comfortable, York likes what he's seeing. How about that, Stoney? Because that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? If business ain't good.
Because they kiss his ass. Lynch and Shanahan are smart enough to know how to kiss Jed York's ass.
Get to the NFC Championship.
Jim Harbaugh didn't.
Yeah.
Bottom line. Come on, Steiny. The Steelers have had their coaches for years with no Super Bowls for Tomlin, but they have stability for what that's worth. No, I know. I'm not saying they did it too early. I'm asking 49er fans if they're okay with the fact that the Niners extended Lynch and Shanahan almost 3 years before their contracts were up. And keep in mind, this is the second contract extension they've gotten. So, I think it's obvious that Jed York is super duper comfortable with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And you know what? Just look at when you compare persons.
Yeah.
Lynch is smart. He knows how to deal with people.
And he played the game.
Harbaugh, not so much. Balky,
Harbaugh was his own worst enemy, man.
Let's go to Gene. Gene's in Hayward. What's up, Gene? How you doing?
Hey, happy Monday, gents.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, no, I'm actually happy that they actually extended them.
Nice.
I don't want to go back in a situation where we have a revolving door of coaches, and then it tells me that Jed York just doesn't really want to get his hands dirty again like before, and it wasn't really a great result either. So I think that stability is great. Like, look at John Harbaugh in Baltimore. He hasn't won for quite a while, but at least they're always in contention. I'm actually happy with that.
Appreciate the call, G. I think most 49er fans probably are.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat, the YouTube, the First NorCal Credit Union chat, YouTube chat, Donnie. A lot of people feel the same way.
510-100% yes, I'm okay with the extension. He finally has his quarterback. It's a great feeling to know the franchise is in good hands for years to come. 925, Shannon should be the coach as long as he wants to be. Wow.
If that ain't a vote, a C.
Well, that's one fan.
Yeah.
That sounds like you.
No, I'm just telling you.
Would you have given him a lifetime contract?
Stop.
What?
Stop.
Look
what he's built. And I'll just, outside of Trent Williams, when do you got to start looking at birth certificates like, oh, man, this dude's getting long in the tooth?
Kittle.
Everybody, I ain't mad at that, but I'm talking about McCaffrey's in his prime, Purdy just a pup, Debo in his prime, Ayuk about to hit his prime. Man,
let's hope they can keep them all.
Yeah.
Let's hope they can keep them all. 888-957-9570 is the number. So Shanahan and Lynch, they're going to be around for a while. No doubt about it. At least 4 or 5 more years.
That's got to feel good.
And to them.
Yeah, driving into the facility every day. You know what? We could lose to Philly in the championship game, and your boys got action. I'm going to be back. And that ain't grading on a curve. That's something they've earned. But no lifetime, Stoney. I ain't giving no life. You got to win a chip. But your boy in Baltimore may have lifetime. Harbaugh, the last caller just mentioned him. He did cash his ticket, though. He does have some bling. So does Tomlin. It's got some spider webs on it, along with the Harbaughs in Baltimore. But damn.
888-957-9570 is the number. The other thing is, what do you do on a day like yesterday, Niner fans, when your team's not on? You watch all the other
contenders or pretenders.
Watch the lousy teams that you're going to beat up on this year.
Yeah. Philly tonight.
I think it's official at this point. The Niners look better than every other team in football, with the possible exception of the Dolphins.
I was just going to give. Offensively, the Dolphins look like the Showtime Lakers. 70 points. And then your boy McDaniel had the nerve to say, Stoney, they would have broke a record. I put it on the vine. Had they kicked the field goal and he elected to take a knee. Dude, you get no credit for that. You put up 70. The damage is done.
Had he kicked a field goal, you would have ripped him.
Oh, you don't believe that?
Yes, I do.
You scored 70.
Right.
How about Sean Payton? Oh, boy.
What about him? What?
Tough to watch.
Thank you. I'll leave that there.
What about it? Tough loss.
It ain't all Russell's fault. Where is your offense?
Tough loss late.
Because you have no D.
Tough loss late for the Broncos.
Yeah, okay.
Niners need to trade next year's first-round pick for Patrick Surtain. I bet you that's what they're thinking right now. I bet you if you go in that general manager room, they are saying, how can we get Patrick Surtain?
Oh, boy.
Let's let this year play out.
Yeah.
Rudy's in Riverside. What's up, Rudy? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Hey, hey.
Well. Now, listen, as a Ram fan who's lost to the 49ers in the regular season the last few years, I hate it, but we won the big one. In L.A., we don't give our GM and head coach an extension unless you win the Super Bowl. I don't understand why they did that. I'd like for them to keep Shanahan and Lynch for more seasons. You know, they've been great, but they can't win the big one. That's how you reward your GM and head coach. They got to win the big one. I mean, the bar is not the NFC Championship game. It's supposed to be in San Francisco. They're supposed to win chips. That's not what you do. They would have still stayed there. So, props to the Niners. I thought that they're going to run through the regular season. You know, I got that little moniker for them, the regular season empire. They're going to run through the schedule, but that's not the bar. It's when you get a dog like you in the playoffs and it's evenly matched. That's where you got to step up. And this is nothing. You guys are winning. The San Francisco 49ers are doing what they should do. They just got to stay away from being bored, stay healthy. But that's not the bar. The regular season doesn't mean anything until you win that chip.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Great show.
Thank you, Rudy. Appreciate it.
Rudy being tough.
Rudy in Riverside.
But Rudy, they ain't getting bounced in the first round, the wild card
You don't
round.
know
Rudy.
that. You don't know
No,
that.
I'm saying last year. They haven't. Every time they lost, it's been in the NFC Championship, Super Bowl. Like, I get what Rudy's saying. If the season was somehow to get, they were getting upset in the first round, Steiny, they're getting deep.
Let's not pretend, though, that there aren't a segment of 49er fans that are probably saying it's too soon. There are some 49er fans that I think have a right to look, not a right, but I think you could easily look at this and say, well, boy, they have 2 more years after this one. How about this? You win the Super Bowl this year, we'll give you an extension. Or even, you know what? Get to the Super Bowl, we'll give you an extension. Hell, I would even understand another NFC championship and giving them an extension. At 3-0, just a little strange.
I think it was bigger than the record, though. I think it was the feeling.
Right, but they have a feeling about a tandem that hasn't gotten it done yet.
Those are facts.
925. We haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. If you're thinking nothing but a championship matter, you should stop being a sports fan. I mean, the other, I'm sure Jed York is looking at this the other way, where he's saying, no, we haven't won a title, but we've been there 3 of the last 4 years. And if I get these guys on board for 5 or 6 more years, we're going to have 4 or 5 more good seasons where we're going to put ourselves in a position to win a Super Bowl. I mean, the only way Jed York doesn't give these guys extensions, or the only reason you wouldn't give them an extension, is if you look at them and say, I don't think they can get it done. And I don't know why anybody would say that. I'm not saying they're not worthy of those extensions. They've had a great run, particularly recently. But I do know that this fan base is made up of some hardcore Super Bowl is all that matters crowd, and I got to believe that some fans are thinking, well, why do it now? And we can wait to do it. But what do you think? 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, if you're a 49er fan, you watched all the other games yesterday. How good must you be feeling?
Well, Kansas City looked good, Steiny.
And nobody worries about the AFC teams.
Okay.
It's about the NFC.
Big test tonight for Philly. Even though the Niners didn't play, they played Thursday. They took care of the Giants. If we're going college, because that's what the NFL fan base has turned into week by week, how do you look? Philly goes in there and handles an undefeated Tampa Bay team. Then it'll be what we said. Destiny is an NFC championship game between Philly and the Niners.
From the 510, fans need to chill. Imagine how many coaches and GMs would be fired every year if the owners based their extension on Super Bowl wins. It's true. But I thought but we're different. out here, I thought. We're elevated. We're in 49er country. We only hang banners. That's what Jed said. I'm just taking Jed's word for it. 49er head coaches, games coached. 1, 2. Tell you what, Goo, we get a little music here.
Oh, we got something?
Da, 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 da. Give me
Badoni's back.
Give me the top 6 coaches in terms of games coached for the 49ers.
Oh, Bill Walsh.
That's one.
All right.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I like your voice.
Da, 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 da.
Seifert, 2.
That's 2.
All right. Who else we got?
I can go through the next couple.
Harbaugh?
Nope. Buck Shaw, Dick Nolan, Steve Mariucci, and Kyle Shanahan now.
How could I forget
tied
Mooch?
Mariucci. So next week in Santa Clara when they play the Arizona Cardinals, Shanahan will move up to 5th in the list. 5th on the list.
I was going to say Singletary.
That
was a joke.
Yeah, he was here for
Dick Nolan. He dressed good, though, Nolan.
I want winners. Yeah. So 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a magical Monday on 95.7 The Game. Even without the San Francisco 49ers playing, you have to feel good if you're a fan.
No doubt about it. Head in the clouds, Steiny.
There's definitely
tell me.
They're the team to beat right now in the NFC. I don't care what happened last year. There's no doubt right now the 49ers, at least only 3 weeks into the best team.
So you're moving Philly out of there, even without seeing them tonight?
I didn't have Philly first in mind. See, I don't do it based on the standings, my power rankings. I do it on field.
Well, you said they beat the Niners, Goo.
Last year.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter right now.
But you said coming into this year, what you had Philly had to be number 1.
At the start of the year, to start. But Philly's been overtaken. Philly doesn't
even
look
with a
great.
game to play.
Oh,
They could come out tonight and put up 70 on Tampa.
That's still the 49. If they put 70 up on Tampa, the 49ers have still been more impressive through 3 games.
My boy, you ain't sipping the Kool-Aid, but you smell it or you see it getting fixed.
I mean, look, it's not bias to say Niners should definitely look the best team in the NFC. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. And what did you see yesterday in the NFL that either makes you more confident or less confident if you're a 49er fan? And it is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, 888-957-9570.
My little...
Pat Steinmetz. You don't know me.
It was an F.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is that your grade for the Cowboys?
Yeah, F. Listen.
Oh,
I'm the guy. This is when you got to tap into me.
No,
The reverse.
No.
The
This is
reverse
when I- this is-
devil tongue and
this
double.
is when I walk away.
Donnie and Evan are real fans. We know.
This is when I walk.
I told everybody, slow down.
About face.
They can't get into the end zone. McCarthy stuck in 1940 play calling. But what about McDaniel last night around the NFL? You're down 8, fourth down. You can smell the end zone. And you kick a measly field goal to think your raggedy D is going to get you the ball back?
Yeah.
Go down swinging. Go for it.
No.
It's okay if you don't get it.
No.
But to assume you're going to stop them.
You have to assume.
There is some bad decision-making going around. It's infected the NFL everywhere
I don't think so.
but Santa Clara.
I don't think so.
Everywhere but Santa Clara.
So
everywhere but Santa Clara.
He takes the field goal. They get 3 and out, and now we go win the game.
But you didn't get the other part.
But that's the way you got to think about it.
No, the think about it is, how about we tie it and then they get lemon booty?
Right. And they're by going for it on fourth, they automatically get it in your mind.
No,
thank
Steiny.
you. They don't get it, and it's ball game.
That's
they
the
got the ball
closest
back.
you. No, you had good fortune. Fourth down, give yourself a try. If you
Fourth
don't
and
get
4
it,
at the 8.
nothing to see here. We tried, but to assume that raggedy D is going to stop them. Shame on you.
You can't say that because they didn't kick the field goal, they're not trying.
I didn't say they weren't trying.
You said they tried.
Math is no.
Say, give it a try.
No, I'm asking for a gut feel, partner.
Well, maybe his gut feel was they weren't getting in.
Staley and the Charger Viking game going for it. You got lucky.
Well, so one went for it, you didn't like it. One didn't go for it, you hated it.
Yeah, one was at his own 20 or 30 yard line.
I heard
they should have lost.
Yeah, I mean,
your boy catch the rock. Blame it on Kirk, though, right?
Listen. Too bad, two tough positions. 4th and 4, go for it. You know what? It's they can't stop anybody. First of all, 23 points isn't a lot that they'd given up in that game. I mean, I get it. I don't think it was a wrong move.
Yeah, my whole thing is I'm going to lose with the ball in our hands trying to tie or give ourselves a chance at the 2-point conversion. To assume we got to stop, that's where I'm out.
To me, there's very little difference between, 4th and 4, we have one play.
And you're down there.
One play.
Yeah, you're down there.
We got to score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion. Okay? If that doesn't happen, the game's over. But instead, we can
no, it's not. You still got your timeouts to stop them when you took 3.
But you're down 8.
Okay, still the same scenario.
Right.
But you were 8. You had a chance to tie, partner.
Right. And you kick a field goal. Now all you need is a 3 and out.
And pray with that defense.
Well, I'm praying with the offense and Jimmy Garoppolo, too.
You got a Devontae
Don't
Adams.
act as though Jimmy Garoppolo's offensively is infinitely better than the Raiders'
He was throwing some
defense.
medicine balls.
That's 50-50. The 2023 Grand National Rodeo is returning with more splits and thrills as they celebrate their 75th anniversary at the Cow Palace in Daly City. 2 big weekends. The Grand National Rodeo is Friday and Saturday, October 6th and 7th. And the following weekend is the Women of Rodeo and Fiesta del Charro. Get your tickets now at cowpalace.com.
There we go.
Steiny, if they get stopped on 4th down, they still need to get a touchdown. I know. Just like when they made the field goal. Right, but they win with a touchdown. They only tie with a touchdown and 2-point conversion. Listen, I'm not saying it was a right decision, but I just think those are the easiest decisions to question. And then you really look at it, they make the field goal. They need one stop. They didn't get it.
Yeah,
they
but
lose the game.
Okay, partner. Not only do you need a stop, you need the good fortune of hoping Jimmy can draw you back down in the red zone, past the red zone, in the end zone.
Either way,
when you could have cut one part of it out and gave them the ball with the tie game, and then maybe they would have got lemon booty, and you go to overtime.
Or maybe they would have just marched down the field and taken a field goal and win the game.
You think any difference in Pittsburgh now?
Why?
Because they won the game.
Who'd they beat?
No, I'll give you a 4.
Pittsburgh
Spadoni's
stinks.
back. Shh.
Pittsburgh stinks. I don't care. They stink. Jonathan from the 831. What's up, Jonathan?
Jay.
What's going on, buddy?
Hi, Stanley. How are you doing today?
Doing well, man.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Kyle and Lynch got these big contract extensions. Before this current contract runs out, I expect to see a Super Bowl victory, if not 2 by that team. They have no excuse now. They have a proven quarterback, and they have a lot of talent on that team. There's no reason why they shouldn't win these at least 1 or 2 Super Bowls before this contract's over.
I agree. They have 14 years to do it now. Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it. They have a lot of time.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
They got plenty of time to do it.
I mean, I'm going to ask you before we get out of here, how many quarterbacks through 3 weeks you would take over Brock, but how many coaches would you take over Steiny? That list is short.
Over who?
Kyle. Over Kyle right now. It's not many. If people are really being
if
fair and putting the pom-poms down.
If it were any coach other than Kyle, you would give the nod to any coach who's won a Super Bowl first. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean, Reed's better, McVay's better,
well, that's Super Bowl.
Carroll's better, Tomlin's better, John Harbaugh's better.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing.
Steiny, that's a preference.
Right, but if you were arguing...
Two of the guys you mentioned Super Bowl another decades ago almost.
But that's fine, but they have them, and Kyle doesn't. And if you were arguing for anybody other than Kyle,
well,
you might, like if we're talking about who's a great coach who hasn't gotten a Super Sean McDermott.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he hasn't won a Super Bowl, so everybody's got a Super Bowl is a better coach than him.
Sean Payton?
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the way many people argue rankings and lists. Kyle Shanahan cannot be above any coach who's already won a Super Bowl, right?
I'm saying Sean Payton has a Super Bowl.
Right. That's why I said Payton. He's not as good as Payton.
But who would take Payton right now? Well, yeah, my whole point, Evan.
I don't know.
I know what your premise is. Like, Goo, you can't put Kyle above the ones that have got it done. But we're talking about NOW, the now.
Right. But this is what we always get to. This is what we always come back to. We'll give our guy, Kyle Shanahan, the benefit of the doubt. But any other coach in his situation, we don't give the same benefit of the doubt to. That's the way it sometimes feels to me. Because if we were in Washington, D.C., we would look at Kyle Shanahan and say, he seems like a good coach, never won it. So he's just like McDermott. He's just like McDaniel, Mike McDaniel. We tend to look at it differently just because we're in his backyard, I think. And he gets the benefit of the doubt from us because we've seen him up close. Drew, Oakland. What's up, Drew? How you doing, man?
Steiny, Guru, what's up?
Hey.
Come down Guru's road, talking about my Raiders defense, talking about their story. He only gave up 23 points. How about you get a quarterback that doesn't throw 3 interceptions, can't even get the team in field goal range with one of the best kickers in the league? I mean, you're giving up short field every time. I mean, what you expect them to do? They out there gassed. I mean, I need an explanation, Guru.
Believe in your offense and tie the game up and have your defense ball or try to defend them with the game is tied.
I'm not talking about that. You called the defense sorry. They gave up 23 points.
Okay, how about it? Okay, I hear you.
Buffalo is not good.
Okay, well, what about the Buffalo game?
But it's Buffalo. They're one of the best teams in the AFC.
Well, if you're going to tell me I can't have standards of you to, I mean, that game was a blowout. They couldn't stop Josh Allen.
You called them sorry ass.
Okay, so what? All right, so what adjective would you use to describe the Raiders' defense, my friend?
Well, yesterday I think.
Just in general. I just had the Raider defense. How good is that unit? I'm just asking.
It's not that good. They're not sorry.
There it is. That's all I was saying. You just said it for me.
No. You said sorry ass. I don't think they're sorry ass. I think they're better than they were years past. I think
they're not that good and sorry ass. They're cousins.
Yeah.
Come on. What are we doing here, family? I feel your pain.
I'd be pissed if you called.
Stop it.
Sorry ass is lame.
They got number 98 and that's it.
Sorry ass is an insult.
As
Come on,
opposed to they're not that good?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
I mean,
my.
yeah, I think there's a
Where are the
difference.
Pampers at? Let me change your little diaper. I'm sorry, you sorry ass. Come on, but not that good and sorry ass. Come on, man. I'm cutting through the chop. Come on. Oh, boy.
Sometimes on the radio.
You want me to retire, sorry ass? That's offensive.
I mean, I'd call the Broncos defense sorry.
Oh, that ain't even you doing sorry as an insult. 70.
Yeah, no, as far as what the Raiders did, I get it. Like, what I don't like is when somebody does something, makes a move, and you're like, I don't understand that at all. Like, I totally understand what they were thinking. It just didn't work out. 888-957-9570 is the number. And by the way, you laugh at those Arizona Cardinals. They've led every game this year at halftime. They could be 3-0, according to Joe Hawks.
And to look at you, and the spread was 12, and they won that game going away.
Yep, no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tough day yesterday for me without the Niners on. Really, just got home from golf at like 12:30.
What'd you shoot? Hold on, what'd you shoot?
86.
Look at my guy. That's why you're in the mood.
Why?
Because you shot 86.
Yeah, it's a pretty good round for me. Not great.
But it's carrying you to the next day.
No,
That's all it's
got nothing
about.
to do with it.
Yep.
It's got nothing to do with it. You don't know me.
I do know you.
What if I told you my wife's out of town? That's why I'm gleeful.
Hey, Susan.
What if I told you I've never gotten along better with my daughters? That's why I'm in a great
Well, I'll tell
mood.
you what. Now, that stuff hits me in the cardiac
That's
muscle.
not why.
Oh, I was going to say I'm inviting myself over for the 2 Monday night games tonight. The wife's out of town.
Hey.
Seriously.
We'll probably not do that, but
you are so.
I don't want to get the house all messy.
I'm going to sit and watch the game.
But you'll eat popcorn. You've always watched with popcorn. You see, this is why I don't like when you have your popcorn
crazy horse
ready.
on me. Remember how that floor looked when I left that place? The bar. The horse.
The high horse.
Oh, Evan, help me. The crazy horse.
Crazy horse
They
is
give you
Neil Young's
popcorn, but it's
backup
like,
band.
good Lord, who ate this?
Shout out Little Bighorn.
There you go.
510, not that good equals you're trying, but not there. Sorry ass means you can't do it.
And people telling me I struck a nerve with that fan. That's all. Truth hurts.
No.
Yeah.
Nah, sometimes you exaggerate things.
God.
How about this from the boss? Like,
tell me what to give you.
So the boss. See, he's just dies.
But you're smiling, so it's a good thing.
It's just unbelievable. Like everybody's so scared of ruffling feathers with opinions. And I'll tell you what it is.
That's not who he is or
Yes,
anybody
it
you
is.
work with.
Yes, it's both of you. It's
We bring the
everybody.
heat.
Matt Nahigian, my boss. Here are the quarterbacks I'd take over Brock Purdy right now.
Oh.
Guess how many he's got on his list?
I'm being real.
7. He's got Brock Purdy as the 8th best quarterback.
Can you read them?
Tua, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Burrow, Mahomes, Herbert, Hurts.
Where's the lie? That's why you didn't like it.
You want Purdy? No, Cousins to me is a 50-50.
Okay, all right.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
You see the game yesterday?
No. I think he's been in the league a couple of years.
Yeah, but his biggest game was a playoff comeback win. He's won a playoff game.
Okay. So no, you'd rather have Purdy? I'd rather have Lawrence. Evan?
All right, I ain't mad at you.
Evan?
Yeah, I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence.
All right, I ain't mad at either one of you, and I think that's
And
my
if you're going
answer
to tell
too.
me you'd rather have Brock Purdy over Trevor Lawrence, then I'd rather have C.J. Stroud over Brock Purdy.
Ooh, that'll shake people up.
But again,
and I'll take. You know what?
All right,
I'm
so
sorry.
you only had a problem with one name.
No, I have a problem with another name.
It ain't Dak.
Stafford.
I take Stafford.
That's another one.
All right. So where we at now? 9.
That's all
9.
Right. And I haven't even mentioned Cousins.
Well, you can't.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
They're 0-3.
That's right.
It's not all his fault.
And the 49ers would be 3-0 with Kirk Cousins. Let's be honest. Listen, if you want to take Brock Purdy over Kirk Cousins, be my guest. But just know that there are a lot of people who would take Kirk Cousins. That's another thing where it's like sometimes people can't get out of their own homer minds. It's amazing.
Well, you know I'm not one.
amazing.
How about Lamar, who
He's
lost
on
to the
that list.
Oh yeah,
He's on that list.
I need to boot him off. I ain't never been a fan
of who.
Lamar. Remember we went 15 rounds. Like what was that? 4
He's a
years
choker.
ago. Well, not a choker.
I mean, he's never gotten it done.
Can't pass.
Yeah, and he's never won a Super Bowl. He's just like Kyle, but Lamar Jackson chokes and Kyle's a genius.
Kyle's been to one. Bada bing.
And how is he?
I mean, he's built an offense.
Listen, just switch your because this is what you do. As it relates to Kyle, you're starting to say, I've noticed, now he got to the Super Bowl. Like you're kind of substituting got to the Super Bowl and hoping people interpret that as win a Super Bowl. He hasn't won a Super Bowl, and if it were anybody else, you'd say he hasn't won it. Doesn't matter that he got there. 0-1. That's all that matters. Kyle. I mean, how come we give him the benefit of the doubt all the time, Kyle?
Because his brilliance is on display every Sunday when you watch his unit, specifically the offensive side of the ball. He's a big part of what they do.
Yep.
And right now they have the defenses on skates. He saw brilliance in Debo. It's worked. He saw brilliance in Ayuk. It's worked. Facilitated the trade to get McCaffrey. Saw something in Brock. Forget the Trey Lance. I went in on him on the Trey Lance blunder. But how can I even have a voice to hit that button when everything right now is just it's good in the hood? And Brock looks like the real deal. That's why. I don't think any other coach is having an impact on their
like Zach Taylor. I get it. They're 0-2, but he's been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he has.
Okay.
And I ain't saying Zach is mincemeat. I ain't calling him a bum.
Going to the Super Bowl isn't winning the Super Bowl. That's from the 510.
All right.
It depends. CJ's in the city. What's up, CJ? How you doing?
Good morning, Steiny. Good morning, Goose.
Hey.
Hear you guys on the airwaves once again. Hey, Steiny, I hope you don't got a file on me. You said you were going to put me on a file, but I don't think I deserve to be on a file, man. I'm good. I've been good.
Okay.
But anyways, man, I agree with you guys. To me, it just seems like the national narrative around Brock Purdy is like either he's great or you can't criticize him at all. And if you do criticize him, then you don't think Brock Purdy is good enough. And I think that's just not the case. Like, after every single game, CMC will have a huge game. Debo will have a huge game. Ayuk will have a fantastic game. And people will be like, yeah, they had a great game, but Brock Purdy, oh my God, if you saw what Brock, and it's like, when I'm watching the TV, I'm just not seeing, oh my God, Brock Purdy. Like, I'm just not seeing that. I saw that from Jordan Love yesterday on a couple throws. I mean, he looked pretty good, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I just don't understand the national narrative around Brock Purdy. And I say that to say this, like, what if he does win the Super Bowl as an average quarterback or as a pretty good quarterback with all these flaws? Like, then what? Like, what if those tip passes turn into interceptions? Then what? Like, what's the plan for the future? So I understand things are looking good right now, but in all honesty, the quarterback situation is still, like, up in the air because Brock, for the most part, he's been getting lucky from what I've seen. He's very much like Jimmy G with better luck. That's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, CJ. I mean,
Don't talk about that.
Well, they won't. In my world, they won't win the Super Bowl if that Brock Purdy he's talking about rears his head. They don't get to the NFC Championship last game if that Brock Purdy he says predominantly is getting lucky.
Well, remember who's the guy? Was it Tart who dropped the?
Yeah,
who
against
dropped
the
an
Rams.
interception?
Oh my gosh!
And everybody says that he caught that. Then they go to the Super Bowl.
No doubt. I'm that guy.
Didn't Dallas have a pick last year on Purdy?
Diggs dropped it.
Okay, well, so like,
but you still had to go score. But yeah, Diggs.
So they're one play away from winning the game,
right?
Like one great play, like one great interception, and Purdy doesn't get to the Eagles game.
Right, but to that caller's points down there, I would love to see his file on the luck outweighing the good stuff that we see Brock in regard to decision making and getting the ball to the playmakers. He's undefeated in the regular season. Like, I'm not telling you he's Joe Montana, but talk to me about the luck part. Now, there are throws, even the Giant game. The first drive, there could have been 2 picks. There could have been 2 picks.
Right.
But
so you're saying it.
There weren't.
Well, somebody could say he's been a little lucky. He's been a little lucky.
Well, my greater point to that call, Stoney.
But he's been good. He's been better.
They ain't winning the Super Bowl if he's that guy that he's been seeing. Because he says the luck is outweighing the good.
Yeah, I don't agree with. George is in the jungle. What's up, George?
Georgie.
You know, I was going to go a totally different direction here, but I'm going to go, I'd rather be lucky than good. You think Joe Montana had some luck in his career? You think Tom Brady had some luck in his career? Now, Purdy isn't them, but he does have something that they don't. He's undefeated. When are you guys going to stop picking on the boy just because he's not perfect?
I'm not. I don't think we're picking on.
I'm not picking on the guy.
I said the guy's the real deal.
I said if this is who Purdy is, they can certainly win a Super Bowl. Other people out there are saying that, not other people, but, you know, has he gotten a bunch of breaks along the way? Yeah, but he's been good. There's just no doubt about it.
He's got a tight end who's the best defensive back of tight ends.
That's a 4.
That's great.
No, hey,
George. It looks good right now, man. Brock looks good.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate the call.
And what I'm hearing now in Sense and Stoney as we get down the road, Brock's only looking good because he's in that offense. That's where this thing is headed to in Haterville to me.
Who cares? As long as they win it.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
But to that last caller's point before the last caller, if that Brock Purdy is who he thinks he is, they ain't winning.
661. No one's taking Kirk over Brock. The only reason they wouldn't is because of experience.
I'm not going to tell you Brock's resume is better than Kirk's. I'm not. And that's coming from the
I'd probably
Comcast
take
business
Brock
text
Purdy
line.
over Cousins too. If we're starting a team tomorrow,
Yeah.
one of them's 38 years old. What about Aaron Rodgers?
I think it's over.
So
I would take Brock.
So
but
then you do think
if
it's
you're
over.
talking about young Aaron Rodgers, hell, I'm going
Right.
Aaron Rodgers.
From the Comcast business text line, if you think Purdy is just Jimmy Garoppolo with better luck, you don't know about football.
You don't know S about football. Yep.
And I don't think you were listening because nobody said that. Nobody said that. There's a difference between Purdy and Garoppolo.
But you really take Tua, huh?
That's not my list.
No,
It's the
I'm
boss's
just
list.
asking you about Tua.
I think that
because McDaniel and him are rolling.
That's why I take.
And they rolled last year until he got hurt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Andrew in San Jose. Actually, you know what? Hold on, Andrew. We'll get to you on the other side because I want to give you a fair shot at it. 707. He hasn't been lucky. I'm not getting into whether Brock Purdy's lucky.
Because we could say the Niners have been lucky, but they got the worst luck when they in championship game. Lost their quarterback.
I mean, don't you have to have a little bit of luck? The question is has Purdy been bad, but he's gotten away with it?
Warriors' first championship, right? Didn't, when Kyrie and Love went out. You would think that helped them.
It didn't help them. No, it didn't.
Yeah, we don't do that.
See, they're our
radio.
home team, so we don't bring up that the other team was hurt.
Stop it.
It's the way everybody looks at things. It's disgusting, man. Nobody's got any
And
objectivity.
it's not everybody, damn it.
It is everybody.
A couple people pick up the phone and call.
You're right. It's not everybody, but it's most of the fan base. You know, like just try to be honest about things. Your team's not the most special team on planet Earth,
but it's the one you care about most.
That's right, and that's why what's most important is you look at your team objectively. That's all sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up.
cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not saying Brock Purdy's the next great quarterback, but here's my question. I got to phrase this the other way because maybe I'll get some answers from the people that don't think he can get it done. Like, what has he shown you he can't do? Like, what can he do? Is there anything he can't do? I haven't seen anything that he can't do. Stuff that he might need to do better, stuff he might need to learn. But there's nothing that we've seen that leads you to believe, well, he can't do it. I mean, even if there's some adjustments made, it's still going to look pretty much the same, I would think. He's got 17 touchdowns, 4 picks in his career so far.
Damn.
Do you think? Let's just hype, and he's played like 8 or 9 games. Here's one for you, Goo. See if I can remember this one.
All right.
So he's played in 9, not counting the playoffs,
Oh, okay.
9 games.
I was going to build this more.
9 games.
All right.
And I don't, whatever, 17-4. Do you think by the end of the season, he'll have 34 touchdowns and only 8 interceptions? In other words, 17-4 is a great touchdown interception ratio.
I think that could happen. I think that could happen.
So, okay.
And he's
mastered. And I don't know if it can or not, but what I'm saying is that's what he would have to do in the second half of the season.
All right, but let's just say that was 12-6. I'll still take that. Like he's proven to me thus far he's mastered this offense and what they want him to do. Like I just can't. I'm sorry, and I can't see like game manager. That doesn't have a bad. That's not derogatory. If that's what I'm not calling him, because he can move and do other things. But this dude has shown he looks like he is on the fast track to, do I dare say, stardom, but damn sure next franchise quarterback in the Super Bowl for this team.
If he can stay healthy.
And you know what? I thought about that while you were talking, because that's the only thing that took him out last year was the game they lost and got crushed was the one he got knocked out.
The one thing that, people, when they talk about Purdy, yeah, he's a good quarterback. Yeah. Let's just say he's really good.
That's the word I got right now. He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay.
He's really good. But what I think people don't understand, I shouldn't say that, 'cause that makes it sound arrogant. But the thing I always look at is, especially in the NFL, like this is all I'm saying.
Dude,
if he gets hit next week against Arizona and hurts himself, like, we're not going to be talking about Brock Purdy as the next great thing. We're going to be talking about whether Brock Purdy is the next Jimmy Garoppolo who can't stay healthy. Like, we're one play from that. Now, do I want that to happen? No. Do I think it'll happen? Probably not. But what I'm saying is that's why I'm conservative about anointing anybody anything in football. I mean, the one thing he's got to prove is he's durable. He's got to be durable. Do we know that he is or isn't yet? No, we don't. We don't. So, that's one test he'll have to pass.
And
you know what else he'll have to pass? A test where maybe he does get picked off twice in the first half of a game.
And I'm sure that's coming.
Maybe. Yeah. So that when people say, who needs to see more? Well, okay, I need to see more. I'd like to see him go through a whole season and not get hurt. That's one thing I'd like to see.
But when you get there, Matt, I got to be honest, Jimmy, because we saw more of Jimmy, but what reared its head through his tenure was he didn't just get hurt in a playoff game. Jimmy would get hurt, and it would stall out your season or throw a monkey wrench in it. So what you just said,
it better not happen with Brock.
But I'll tell you what, in my lab, the fact that you got to go, hey, Gooey's one injury away from having a Carfax report, you're right. But that's that's the standard for every quarterback. But we're not talking about how does he process the game and how defenses can take advantage of him or manipulate him. Right now, we haven't saw that. So I'll give you that injury scenario. I got you. And then we would talk about, okay, this is the second one in 2 years. But right now, Matt, if you're going to that, the Red Cross, That's
I'm not
telling me
going to
the
the Red
stuff on the
Cross.
field is pretty damn good.
No doubt. Everything's been pretty damn good. He hasn't proved he's durable yet. And it's no shade at him. It's just the fact that he's inexperienced. He just hasn't played a lot of games. He played, what did he play? 8 games last year, 9 games. Yep. He got hurt.
3 playoff
Now
games.
he's 3 games into this year. All systems are go, but he's got to stay
There's nobody
healthy.
that would fight you on what you're saying right now, I don't believe.
They can't. The only people who can fight me are the people who, I don't know. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying he still hasn't proven he's not Jimmy Garoppolo, injury-wise.
All right.
Is Brock Purdy a better quarterback than Jimmy? Definitely. Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Is Jimmy Garoppolo more injury-prone than Brock Purdy?
Nope.
I don't know. Let's let that one play out. Because no matter how you slice it,
because the amount of
Purdy got hurt. He's been hurt 1 time in 12 games. So let's make sure that, a year or 2 from now, those are the only games he missed. And it looks like he's going to be able to stay healthy. Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't stay healthy, and neither could Trey Lance. It's like the biggest thing you got to do as a 49er quarterback. So it's, so far so good with Brock Purdy. But there's a long, long way to go. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Andrew in San Jose. What's up, Andrew?
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Hey.
I just got a couple things I want to touch on. We know that Brock is better than Jimmy, and he's actually in the best position that any rookie QB could be in the NFL at this point.
Yep.
With the weapons he has, he could only get better, and looking forward to it. And I just kind of want to touch up on the flip side to the Garoppolo and the Raiders situation. Myself personally, when Jimmy G's leg got flopped on yesterday, I said, okay, maybe we'll see this McConnell kid. But after the break, I checked, and Brian Hoyer's there actually second string. But I love the young O'Connell. I was watching him in the preseason, thought he'd get a good job. But this is what teams going to have to get to maybe find that diamond in the rough, i.e. Brock Purdy.
No, I mean, look, if you find a Brock Purdy who's making what he's making,
and playing how he's playing,
you absolutely could put a heck of a team around him. That's what the Niners have done.
But he's inherited the heck of a team around him. Again, we got to be careful and always stand up for Jimmy in this vein, Steiny. You look at his 1-loss record, the big games he's played in, didn't win them all, but the Niners were not mincemeat, chopped liver. They were bona fide.
Okay. But, see, as you were saying something here, I felt like, but look, Purdy's way better. Purdy's way better than Garoppolo. Come on. He's way better than Garoppolo. I mean, that almost seems obvious at this point. Even if you like Garoppolo, it's like, or even if you like Lance. I mean,
but where's the too soon? Where do you draw the line then on
10 games? Better.
And if we judge Jimmy on his first 10 games, we wouldn't be like, oh boy, Jimmy has I don't even think he had the no throws in. Like we saw more, and then we saw warts. So if you're saying you still need to see more, anybody is from Purdy, I don't think it's fair to say.
I don't need to see more from Purdy. He's better than Garoppolo. Come on.
Like it looks that way.
Of course it does.
But he ain't
Not even
played in
close.
as many. Well, he'll never catch up to Jimmy. But
925. You're making my point for me. He has only been hurt once, Matt. That can't define his superb. I get it. He's been great. But what I'm saying is he's got to stay healthy this year. If he doesn't stay healthy this year, who's to say he isn't Jimmy Garoppolo, Teflon? No, Teflon's when you don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Tin Man.
But so how can you say that he is, you don't know if he's injury prone or not compared to Jimmy, but you can say definitively that he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback.
When he plays, he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Like he's quarterbacking good enough to be to be the starting quarterback. But if he can only play the percentage of games that Garoppolo played, if he can't play more games, well, what use is he? Like, how many games did Jimmy miss?
took him to a Super Bowl, Stoney.
Okay, so what? That's not even the point I'm making.
But it's not about your point.
It's not?
You're being blind to the truth. How can you say definitively he's not better than Jimmy, and Jimmy took this team to a Super Bowl?
I said he's better than Jimmy.
Yeah, but I'm fighting back on that because Jimmy took this team to a Super Bowl, and Brock is yet to do that.
Okay, well then you think Garoppolo's better.
No, I'm doing what you're doing. I'm still watching. Like, I need to see some more. I can't give. So
why are you arguing?
You're cooking the books on. You still need to see more on Brock Purdy and the injury thing, but you've seen enough to say he's better than Garoppolo. Garoppolo took this same team to a Super Bowl.
Okay,
and an NFC
you think
championship
Garoppolo's
game.
better?
No, I'm saying we need to see more in the season end to see where this Niner team goes before I can declare Brock being better than Jimmy.
I don't think it's a tough concept to grasp that. I've seen Garoppolo play 12 games, and I think he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. But another issue is, well, he's got to, it's great that he's better than Garoppolo, but that was only half the story with Garoppolo. He was injury prone. So Purdy's already better than him as a quarterback as far as I'm concerned, but now he's got to stay healthy. Like, he can't be Jimmy. What if he's better than Jimmy, but he's as injury prone? Are we still going to keep him around?
It sounds like what Guru's saying is like young Jimmy. Like 2019 Jimmy Garoppolo was a pretty damn good quarterback. Through his first 26 starts, he lost 5 games. Like that's I think more the Jimmy Garoppolo you're comparing Brock Purdy to than the one we see now.
Okay, well then the argument would be Purdy can't keep this up. But I don't think that's true.
But you can't declare a winner in that because we're going to find out.
What do you mean?
We're going to, as the season goes on, we're going to find out where this team ends up, and we're going to see more of him. And is he the reason on some Sundays to where they lose? Like Evan's right, and you're judging Jimmy on what we seen after the fact. I'm like, right. Jimmy 10 games in was the highest paid quarterback.
He
after
still wasn't
5 games.
As good as Brock Purdy is now. Were Jimmy Garoppolo's first 10 games as good as Purdy's 10 games?
Well, I would say this offense is better than the one Jimmy had.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. Jimmy G had the same numbers as Brock last year with Christian McCaffrey. Okay, so 5.590 or 5.559. So you're not convinced he's better than Garoppolo right now. Jimmy G had the same numbers as Brock last year with McCaffrey. He played like a Pro Bowler with Christian McCaffrey. I assume he's talking about Garoppolo, the 5.59. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the point is like when Jimmy Garoppolo first got here, he was thrown to Marquise Goodwin and rookie George Kittle, and he was handing off to Carlos Hyde, who was a good running back. But I think their point is like he wasn't playing with the all-star cast that Brock Purdy is right now.
Young Jimmy. Before there was no throw. Jimmy no throws.
Okay. I don't know why you guys are fighting me on this, because like I asked you, and you said you think Purdy's better than Garoppolo, but that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
I don't like. What's the disagreement when I say Purdy's better than Garoppolo?
Use the short sample size.
You guys are saying no.
I'm gonna tell you, you're using the short sample size of us watching Brock ball when it's convenient for you.
What do you mean?
How are you saying? I'm just asking you. Early on, you're so sure that Garoppolo's first 10 games, Purdy's better.
Purdy's better.
He's got a better team around, a better offense.
Okay,
Donnie.
so fight me on it. Then say you think Garoppolo's better, but you're not. You're saying no, Steiny. You're right. Eye test shows Purdy's better, but Jimmy's still good. I don't know what you're getting at.
No, I just think you're not being fair to early Jimmy.
The hell with Jimmy. Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Well, Purdy's better than him, and you're saying he's better than him. So, like, if somebody wants to say Garoppolo's better, then Jimmy, or Purdy, we can have that talk. The only thing that Purdy has to prove to me now as relates to Garoppolo is that he can stay healthy, because Garoppolo couldn't. I'll take Purdy over Garoppolo any day of the week at this point. And I get it. He's only quarterback 12 games. Joe's in Concord. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Good. Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. The reason why Purdy's better than Garoppolo is because he's on the Niners right now. That's number one. They kept the better quarterback. Garoppolo's problem, I don't look at it so much as being injury-prone. I think of it as when he picks the worst times to throw interceptions. That's why Purdy's better so far. It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's not even a conversation because we're looking at Jimmy after the fact. I'm talking about the 5 games Jimmy quarterbacked. Steiny, there was Garoppolo mania here, and the team gave him a new contract before we knew what he was. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so you
10
think
games
his
of
first
Jimmy
10
Garoppolo
games were better?
No, I'm not. See, I'm not going there. I'm saying the offense that Brock inherited is better than what Jimmy had, but there still was Garoppolo mania before we found out he was just average.
Oh,
I think that's fair.
And I never said any of that was not true about Jimmy Garoppolo. I just said that Purdy's better than Garoppolo, and that's pretty easy to tell. If you don't agree, I mean, that's
like,
fine.
I love this from Dave Johnson, First NorCal U2 Credit Union chat. Jimmy was a mirage. Okay, if that's how you feel, I get it. Do we know Brock is a mirage? It don't look like it, but it's so young, early in the game. We're all still watching, but he's off to a phenomenal start.
I mean, I don't even think
that's
Jimmy's
fair.
a mirage. I think he's exactly a mirage is something you don't even know if it's there. I think we know.
Well, there was a point Kyle thought probably Jimmy was his guy. He was going to, you know what I mean? He was going to ride off into the sunset with him. And then he's like, oh, God. That had to be. That's why he went and got Trey Lance.
But
plus, he couldn't stay healthy.
Brian in Los Gatos. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you,
Hey, Garoppolo's a great quarterback. Purdy's a great quarterback. You can't compare them, though, apples to apples. They got different offenses. Things change. There's different variables. They're both doing what the coach tells them to do. So we're talking about who's better at doing what the coach wants them to do. The coach wants to win the game. They want to win the game. It's hard to compare apples to apples.
Actually,
and then
go ahead.
Go ahead.
You.
Oh, the injury prone. I always, how do you say someone's injury prone in the NFL? Everyone's injury prone in the NFL. And then you're saying Garoppolo's injury prone. Purdy just came back from an injury.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's part of the game.
That was my emphasis.
Injured, so comparing the two as quarterbacks and talking about injuries, that's a hard one. That's a hard sell.
Well, let me tell you why it's not, Brian, is because they both played under Kyle Shanahan. Garoppolo and Purdy. Like, who do you think Kyle trusts more?
As a quarterback?
Yeah.
Well, right now, he went with Purdy. He got rid of Garoppolo.
And I would say that he's more confident in Purdy now than even when Garoppolo was his starting quarterback.
That's true, but the variable in there is Shanahan as a offensive guy and as a coach. Just because Shanahan likes how a quarterback fits into his scheme doesn't mean he's better or worse than another quarterback, right?
So you think Jimmy on a let's say just any team you would take Garoppolo ahead of Purdy?
No way. I mean, how can you not love Purdy? He's the Cinderella story. He's the underdog. You got to root for him. This is Niner Nation. Whoever they put in there, we're going to root for him. But I mean, it's just hard. If you're a quarterback and you're playing in practice and you're throwing to dummies, just targets, maybe you can compare. Who's making that better throw? But there's so many variables. Who are they going up against? The different games they have each season. What the coach is asking them to do. How they're changing things as the season goes along. Who else is injured? That's why it's hard to do fantasy football, too. I mean, it's a team game, too. That's a team game. It's hard to just apples to apples. That's all I was trying to say.
All right, appreciate it. See, I think it's easy to compare because they're both quarterbacks for the Niners under Kyle Shanahan, so they both had the same kind of experience. But if you want to say, well, the team that Purdy's playing with is way better than the team Garoppolo's playing with, I'll acknowledge that too. And I'll say, okay, does that mean you want Garoppolo? And nobody's going to say yes. Nobody's going to take Garoppolo over Brock Purdy or say that Jimmy Garoppolo, quarterback. Did Jimmy Garoppolo ever have a 12-game stretch where he was like this good and the offense scored 30 or more?
I'm going to say no.
Charles is in Oakley. We got a lot of Purdy versus Jimmy G. I'll let it go for a little. Do we really want to do that? We don't have to do that.
Non-convo.
We don't have to do it, but Charles is in Oakley. What's up, Charles? Charles, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you gentlemen doing this morning?
Doing well.
Right. So I'm going to jump in on this debate. If we take both QBs, Jimmy and Purdy, you take away all the weapons, wide receivers and running backs, we'll keep the tight end. He's part of the line every now and then. I, in my own opinion, still think Purdy's a better QB. And I'll tell you this. I stand on this opinion because I see Purdy being more cool, calm, and collected.
Yep.
He makes better decisions as in reading the field. He knows each receiver's routes.
He's more poised.
Jimmy, they almost had the same offensive line. So, in my humble opinion, I think Purdy has a little bit more of an edge over Jimmy G.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Charles.
Like his manner, no doubt. The processor on Purdy, I would take over Jimmy.
I mean, that to me is a no-brainer. It's a flat-out no-brainer. Maybe the 49ers have more weapons now under Purdy, but, I mean, to me, what was I going to say? Oh, you guys were talking about a survivor pool, those survivor pools.
Yeah.
And then I guess Bonte lost his because he picked the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, dude, what are you doing? Chiefs. The Chiefs yesterday.
He said he was saving them.
Yeah, and I said, you don't.
Week to week.
You got it. Just don't I said, don't overthink it.
Oh, boy.
And that's what I'm saying here. Don't overthink.
Yeah.
Well, you also could have not overthought the Dallas Cowboys beating the Arizona Cardinals, but they didn't.
That was a 12-point
Where was
spread.
that game?
Arizona.
Yeah, see?
It still was Vegas said 12, Steiny.
Don't overthink it.
You know,
wow.
Everybody, just, don't overthink it. I would have had the Chiefs.
Rams might beat before I'd be all Steiny, Cincinnati going away. Now I'm like, Rams got a chance to win, and so does Tampa hosting Philly.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see Frazier. I see Carlos. I see Jonathan. We can get to your calls on the other side. I want to give you a fair shot at this. Larry Kruger joining us at noon today. Larry Kruger. Also, just a couple other things we got going on today. Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy, they are talking to the media this afternoon. Their preseason availability. So we'll have, that's later, like at 1:30, 2 o'clock. So we'll have all that sound for you tomorrow. That Warriors sound. Brandon Crawford, maybe played his last game with the San Francisco Giants. They're home for their last 6 games. And have they been eliminated yet? Or they got a run in them yet? We got a run in us? Evan?
Did you watch over the weekend?
Do we have a run in us? I'm talking about the Giants. Apparently not.
Can't do it.
Get to some calls on the other side. It is a Monster Monday, don't forget. And that means it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
I do.
Jefferson, touchdown! I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Larry Kruger coming up in a half hour.
Larry. Dude, my day is just
Talk
made.
some 49ers. Why?
Drew Dan said, Goo, you're looking slimmer in the polo. I'll take it. I did that for you to be negative. Say something. Steal my glory.
You look great.
Yeah,
what do you want me to say?
Right.
For some reason, people are, I don't know.
I'm
going to let Frazier start us off.
Because this is early Jimmy, people.
Going.
This is not Jimmy finished product.
Okay.
We know there's no conversation.
Goo. This is why we
clash.
Remember that? No. Remember that time I witnessed that accident and then I got called in.
I'll never forget
everything
it.
I thought I remembered was wrong.
Mia.
It's kind of like what you're doing with Garoppolo now. Let me.
Okay, because I got the Holy Ghost. I got to let it out. Go ahead.
You ready for some numbers?
This is bigger than numbers for me, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Brock Purdy, 9 starts so far.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, 17 tugs.
Yeah.
4 picks, and they're 9-0.
Oh my gosh.
Jimmy Garoppolo, 7-2. You ready for this?
Yeah.
13 touchdowns.
How many?
9
interceptions. All right. So
that's his first 9 games.
Gotcha. All I want you to do is cite those numbers that made him the highest paid quarterback in the league when he got that contract. So I'm counting those 5 that really did to me. I said it on my record is they were done, but I can't rob him of that. My point to the fans is there was Garoppolo mania before we identified and Bonte coined the phrase Jimmy no throws. That's all. So can I put a rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco Pest Control? The rat is we're really watching Brock Purdy to see if that happens, if that transformation can go from the penthouse where he's at now to the outhouse. Do I think that's going to happen, Steiny? Hell nah, because of what's around him. But I do believe it's fair to say, is this thing sustainable? And right now it looks like it is. But put some respect on Jimmy's name. The numbers, you got me. But I didn't cite that. I cited Niner fans thought they had their franchise quarterback. And the question that Spadoni brought up that we need to get to, if the 888-957-9570 is, when did the trust leave Kyle from Jimmy?
So Jimmy Garoppolo's first start with the Niners, you remember who they played? First start.
I want to say the Jags. I could be wrong.
It was the Chicago Bears. They won 15-14.
How many did McCaffrey have on the ground?
He went on the team.
That's my point.
Garoppolo,
senior in college,
26 for 37. No tugs, 1 pick. Houston win 26-16. 20 for 33, 334 yards, 1 touch, 1 interception. Tennessee win 25-23. 31 for 43, 1 touchdown, no picks. 381 yards. Whew. See? There it is again. The numbers. You said it's not about the numbers. Jimmy's numbers were even better. But he ended up with 7 touchdowns. Those last 5 games, he threw 7 touchdowns and 5 picks in those last 5 games.
But
he wasn't as good as we thought. Like he didn't come and he
but
wasn't
he was better than what you had.
Okay.
So there was promise.
That was easy.
Yeah, exactly. But in the minds of a lot, Steiny, there was no Purdy to compare him to. At that juncture, people were excited. That's my whole premise.
That's fine. Okay. They were excited.
Yeah.
But
then what
I
happened?
would be infinitely more excited than for Purdy. Because in his first 9 games, he's been better
took you
than
to the
Garoppolo.
NFC Championship game.
He's been much better.
What was the Niners' record when Brock Purdy had to take over against Miami?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
What was who's Garoppolo's?
The Niners.
I think it was 1-10.
Oh yeah. The season was lost. There was no pressure. Evan is saying.
Well, I'm also saying it was a terrible roster.
I think what he's saying is put some respect on his name.
Yeah, he was saying he didn't have the luxury that Purdy had.
Any of those teams go to the postseason?
Yeah. No. Well,
Chicago,
Jacksonville
Houston,
did.
Tennessee, Jacksonville.
Yeah. But even then, we're trying to find something that naturally is not there. If Jimmy were right here to our left, well, he's in concussion protocol.
Oh, okay.
He would say, "Hey guys,
right.
Brock's doing great,
right?
But I didn't inherit what he walked into with McCaffrey and
life's not fair. He's better than you.
Well, you might be right.
Life's not fair, Jimmy, but he's still better than you. Frazier in Pittsburgh. What's up, Frage?
Kelsey Graham.
Hey, good morning with the guys, Tiny and Groove.
Hey.
Okay, real quick. I'm a diehard season ticket holder. The Jimmy G and Brock Purdy comparisons. I mean, yeah, Jimmy was injury prone. We've yet to see Purdy really get seriously injured other than the elbow that took him out of the championship game. I mean, he did come back from the rib injury, but the comparisons is far off. Purdy processes the game way faster. He sees the field. Other than our line letting him down a few times, those so-called lucky non-interceptions would have been a pass to Kittle, would have been a pass over the middle to Debo. But when our line breaks down, he has to rush the ball out, which he's pretty much doing a good job at doing that. He's evasive. He sees things well. Jimmy G would have probably wouldn't even got us to where we're at and being 3-0 right now. So I just wanted to quell some of this conversation with the comparisons. Let Purdy be Purdy and let him shine, because right now he's the next thing that we have. I mean, we gave up a ton for Trey Lance. It's unfortunate that he had his chance and it didn't come to fruition. I wish him the best of luck. But it's always a given that a guy that's been in college and put in the time, he's showing that he's made for this. He's our franchise looking forward, and barring any serious injury other than a high ankle sprain or anything, I believe we are getting to the Super Bowl.
What good call, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Frazier. Appreciate the call.
That is not what we came in to do today, to make it Jimmy versus Brock, because the processor and the Wi-Fi for Brock's down is off the chain. I believe you put him in Dallas, you put him on any other team, Philly, he's bringing something to the table. And what we found out about Jimmy Stoney is the Wi-Fi, you needed to go get a boost. He doesn't see it like Brock. I think that's,
he's better. Brock's better.
I get that.
There's nobody out there right now that would take Garoppolo over Purdy. Based on everything we've seen. I'd be surprised if there's
not one person.
No, because, and you know what? Even if I thought Brock was going to stink, or even if I thought Brock was coming down to earth, I'd still take Brock because I can't stand Garoppolo's ceiling. He doesn't have a high ceiling.
No doubt.
He just doesn't. Adam, San Jose. What's up, Adam? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Talk to us.
Hey, to say that, comparing Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, I think, honestly, it's not fair to say that Brock Purdy walked into a better situation, because honestly, Zach Wilson would do good with our offense. We have so many weapons. Even Zach Wilson would do good. Brock Purdy is simply better than Jimmy Garoppolo because of his decision making on the field, what he sees out there, his interception to touchdown ratio. Look at that pick that Jimmy threw wide into that Broncos receiver yesterday. Those are the decisions Jimmy make that Brock wouldn't make. The red zone decisions that Jimmy make versus Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's way better in the red zone than Jimmy Garoppolo. So forget the weaponry they had or have around them. It's their personal decision making and personal play that makes Brock better than Jimmy. Thank you.
Well, yeah. I saw, just speaking of Jimmy Stoney, I don't think I've ever seen this. Jimmy was trying to make something happen, rolling out to the right, pointed, and throws the ball for an interception towards the sideline. But when it was all said and done, I'm like, were you pointing at the DB to tell him where you were throwing? Bad game by your boy last night in LV.
Don't
He's
do
not
that.
your boy.
But people think that.
Nobody
will take you at
thinks
your
that.
word.
Jimmy, man.
I'm about ready to make it official with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Uh-oh. Feels good, doesn't it?
He stinks.
Well, that's like saying
No, but you got to make it official. Like, I'm the only one who can make it official. Everybody might have thought about it, but when I come up with
you're ready for
Jimmy
the
Garoppolo,
improv.
he stinks. And it's official.
Yeah. Think Devontae Adams likes catching those medicine balls? Gosh. Dude, you want me to break my leg? Come on. Cheech and Chong.
Of course, Mark Willard has jumped in.
Willard, our boy.
He's fuming that we didn't. The caller said even Zach Wilson would be good on the Niners.
Will, give me a second.
I think he'd be fine on the Niners.
Nah, Zach, Sonny, something ain't right.
That'd be 11-6 with Zach.
He's got
Zach
weapons.
Wilson.
He's just
11-6, even with Zach Wilson quarterback.
He looks like Alfred E. Newman out there, man.
What do you think?
1-2-2. Did you see
There's no chance.
Did you see
No
the
chance
ball,
with that?
Evan? He threw it of turf monster. The defense just threw it in the ground. A Derek Carr special, but yeah.
Jonathan in San Francisco.
Zach Wilson had trouble on the 2000 Ravens.
Wow.
What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Matt? What's up, Guru?
Doing well.
Is this they're there?
Hey, man.
We're here.
The guy. Yeah, yep.
Where you been? Where you been? You been working?
I saw you at the what's that? The brewery.
Oh yeah.
Field work.
Yeah, I saw you.
Field work. Yeah.
Good to see you.
And me and Matt even beer bump.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
look,
Beer bump was great, Matt. Thanks.
You're the man, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
I just want to say, man, Brock Purdy is way better. You know why? Because Brock Purdy could go through the progression. He could blitz Brock Purdy. He knows exactly what to do. Even if the guy's unblocked, I mean, how many times did we see him get around the guy, make the guy foolish? The main difference is Jimmy, all you got to do with Jimmy is take away the first read. You take away the first read, Jimmy's done. And he's showing that over and over again. That's vintage Jimmy. You take away his first read, he holds on to the ball. The wave of pass rushes would come, and he may get injured, or he's going to throw the Jimmy Ono, which, it may get intercepted, or worse, get his receiver head decapitated. It happened over and over again last night against Pittsburgh. It's like, man, this Jimmy guy, he's probably done, guys.
Hey, Jonathan,
Jimmy's probably
where this conversation got off the track is nobody would say Jimmy over Purdy right now because we've seen the Jimmy Garoppolo movie and it ended bad. What I was trying to point out to Steiny is early on, when did we all find out the season after his first season that he had those characteristics? That's what I'm talking about because early on, Jonathan, you tell me if I'm wrong, people were excited about Garoppolo and he was better than what they had before.
Yeah, you were right, bro. Because, early in his 49er tenure, the defenses hasn't figured him out. Much like what happened to Kaepernick. Once the defenses was figured out, hey, let's take away his first two reads, that's when the trouble started because they can't make the adjustment.
Good call. Good to hear from you.
Appreciate the call, Jonathan. Thank you.
You guys had a beer at the field house.
Did we? I just.
Well,
I'm messing, Jonathan.
Yeah, he's our guy.
I laid low that night. I think I only had one.
You left with the pie, though.
I sure did.
The lovely Christy hooked us up with. Yeah. Speaking of Willard, I got my foot in his you-know-what in fantasy, Jack. Nothing like winning fantasy.
Who cares?
Oh, now the guy that
I don't
spent 40 minutes on fantasy, Evan, all week. Dude, I was rooting for you to lose.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Now you're dead. Dude, you're special. Front runner.
Ding, ding.
I'm doing it for you guys, even. I'm just playing in this league to make you guys happy.
Shasky and Bonte so big time, they're not in a station league. Bothers me. Nothing for that?
Nope. Not a thing. Not one thing. Not a thing.
I said it to both of them.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Shanahan and Lynch, they're going to be here for a while.
And you don't like it.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
Well, you kind of.
I know, but listen, what I do is I present topics, okay? And then I present, there's always two sides to every story. And what I do is I try to set up those two sides and find out where people are. And all I'm saying, I believe there are probably some 49er fans out there that say, well, wait a minute. Shanahan is under contract this year, next year, and the year after, but we're going to give him an extension now. I believe that you have every right as a 49er fan to be like, man, why when we're 3-0? Like, and here's okay, so Everybody thought Jimmy Garoppolo was really good after 9 or 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, again, what if Brock Purdy begins to slip like Garoppolo? I would have waited until the end of the season and see what we have with Brock to make sure we think he's the real deal.
But isn't it bigger than Brock? It's about Kyle and John.
Well, and the other thing that is really interesting to me is they gave him an extension coming off one of the biggest blunders that personnel has made with the San Francisco 49ers. So Brock Purdy was drafted in the 7th round, and he looks like the quarterback of the future. But they drafted Trey Lance. They moved up. They wasted picks to get him. And then they traded him. So, just to get a contract extension on the heels of that, all I'm saying is after we drafted Lance, then after we blew it with Lance and traded Lance,
okay,
I probably would have waited till the end of this year to do an extension with Shanahan until I knew for sure, you know what? I think this Purdy's a sure thing. Now we'll extend you. They still have 2 years left. They'd still have 2 more years left. Steiny put Purdy on the Giants. What would happen? I don't know. What do you think?
The job would be more difficult.
What do you think would happen?
The job would damn sure be more difficult. But we can't do that because he's on the Niners and he's kicking ass.
Okay, is there any? Let me ask you this: is there any team out there that's not that you don't think's a playoff team, but if you put Purdy on the team, they'd be a playoff?
But how?
Team?
I love that.
You got to use your imagination.
Is that though, Steiny?
To who?
To Brock.
What do you mean? It's
because we're never going to get that answer.
It's a question.
I'm just saying the contracts we're given.
This is how we talk about quarterbacks.
What they think of Brock Purdy, and if we're going NASDAQ, and I'll say this to you and the listeners, if Brock Purdy were stock right now, it would be a line. People would buy it because they believe, like I do, this dude's not going to fall off.
Okay, so Purdy would make the Giants a playoff team?
Yeah, but would Josh Allen make that same team any better?
Who?
Josh Allen. If we took Josh Allen,
that's what we're talking about with Purdy. That's why we're talking about Purdy. If you want to say he's somewhat of a game manager, well, let's
not there, though.
Okay, well, so you think... So what are you saying? Purdy on any team makes him a Super Bowl contender?
No.
Right.
I'm saying...
So let's figure out who, why... How would he do? He's not Daniel. Is he better than Daniel Jones?
I think he is.
Okay, so then the Giants would be better.
Just as a natural quarterback.
The Giants would be better with Brock Purdy. What's wrong with...
I just... Forget Brock Purdy. I just think the whole scenario and premise is we'll never find out. It's the Phil Jackson thing. If he didn't have Kobe, Mike, and Pip, would he have got 6? I don't know, but we'll never find out. I just think we're wasting our brain power on.
Do you know how many
what
times
the real is? And the real is all we can judge Brock Purdy on is when he quarterbacks this Niner team.
Do you know how many times we've talked about what would happen if you put a quarterback on another team and another quarterback on this team? And is this quarterback better because of all the weapons he has? And is this quarterback really good, but he doesn't have weapons? That's what we do with quarterbacks. I'm just saying, if Brock Purdy, how would he do on other teams? Would the Chiefs be a Super Bowl contender?
I was just going
with Brock
there.
Purdy?
I think Mahomes, and we all do, Steiny, is so special that I don't think Brock Purdy could do what Mahomes could do with that offense.
But could they win?
Now. I don't know. I'm saying I think not. And the biggest part of that is I think that would be shade at Mahomes. I mean, he can ad-lib with the best of them, and we've seen it. But I don't think that's why those contracts were drawn up or those extensions were given out. I think ownership is this is bigger than Brock Purdy.
I know. No, I think you're right there for sure. It's bigger than Brock Purdy because these guys made a bad pick and they survived it and they
you're right.
Rewarded and extensions. The more I think about it, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I would have waited till the end of the year. I would have. But
707 from the Comcast business text line. I think we got an answer, Steiny, because I agree. Purdy would make the Jets, Commanders, or Titans playoff teams. I forgot I just said Commanders or Jets. Okay, it's early. I wouldn't say that's too far-fetched.
What if Purdy were on the Cowboys?
what I see now, he's better than Dak. I know he's better than Dak. I would say they have action.
707, the disrespect towards Purdy is crazy. No, it's not. I'm not even going to read.
Where's the disrespect coming from?
I'm not even reading the rest of that.
What have we said that's disrespectful? The guy's been given his flowers for what he's doing.
The only thing that was somewhat disrespectful was you intimating that Garoppolo was better. That's all.
And then we broke that we broke that down to where I compared Garoppolo mania to Purdy mania.
Why was there Garoppolo mania? He
Because
wasn't that
took him
good.
We didn't know then. He was a hope.
13 in his first 10 games.
He was hope.
13 touchdowns,
Okay, I'll tell you
9
why did they
picks.
pay him after the 5 games?
I don't know.
I know. They thought this guy, thank you,
Right.
Goo. I thought they thought he had the goods.
And that's
It's not hard.
And that's why I say
why'd you-
never freaking get ahead of yourself. Because this guy, Kyle Shanahan, thought he had a quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo.
And Trey Lance.
Didn't, and he paid him. He thought he had a quarterback in Trey Lance. It was an egregious misevaluation. So you know what? Don't blame anybody if they're saying, let me just see a little more out of Brock Purdy. You know why? Because Kyle falls in and out of love too quickly. That would be completely
And
fair
I left you
if
Friday.
somebody were willing to. If
I
somebody
love you
believes
saying
that.
it that way because I left you Friday and I thought we had decided as a show that that's fair. Brock's off to a phenomenal start. And if some don't want to or don't feel they need to see more, I get it.
Well, you're going to see more. Like, you're
That's
going to see
all.
more. So,
Yeah.
hey, I need to see more. Okay. Well, he's going to play. I don't need to see any more. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. He's playing. Like, he's playing.
And they're winning when he plays.
So far.
Undefeated in the regular season.
So far. So was Mike Tomczak. Don't forget Mike Tomczak. Oh, you don't know who Mike Tomczak is? He started 10-0 with the Bears. Undrafted. It's happened, people. It's happened.
How did we get the time?
What's
I didn't have
happened with
anything to do
Purdy
with it.
has happened before. What hasn't happened before is Purdy becomes the real deal.
But you're burying the lead.
What?
Tomczak and Chicago management didn't go spend the whole savings. Like, this is what's incredible about this whole situation is they probably would have been fired if they didn't have Brock turn into what he is. This is the best Geico I think we've ever seen in sports.
I mean, you could be a cynic and say, well, hopefully, maybe if Purdy fizzles out, they'll get another contract extension. Every time they make a mistake on a quarterback, they get an extension. They signed Garoppolo to a big money contract. He failed, extension.
Well, hold on, Steiny.
They go get Trey Lance.
He took him to a
He's gonna
Super
be the
Bowl
quarterback
and 2
of the future.
NFC championship
He
games.
stinks. They get an extension.
I think it's too much shade to say Jimmy failed. They went to a Super Bowl and were undefeated during one of the seasons getting to that Super
And
Bowl.
this is that
through
other
8
thing.
games. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that you can't be Super Bowl or bust and then say, well, he didn't fail because he got to the Super Bowl. Pick one or the other. Larry Kruger on the other side on 95.7 The Game. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is
Trubisky did that, stepped all the way out of the end zone. It's a safety, and that kills the play before everything else on the pick. So it is 7-5, and Trent Williams is shaken up for the Niners.
I don't know that I've ever seen a safety be a break for a team, but it certainly was there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Chess. Jimmy playing chess.
Wow.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Bobby Fischer.
All right. Larry Krueger joining us right now on 95.7 The Game. You can hear Larry periodically on 95.7. What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Larry. What's going on? Well, somehow we got to talking about Purdy and Garoppolo, and I'm trying to let you in on the conversation. Like, the one thing, like, there was a lot of enthusiasm for Jimmy Garoppolo at the start of his 49er career. Won 5 games, then got hurt the second year, then they started rolling. Is there any way Purdy will come back a little bit like Garoppolo came back a little bit?
Well, I mean, first of all, Steiny, he's never lost. So, I mean, if he loses, people will say, look, he came back to earth. And we know he's going to lose. So it's kind of it depends on what you mean by coming back. Jimmy regressed to the point where he couldn't throw the ball down the field or outside the numbers late in the down.
Okay.
I think there's going to be some regression just because Purdy set such a high standard.
Let me ask you this then. What do you think that regression looks like?
Defenders in the middle of the field, jumping routes, and, a couple turnovers here and there, and maybe a game lost because he had a fourth quarter turnover where he's trying to thread the needle in the middle of the field, and a defender jumped the route, and I think it comes in the form of turnovers, but not. I mean, Brock's a real smart player, so I think it's going to be more about turnovers in small windows against really athletic defenses.
Larry, always good to talk to you. I'm sitting on the couch yesterday just watching other games and play calls, and my infatuation for the Niners and Kyle and what they do just grew. But we were having a conversation about the extensions. And to me, that's one, Larry, a sign that business is good, and two, that York thinks that Kyle's the guy, and they're going to continue this. And if you look at the product on the field, how could you say otherwise? Your thoughts Friday when the news broke that they got the extensions?
It's well-deserved. I mean, these guys deserve those extensions. Shanahan's offense produces points and wins, and Lynch has perfected his craft as an untested first-time general manager. He has some of the deepest rosters in football on a regular basis, and I really believe Goo, and by the way, happy belated anniversary to you and yours.
Oh, LK. Thanks, man.
I was just going to say that I think Lynch is in some ways has carved out a brilliant look at free agency. He understands the dynamics of the locker room, and he also understands the dynamics of the cap and also the equation that results in compensatory selections in the draft. And the Niners are playing that thing like a fiddle right now. They're not going for mass free agents. They're going for top-tier guys. When you go to top-tier guys, your chemistry in the locker room is unchanged, and you let the majority of your free agents walk, which result in compensatory picks, and the 49ers are the 26th youngest team in pro football. So they've got an incredible bevy of superstars and depth. So I think both these guys deserve those extensions, and I think Jed was thrilled to give it to them.
Larry Krueger joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can catch Larry every 49ers home game at the Hilton Santa Clara with Lorenzo Neal on the kickoff show. So that means this Sunday at 11 o'clock, you can hear it right on 95.7 The Game. That's Lo Neal and Larry Krueger. Let me ask you this, Larry.
And Steiny, not to interrupt you, but Lo and I will be in the same church in the same pew.
Oh, well done.
That's a 4.
Well
Larry.
done. And don't forget that you can't play in the mud and get sick of the rain or whatever that thing. Complain about the sun. And, I'm sure he'll struggle. Yeah. Now I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to ask.
Sorry.
I forgot our peels.
It was about something about the Niners. Oh, I know what it was. It was about Brock Purdy and kind of where he's going. How much of the offense? Well, here's what I'm going to say. Here's the one thing that it is starting to become obvious to me, or maybe not obvious, but it feels like, would you agree with me when I say, I think Purdy works harder at being a quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo?
I think he's more wed to the process of pro football, which is what you do in all the days that aren't game day. And I know this one's going to be a little bit controversial, but I'll say it anyway. Brock Purdy's smarter than Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a smarter person than Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a smarter football player than Jimmy Garoppolo. He can digest more factors faster than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow. Larry, right now it looks like you're right. Let me ask you this, because I haven't talked to you since the Rams game. And in that game, I was shocked, I'll be honest, that the Rams were able to win the time of possession. But after the game, it was like, you know what? There was no pressure from the Niner front because Stafford was getting rid of the ball. We know Bosa, no camp. What did you make of the Giants game? And any Niner fan or just football fan saying, okay, Larry, when are they going to just be super disruptive? Your thoughts?
Are you talking specifically about the Giants game on the defensive side? Jim?
Yes, sir. The Bosa, Hargrave, and the rest of the game.
Well, I mean, Hargrave is special. You can't out-leverage him. Bosa, I think, by looking at, just kind of how he moved around in the early practices when he got off the holdout, he clearly spent a lot of time in the weight room, and he's thickly muscled. And I just think it takes a few weeks to kind of loosen up and limber up. And, he's thick and strong. But, I don't know that he was quite as limber and as loose and as fluid and as, as a pass rusher, you kind of have to be kind of liquid. You got to kind of go where the opening is. And I just think that it's taken him a couple games to kind of get into his pass rush football mode. But, you're talking about two guys on a front four that need to be doubled. And so I think, and I'll give the Giants credit. I mean, Jones, I don't know if you saw the camera from the end zone, but he just looked befuddled a couple times and just looked almost, panicked by what he was seeing. But the Giants also have some decent weapons. I mean, even without Saquon Barkley, Waller's a fantastic tight end. Hodgins has got some wheels. I thought the interesting thing in that game is that the Giants, in my mind, should have tested the Niners the way they tested the Cardinals with that Jalen Hyatt rookie down the field, and they never did. And so, they really didn't have any explosives in that game, and the Niners out-yardaged them like almost 3-1 and time of possession them 2-1.
Larry Krueger joining us on 95.7 The Game, and we've got a super text that's come in on the YouTube chat, and it's from Jim Mole. He's paying $5 to say this.
Okay.
Shout out to Krug. First person on the Purdy bus, and the only one of us on Carrie Purdy's Xmas card list. I guess it's Carrie Brock's wife or mom?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. But anyway, shout out to you.
Mole said he was drinking with you boys down at the old Ship a few weeks back.
Who is he?
Our guy.
Oh, Jim. Yeah, Jim. What's up, Jim?
Larry with the intel.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this, Larry. Forget injuries. Let's say the 49ers stay relatively healthy this year. What do you think if they don't get it done? What do you think will get them beat outside of an injury or two?
A great football team, and there's a lot of great football teams right now. I mean, in the AFC, I did a video on this last night on my YouTube channel about, look at Buffalo right now. Look at Miami right now. Look at Kansas City right now. Granted, it was the Bears. But those teams are monster. Dallas, if you catch them on the wrong day or if you fall behind, they're no picnic. And then then Philly, the defending NFC champions. None, if the Niners turn it over, and there's only so many possessions in an NFL game. If the Niners go up against any of those 5 other teams and they turn it over a couple times, they can get beat. The NFL.
Yeah, Larry, I came in today and I told Steiny, I'm going to use old stock term, diversify your portfolio. I look at the Niners and the way Debo's playing, and they got McCaffrey, Kittle, Ayuk. It's just too much to stop. And the only other team, Larry, before the ball is hiked, and I saw this on display yesterday, they scored 70, is McDaniel's offense. Can you just speak? Did he get those concepts from Kyle? And do you see any of Colin when you're watching Dolphin games?
I mean, definitely. I mean, I don't know if Kyle got it from McDaniel or if McDaniel got it from Kyle.
Wow.
But they're both genius. And as far as McDaniel, that's the greatest collection of speed weapons the league has ever seen.
Wow.
I mean, they put up 70 yesterday, guys. They didn't have Jalen Waddle.
He didn't play. Yeah. Wow.
Hey, Larry, you worried about Arizona?
No, I'm not worried about Arizona.
Led at halftime of their first 3 games.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're going to fight hard, but they're very beatable. I mean, right now the 49ers, I think, have 2 things going. They score 30 a game, and they got a killer defense. And they got 2 guys on their front 4 that can't have to be doubled. They got 2 of the best linebackers in the game. They got some playmakers and ball hawks in the back end with Hufanga and Gibson. I guess my biggest concern with the Niners, guys, is the corner depth, the DN depth, and a little bit of the offensive line. But I don't think Arizona's got enough to beat them. I mean, I'll say this. The key to beating Arizona, Steiny, is limit their explosives. Hollywood Brown and the quarterback Dobbs. And, I mean, they just got a lot of explosive talent. Rondale Moore. If you limit their explosives, they can't beat you.
Yeah, and they were all on display because Dallas, they just sleptwalked through that game. Larry, don't laugh at this because the last time we hooked up and did a show, I asked you about this player on the defensive side of the ball. And when I look at his numbers, the stat sheet, they don't pop out. But, Larry, I feel like Kinlaw, like the light is on. I saw him bat down a ball, and I know they want him to do more. Is that just me seeing him being a bit more active, or would you say you still need to see more from him?
Man, that's my guy, man. I love Kinlaw. I mean, I love talking to him. He's a very interesting guy. Even though he's a behemoth of a man, he's a very sensitive guy. The criticism that he's received has bothered him. He's leaned on Eric Armstead. There's no doubt. Those knees are healthy. He's playing with leverage. He's not going to fill up the stat sheet. He's there for others to succeed. So he's going to absorb offensive linemen, and Greenlaw and Warner are going to pile up, solo tackles. He's there to absorb doubles and free up Bosa and Drake Jackson to go sack the quarterback. But he's healthy. He's playing with leverage. He's in a great frame of mind. And, he's just after it right now. And I'll tell you, he's a good dude, too, man. I walked up to him the other day, and I'm like, hey, Javon, you got a couple minutes? And he's like, yeah. And before I got the mic rolling and the camera and the whole thing, he's like, how's your family doing? And we start talking about our families and stuff. I mean, the guy's a great guy. I think he's a little misunderstood, and it's go time for Javon, and he knows it, and he's making it happen.
Larry, thank you as always,
Appreciate
man.
it, buddy.
Appreciate it.
No Kapler and
Okay.
Farhan?
Okay.
I saw your list of who you would hire. You had everybody
I
blown
like where
out.
the Giants are at.
Tell Larry you're playing, please.
He knows me.
Oh, okay. Right. Larry, they're coming back, but, man, this is bad. I thought this season ended bad. The series to the Rockies. And now you're talking about reporters, writers writing articles about players don't have confidence. That's the manner. Like, I can't even believe that was written, but it looks like this is who you brought to the dance and you're going to be with next year.
I just thought it was hilarious that Verducci, who's not a henchman, he doesn't do hit pieces, he called their entire thing tedious but efficient. I'm thinking about maybe making a T-shirt and selling it that says Giants baseball, tedious but efficient.
That's not bad. That's not bad. It's kind of like torture, right? Isn't that one that everybody glommed onto?
Go get Mike Trout and try to get Ohtani, Larry.
Okay. All right, Larry. Appreciate it, buddy. Have a good week.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right. Once again, you can catch Larry Krueger every 49er home game at the Hilton Santa Clara with Lorenzo Neal on the kickoff show this Sunday. It starts at 11 a.m. Hear it all on 95.7 The Game. What were you saying about? Go get Trout.
No,
Go get Ohtani.
Anybody.
They can't.
Well, that's a problem in my JD voice.
Not really.
You know it is.
They won
got no swag.
They won titles without getting big name free agents. They can do it again.
17th in attendance.
That's pretty good. That's right in the middle.
So
wait a minute. You have the most boring team in baseball, but they're actually half.
That doesn't
in
fit
attendance.
the city, Steiny. You're in San Francisco.
I'll tell you what. Die Hard. It's a story, not of Bruce Willis, of Giant fans. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You lost me on the Bruce Willis.
Die Hard?
Oh, that's a three.
I mean, I never saw the movie, but I know he was
best
in
Christmas movie going.
So, yeah, Brandon Crawford also may have played.
Hey, Kinlaw, Steiny, I was watching the game in the lab.
Stinks.
Stop. I was just like, he batted some balls. I was like,
he batted the ball down.
He being active. Woo. But Larry said he'd making contributions.
Pay him. You have to pay Kinlaw.
Slow down now.
Got to pay everybody.
I'm going to just, today's show, if we had to go Brady Bunch or Jeffersons, you know, they'd always put a title on each show, episode. The extensions were.
You're on your own.
The extensions were deserved. Yeah. I get you on. You know, they could have waited a little bit.
This guy
they were deserved, man. If you watched football yesterday and saw all the bonehead decisions, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Oh, all the bonehead decisions. But who's the guy? Who's the guy who got lemon booty when it counted? The guy we just gave an extension to who deserved it.
And that lets me, my
see what
chest
I'm
is
saying?
out now. That lets you know you're working with a real one. I can double back and react to new information. Dude's in his bag right now. Is he perfect? No, none of us are.
No, he is in your book.
No, Steiny, stop. I wanted him fired. But Trey Lance didn't have the goods. He didn't hold up his end of the bargain. Speaking of which.
Can't stand when he does that. Evan.
Objective. If I hear another word.
You know what? Hey, if you're on the YouTube chat, this is what Goo does. You ready?
We all are.
You ready?
Yep.
Evan, look at me. You ready? Ask Goo any question. Hey, Goo, what do you think about this? He'll go like this. Which way's the wind blowing? That's how I'll answer. He licks his forefinger.
That was a
every
one.
time.
Terrible. If I hear Taylor Swift and Kelsey's name again, what are we doing?
Are you jealous?
No, she ain't my type.
Why? No. You know why?
Why? You know why?
She's a little young for you. Actually, how old is she? Swifty.
Yeah,
Swifty.
I have no idea.
But she's about 35.
33.
33?
Oh. But Steiny, everybody's like, she didn't make a tackle.
I have a wife.
They're dating.
Well, we talked about Giselle all the time, didn't we?
Well, she was beautiful.
Travis Kelsey is a bigger draw than Taylor Swift.
Well,
check the numbers.
No, he's not.
No, but yeah, I'm with Steiny. Evan.
Taylor Swift only had 55,000 at Arrowhead Stadium.
That was in the Midwest.
Which is where the Chiefs played yesterday, and there were 75,000 people.
What'd you get out here, Levi? Mm-hmm.
Oh, my
65.
God, a sellout.
Try 78.
Oh, good God.
78.
She's a big
You
time.
don't know that.
No, I know.
It was a sellout, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever number you want to put on it. My thing is, why was Andy Reid, I guess they won the game by 100, and Mahomes asked about her. Like, I'm watching the post game. He's like, yeah, he told me
They won 70-20.
They did.
That's why they were asking Kelsey about Taylor Swift.
Real quick, Larry says something.
Oh.
Kyle taken from McDaniel, not Mike taken from Kyle.
Oh, God, no. Oh, my God, no. No. I'm
going to say this to you.
Of course not.
They hooked
no.
up last year.
No.
Miami had big plays,
Kyle
chunk plays,
him. No,
and
Kyle.
Tua was dealing with the head stuff
Don't
because
you
it
dare.
was one of his worst games in regard to accuracy. I love to see them play again. Steiny, they're a problem. They run that offense. I don't know what's happening pre-snap.
the idea that Mike McDaniel actually took stuff
Mike Mack
from Kyle is I can't believe you would say that. It's blasphemy.
Oh, Steiny
out here.
You don't got fans on Kyle like that. You can say
you are a fan like Kyle like that.
The guy that wanted him fired. That just debunks everything you're trying to make up.
No,
I come in here and I go hot on him. I still hold him for the 19th Super Bowl.
Hold him nothing,
please.
You're just like Peter King, and you're just like the old Denver writers.
Woody Page.
I don't know why. We've got people in this media business that think Kyle Shanahan's won a Super Bowl already. But that's how certain media members already assess him.
No, Steiny, stop.
Please.
Come on, man.
No,
he's
the one coach.
He's not exempt.
He's the one coach that you would rather have than other Super Bowl winners.
I'm the guy that said he should have threw the flag. We'll leave that alone. I'm the guy that's not going to hold him accountable for what happened in Philly last year.
Oh, you're not.
That's just, you didn't get out-executed. You got out-injured, but you're right. But he had his team there.
These are all legitimate.
Okay.
It's a double standard. That's all.
That bothers me.
You don't assess Kyle like other guys.
Oh, Snotty. I recognize his brilliance with
brilliant.
what he's built.
Yeah, but
come on. Knock, knock.
Right. Who'd you rather have, him or McVay? See?
No.
But if we were in L.A., you'd say, Steiny McVay.
Oh, see, now you know what? Evan knows I'm not that guy.
And you would just say, well, he won a Super Bowl and been there.
Dude's brilliant, man. And now he got the Kyle. There is no bust in reality for Kyle. I told you there's two different the fan base, but they don't hire and fire.
Well,
they can
upset.
say it and call, but he ain't going nowhere anytime soon.
Probably not.
Now, can he live up to the contract and deliver that 6?
Well, he already did because he's earned that contract. Everybody said he earned it. Larry just said he earned it. You said they earned it. Well, if they earned it,
they deserve it. Steiny, this is why I'm
serious.
Not
they
a
deserve
hypocrite,
it.
But
Careful.
We've wrestled so much that you've presented your portfolio on Kyle and Goo. It's not everybody's not going to win. These are your words.
Right.
Everybody's not going to win a chip.
Nope.
But look at every year you're a player in it, and that stuff subconsciously rubs off on me. And I'm like, Goo, you know what? Look at Kyle's resume. Look what Dallas is not doing.
Just do it with a coach outside of the Bay. Support a coach.
Stop.
Support
then that
a
means
coach
I have an
outside
agenda.
of the Bay.
Well, no, stop. Please. Snotty, stop.
Goo.
You know I don't get out like that.
Yeah.
I call a fish a fish.
And by the way, if I were you,
what you got?
I wouldn't brag about saying you wanted him fired.
Well, people know this. You forget.
They don't know it.
People know I'm objective.
But that's not.
I come in, I get my ass kicked. I tell you, the opponent kicked my ass. I don't come in here like, I
blame
took
the
a banana peel.
Nah, you blame the refs. You're one of those guys. You're one of those guys. Hey, I got some. Pass along some information on the other side. Different sports related. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Once again, Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr. They're going to talk to the media today. About 1:30, 2 o'clock. We'll have a lot of that for
new contract.
Everybody gets them, apparently. I'll tell you what, if I'm Steve Kerr, I am in Joe Lacob's office right now and saying, you see what they did down in Santa Clara? You need to make me whole, Joe.
Boy.
Make me whole, Joe. That's what Kerr's saying. And I ain't doing it for $4 million. Monty Williams money, or I walk.
Boy.
And he should get it. He should get way more than Monty Williams.
We agree on that.
But Joe, I don't know. And then the issue of Klay Thompson. Is Klay Thompson going to be broken off before the season?
Joe's son, real quick, got hurt at the Warrior World Tournament. They won, but he got hurt. Had to be carried off, holding a trophy.
Well,
where else would you get that info?
Where else would anybody want that info? Get well soon, Kirk. All sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
When you want to have fun and have scratchers to scratch, there's a playful way you can do just that.
Scratch with the key or acrylic nail. Scratch with the quill from
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Wow, Steiny, your boy Catechism.
I received the body of Christ.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Guru in the house.
Speaking house, people want to know about the mouse.
I haven't seen it.
When they're good, it's gone.
Well, you know what?
It's gone.
Now that you brought it up.
Well, the people are begging on YouTube.
One person begged.
I saw 5 people ask. That's why I brought it up.
I saw that last night about 9 o'clock. I was going up to bed and saw the cat was kind of playing with itself. Jumping around.
Oh.
And I thought, oh no, that looks like the cat might be messing with
it.
But there was none. And so when I saw that, I just went right upstairs, shut the doors, put towels under the doors.
Don't you wish you could talk to the cat? Like next time you see it,
Our cat's
end it.
useless.
Wow.
Absolutely.
What's his name? Or her?
Juniper.
That's interesting.
Why? Junie? Junebug? That's what we call her.
But why Juniper?
Because that's what the kids named her.
I just asking.
That's all I can tell you. Hey, we don't have to spend a lot of time on this. We get back to football, but Warriors not going to sign Dwight Howard. Here's the one piece of news that we should all take to heart. Andre Iguodala, he's back on my good side.
Oh, why? I didn't know he could make
He's
it back.
back on my good side.
Please share. Why?
Because Andre Iguodala said, I'm not a Hall of Famer. Good for Andre Iguodala.
Now that means he'll get in.
I love people that can objectively assess themselves.
And that's why we get along.
I love it. So
good for Andre, but Steiny, he still has a chance.
I'll be there.
Of course he does, because you know what? The media, well, forget
everybody Hall of Fame and candidacy. Is he coming
the
back?
Athletes' rear ends.
Is he
going to
be on the Warrior bench? Hopefully, we see him next Monday and we can ask him.
The point.
Well,
is
if he's there, then we got
to. He's irrelevant. He's irrelevant. Hey, Jackson Fremont, what's up, Jack?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, Steiny, I have a very a guaranteed method of getting over your fear of mouse in the house.
Okay, I'm listening.
I've tried it myself. I've recommended it to others. In the same scenario.
Okay,
and it works 100% of the time.
Give it to me.
So,
man up.
Grow a pair, and man up.
Oh wow!
Hey, Jack, that's not cool. Tell it to Guru too. You're afraid to say it to Guru. He's afraid of mouse.
I would have
He's
jumped
afraid
on the
of mice.
Man, Steiny.
Luke still have trouble. You know what's funny is all our management people, they don't give them the access to the information that.
Well, you're the only one that ever needs help during the show.
Well, that's because I need the text line.
You ever watch NASCAR? They check the tires and change them at the pit stop.
This is funny. I'd like to talk about.
They got to run out and get your.
I know a lot about NASCAR. But I'm sure if I start talking about it, it'll be like wrestling. And you'll say, you don't know anything about NASCAR. And I'll say, actually, Goo, I was doing stories on Mark Martin 3 decades ago and how he brought weightlifting into motorsports. That was a tough day for me when you questioned my wrestling knowledge.
I don't remember that day.
Oh, my.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow.
I gave you my thoughts on the sport in general, which I kind of retracted.
The train is off the track, Jack. Yeah. So anyway,
dude said grow a pair to both of us.
A punk. Punk.
Hey, it works all the time. Wow.
What was his name? Craig. Like he doesn't have a phobia. Everybody's got a phobia.
No, that's true.
So get off me. Mine's Mal. Hey, heights. They don't bother me. Heights don't bother me.
Well, last time you've been high on something that
it's a 0.
That is. I'm in timeout. That's too easy.
What? I got 2 more. Oh, Damian Lillard. Toronto interested. Toronto.
But they're going to have to give up everything to get him, right? So
why?
Where would they be? Siakam.
Well, they need to replace Freddie VanVleet.
Well, that's a good call.
Yeah. Damian Lillard. Nice player. Next Monday, we'll be out at the Warriors facility.
I can't wait for that.
Now, why? We got
because
four
it's a new
shows
season.
Got 4 shows.
You
in
get
the
to see
meantime.
our double, RC Davis, all our guys. I'm excited. And we're not in here.
I guess what it is when I hear you say, I can't wait till next Monday, my first thought always is, what about the 4 shows between now and then?
Well, if this is
Are you going to focus on that?
Proof, dude, we're fired up today.
I'm not really that.
I don't know how the boss thinks and what he rate. I feel like we're having a great show.
Well, let's ask the listeners at 888-957-9570.
There you go. Ask Evan.
It's going to grant.
You and Evan been what?
You know what? He's getting
tired of your stuff. Oh, sorry, Evan. No, I'm playing.
Oh, you
No.
got something to say to my face, Evan?
Well, nobody can see it since it's on the radio, but I can say it to your
Evan,
mic.
my bad. Yeah. Nothing. It's all good. We're good.
I don't know where that came from, Goo.
You know what? You two are working together here. I can tell.
We didn't lock you out the text line. You locked yourself out the text line.
Let's go to Grandpa Daddy.
Our guy.
Our man. $50. We know about it.
No, hey, Tiny, you know what? I just really want to appreciate you and let you know, bro. Now you've seen the writing on the wall, and you went there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I like what you said earlier, Tiny, about you take both sides of the picture.
Yeah.
And they just and present the argument to the people, and that is what you should do. Yes. As a talk show, where you shouldn't be one way or the other.
Thank you.
And you know what, Sonny? I want to give you your props for that, dog.
Well, Grandpa Daddy, he does that, and then he's in the middle. But go ahead.
He wasn't done.
Guru, it's okay. I love you too, because don't tell me to pray, and don't tell me what I'm praying for. That's my biggest quote nowadays, Guru. I love you for that, dog.
You're the man.
Hey, now look. Hey, Brock Purdy, I really think if you put him, he's got that knack, he's got that instinct. And I'm telling you, if you put him on the Giants, they would have actually, if you put him on the Raiders and got rid of Jimmy, because did you see that game? Man, their defense kept them in it.
Yeah.
And Jimmy,
not sorry ass.
Threw the 3 interceptions, just like always. I was like, oh my God. It was amazing.
Yeah. Thanks, Grandpa. Appreciate it, buddy.
I felt bad for Jimmy Stoney.
Oh, he stinks.
So 1, but 3, and they were the same old no ones. Like, damn. You almost got Devontae sent to Kaiser. Luckily, he got up from the medicine ball. But
why don't you just piggyback on what Grandpa Daddy say and say, I agree. If Brock Purdy were on the Raiders, they would probably be Super Bowl favorites.
I mean, right now, who wouldn't say? You know what I'm saying?
Would.
The dude's doing well for himself.
He is.
Lori Matthews, just the first NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. The quote of the year. I'm dubbing it. Steiny presents 2 sides. They're both pessimistic. I wrote back and responded. Lori Matthews.
You know what?
A 5.
She knows she's on my bad side.
What happened?
I forget.
How can you get mad at the ladies?
She.
Oh boy.
She said something on the tweet.
So much so you don't remember, but you're mad at her. You gotta let that stuff go. Shake it off.
I'm not gonna.
You're good with me, Lori.
888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco 49ers. Idle. They were idle on Sunday.
I loved it.
See,
Evan Spadoni and I were in here.
You didn't love it.
We got to focus on all the other teams, and you had a bigger appreciation for what they're doing. Evan, I'm sorry for saying our conversation, but yeah, it's not. It was kind of cool because you didn't have to lock in on everything. It was a smorgasbord of like, oh, that happened. Ooh, Kyle wouldn't have did that. That's how I watch and grade.
Of course, Kyle wouldn't have done. So he would. He's perfect. I mean, he's perfect right now.
This little bit you got. I wonder when it started.
I thought you said something else there.
Oh. Yeah.
So, would the Jags and Vikings have won if Purdy was? Yes. If my Vikings have Purdy, they're 3-0.
Well, they should have won the game.
Exactly.
I'm blaming that on Kirk.
I mean, exactly. I don't like
a lot. But go finish. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not going to finish. No, I'm done.
Well, come on. What were you going to say?
I can't remember. Actually, I do remember. It was, you know how I started the show? My first words when I started the show, I'm like, I'm official. It's official. I can't stand Sundays when the Niners play. And you go, oh, Steiny, you hit the nail right in the head. It's no fun. And here it is, 2:45 later. Now you're saying, oh, I've actually had discussions with coworkers and we loved it.
And if we could check the tape, you wouldn't hear me say you hit the nail on the head on that.
10:02:32.
I had a ball yesterday watching all the games. And it was from a Niner perspective of, dude, Miami is right now, Snotty and Philly, you got a chance tonight. We'll watch you
Means
in Tampa.
Today, hey, they giving away the rings today?
Well, everybody's down on Dallas, rightfully so, after that clunker.
Everybody's not done. See, this is where you're different.
But
nobody's giving up on the Cowboys because they lost a game.
But you think that putting that on tape is not when the Jedis over here in Santa Clara get it? They're not going to expose you?
Who knows? It's 2 weeks from now.
Well, they did it without having yesterday on tape, and now they're 2 weeks away from coming up with a game plan for a team that can't score in the red zone. That was Michael Jackson bad. Niners.
It means nothing.
I can't wait for that.
It doesn't mean anything for the game 2 weeks from now.
All right. So that's how you think, and I get you. I ain't mad at you.
What? Like, if the Niners lose to the Cardinals, will you think any differently about the game against Dallas?
Not at all.
See? There you go.
I'll say, that was a horrendous loss. But the physicality that the Niners play with, listen to me now, is second to none. Both sides of the ball.
You know, if
we've discussed this.
If you believe they have a weakness, you can share it. You don't have to just talk about the greatness of the Niners.
No, right now, there are no weaknesses, Steiny. Secondary, I'm with Larry. Secondary, I'm looking, but it ain't weak enough for anybody to expose them. And then you could follow up and say, well, they haven't played anybody to expose them. We'll see. My dad, Norm, has those 2 tickets. Niners to win the NFC, Niners to win the Super Bowl. Good God.
Norm, you've created a monster.
No, I'm just a realist.
No, you have.
He's created a realist.
He's created somebody I don't even recognize anymore.
Now that hurts. That got to me.
Come on, Norm. Come on. Instill in your son one sliver of confidence.
All right, give me a Niner weakness.
Oh. What?
Give me a Niner
Colt
weakness.
McKivitz. Their tight end doesn't catch.
I made it up.
You're
Brock
saying
Purdy's
things
still
that,
untested.
Okay, that
You're
ain't
asking.
what we're watching. Did he look untested when they scored 30 against New York?
You know what, Goo? Was
McKivitz a problem Friday when we came in and talked about the show?
This is the difference between you and this is the difference between you and me.
Oh, and there's a
you
lot.
Actually, when I say, let's see how Purdy handles some adversity, you go just like a 49er fan. Hey, well, he came back against the Raiders beat it.
Well, find some adversity.
That's not adversity. He hasn't had any yet.
Right.
That's my point.
Oh, boy.
Being down 10 points to a team that has given up already, which the Raiders had last year, that's not adversity.
I will give you that point, but let me help you out. You might not find any. You know what I'm saying? He may get to the...
You know what his adversity is?
We're running out of weeks.
No, I'll give him this, and I'm dead serious. Yeah. I'll give him this. The adversity he's overcome has been the injury last year and coming back as strong as he is this year.
Right.
That's the biggest adversity he's overcome. Not the Raiders.
Well, they were down 7 to the Rams.
It's 7. It's football.
All right. And how many games left on this schedule?
7's
we talked
nothing.
about it. Are they going to be favored?
One score. It's
I feel like maybe
game.
Maybe Philly and Baltimore, maybe. They lost to the Colts. I mean, how many games are the Niners going to be underdogs, Donnie? It's real. Maybe 1?
Well, then that means they're the best team in football. But you'll give them an out if they don't win it all.
No, I'm doing what you've put in me is the Philly. Philly beat them, so I'm going to respect Philly until it pops off.
48 says kicker is a weakness. Yeah, right.
Dude ain't miss.
Kicker might be the best position. Rookie in the playoffs adversity, the kicker. I don't know. Brock Purdy is untested? Question mark. Inexperienced compared to most, but I wouldn't say that he's untested. Okay. I'm not saying he's untested, but don't tell me a comeback win against the Raiders in Week 15 is at all on a par with the 3 playoff games he played.
And he was down he was down at half to Seattle in that home playoff game. I don't know if you want to say that's adversity, Stein, but he could have folded.
A one-score game, being down on one score.
7, but yeah, they still were losing.
But it's one score away from being
right. My whole point is, Steiny,
I can't.
It's hard to find the adversity you speak of.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. He hasn't been through adversity, and don't tell me being down 7 points is adversity.
And if you take
it's bigger than that.
I hear you, but you're missing my point. If you don't see it then, all I'm telling you and getting you primed for, barring injury, is you may not see it because they're that good.
You may not.
That's all that I'm gearing you up for.
But don't tell me beating the Raiders last year was a test that he completed. It was a shootout against a horse bleep team. Congratulations. The Seahawks game, infinitely more impressive than that because it was a playoff game. There were no stakes either at that point. They weren't going to get the number one.
The first Seattle Seahawks game, but the third game he played in. Short week, Thursday night, on the road. Broken ribs.
Yep.
That's adversity, right?
I'm talking about the playoff game that they were down. I'll give you that. I'll give you a playoff game. The Raiders?
No, but he's talking about adversity. He's playing
I'm talking
injured.
about the first Seattle game. So the second one of the regular season was in Seattle on a short week.
What happened?
He played with a broken rib, and they won.
I don't remember that game.
Yeah, he threw a pick six, was dropped by a Seattle defender.
That's new.
But, oh, boy. Evan, he remembers.
707, you're not listening. Is blowing out your elbow and recovering to start the season consider overcoming adversity? I just said yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's the biggest adversity he's overcome right now. And he's got a lot more to go.
I'll say this, coming in midway through a game against the Dolphins when you didn't drove to the stadium thinking you're not going to play, that qualifies as adversity?
No, it doesn't. It qualifies as being Lonnie Walker. That's what it means. It means he stayed ready like Lonnie Walker. That's what you want your third stringer to do. Sounds like Steiny's leaving it up to his own person. No, I'm just saying this. I'm saying don't tell me that because he came back against the Raiders last year in week 16, that was the test that's pushed him over the top. It's like, no.
Oh, nobody's saying that.
Well, that's the first thing they say.
We talked about how many times has he been down in a game, and that's when the Raider game came up.
Right, and it was a game that had no stakes. Raiders were done. 49ers probably weren't. They knew they weren't getting the home field. It was a night. That's all I'm saying.
But I'll give you the coming back from injury because that's humongous.
888-957-9570 is the number. Nope, not a Purdy hater. 650.
Did anybody call you that?
I'm just not an acolyte. I'm not a fan that thinks that because he's played 9 games, we should already send him to Canton. He's had a hell of a start. They're 3 games into the season. Guru pointed out better than anybody that there was a lot of excitement for Jimmy Garoppolo after 9 games in the regular season. We got all season. We got all season to talk about Brock Purdy and how he's improving, how he's getting better. I'm not putting him in a finished product category yet. Right now, the quarterback he is it good enough for them to win the Super Bowl? Probably, but I got to see him play against some really good teams.
And my point, Sandy, to that is teams win Super Bowls. And if you're into this, through 3 weeks, any power rankings right now worth their salt are going to have the Niners at number 1. And my only point with that is it's a Brock thing to you, and we're having the discussion, but he is the quarterback. He has so much at his disposal that they're a collective. And right now, that collective, I believe, is the best team in football right now.
Yep.
Nobody wins a ring right now.
Thank you. And let's not talk about it like situations aren't going to change, whatever they are. Like the 49ers, this is what I mean.
Give it to me.
There's no chance that the 49ers, it's going to be this easy. There's no way it's going to be this easy. I think we all know that. So if we all know that, why can't we all agree that Purdy and this team is going to have some adversity that we can't that we don't know what it is yet, but they'll have it because every team that goes to the Super Bowl has to overcome something. So let's wait and see what it is and then watch them overcome it. That's all.
Yeah. I got to be careful here, too. I just thought about the Warriors when they had Durant. Stoney, they had no adversity. You know what I mean?
Not right away.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Purdy's Durant. I'm just saying we were doing the pre
they
and
did
the
have
post.
adversity at the end. Him and Draymond Green.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It broke up that.
Yeah, I was going pre that, but you're right. How many people would bet something's going to pop off, but okay.
I mean, something, I don't know what it's going to be, but they're going to have to, whether it's having to play without a guy here and there, or whether it's a game in which they get down.
That with Ayuk.
Please. Come on.
Well, he wasn't there. That's all I'm saying. They scored 30.
Lamar's in San Francisco. What's up, Lamar? How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How you guys doing today?
Hey. Doing well.
I believe you. But I got to stop you for a second, man. We throwing the word adversity around too much as opposed to the pressure that this kid has to deal with. Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant of last year. He was behind Jimmy Garoppolo, a Pro Bowl quarterback, I guess to some people's degree would say that, and the leader of a Super Bowl team. He's coming in as the third-string quarterback, drafted against another kid or whatever that was, a Trey Lance. And, dude, everything that came up to that season last year, yes, it is the Raiders, but that's also so much pressure. It's the Raiders. For a fan to say, oh, my goodness, no one can stand losing to the Raiders. They're obnoxious, whether they're in Vegas, L.A., or Oakland. Doesn't matter. That's pressure on the kid. To go against some slouch that whoever this guy was in Oakland last year, we didn't even know who he was. So the fact that it was a shootout, big pressure on the kid. Getting to playing against Micah Parsons, it's just big pressure. To come back from that injury and still have to prove week after week. No, we don't know what he's hearing in his camp. We don't know what he's being restrained from saying. The kid's got a good head on his shoulders, man, and I just feel like he's being rough on him to say that he's not dealing with adversity or just the amount of pressure. Aaron Donald is adversity at playing in L.A. We were the favorites to win, I believe, in L.A. a few weeks ago. And he pulled it off. He was down, and he was getting sacked. The fact that he doesn't have ghosts chasing him, like you see many quarterbacks after a big injury, he stays in the pocket and lets him lift, and he gets them done. So that, not to say that he's not facing adversity, but, man, he's living up to the hype past the pressure, man. Let's go, Niners.
It's not what I said. I said he's going to undergo more adversity this year than he has. And let's watch how this year's adversity, he can overcome it.
Yeah, somebody on the Comcast
stop saying a Week 16 win over the Raiders is like, that's okay. He beat the Raiders.
But that only came up because we were looking to see last time the Niners were down. Comcast business text line says he came back from Dallas in the playoffs. Nope, he didn't. Niners were up 3-0.
Like, if you're going to show me a game where Brock Purdy makes you confident, at least tell me the Seahawks or the Cowboys. Don't tell me the Raiders. He was far more impressive in the postseason against good teams. I mean, the Raiders game, come on. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
What's up? It's your boy Guru here to tell you about my journey with SOTA-weightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
Who are you? Who are you? Why would I ask you anything?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I really hope Steve Weiss doesn't have the Odyssey app. Something was edited there. Let me hear that one more time if you
sound
can.
Angry.
Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the best quarterbacks in the league.
I've got a strong disagreement.
Sticking in the pocket too long.
How
is
many
what he
years
cut
ago
out.
was that? That was archives for real.
See, he wanted to. Everybody wants to stick it to somebody, and he wanted to stick it to Steve Weiss right there. Steiny, you believe the 49ers are better situated than the Eagles with Hurts? Yeah, I think the Eagles don't look as good as the Niners right now. But you know what? In a crazy kind of way, I expected it. 49ers put an emphasis on the early season. The 49ers have put an emphasis on getting off to a fast start. The Eagles are coming off a Super Bowl appearance and probably are probably like the Warriors used to be in a way, where you come back and you're like, oh my God, it's going to take so long to get back to the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals, and you just kind of don't have the sense of urgency early in the year. Maybe that's what's going on.
Well, and also, too, Stoney, maybe no big deal, but they lost Hargrave. They changed their offensive and defensive coordinators, lost a couple secondary players. Maybe it's just taking them time to gel to win. Stoney, they're 2-0. They win tonight. They're 3-0. And you told me, hey, Goo, it's early. But if they're 3-0, then I'll come in here tomorrow. Like I can say all day long until I'm blue in the face, oh, they look different. Right now, they're still undefeated like the Niners.
But no matter what happens, you're coming in here tomorrow and saying the Niners are still the team to beat.
Because I feel that way.
Well, right. So
because I feel like Philly didn't beat them last year. You know, I told you that. They kicked their ass, but you know why.
Yep, because you playing the game.
Oh, boy.
There's nothing the Eagles can do tonight that will make you come in tomorrow and say, Steiny, I think the Eagles are better than the Niners. There's nothing. Be honest.
No, seriously. If it's 37-7 or 30-3, and I mean, man, but that doesn't mean diddly squat. As long as they get the dub and go up 3-0, home field advantage in the playoffs. It's got 13 weeks left, 14 weeks left.
I mean, Tampa Bay is unbeaten.
No, they are. And I want to see if Baker's real. Now, if he carves up that all defense and that secondary style, we're going to be like, well, Philly, that defense ain't looking the same. You got time.
You know what?
But
this is not the mindset of a radio sports talk show host. But all this stuff.
Where you going?
Wake me in November.
But guys can get injured in September.
Oh, they will.
That's what I'm watching, too. We got 2 games tonight. Tired of injuries, man.
Well, you're going to see more of them. You're going to see more of them. I don't think there's any doubt. And this is Chris A. On the YouTube chat saying, Goo, you know who Baker is. Come on now. No, Goo's saying he might be a different guy.
And I'll take something out of Geno Smith's playbook. They wrote me off. Yeah. I didn't write back. I don't know if this is Baker's study. I'm curious to see. Because let's be honest.
What are you curious
Let's put the rat on the table.
Oh.
If Tampa and Baker win this game, we got to take them serious.
No, we don't.
Philly is a big boy.
You know what?
It was Philly, Dallas,
just to play
Niners.
devil's advocate, I'm not taking anybody seriously until 8 games are played.
That's where you looked at you. I'm mad at you.
Yeah.
But why'd you decide 8?
Because the season is so long now with 17 games. Nobody's playing with it. Nobody's playing with her. Like, here's the thing. Here's the difference between fans
and the pros
and the players
All right.
who get
I want to
it.
hear this.
Let me tell you who's not panicked right now. Let me tell you who isn't, we're done. The Minnesota Vikings. They're not done just because they're 0-3. Nor would the Chargers have been done had the Chargers lost that game. There's still 14 games to go. That used to be the entire NFL season.
The Vikings might not have been done in the NFC. but the Chargers would have been done in the AFC.
You don't know that. That's your narrative. That's all your narrative.
He's looking at the standings.
Exactly. And for whatever reason, we can't just look at the standings and go, that team's 2-1, that team's 0-2. We have to say that team's 0-2. They're done. You know what
the
done
math
means?
tells us they're done.
Right? No, it doesn't.
You know they don't play during the week. There's one game a week. It ain't baseball.
You do realize that 17 divided by 3 is less than 20%.
Okay.
Less than 20% of the season's been played. So there's still time for a team to get it together. And we've seen it every year. I'll bet you there was an 0-2 team that made the playoffs last year.
Well, now that's different because there's an extra game.
Nope, Steiny, you are correct. In the Super Bowl era, only 2.4% of teams that have started 0-3 have made the playoffs. So you are right. Technically not over.
Right. And that's what, but
97.6%
now,
of teams
please listen
are
to me
done.
here. Please listen, because this is important. Say it's in the Super Bowl era.
I know where you're going.
Yep.
Okay, so they're using data from 1970. Okay, at that time there were only 14 games. The seasons were significantly shorter.
Would you like to know how many teams since they've gone to 17 games have made the playoffs when they started?
That's a small sample size.
0.
It's the second year they're playing 17 games.
But
come on, guys.
But Steiny, nobody wants that smoke, though.
Of course, nobody
They're
wants it.
They're going to ball out in practice, but nobody wants that. Like Cincinnati, you lose tonight, you're 0-3.
Right, they're 0-3.
You're going to show up, but
they're 0-3.
That's a hell of a hole.
It's a hole. It's a hole, but it's not like it was 0-3 when there were 16 games. And it's not like it was 0-3 when there were 14 games. There's 17 games now. And you know what? How dare you, Evan?
Whatever.
Oh, you want to know how many? It's 1 year. Talk to me at the end of the year. Talk to me at the end of the year when your Chargers are in the postseason after starting 0-2.
Well, that's why this week was important for the Chargers to win.
Right. But we were doing this after 2 games.
And they're in the AFC.
But I'll stick with it. I'll stick with it. And I'll even go, there's going to be a team that's 1-3 in the first 4 games that'll still be okay.
Well, Niners, we've seen the Niners 3-5.
Thank you.
And parlay that into a trip to NFC Championship.
You know what? Thank you, Goo. And you know what? All those years,
wasn't trying to help
those
you.
last 2 years, a lot of you 49er fans right now who think we're the greatest things, we're the greatest. You gave up. You gave up parts of the last 2 years. Admit it. When you were 3-5. And guess what? You made a run and you almost made it to the Super Bowl. These are the reasons why I don't make sweeping generalizations like they're done.
But
Whew.
There's not a single head, even in Minneapolis. This is just solely for the Vikings, Donnie. They would bet they're making the playoffs.
Of course not.
0-3.
Of course not. I wouldn't bet either. But they're done? Don't tell Kirk Cousins he's done.
They can win 14 in a row.
And the San Francisco Giants aren't done, but they're done.
They're done.
Right.
Hold on.
They're not mathematically eliminated, Sonny.
Goo.
You know what he means. That's my lingo he's talking.
The San Diego Padres are not done, but they're done.
The season in baseball is 95% complete. The NFL is 15% complete. I see what you got. It's amazing. I just come with facts. I don't come with any opinions. Just facts.
Oh, boy. This whole thing was opinion-based.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact that when you have a 14-game season, you're likely to have less teams battle back from 0-2 than during a 17.
But when Evan gave you
That's
facts
a fact.
of the new, since the schedule changed, you said it's too young.
1 year.
Talk to me when you go through mature.
1 year. So you're comparing 1 year of sample size to, how many Super Bowls have there been? 60? Is it 60?
I guess in the 50s somewhere.
56.
I'm doing anything to piss you off.
It's not. It's
well,
not.
I gave you those numbers, and you said that we had to throw them out.
Yeah.
What numbers?
The numbers from the Super Bowl era.
That's right. Throw them out. And
Why?
it's a small sample size.
Because that'll fit his narrative.
That's right, because they're not playing a 17-game season. They
Are the
never
Warriors
played
done, Steiny?
Huh?
Are the Warriors done?
I was right. Last year, yes, they're done. What do you want? You want me to keep going? Who else?
No. You said that they were done
guy?
Before the season was, honestly, even
Well,
like a quarter of the way
insight
complete.
is what that is. That's being able to take the pulse of a team. And that team...
And it was a great call.
That team didn't have agendas. I mean, they did have agendas. It was obvious. The Vikings, Cousins keeps them together.
You want to know their schedule the next 4 weeks?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Evan having a hell of a year, says Uncle Looney. Look.
Oh, Steiny had a hell of a call about the Warriors, but that's what I'm just saying. You can say that teams are probably going to be done before the season is officially over.
No. Now, listen, Evan.
But you literally did it last year, and you were correct.
With the Warriors, because it was championship or bust. Okay? Oh, the Warriors are going to repeat. They're going to repeat. They're going to repeat. Okay? So you know what I had to say? They're done. But done means the dynasty. That didn't mean they might not win 52 games.
But they still are not technically done because they got a crack at it here in a month.
Well, they'll have a crack at it in 5 years, too. Steph will be 41, but will that really matter?
Oh, my God. 4-1. Averaging 30.
I guess what I push back on is...
everything.
Is facts. All I'm doing is delivering facts. There's no commentary involved. There's just more information I'm bringing to the table because you guys are conveniently leaving out some pertinent information. That's all.
But you understood when he said, are the Giants, because that's where it was a technicality conversation for me. Mm-hmm. Are the San Francisco Giants done?
Yes, but they got 6 games left. Like their season's over. I'm not going to say a team's done that's just started.
Right.
Not any team. Look, like seriously, and this is kind of what I mean. Like, are the Cardinals? Oh, they're not the laughing stock they were 3 days ago. Now all of a sudden, I'm listening to Brian Baldinger and he's saying Arizona team's good. They've been up 3. They've been up at half 3 games.
I changed my thought. And you know who else I changed my thought on, Stoney? I was going to ask Larry.
Not about Kyle Shanahan.
The Rams.
Oh,
eager to see them tonight. What if they win tonight? The division ain't as weak as we thought, the NFC West. Because Seattle's handling their business, but
and that's right. And see,
it's
that's
amazing. I can't. What do they go? Caleb Williams. They're tanking for Caleb. Did look like it yesterday.
And that's all I try to do, Goo. I try before the season. Everybody's saying, "Oh, the Rams are going to stink." Well, how do we know that? We don't know that. We don't know that
because
Let's
they
watch
stunk
some
last
games.
year, and Cooper Kupp is on the IR.
And football, more than any other sport, you can turn it around in 1 year.
Worst to first.
We know that. We know that last year doesn't matter to this year.
Use that same mindset with the Warriors. That's why I got action on them. Like I wouldn't.
No, but I'm saying football to me is different. Like football's the one sport where you can 1 year go 6-11 and the next year go 11-6. And you know what? You might not maybe you got a couple bad bounces the year before and you get them the next year.
I'll tell you what, we talked about it. We ain't did it since. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. What did you learn and what are you concerned with? And the 3 teams that shocked everybody last year, who do we have them at? The Giants currently at 0-3. The Vikings at 0-3. I think 2 new teams will replace them with what you're saying coming out of nowhere to make the playoffs. Could be the Rams.
Could be.
Who knows? Detroit.
Could be. I'm just saying we're only 3 games in. I
get that.
I even feel like it's weird to say 3 games is different, but after a game or 2, Purdy's having a great year. 2 games. Once we get to 4 or 5 games, then you start having a year.
He's out to a good start. That's all you want to do in life. Get off in your new job. You want to get off to a good start.
Right.
Giants and Vikings have it. Yeah.
But see, now I take it a step further. We all want to get off to a good start, right?
Yep.
But you know what? If you don't, it doesn't mean you just give in.
Right.
If you don't get off to a good start, some people, some teams have what they call wherewithal, and they'll rally. No, I didn't. Never said that. Steiny, were you saying Curry'd never be a franchise player? I never said that. Never. Said he's not a true point guard. And after 15 years in this league, I was right. He's not a true point guard. He's just something better than we've ever seen as a combo guard. But basically, I was right on the money. I mean, last year, Steph, are you a true point guard? He'll say, no, I'm not a true point guard. True point guard's like Bobby Cousy.
But he'll say, I can do it.
Johnny Stockton.
And I've done it.
But it wouldn't be.
Yeah, I got you. Magic Johnson.
Exactly. That's why Magic's a much better point guard than Steph. We all know.
I hope we see him next Monday.
Who? Magic?
No, we want.
I'm not going to be here.
We know that, Magic. Curry.
He's due to skip over us.
Dude, we've been on a nice little run.
Who said the Giants are 0-3, by the way? The New York Giants. They're not. They're in the thick of things at 1-2.
I said they were 1-2.
Somebody was wrong.
I said 0-3.
I have three players.
That's the one that gets to it. And you didn't catch it.
I didn't.
But you're happy.
What did he say?
I said 1-2. Yeah. I said 0-3. Damn, I forgot they came back and beat the Cardinals.
707, I feel like I'm sitting in on a therapy session. Please explain.
Well, you are. Damn it. That's what we do. You're on the couch right now. Sometimes I just sit back and watch you and Evan go at it. I mean, it's good banter.
The thing that I'm most puzzled by so much is that when I think about the things I say, I don't know how anybody could disagree with them. Because they're just like I'm obvious. What I say is obvious. Should be obvious to everybody.
You change, though.
Should be just obvious.
You change.
You guys should be more like me.
No, we shouldn't because I'm mad at you, and I'm not being mad.
I don't care if you're mad at me at all.
You didn't told me for months about this.
Something you got wrong?
No.
What?
That's a one.
I'm sorry?
I didn't forget. But, cool. The resume, don't you understand? It's not about winning every year. Kyle Shanahan has rebuilt this program. Then they get the extensions, and you come in here, and the first thing out of your keister is, they did it too soon.
And that's the nuance.
Give me some consistency.
And that's the nuance that clearly I expect
anybody else can say that but my partner.
That's the nuance that I expect people understand, but apparently they don't.
No, please.
Because those things are very compatible.
No.
Very compatible.
In your mind.
That's right. A brilliant mind.
If I held your feet to the fire like you try to hold mine, you would have raised hell.
Don't you even dare.
You would have raised hell.
Please don't compare us.
You can't.
No. Yeah. Oh, you better believe you can't.
Yeah, my fire is lit.
Oh, it's lit, all right.
Whoa, boy.
I'm sorry, 49er
lit
fans.
AF?
I'm sorry, 49er fans. I'd like to see them win the Super Bowl before I say they've won the Super Bowl. That's all.
Who you apologizing to? And why?
I'm apologizing.
I'm
apologizing to Niner fans because clearly they're not used to listening to somebody who thinks they might need to prove they can win the Super Bowl before you actually call them Super Bowl champions. That's all. What else is going on?
Honestly, Stephen A.
Oh, okay. What do you want to talk about?
We've both thrown out first pitches at ball games.
I love it.
You can't come back from that. Steiny, how do you your job is predicated on ripping athletes right and left. And you go out in the Mecca, New York, and talk all that talk, which I heard in the morning about the first pitch, and bounce the ball to home plate. He's getting cruised. You can't come back from that.
Yes, you can.
How?
By drawing your $12 million paycheck.
See,
just like you did before you threw that.
Well, if you're going there, I don't like. No, we're talking about there wasn't an athletic bone in that man's body.
Well, he played at Winston-Salem.
It looks worse than the mayor of Cincinnati and 50 Cent.
It's funny how you and I
throw a damn ball. It bounced.
Goo, you and I are so.
That hurt me.
Now I get why we're so great. Because like my first. This is just who I am, Steiny. He can never come back from that. Well, what does that mean?
You better be careful.
What does it mean he can never come back from it?
Every athlete you blast from here on out, I'm going to just remember my man can't make it to home plate. That, you lost something with that pitch. It's bigger than
how it was a sinker and he was trying to get the guy to chase.
That was his out pitch.
Oh,
Would have been a
his
strike on a Little League
out
diamond.
pitch.
He was 3-0.
And his wrist looked like it broke or snapped. Like, what were you doing, bud? Oh, man. That hurt my feelings. That's all, Snotty. Oh, boy.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Wrong, Guru. Stephen A. can drain a three-pointer all day.
That's what he tells you.
Okay.
I mean, the only
that was bad. He got crucified.
The only thing, and I've always had like a little bit of an issue with this. But not just with Stephen A., but with everybody. You go to college to play.
Yeah.
You don't play. And then you say, yeah, coach didn't like me. Yeah, coach didn't like me. Or
But it happens, though.
I got hurt.
Yeah, Winston-Salem State.
Okay.
Tore his knee up.
Okay. And that ended your career.
Oh.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Last I checked, you had 3 more years of eligibility.
Oh.
That's
We need to
adversity.
get him back on because I'll tell him, hey, Steven.
No, don't.
Oh, you wouldn't say
I'd
what you
walk
just
off.
said about his career because I would love to hear him answer.
Hell no.
But I'd be like, Steven.
I would say this to Bayless, though. I would. I'd love to get Bayless.
Put your glasses on.
I'd be like, you played varsity? I mean, you played JV in 11th grade?
Oh, why am I, dude? That's. Oh man.
But here's the thing, like, the
Stoney,
weird
I
thing
can't
is,
stop watching the pitch.
What pitch?
Stephen A's. He's just.
650 on with Steiny. That signing was too soon for the 49ers, Bray. I should have waited to extend.
Okay, so there's 2 people. You and that person.
There's first of all, there's absolutely no doubt that there is a percentage of Niner fans that think this might have been a touch premature. That is not a hot take. I don't think. Not so. Look, let me just this is
I believe.
Let me give you
that.
some information, and then you respond to it. Okay, and this is what I do. So the same guy who said we hang Super Bowl banners here, the same guy, we only hang Super Bowl banners. Jed York,
he said it,
has now just given 2 extensions to a coach and a general manager who have never won the Super Bowl, and it's their 7th year. That I would completely understand if a 49er fan said, you know what? No reason we couldn't have just waited till the end of this year, kind of see how it played out. They still have 2 more years. Like that's not, I'm not saying they shouldn't have. I'm saying I think a 49er fan has every right in the book to wonder, well, if it's only about Super Bowls, which you said, owner, you said it, not us. Okay, then.
But it still didn't take
Then
him from
why?
the one and done Calipari. Like, he still had multiple years left.
Who?
So, Kyle. So if they didn't get it done this season, he still was coming back.
Right.
If there was no disaster.
Right, but you extended him without a Super Bowl.
For now.
Right.
Yeah.
But you extended it
I got
even though you, Jed York, you said Super Bowls only. So how do you justify that? Well, Jed York says, well, yeah, I think they're going to win a Super Bowl.
You got to Google it.
Fair.
He's betting on the come.
Appreciate it. 888-957-9570 is the number. 10 minutes on the other side if you want to jump into the conversation, and then we will get Dan Dibley and Mark Willard in the house. We're looking forward to that. Don't forget, it is a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Once again, the 49ers, they're 3-0. Next game Sunday at 1 o'clock. And you can catch Larry Kruger at every 49er home game at the Hilton Santa Clara with Lorenzo Neal on the kickoff show this Sunday at 11 o'clock. You can hear it all on 95.7 The Game. And, of course, afterwards, overtime with Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett. Did I get it right? I almost said Sterling Martin. 888. All right, we'll be right back. Monster Monday. Mm-hmm.
Make who?
Made to Shine. Real stories.
First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you, Norm got mad at me.
Uh-oh.
You know, it's 50 years of hip-hop, right?
Okay.
And our president, Joe Biden, was introducing LL Cool J, and he botched the name and said LLJ Cool J. I think I just let you hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Norman took offense to me making fun of the president. I was like, Dad. Well, he made a mistake. Oh, my God. But, Steiny, you got one job. It's LL Cool J. LLJ Cool J. Just come on. That's my president.
510, does Steiny want to bet on the Warriors not winning another championship with this core? Why? I'm not going to take your money, 510. It's
but
over.
Didn't we learn anything? You said you don't want to do that for your brand.
I know. That's why I'm not going to bet.
Like you're rooting against the Dubs,
exactly.
And we know you're not.
I'm not going to bet against the Warriors, even though it's easy money. Come on.
Please.
They're
ready to
go. I got to work in this town.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Heads up play of the week goes to Gardner Minshew.
Tell us why.
I'm trying to figure out. He took a
play to win.
Thank
the game.
you.
But that didn't save them.
Oh, it did.
It tied the game.
That's fine. Then they got the ball back in better position.
Yeah, but Baltimore got the ball, and the odds of them winning the game or getting the first down, like Evan just talked about, it's over.
Let's go through it.
Okay.
It's a 2-point game.
Yep.
It's 17.
It was a 1 point. Baltimore led by 1.
That's right. They're at their own 1.
Baltimore, yes.
No.
Into Baltimore. Yeah, okay.
The Colts are.
Yeah.
They're at their own 1. Minshew, rather than, I mean, he steps out of the back of the end.
Dan Orlovsky.
So it's a safety.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, but what does that mean?
They're losing now.
Okay, they're losing, but they're still within a field goal. But also now they get a free kick from their 35. So at least they can punt and get Baltimore back to their 25.
And again, hope for a stop.
Which they got.
Okay.
And they won the game.
I understand that.
As opposed to...
But what if they... Okay, go ahead.
What do you mean, what if?
They had 1 timeout left in the 2-minute warning. If Baltimore gets 1 first down,
they didn't.
They lose.
Yeah. And Baltimore, they're I don't know, something's going on.
To me, this is
All
the exact...
Indianapolis needed was a field goal to go ahead. And instead, they gave them a safety.
They were at their own 1. Did you want them to punt from deep in their own end zone in a tie game? That theoretically, they punt, and by the time Baltimore... And they got a good kicker, if I'm not mistaken.
He missed.
Yeah, Justin Tucker missed the game winner.
Missed the game winner.
So, but what I'm saying is if you punt there, they may have the ball at your 40.
Baltimore botched Evans. They had everything to win the game, and they botched it. The Ravens did, offensively, after that gift.
I know he didn't do it on purpose. I want to say Belichick did this once. When back in the day with the Patriots
there's a strategy for running out the clock in the back of the end zone. I believe he might have even done it in the Super Bowl when you're leading by enough that the 2 points don't matter. But when you're trailing, you don't want to give the team the ball and the other points.
Well, I mean,
bingo.
But no, wait, you guys are just saying bingo. Well, the strategy worked. Their strategy, it wasn't a strategy. If it could have been,
that was an idea. It worked. You're right. I got you.
To me,
but that ain't how you draw it up.
Yes, it is how you draw it up if you do that on purpose. Now, he didn't do it on purpose, but it worked kind of.
So you think next time they're in that situation, they'll do this? They'll just have him run out of the back of the end zone?
No, it didn't happen on purpose. But I think about it, had it happened on purpose, I think, you know what? I could see that. You're down 1. Okay, you're up 1.
Yes.
So
down 1.
I'm talking about I'm the team. I'm Minshew. We're up 1. Right?
No. The Colts were down 1 at the time.
Okay, so they're down 1.
Yes.
Okay, so then they give up a safety, and then what?
And then you're down 3, and you don't have the ball with 1 timeout left.
Right. Then they gotta.
Then you have to get a 3 and out.
The game's over.
Which they did. Like a lot of times, you have to take all your timeouts, use them all up, and say, "Well, we're down to our defense needing a stop."
Well, and then they went down and kicked the field goal to tie the game. So, like, they didn't even have it. They didn't even go ahead.
Right.
You're playing for overtime. You're not playing to win in regulation.
Right.
That's not a great strategy.
Well, but what the Colts coach clearly is thinking is that if they have to, like, why are you laughing? I'm just telling you what the guy's thinking.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And I think I'm pretty. It's got to be what he's thinking, right?
But you're missing the Ravens part of they botched everything. The Colts didn't even have enough to. There's no way they should even got the ball again. So you can't know. You couldn't even open a Bible and hope that the other team would botch that possession that bad to give you another opportunity.
If I get what they're doing, they basically are saying that even if we're up one, okay, the Colts, we're going to punt it to them from the deepest. So Baltimore's going to get the ball at our 40, our 45. Field goal wins it for Baltimore. It wins it. So, again, he didn't do it on purpose, but by taking the safety, okay, yes, you're down 3, but now at least you got a free kick, and you can not pin them back, but you can make them start from their own 20, 25, so that at least they have to go 40 yards to get a field goal.
No, it ended up working out for him. I think it's more because of the Baltimore Ravens than the Indianapolis Colts. But also, one piece of Warriors news to relay, fellas. It has been reported that the Warriors will be trying out Rodney McGruber, who, of course, was on the Detroit Pistons. He's going to be competing for a roster spot in training camp.
The guy that Draymond Green denigrated and humiliated?
Yes.
And said he can't play in this league?
Yes.
Why is it so hard to fill this spot? It's like, it's been, JTA was working out. Dwight Howard, like.
They like to keep it open to give him flexibility.
His nickname is the Scavenger.
Relax.
Rodney McGruder.
Relax.
A Kansas State.
I'm really hurt Howard didn't get picked up. I ain't the only one either.
Yeah, you are.
X didn't like it.
Who?
Twitter.
I
call it X now.
I tell you what.
Gotta stay hip.
Hey, Twitter agrees with me.
X
says nobody. I mean, you don't want to be agreed with by Twitter.
Yeah, it's a cesspool.
And that's where you live.
Please,
I don't get it.
When I'm with you.
I don't get it.
Jimmy Garoppolo should have ran out of the back of the end zone last night again.
He was horrible. And I'm not making fun of our president. I just said what he said.
No, you were. I think.
Did I make the speaking error?
No, but you stuck it to him.
No.
You
Did I
stuck
throw out
it to
Stephen
Biden.
A's first pitch? Good gosh.
All
Not
right.
O'Malley.
Willard and Dibbs on the other side. What do you think Willard will try to
I got a text
Swift
from
today?
him because I put my foot in his tail in fantasy, so don't bring up fantasy to him. I'm going to do it. I beat him 90. Dude, you were just the biggest downer. Last week, you were just floating like a butterfly fantasy. I draft my team. Now you can't even stand to hear the word fantasy all off of one L.
I haven't
Your
lost.
character's in the tank.
I haven't lost. What are you talking about?
Well, you doing that to me?
I don't know. You're talking about somebody other than me. I
Just
still
like
have
the Viking
life.
season is not done.
I got T. Higgins.
Oh, good luck with that.
Thank you. I
You
got
need
T.
him to
Higgins
get like 50.
hold on. I got some. Don't tell me who it is. What's the other game? Bengals.
Philly, Tampa.
I got, what's his name?
Who?
Philly's good receiver.
Devontae.
Now, if you pull this out, I'll call in tomorrow.
I'm not going to be able. I'm not.
Yeah, because you're down too much.
If I pull this out, I call in tomorrow.
You want
on
to gloat.
95.7. The game. It's a Monster Monday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
You coaching?
Soda! Hey, if you don't know what soda is by now, it's a nationwide weight loss program, 100% over the...
and wellness partner of the NFL.
Yeah, no. No judgment, bro. I'm with you.
Who said the Giants are 0-3, by the way? The New York Giants. They're not. They're in the thick of things at 1-2.
I said they were 1-2.
Somebody was wrong.
I said 0-3.
Damn it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. It is the crossover.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
What's up,
Oh,
baby?
my God.
I'll start the show like I started our show. I hate when the Niners don't play on a Sunday. I really do.
It is different, but it gives you an opportunity to go a couple different directions. A, you can red zone it and learn about how good of a coach Kyle Shanahan is by watching all of the buffoonery that happens around the league.
That was my answer.
Or you could, I don't know, talk to your family. Instead of doing red zone at 10 a.m., I was in Sunnyvale, actually Morgan Hill, watching my daughter playing a soccer tournament.
That's awesome.
Did
she score?
She did not, but they won 3-0.
There you go.
She had some looks. They're passing the ball really well. I was proud of them. And it's an opportunity. You just, take it.
I got a little problem with Morgan Hill.
What's the problem with Morgan Hill?
This guy.
You think you're out of it. You think you're out of the traffic, but you're not.
You're never out.
You're not even close.
They keep pulling me back
Morgan Hill is a
what you need?
parking lot.
Do you know what you need?
Yes.
I'm not saying you should do this.
Okay.
But if you want to cure your ills, your hatred of traffic,
move.
Just
Oh, boy.
Well, no.
Shout out
but,
Ludacris.
But not the way you think. You think I mean move to the middle of nowhere. I say backwards. Go live in L.A. for 2 years.
Okay.
Since I have come back home, traffic has not bothered me one time. Not
There's
once.
no way, Will.
Because it is adorable, the traffic here compared to there. It is, and I mean it.
I see video.
It's adorable, the traffic here compared to there.
You feel better?
No, this is what he said about the Sacramento Kings, and he was disingenuous.
And I was right.
So condescending.
And they lost in Game 7 on their own floor, didn't they?
The condescension
It was
is
so
real.
The beam did not get lit. It didn't get lit, did it?
It got lit in here. We had our
Yes,
own
it
beam.
did. We lit our beam.
The beam got lit. Yeah. And that's how New York looks at LA, by the way, in terms of adorable traffic.
Completely. You've sat in that.
Yes, I
my
have.
gosh,
and if you want to go to like other cities around the world, I'm sure they look at New York the same way. It's all trickle down trafficonomics.
Totally. And I've told you this story a bunch of times when I went to do the minor league baseball up in Idaho for 2 summers. And this is all the way back in 98, 99, but they were already they hated California. Not for political reasons. It was like, stop moving here. Stop moving here, stop moving here. And I'm like, why? And then one of the things they bring up, the traffic. I'm like, that's not traffic, that's another car. You're not hitting the brakes. So, relax. It's okay.
I understand road rage. I don't agree with it, but it's true. Dude, you got somewhere to get, and you're like, damn it.
Yeah, no doubt. So I approached yesterday in terms of kind of what Mark was saying, and as I was going through the red zone, and then I actually went out to the Stadium Pub in Walnut Creek, a little mini run from your boy.
I like that spot.
You were golfing. You were out of town. He was in Morgan Hill. It was a solo venture right next to Buon Vino, and you get there at in the fourth quarter of all the games going on, and there was a group of Jets fans over my right shoulder, about 6 or 7 guys, and they are
miserable.
Well, they're miserable. They're going through it. And then the last play where it's the Hail Mary and it's tip and it's tip.
He could have caught that.
And he could have caught it. You've never seen 7 48-year-old white guys get so upset in your life. And then at the end of it, you realize, you poor schlubs, you're Jets fans. You've got nothing.
Did you bring up Kirk Cousins' name? Did you bring it up?
No.
Because it's headed that way, Will.
Mark, I found my spot at the bar, and I sat there quietly, didn't want to draw any attention, and I just was going about my business, but these poor Jets fans And they're going on and on. Oh, he could have caught it. He could have this. He could have that. And I'm thinking, even if he would have caught that,
so what?
You got nothing, guys.
No,
you got no QB.
He's the worst QB starting in the league right now, bar none.
We can get into that.
I think he is, and I know
Justin Fields. My
Justin
God,
Fields,
Coach.
His mind.
He doesn't want to throw the football.
He's clearly he's knob locked.
I feel bad.
You guys
for
know,
Justin Fields.
if you've been a sports fan for a while, he's got the yips. Justin's got the yips. I'm not saying he's going to be good, but he's had some games in the league.
Flashes last year, about 3-4 weeks.
Zach Wilson's not an NFL player. And Steiny, with your love for the Vikings and Kirk Cousins, when Kyle Rudolph brought this up to me last week, it was almost kind of like a joke. Yeah. Drop that. Yeah. Well, we're partners. But anyway, he brought it up, and it was almost like tongue in cheek. Like, boy, this would be wild but it'll never happen. And then another week goes by, and now I'm like, why not? Which team is not helped by Kirk Cousins to the Jets for next year's first-round draft pick?
Well, they can't trade next year's first-round draft pick because next year's first-round pick is tied up in the Rodgers deal.
It's tied up, except for, obviously, it is still going to be there, so you could work around it in a number of ways.
You can't trade it now until after he doesn't play 65% of the snaps.
So
I got another name for you.
That pick is blocked.
It is. But, whether it's then do a 2025 first rounder or do next year's second rounder, which I guess is technically also blocked because that is what is going to be the Rodgers pick. But
exactly.
Whatever you need to do to get on the phone and save your season. And at 0-3,
what would that message was send to Justin Jefferson?
Well,
who we know is like the young T.O. He want to
know what the message is? Message is we're about to pay you. We're about to pay. We are about to break this bank for you, and that's why we're not keeping Kirk. They're not going to be able to afford them both.
Would they be interested in Tannehill? Because I believe you could get him
before stinks.
Minnesota?
Yeah, before you could get Cousins.
I mean, you know who?
The Jets, he's saying. The Jets
can get Tannehill before they can get Cousins.
I don't think that changes their year. That doesn't get any
Why
better.
is our guy so bad? He's like a little kid. He just don't have forget the ball aspect. His mannerisms are just Bobby Brady-ish. Like,
who's this?
Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
Like,
Wilson.
I'm rooting. You ain't a bad guy. You just are. You look like a pipsqueak, and then you just what happened last year?
He can't play.
I don't think you get back from that.
Isn't he the one that people like the most?
Me and Dibbs were. I'm sorry, throw you under the bus. I loved him going down to
BYU back at the draft.
Yeah, I loved him, Steiny.
Trevor Lawrence felt like the fait accompli #1, and then after that, people were like, Zach is the one who bolted up during the season.
He can throw the rock.
Well, they all can throw the rock. That's like
going
to a long drive competition and being like, why aren't you on the PGA Tour?
Boy.
You can hit it 400 yards. Cool. Can you golf? Like, great. He's got an arm. He's got legs, too. But he can't play in the NFL.
I do think that if you're an NFL fan, you're saying, get Kirk Cousins to a contender. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
The Jets are perfect. It's perfect. You can save the season, and then he's only signed through the rest of the year, so you can go back to Aaron next year, and then Kirk has a way to showcase himself. The Vikings will lose more games this way, which will help them get one of these kids out of the Pac-12 next year.
And I'm rooting for Salah.
You know what I mean?
He tells a reporter when you know he just don't want to give them the answer that we all know. You still believe in him? Yes. Robert, no, you don't.
What are you supposed to say?
I understand.
Wouldn't that be amazing? He's like,
comment.
no, I don't believe in him.
Well, it's like Dunleavy under Jordan Poole, like Mark said last week. Dunleavy's like, he's a good young player and he's under contract. And then like 14 minutes later, he's on his way to Washington.
I'm like Jordan's here.
Garrett Wilson is going to lose his cookies. I'm surprised we haven't seen, only because he's so young and we don't really know him yet off the field. But dude, a Keyshawn type press conference, bang the table. My God, this guy is, I think from a talent perspective, this is a top 5 young receiver in the NFL. Yeah. And I don't think he's going to cross 70 yards in a game all year long.
Who?
Garrett Wilson.
Gotcha.
Stud for the Jets.
Stud, who is now in jail for the rest of the year, unless they can get somebody else in there throwing the ball.
I got a new, if you guys don't mind, infatuation, a team that I'm infatuated with. And all I can think about is they're not destined to play, but I want them to play ASAP. They played last year, and Tua had the worst. It's Miami, and Mike McDaniel against Kyle, who I can vividly remember that game where Dolphin receivers were running open. Tua, I think some head stuff was going on. That was the start. Like, dude, you're missing. They're open. But I don't know who to give credit to. Kyle is the byproduct of McDaniel, or McDaniel the byproduct of Kyle. Whatever it is, those two offenses, just incredible. Like, I don't know what the Dolphins are doing pre-snap, and that excites me.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
We talked about this as a possible, like, in terms of dream Super Bowl matchups.
Super Bowl matchup would be
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
I already got my dream halftime show. Shout out Usher.
Usher.
My son Quest and I talked
Big
about
Usher
this.
guy?
Big Usher guy. We talked about it about 5 months ago, Quest and I, and we agreed that we were going to speak it into existence. So
you're going?
No, I'm not going, but he might go. Oh. My son might go.
Okay.
But
We'll probably find tickets for face value the night before the Super Bowl.
You're
But
such a hater.
Anyway, just call as his
my son went to
person.
Taylor Swift and Beyonce both on last minute tickets because he knows a gal who knows a person. So.
But the best part is, if I know your son, he paid for himself.
He did, of course.
Of course.
He's a grown man, dude.
Hey, Dad, need a couple $100 for...
I did hook him up with SZA tickets at Chase, but that was kind of a special little thing because, your boys, he's like, Dad, these tickets are like $250 a piece. I said, son, let me use my superpower.
Okay, right.
Let me make a call. I know a guy, got him SZA tickets,
dope.
but he went to Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and all the rest. But he and I talked about Usher. But in terms of Super Bowl matchups, Mark and I were just talking. Niners, Miami.
Oh, my God.
I mean, Kyle against his former protege.
Imagine 2 weeks of McDaniel in front of the microphone at a Super Bowl.
Is he
Sign me up for that. That dude is an absolute nut job, and I love every piece of it.
We're going to hang
But they
70
can't
on
play in
Kyle.
bad weather. What about that? I'm not going to kick the field goal. I didn't want to run it up. Coach, you got 70. The damage is
But
done.
they didn't run it up.
But they didn't, yeah. And by the way,
That was
they
a quiet
also
70.
it kind of was.
Man, come on.
I turned it off, and I was like, "Wait, is my internet like
Just
accident?
add the
70?
3.
Yeah,
Mostert got 100.
Normally,
points
thank
for
you.
it.
Yeah,
I'll
good
be
job.
Willard.
That
I'm
was
winning.
fun. That was fun. I played Mostert in 2 different leagues.
Oh, yeah. Nobody cares about those leagues.
Those were
Guru
else-
beat you up.
Yeah, he did. He crushed me.
Steiny with a loss, too.
not yet.
I don't care about
Not yet.
I don't care about
Well,
fantasy.
hey, Dibs, hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I haven't lost yet.
That's
Well, actually, okay, then neither have I.
Give it to me.
Neither have I.
What does he need?
I still got a 2%
70.
chance.
Oh, there you go.
I
have
listen.
1%.
That
Puka
probability.
Nakua, if he catches
That's
28
bothering
balls
me.
tonight,
Look at you.
if he and he might,
That's a lot of balls.
if he might, I'm only down by 35, and I got Puka Nakua just because you have 2 more players. Also, let's just
geez,
ignore
yeah.
that
Yeah.
because maybe
Philly defense.
both of them are going to have a stomach bug or something in pregame. This thing's not over
But
yet.
this dude, I love him when it's going his way.
Oh, it's so good.
Fantasy, I know how to drive. Now it's like bah humbug, but I love you.
Save it.
I heard it on the drive in, and I couldn't wait to get here for that very reason.
If you score 70, not that I don't even know if I've experienced that. I don't remember the last time it happened, but if you score 70 in the NFL, there should be some weird stuff that happens. You should block a kick, and then there should be a couple of pick sixes. It was just their offense.
Is this karma for Sean Payton, what he said about Hackett and the hatchet job that he did? Is this
I don't
what
think
is
it's karma.
Because this Russell don't play D. All the
mean-
people want to blame Russell. Hey,
Well,
70, Denver didn't want to tackle.
yeah, no. It's more on the defense than the offense, but let's not act like the offense is okay. And that is, like, if you keep going 3 and out, if you don't, the field position game. Hell, Miami gift wrapped. Didn't they go for it at 4th down at their own 25?
Yes.
And didn't get it. And it still end up with beating you by 50?
yeah.
Man.
It's crazy.
I don't like that from the NFL.
I teased the Broncos up to plus 49.5. I can't believe I lost.
Man, that hurts.
Unbelievable.
The old
I'm
40-point
kidding.
teaser. Yeah, the dreaded 40-point teaser.
Insanity.
I think Miami's a problem, and Mark and I are going to get into this into greater detail, but the one thing about the NFL is, and this is where we're going to do a little bit of a Kyle Shanahan appreciation show.
Okay.
And my overarching take is they have a team that knows what they want to do, and they have the personnel to do it, and they go out there and they do it. Miami's got the 3 fastest guys, maybe in America.
Wow.
And, McDaniel spreads them out, and he tries to have their quarterback find them and gets them the ball, and they're so fast. They're faster than you are, and they will score. And there are like 4 or 5 teams in the NFL that know what they want to do and do it. And I see you're wearing the star today.
They're not one of them.
They're not one of them.
I told you that. Okay.
Their defense is nasty, but they don't have the kind of an offense to win 12-11. Their offense is a mess.
And
so
the red zone thing is it's embarrassing because McCarthy doesn't trust Dak, and it's apparent, but they don't want to say it. It's just awful. This could get ugly
bad.
in 2 weeks against the
I look at the Chiefs. I look at the Bills.
No, Willard,
thank you, Mark.
See,
you see?
But he thinks I'm doing reverse demo.
No, we're not. But here's they played a horrible game yesterday. They're also, to me, there's absolutely an emotional toll to losing one of your best players on a Thursday.
You going there?
Absolutely. The Cowboys are not. We're not burying the Cowboys. They're not done.
Willard,
they're 2-1. They lost a football game. Everybody has disappointing weeks. The Niners are not going 17-0.
I'm a real quick, Willard. I would hope you're looking at me with the star on my chest, knowing this ain't got nothing to do with what I saw yesterday.
Oh, God.
This is before.
No, I know that.
This is 2-6 against the Jets in a win.
And that's fine.
This is McCarthy is outdated and the quarterback can't read.
And you may well be right. Like, I don't think their offenses look that good this year, even when they win. Like those two, you beat the 2 New York teams.
Right.
One of the games got going.
And
there
your
was a
defense damn near beat them. Okay.
Snowball effect against the Giants, and the Jets are, as we said, not a functional NFL team right now.
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm not saying the Cowboys are great, but you go on you lose one of your best players for the season, gut punch, get on a plane, go on the road, overlook an opponent, whatever.
You got a $40 million quarterback, and you're in
Yes.
the red zone 8 times.
That was a home game,
Why
kid.
can't you get in, Willard?
They're
a home game.
3 weeks in a row.
I
know why.
Your quarterback stinks is why.
Yes,
Your quarterback stinks.
they're still a playoff team, and they're still probably going to get beat in the playoffs. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you.
No
I agree with
progress.
you.
They're a red zone disaster is what they are.
They're still one of the top 5 teams in the NFC. Without question.
Well, I mean,
without question.
That's like
I know. I know.
That's like my dad winning a contest for the ugliest student at College of Marin.
Oh, come on.
No, it's a fact. He won like $20. And I still have the picture.
That's worth $20.
Glasses on, tongue out, and he looked ugly, but it was an ugly campus. So
one of the things you're going to talk about today is like Kyle being an elevated coach, because what you saw yesterday, or you see a lot of bad coaches. So it's a Kyle appreciation day.
It absolutely should be.
We'll see where it goes. There's no script, Steiny. I don't know what's going to happen next.
It sounds like it's going to be a lot of the shows Guru does when it comes to Kyle.
He's got this new shtick because I'm giving credit to Kyle.
No, we should probably bury Kyle. Yeah, we should come out and bury him.
No.
All the predictability that I watched on my tube yesterday, and I've already been here with Kyle. I recognize his brilliance.
Yeah.
He has this thing that somehow my rent's getting paid or my mortgage if I say something good to the Niner fan.
No, you just lose that more. You lose that if you say something bad.
There's nothing bad to say, pal.
Pal.
Look around.
What if they lose to Arizona on Sunday?
Then I'll come in here and fire off.
I mean, I will listen.
I'm not.
Friday.
Kyle Shanahan is a heck of a coach. Heck of a coach.
Okay. Willard, I know.
Yeah.
There is no but. It's a heck of a coach.
McDaniel not going for that touchdown.
I don't understand. Did he say in the post-game presser,
damn,
we kicked it because we needed 2 possessions? I'm like,
he didn't know the score.
Don't.
He didn't know the score.
I didn't think it.
Like, for real?
For real. No, that's what he said. He didn't know the score. He did not know the score.
Say that quote. Do we have Josh McDaniels said the words, I didn't know the score?
I'll find the tweet. Okay. It was basically, he said something to the effect of, I thought we were down by...
No, he said he thought his defense was playing good. They could get a stop and make it less than a 2-possession game.
I actually... you don't have to agree with it. The question is, do you understand what the thought process is? And I do.
No. The Chargers, yes. Disagree with it. Understand why you're thinking, let's go we need 1 yard and to win the game.
Well, that was a bad one, too.
Ridiculous. But McDaniels, no. I don't,
what are you waiting on, bud?
There's no way that the odds are in your favor to cut it to 5 and still need a touchdown.
With your defense.
And hand the ball over to the other team and think we're going to get it back and have a better chance to get a touchdown than we do right now when the end zone is, I can smell it.
Boy.
I don't even, like, even if you go for it and you don't get it.
I'm okay.
The worst thing is, well, now they've got the ball in their own zone and we still have our timeouts.
I told my madness all day.
Wait, if you get it, tell me.
I understand.
What is it?
I understand your point of view.
Yeah.
My point of view is it's 4th and 4 at the 8. Oh. All teams that are in a losing position, what's their one thing they really want to do? Extend the game. If they don't get it there, it's over. So what he's thinking is, not that it's right, but he's thinking
how is it over if they don't get it there?
They still got the timeouts that they're going to
forget
have.
all your timeouts.
Here's what I think's interesting. Do we really think the Raiders are going to score and get a 2-point conversion?
Why wouldn't you?
Because a lot better chance than kicking a field goal.
Yes,
and then getting the ball back deep in your own zone with no timeouts and no time.
Going
to get another touchdown.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying I get it.
He said, quote, we needed multiple possessions. So when I said that he didn't know the score, I guess I misquoted him.
Oh.
He thought that they needed multiple possessions, but in fact, 8 points is not multiple possessions.
It's not. It's multiple scoring plays, but you get to do it. You get to do it at once. Here's the quote. You have 2 choices there. You try. He did know he was down by 8. Quote, you try to make it a 5-point game where you have an opportunity to win it with the touchdown if you get the ball back, or you try to go for it there, and then if you happen to convert, then you've got to make the 2-point conversion. Thanks, Coach. Yes, that's exactly right. And one of those is infinitely more likely than the other.
So it's either score from the 8 and then score from the 2, or kick a field goal and then go 75 yards.
No, you got to get a stop,
again.
but then go 75 yards.
No, but there's actually
you're going to need to stop it.
No, but there's a third possibility, which is he's making it sound like you either make it a 5-point game, and then he even says, if you get the ball back, or you can go for it there, and then you got to make the 2. Or, Coach, you don't get it, but you're still down by 1 score with all your timeouts.
You're down 2.
And the Steelers, no. Even if you don't get the touchdown.
Gotcha.
Still down 8.
Gotcha.
But the Steelers are buried inside their own 10, and you have all your timeouts and still over 2 minutes left to go on the clock, which means you're very likely to get the ball back around midfield with 2 minutes to go.
Or you get the touchdown and you don't get the 2, and you still have that same situation.
And you kick off.
And now you're down 2, and you could still kick a field goal to win it. It just, it's baffling. On the other side, it's the Brandon Staley show of mismanagement, and
he got away with it though.
Well, I mean, I think that he's in real trouble in terms of his long-term viability.
He ain't good enough for that quarterback, man.
No, he's not good enough. Period.
I mean, remember last year? I think it was against Cleveland. He did something like that, where he went 4 on 4th in a wacky spot. Cleveland ended up kicking a field goal and win the game. And Keenan Allen, who was hurt, tweeted something about what are we doing?
Yeah, no doubt.
What are we doing?
What's he doing?
Right. So we've already been through that. It changed coordinators. His quarterback is absolutely crushing it, and they are this close from being 0-3.
Exactly. And just real quick, I know Steiny's getting packed up, but speaking of Cleveland, all DPOY conversations, and it's Miles Garrett. If you watched yesterday, that
I thought
guy.
you were going to say Watt, but you going?
Watt's also been great.
But
Watt's
he's been kind of quiet. He ain't running away with the sack total.
Miles Garrett yesterday absolutely ruined that game.
Did you see the penalty that got created because they had 2 tight ends that were following Miles everywhere he went? So he went to the left side, and they both ran over there, and then he moved to the right. They both ran over there, and they're like, "Wow!"
Giants need to study that for both.
Oh my gosh!
Leave them both all by himself.
No, it's a good call. He's been great.
All right, gents. Well, you have a great show today.
Listening.
We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Go Niners.
Bye.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm glad you did what I largely did yesterday. Yes, I also did the daughters' soccer tournament.
Attaboy.
But got back for some of the late games, hang out with the two boys and the lovely Christy and watch a little football. And you're like, what am I watching here? And I wanted to bring back our old catchphrase. There are T-shirts out there,
right?
Somewhere along the line here in the Bay Area. Some of you have T-shirts that say Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Because I kept asking that. So bounce around from this game to that game. Coach, what are you doing?
A lot of that.
What the hell is everybody doing? And so, what a great day to kick your feet up and not have a 49er game.
Yeah.
And think about the coach that you 49er fans have. And I think a better way to say it, just the program. You got a program.
Yes.
It's working. And I would and am be thankful for it when you look at the programs that are going on around the country.
That to me was what struck me as I watched, Red Zone. You got 9 games and Scott Hansen in the Octo Box +1. And, you're watching all the different programs. And, D'Amico Ryans in Houston with a nice, impressive, gutsy win.
Congrats to Coach
And they're
Ryans,
trying to figure things out. Green Bay with Jordan Love, young quarterback in the league, and he's still trying to figure it out.
17-0 comeback, though, in the fourth quarter alone.
Impressive.
He's got moxie.
He does.
Yeah.
Dallas has got a great defense and an offensive-minded head coach who can't figure out how to actually run offense, and you lose to Arizona. Arizona is a puzzle in and of itself, and you go around the league, and it hit me yesterday, Mark, like what we have in San Francisco with the 49ers is a coach with a plan and a roster that fits the plan, and they're going to go out there and they're going to run that plan. Win or lose, there's an identity, and they have a fullback, and they have a tight end, and they have a running back who can be a receiver, and a receiver who can be the running back, and they have all these pieces and that great laminated play sheet. They've got an identity, and so many of these teams, they don't. Even Jacksonville with a great quarterback and an offensive-minded head coach, and then you come out and that thing was a puzzle.
Very surprised by Jacksonville's start. Low-key, there's not been a lot of talk about them because, they're Jacksonville.
Right.
But, yeah, that's been as disappointing as anything so far in the league. I'm glad you said that, the identity. It's true. There are a lot of teams, even those out there who you think they've got an identity, they're still searching for it. That totally, to me, describes the Chargers. Because if you do want to go, for example, to that wackadoodle decision, and I don't want to assume that all of you sat around and watched Red Zone all day, but here's the basic idea with the Chargers and the Vikings. Fourth quarter, about 1:50 to go. They're up 28-24, and they're at their own 24-yard line, okay? Vikings don't have any timeouts. It's 4th and inches, 4th and 1 for the Chargers. Now, here's one thing to note. Josh Kelly, who many of you, I'm raising my hand, started in fantasy this week. Apparently, when Eckler's not there, he cannot run the football. Terrible. Averaging about a yard a carry. So he's got 11 yards on 11 carries.
Oh, God.
But on 4th and 1, they're like, I think this one's going to be different. So they hand it to him. And now he's got 11 yards on 12 carries. Went nowhere, and the Vikings get the ball in the high red zone with a chance to win. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, probably should have. But Kirk Cousins gets picked on a deflected ball at the goal line, and the Chargers hang on to win. But if I were Joey Bosa, okay, if I were Cheryl Bosa,
oh, God,
John Bosa,
all the Bosas,
I would be offended at what Brandon Staley just did, because people will say things like, "Oh, look at him, he's showing confidence in his offensive line." No, he's telling his defense, "You guys suck." And I don't want to give Kirk Cousins the ball back, even at the other end of the field with no timeouts, because I'm pretty sure he's going to hot knife butter your faces. And so I don't want him to get the ball back. That's the message I saw. And so the Chargers, with all of this talent, Herbert, Eckler, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Derwin James, are you kidding me? With the list of players on this team are almost 0-3, only 1-2, and they don't have that. They don't have an identity.
Right.
Niners, Dolphins, Chiefs, Bills, Eagles.
Yeah. End of list to me.
Scene.
End of list.
I mean, I'd like to say Bengals, but even I don't know exactly what their defense is, and when you have some sort of a wobbly injury situation like they do, it dissipates quickly.
And you look at Miami yesterday, and not that they're going to put 70 up every week, but they're going to win games by outscoring you. Mm-hmm. They're not going to beat you 14-13 or 11-10, as I like to say. That's not going to be their identity. The Niners can win those games. Now, can the Niners put up 70? I don't think so. Could they put up 40?
50?
Maybe. They could. It's possible. But the Niners are trying to beat you 28-17. They're trying to limit you and keep the ball and possess it and go 14 plays, 75 yards, and take the life out of you, keep the defense fresh, and take your will. Miami wants to go full-on track meet. They want to go 4x100-meter relay, and they want to get you in every possible way with razzle-dazzle. Buffalo is interesting because they can get you in two different ways. The quarterback is really good. They can kind of beat you in that 10-7 way, and they can also outscore you. And Kansas City we have the best player on the planet.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck trying to stop us. And their defense is better.
It's better.
Now that Chris Jones is back, for sure.
It appears this year that
it's better.
Mondays after you play the Bears, that's when people are going to say good things about you.
Sure.
Let's take a look, right? Green Bay
Bears.
and Jordan Love. Whoa, hey, he's not bad. No, he played the Bears. And Kansas City's, the offense is out of sync. Oh, there it is. Not really. You just played the Bears. You played the Bears. Can we all agree? Dumpster fire of the NFL award goes to the Chicago Bears.
I guess.
The week that they had last week, you've got a quarterback who basically says coaching is the problem, then calls his own press conference afterward to sort of clarify. Also, after the game yesterday, went on a diatribe about how the sport is fun and he just wants to be focused on being thankful for the opportunity to play. It's like, my gosh, this young man is completely, right? He's on a different planet right now. They've messed with his head so much. The coaching staff is sideways. The defensive coordinator's being investigated. Somebody burglarized Soldier Field. That was all in 4 days.
Wow.
Holy hell.
11 of 22, 99 yards for Jay Fields.
You watch any of it, though?
I did.
It's worse when you watch it. It's almost like you drop back and a thought bubble shows up on the TV that's just question marks.
He doesn't want to throw the ball.
No one knows what the hell to do.
He drops back, and you can see him thinking, where can I run? Not who's open, not, what's the play call for. He gets back in his progression, and it's, how can I scramble out of this? 11 carries, 11 completions for a quarterback in the NFL. My God.
It's brutal.
But he's not alone, Mark, and that's what hit me yesterday, because you look at Tannehill, as Low Neal would call him, and I love that nickname, Ryan Tannehill. He looks absolutely washed.
He needs Tannehill. That's what he needs.
Coach.
That's what he needs.
He was terrible.
Yeah.
But you look around at all the QBs yesterday, and more often than not, the QBs are terrible. New England and the Jets,
terrible.
15-10, and your guy for the Jets just going full Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's not an NFL player.
Takes a safety, and McCorkle Jones survives another week by being, he wasn't the worst quarterback on the field, but he was awful. He was terrible.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to look around the league, because when you say that, like more than half the QBs, and I'm like, is it? You look around the league, and you might be. It's damn close, man. There's a lot of head scratching going on, right? Danny Dimes, we talked about him last week with the big contract. Sure. Sam Howell's too young and has done some good things, but there are questions there.
He was awful yesterday. 4 picks.
Buffalo's very, very good.
That's my defense.
And then
Let's go, Dimmer.
There are teams like. Did you get a win?
Yeah, it's looking good.
But it's not over.
I'm up by 58, and I have Dallas Goedert. Unless he fumbles 29 times, I'm going to win.
Who'd you play?
Craig.
Does he have people?
He might have somebody, but it's over, Coach.
Okay.
It's
All right.
over.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're
I
off the
needed
scrap
it. I
heap.
needed
Out of
it.
bed.
Press
Out of
conference
bed.
later today.
Yeah, you look around the league, though, Desmond Ridder has already reached a spot where the Falcons are like, we're going to have to run the ball, like most of the time.
Sure.
Derek Carr got hurt, didn't necessarily look great prior to that.
Russell Wilson. You
is
stink.
Total head scratcher. You
He's
mentioned
washed.
the Justin Fields thing. You go to the AFC. Yes, Patriots don't celebrate. Your QB stinks too. Kenny Pickett had his best game. So did Deshaun Watson. But largely,
your guy got concussed, and
Jimmy.
Oh my God,
got concussed,
dude!
Three picks and a concussion.
That was the one, Mark, that made me crystallize my whole take of today, which is Kyle Shanahan, man. Because Jimmy Garoppolo, he's always been this guy, but here in San Francisco, he was a better version because of Kyle.
I agree
He was
with that.
awful yesterday,
Well,
even outside the concussion.
Remember, when you wear a 49er helmet, the other team drops the picks.
I guess.
He throws them,
right,
but they don't get caught.
Brock threw like 4 on Thursday night, but none of them got caught.
Because he wears a Niner helmet.
There you go.
Beep, bop-a-doop.
Totally.
Yeah, no, I will say this. It's funny because I don't disagree with what you're saying, but we are stuck in a little, not merry-go-round, but like a seesaw. We're stuck in a seesaw, okay? And it is whenever Kyle looks great. And yeah, this week you're right, it was a Kyle week. You got people over here being like, I think we should go for it. No, idiot. Like, just stop talking.
Punt.
It's
okay to
whatever
punt.
you think you're supposed to do the opposite. So Kyle looks great, and a lot of us, not saying you, but even nationally, the processing of Kyle's great means Brock's not that great. Brock has Kyle. There's a caller who called Steiny and Goo. Thank God I was parked because I have to, when I hear stuff like this, I got text right away. And hopefully I'm not driving because I don't want to text and drive. But whoever you are, Bob or Chuck, whatever your name was.
Let's go to Mark.
When you called in earlier today to Steiny and Goo, and you said, man, this coach is so good. Like Zach Wilson would be good on this team.
Oh, boy.
You better be careful.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
Just remember Beathard and Mullins. They weren't good.
Correct.
And they're Zach Wilson-y.
Better versions of self, I will buy.
Okay.
Very good teammates, let's roll. You can say all these things, but we're stuck in a seesaw. If Brock's good, well, then it's, hey, Kyle, you've got everything you need. You better win the Super Bowl now or we're coming to your house. And if Kyle looks good, it's, oh, Brock's just a guy, and it doesn't really matter who we stick in there. Can we get to a spot where someone wants to raise their hand and say both? I will.
Sure.
Both.
Brock is good and Kyle's good.
Yay. Was that so hard?
It's not that hard. And here's where I am now, Mark.
Okay.
Coming in this morning or this afternoon, Super Bowl or bust. That's not the marching orders anymore. Dynasty.
Okay.
Dynasty. And I
Calm
will
down.
Dynasty. I need at least 2, if not 3, in the next 5.
Okay.
Dynasty.
Yeah.
That's where we are, Mark.
No, we're not.
You know where we are,
Is
Mark?
everybody on YouTube so you can see the smirk behind the eyes?
Mark.
Come on.
Mark.
Come on.
Mark.
What?
Dynasty.
Stop it.
Call me Blake Carrington.
Week
it's a
4.
dynasty.
Week 4.
Multiples.
Week 4.
Win a bunch. Quest for 8.
They do look good. Like how many? We could do this. You know what? And come on in, okay? You're always welcome. Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch, and the chat stream. Love talking to you there. 888-957-9570. It's Monday, so we're taking football calls, okay? All day. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. How many teams, and I think this kind of goes to your identity thought, the program.
Yeah.
How many programs right now in the NFL look healthy? Like the program. The whole thing, top to bottom, feels and looks healthy.
I think the number's 5.
Yeah, I think you could do it with one hand. I agree with you. We'll get to some of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Adam Sandler tickets again this week, okay, every day. Every day. So 5 more chances starting today in the 4 o'clock hour. Adam Sandler, SAP Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Listen in the 4 o'clock hour for your chance to win. Do not listen to anything that Josh McDaniels or Brandon Staley says because we want you to win.
Oh, man.
We would like you to win.
Staley won.
He did, in spite of himself.
How about that? And that, I mean, the Jets, I'm sure the Jets fans are like, yes, Minnesota, you go down again. But I don't think that the Jets have the draft capital to make that happen. If I'm in Jets country, I'm looking at one of these quarterbacks on the couch. I'm looking for a couch quarterback to save the day.
I just would be shocked if that actually does save the day, though. I mean, as you've even detailed, this is a team that's in a division with the Bills and Dolphins.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of time here. No, 9-8's not going to be good enough. I don't think in that conference. There's too much stuff going on. And so you got to do this now. And I think you got to do this with a heavy hand. And if you're just joining us, what we're talking about, like, I call the Vikings and offer anything that they want for Kirk Cousins. You have put a lot of resource, time, energy. There's a lot. Like this, Robert Saleh's not a brand new coach. They've been there for a while. They've had hard knocks. They've had all of this going on. It's time to do something. And this year is totally lost as long as Zach Wilson is at the helm. But grabbing someone off the street, turns out Carson Wentz and Matt Ryan both called the Jets this week.
Wow.
And they're like, nah, we're good.
Oh, they called them?
Wentz and Ryan called them.
And said, before you call me, don't call us, we'll call you.
Yeah, they're like, thanks. How'd you get this number? What did we lay?
Right.
Yeah. And so they said, no, thanks. And I get it because I don't think people on the couch are going to walk in and suddenly make this this thing hum. But they got to do something.
But the other piece is that Kirk Cousins has a no trade clause. So if the Jets call and the Vikings boss says, yeah, we're going to trade to the Jets, Kirk says, you know what? Get me a 4-year deal worth $200 million guaranteed, and I'll say yes. But if not, I'm staying here in the land of Booloo.
Man, that's not a bad skull.
Appreciate it.
I think you might be right. Like if I'm Kirk, do I want to play where weather is never an issue? Like we're going to be playing indoors, so controlled climate.
Yeah.
The Minnesota media versus the New York media. Justin Jefferson is over there on my left.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, this kid Addison and Osborne, like TJ Hawkinson, you've got better weapons.
Addison and Madison.
And you're going into a free agent year, so those numbers are going to matter. I just think if the Vikings could convince him, look, you're 0. Here's the downside is you're 0-3. You ain't going anywhere. I think it's happened 6 times in the history of the NFL. You go 0-3 and then make the playoffs.
Right.
So less than 3% chance that the Vikings rally.
Sure.
So,
but if you're Kirk Cousins, you're thinking about your future, and your future is in a free agent contract. So you go to New York and maybe it doesn't work out. Well, Aaron Rodgers is coming back there, and he's going to be the quarterback there.
Yeah, but then you go as a free agent and sign somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like if I'm Kirk, I'm 35, and I'm thinking solely Super Bowl. I'm thinking, like, how many chances left do I have? And if I'm 0-3 here in Minnesota, this ain't it. That's the only way I would try to convince him. I realize the Jets are 1-2. It's not that much better, and they are in a very, very difficult division. But anyway, it just all led us kind of to the same spot today. Like, what a day for 49er fans to not have a game and sit there at 3-0. And let's go back to last Thursday for a sec. Remember the conversation we were having? I guess this conversation was Friday. But you and I both attended the game, and we came in here. The 49ers won by 18 points. Thank you. 18 points. Scored 30 again. 30 Purdy. Purdy 30, whichever order you want. And largely, the thought from many was, that was just fine.
Shaky early.
Didn't quite look like I wanted it to look. Okay. I don't know if that was most of you. It might have only been a smattering.
Thank you for smattering.
Not just social media, though, because I told you, My buddies texted me, this game's a dud. Okay, my neighbor was like, I didn't think they looked very good. So if you're one of these folks, came out of Thursday night and went, man, I don't know about these Niners, man. This is a little bit shaky. You are officially bordering on entitled. You're bordering on entitled.
Or delusional, I think, would be even better. I mean,
it's not like they looked perfect. Purdy was shaky for a drive or two, but like, since when is that something to write home about?
Yeah.
You freak out because a drive or two didn't look right, or a throw or two didn't look right. Have you ever watched a football game where a throw or two didn't look wrong? I mean, that's football.
Yes.
There's always some throws that are almost picked or overthrown or whatever.
Even Tua yesterday, who was as close to perfect as perfect can be, he was 23 of 26. There were 3 throws that he made that were not caught by his team.
Correct.
3 throws, Mark.
Yeah, the ball hit the end zone more than the ground.
4 touchdowns, 3 incompletes.
Yeah.
Not perfect. I mean, if you want perfect, that wasn't perfect.
Well,
I think he was like 16 for 16.
His backup had a better quarterback rating than he did.
I love quarterback rating. I'm looking at it right now.
Mike White, 2 for 2 with a Teddy.
Yeah.
At a bet, Mike.
67 yards. I just think about what we saw yesterday, and you had undefeated Atlanta, they lost. Undefeated New Orleans, they lost. Undefeated Commanders,
God,
they lost. All these teams that, 2-0, get to 3-0, and the Niners are 3-0.
There's only 4 of them left, and we're losing another one tonight because 2 of them are playing each other.
In theory, Mark, and I have to always bring you back to the theory because we almost had a draw.
I will bet you everything
Colts and Ravens, and
I'll bet you everything I own there's not a tie in this game.
Shut up, bread. Everything I own.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take that bet. I do want to say this because
you know that I don't own a lot. But anyway, go ahead.
And you know that I love the officials more than any other radio host in the country.
It might be more than any other person in the country.
I'm going to say this once, and I hope we're not recording it.
The referees' parents don't love them as much as you do.
I mean, Ed Hockley, I know you love your son, and I do too.
I love Ed Hockley.
It's close.
He's set. Let's leave Hockley out of this, okay?
The no call in the Ravens-Colts game on 4th down and overtime, it wasn't criminal, and if it was criminal, it was a misdemeanor. It wasn't a felony.
It's a penalty.
It's PI.
It's PI.
It was a blown call.
Yes,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Good for you.
I've come a long way, Mike. I've come a long way, Mark.
I can tell you really watched Red Zone yesterday.
I'm itching. I watched the whole thing.
All the games,
dude. I saw it all.
How many missed calls bothered you?
3.
What were the other 2?
I don't even know. I just said 3. It's funny because 3 is always. I had a former boss where and I'll do the Nahigian just because I don't do a Don Collins, but I got 3 emails complaining about X, Y, or Z. It's like, you got 3? You didn't get 2. You didn't get 4. You got 3?
3.
3's a lie. Anytime anybody says, 3, they're lying to you.
Huh.
3 is the lie number. Because if you say 2, then it's, 2, you can dismiss it. And if you say 4, it's like, whoa, 4.
Ask me how many times I've hit a hole in one in my life.
I would rather not. I know the answer's 3.
Number
3. I hate you.
I
hate that I know that.
Am I lying? Am I lying now?
Only one of your holes in one is real. The other 2 are podunk, Mickey Mouse.
It's such a hater answer. It's unbelievable. Oh my gosh.
Some podunk 54-yard.
I put it out to the audience one night. It was late at night and nobody cared what the hell was going on or what we were talking about anymore. So it did get a little bit of a poll out on the internet and just callers with regard to do they count? Do holes in one at the executive course level, do they count? And you will not be surprised to know that a good solid 80% of the public is like, yes, they do. For crying out loud, it's a hole in one. Hell, I'm counting the ones I get at Malibu. I'm like, I putted that thing around the corner and
through the loop-de-loop?
Yeah, and it went in. Count it.
Score it.
Yeah, I got 68 of them. Anyway, go
Your
ahead.
holes in one are like me getting, that's a good question from Larry Krueger. They don't count.
Not the same at all.
It's exactly the same.
That guy literally says it after every question.
Yes. Anyway,
you were saying.
Ravens, Colts, that was PI.
Agreed.
So, we might have been heading for a draw, although Justin Tucker is going to make that field goal. So the Ravens, they kind of got robbed in that one. But in terms of the Niners, they're 3-0. And I hope that everybody today can at least have a greater sense of appreciation after watching all of that yesterday.
I want to mention also, they're not just 3-0. There has not been one iota of stress inside the final 5 minutes of any of these games,
right,
except for whether or not Sean McVay knew the spread. That's literally the only stress the only stress came from people who had the Niners -7.5. That's it. This has been stress-free final 5 minutes. 2 of the 3 were on the road. The other one was Thursday Night Football, which is wacky. I'm not trying to build excuses. I don't have to. None are needed here. Like, this is, you got to look at this right now and think to yourself, I mean, has Kyle Shanahan ever had a cleaner start? Never had a cleaner start to anything in his career?
I'd have to Google it, but I don't think so. It feels like no.
Yeah.
I know his first year he started out 0-10, which feels a little bit dirtier than this start.
Well, and the good years usually start out 3-4.
Or 3-5, yeah.
Or 3-5.
No doubt. And so here you are at 3-0, and you mentioned it. You're running out of undefeated teams.
Yeah.
And you look at the Cowboys, we both last week said they should both be 4-0 when they face each other.
Should be.
Not this weekend, but next weekend. And then the Cowboys kind of showed their true colors, maybe.
Well, listen, week to week, stuff happens in the NFL. Like, everybody, there's a reason survivor pools are hard. And shout out to everybody who lost with Dallas yesterday. Dallas or Jacksonville. That was another one that got a lot of people yesterday. More than half the people in my pool already gone. 3 weeks in. Gone. Yeah, it's tough. And the reason it's tough is because crap happens, man. It happens in the NFL. So I'm not here to bury the Cowboys. I will also say, while I don't suddenly think Arizona's good, they've been, can we give them our word? I think we should give it to them, Dibs.
Adorable?
No, they've been plucky.
Okay.
They're kind of plucky, don't you think? Look at their 3 games, okay? They go to Washington. They had the lead in the second half. They lost a 4-point game. They were competitive.
Thank you.
They were competitive. Okay.
He's a competitor.
Thank you. Week 2, they got the New York Giants in town, and they are housing them. Absolutely blowing them out. And then Danny Dimes gets on a roll, and they blow it in the fourth quarter. I think the game ends up in overtime, right? Wasn't that an overtime final against the Giants? And then here comes Dallas, potentially overconfident and potentially emotionally kind of smacked upside the head with what happened with Trayvon Diggs. And they were aggressive and they were good and they got him. I'll at minimum say this about Arizona. I don't think that they're going to threaten the 49ers this weekend at all. They're better than I thought they were going to be. At least they're better than I thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
I thought survivor pools, you could just chase them. Whatever city they went
just
to,
fade 'em.
I'm like, let's go with that team. I think that's the Bears now, actually. Not the Cardinals.
The Bears.
It's the Bears.
The spread hasn't really reacted to yesterday's result that much. It's down to 14. It was 14 and a half, yeah. This according to
That's a
DraftKings
lot.
and
It's a lot.
FanDuel. Yeah, 14, flat 14. So maybe that moved a half point. And I don't know if it even goes below 14 because that's kind of a magic number in terms of NFL games. But Niners coming off a baby bye and Arizona coming in off a road game at home. So we'll see the dreaded road game at home.
Aren't they all?
That thing was all Dallas.
Of course.
And, I mean, they punched Dallas in the nose right away.
They really did. And then when Dallas battled back, they punched them again.
Right.
Like they really, that was not there was nothing fluky about it. Arizona outplayed Dallas all 4 quarters and won the football game by double digits.
Yeah, and so now they get a date here in Santa Clara, 2nd of 3 at home, and I don't think that the Niners will be looking past Arizona anymore, looking at Dallas. If Dallas would have gone in there and won 34-3, you could kind of get the sense that maybe the Niners would do what Dallas did yesterday, which is overlook Arizona, but not now.
No, I agree with that. And so it brings a lot of focus to, as we said, the healthy programs that are out there. When I look around the league even, like I'm not going to even give it to teams like Cincinnati. Cincinnati, who have left one of their really good receivers just kind of sitting out there high and dry, and T. Higgins, like he's not going to be a part of their future. Joe Burrow is hurt. By the way, as of exactly an hour ago, Zach Taylor still says, don't know if Joe's playing tonight. Going to give it another hour or two. I have seen a report that says it's trending in the right direction for Joe to actually play. But good Lord, with what Doc Pandia said to us last week, if you are a Joe Burrow fan, a fantasy owner, or just a Bengal fan, I'd be terrified if he plays tonight. Because he said those calf injuries, when they happen, it leaves your Achilles vulnerable. He said, just remember what happened to Durant. Try to play through a similar injury, and that was it. That was a wrap. And so I think it's kind of nauseating, the feeling of what it would be like to send Joe Burrow out there tonight. But anyway, so I'm not going to give it to Cincinnati. I think Kansas City's a healthy program. 49ers are a healthy program. I think the Eagles are a healthy program. Miami's feeling healthy right now. Buffalo's feeling healthy. I think Detroit is maybe just about there, like in terms of the coaching, the programming,
sure.
the identity, if you will.
I worry about the quarterback a little bit, and Jared has been much better in Detroit than he was in L.A., but he still, to me, is prone to make the big mistake at the wrong possible moment. Well, they're 2-1, and they look good yesterday beating Atlanta, but still he found a way to give the Falcons one. It was a pretty ugly INT.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to put Detroit in that same class just yet. I think that they're the pride of the NFC North. But
I don't think they're as good as those other teams. I just mean the health of their program. Do they have an identity?
Yes.
Do they have a coach they like? Does it feel like they're making good draft picks, acquisitions, moving in the right direction, improving year to year? I think that they're just about there.
Yeah.
Just about.
That's fair. And in terms of the program, like you were saying, they look like a team that has an identity. If the quarterback's not good enough, well, that'll get proven out over time. And I love Jared Goff from Marin Catholic, as you well know, but I'm just not fully ready to put him in that upper echelon. But I do think that they have an identity in terms of what they're trying to do.
So when you have a good program, what do you do? Like I've heard this a couple of times on even our station earlier today, where people, even though relative health, yes, 3-0, it's a time of positivity around the organization, people are kind of scratching their head in terms of, why did Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch get this extension now? Like normally we think of things like deadline spur action, right? Well, there was no deadline. He's not up this year. He's not even up next year.
Yeah.
They were all going to be up the year after that. So 2025, some might say, why don't you wait until Kyle Shanahan proves it a little bit more? Organization might be thinking, well, then it's too late because then it gets more expensive. If we go out there and win the Super Bowl, well, now that extension is going to get even worse. I don't know behind the scenes what the quote-unquote reason was for it. I guess what I don't understand from fans is, why wouldn't you react to it by just saying, why not? Why not? Like, what's the downside of, we've got a program, it makes sense, it's working, we've got one of the best coaches in the NFL, we do not have discord right now at all within this organization. Like, yeah, sign him up. Sign him up for as long as he wants to be signed.
Right.
Why wouldn't you?
Why not? I mean, there's no cap ramifications. There's no negative to it. I think there's only positives. And like you're saying, if they do go out and win the Super Bowl and then you want to extend him, well, that price tag absolutely goes up for both of them. So you do it now knowing that you're happy with both. And if you're Jed York and you like where this team is, you like where the franchise is, gone are the days of Tom Sula and Chip Kelly and even, the Jim Harbaugh days, which were met with success, but it was never an easy feeling, and there was alienation and all the rest of it. And now you've got a coach and a GM, and everybody's on the same page and a really good team, so why not do it?
I mean, I wonder who started the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, who called who? Been like, hey, we need to talk about a few more years on the deal, even though I'm not up anytime soon. So it's not like it was obviously time for this conversation, but it started. So who started it? I don't know. I wonder if Kyle or the 49ers, I don't want to act like the media and the fans motivate anybody with all of our chatter.
Right.
But you wonder if it was like, can we get this whole, and it's not the Super Bowl or bust thing, but maybe post-Trey Lance experience, which is normally something that puts a coach and a GM in a very bad light. I wonder if the organization wanted to, or if Kyle and John even wanted, let's get out in front of the fact that we are still 100% behind this program.
This feels to me like it was the ownership that made the move, and maybe it's because of what you talked about. Like, we want to let you know that, yes, you messed up, but we're going to reward you not for messing up, but we're going to reward you for still being really, really good, even though you made a massive mistake. So it feels to me more like Jed York going to them and saying, hey, Kyle, how do you feel about an extension? And Kyle said, well, I feel pretty good and stuff, and I'd like to, be here, and I enjoy it and stuff, and my wife and kids like it here and stuff, and I think I'll sign on for a few more years and stuff.
And I like money and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Before we lose, I think I should sign the deal now and stuff.
Can we do it a 4-week 5?
Totally. Just in case.
Just in case and stuff. Yeah, there you go. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking your calls at 888-957-9570. Adam Sandler tickets in the 4 o'clock hour coming up next. Yet another national voice with yet another interesting comment about Brock Purdy. Want to hear it? We'll have that for you coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Like if I asked you, so far these 3 games, what has sort of landed with you more with this 49ers start? And yeah, shout out to Chris A. on our YouTube feed who points out that Kyle Shanahan started 8-0 with the 49ers just 4 years ago.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, earlier I had said, has he ever had a better start?
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes.
And that year they went to the Super Bowl.
They did.
And then your guy couldn't get it done.
I would argue.
Whatever. Cheap shot. Jimmy G.
Jimmy's got a concussion. Leave him alone.
They won their first 8. They lost in overtime to Seattle.
Yeah.
And then they wound up 13-3 that year.
Yeah, I think that was Halloween week. I would argue, though, that 8-0 start, people believe in this 3-0 more than they believed in that 8-0. Do you remember? We got all the way to, I think they were 5-0.
Yep.
And Carolina came to town.
First, they went to Washington and won 9-0 in the bog.
Yeah, and Bosa swam, and the Washington announcers were like, that's going to come back to bite them. That is classless and ridiculous that they're acting like fools.
Is that your Chris Myers?
I don't know who that. No, it wasn't Chris Myers.
Okay, it's a 3 for your Chris
just
Myers.
Just a guy, some guy in D.C. who got all hot and bothered because the Niners had fun when they won a game.
Sure.
Good Lord. Anyway.
Carolina came to town the next week.
Remember? And Carolina was like, they won a lot of games, but they ain't beat us. What's the final score of that game?
51-13, Mark.
Oh, that's right.
51-13.
We thought that was a blowout, and then the Dolphins called.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Jeez, 70. 4th time ever that a team scored 70. And I put it out on Twitter because, I'm a big fan of scoregami, and that baby was going to be a scoregami unless they gave up a touchdown. 70-27 has happened.
Really?
Yeah.
Who did that?
I'd have to Google it, but there's only been 3 times a team has scored 70, and I was like, oh, this has got to be a scoregami.
You got to Google it.
And I looked, and 70-27 is one of the times that a 70 piece has happened.
Did I hear correctly that maybe it's happened 2 other times, but in the playoffs?
Once in the playoffs.
Wasn't it the Bears played Washington or something and won 70-3? And ironically, it was 3 weeks after the 2 teams had played, and the final score was like 10-7 or something ridiculous. Like nobody scored. And then they played 3 weeks later, and the Bears scored 70 on them.
73-0, Bears over Redskins, 1940. 72-41, Washington over the Giants in 66. 70-27, the Rams over the Colts, 1950.
Okay.
And then yesterday, 70-20. So,
damn,
would have been the second ever 70-27 game had Denver been able to gut one out.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Right? But anyway, we promised this. Take a listen, okay? This is Nate Burleson on NFL on CBS with regard to Brock Purdy. Pay close attention to the sliding scale that seems to happen every single Sunday.
Speaking of survivors, you have Brock Purdy, who has survived quarterbacks in San Francisco, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance. This young man has it. I don't care what anybody says. You remember when Garoppolo was winning his first 7 games and we said, oh, he's a winner, show him some respect. Well, you know what? Show Brock Purdy some damn respect because this man hasn't lost a game as a starter. The only one is when he tore his UCL in that NFC Championship game. I know he's not doing it alone, but this guy is legit. I'm talking about a top 10, maybe top 5 quarterback in the NFL right now.
Ooh, the numbers keep getting smaller.
Yeah.
Top 10, maybe top 5.
Nate Burleson. Man, geez, that's
professional wide receiver once upon a time.
Yes, and now he's just a professional broadcaster. Yeah. He's an incredible broadcaster. I've always liked his stuff. But man, that's some heady company. Now, the follow-up would be, who are you knocking out of your original top 5 to put him in the top 5?
Well,
Mr. Maybe top 5.
I don't know. I mean, everybody has Mahomes and Allen. I feel like everyone has Burrow, but they're not quite sure what to do with that in this moment.
Sure.
Where do we go from there in the conversation that would probably include the likes of Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts?
And Herbert and Tua.
Yeah, sure. Although it's funny, like, this is a sliding scale. We do it every week. Tua would not have been on anybody's list even like Certainly not 4 weeks ago.
I don't think I had him on my list. Or I might have had him ahead of Brock when I did my.
Yeah.
I think I had Brock 12th or 13th. Or
This is one of the things that's so interesting about the 49ers and the Dolphins, and it is another nod to Kyle Shanahan. That is his tree. His tree, like Bill Walsh had, and Bill Parcells had, and Bill Belichick has had, even though that came from the Parcells tree, like Shanahan, McDaniel. Less so for me when it's a defensive coach like a Robert Saleh or a DeMeco Ryans, and congrats to DeMeco for his first NFL coaching victory yesterday at Jacksonville. But the tree is starting, and if those two are running the same kind of offense, the same kind of deal, they've clearly had the two best starts in the two different conferences, not just because they're 3-0, but I think with the dominance with which they've played, all of their wins have been high scoring. I know that the Dolphins, obviously, real close game with the Chargers there week one, and they won 36-34, but scoring a lot of points and just looking like they all have that identity and know what they're doing. If this is all coming from the same place, and they have the two quarterbacks whose numbers and data suggest, we have to be right here in the top 7, but no one really looks at them that way. Everybody kind of hesitates with Tua and Purdy, size, arm strength, what have you. There's a hesitation there. And I get it. Maybe you need more time. But I wonder this, for example. So Nate Burleson's talking about Brock Purdy. We're sitting here talking a lot about Kyle Shanahan. 3 weeks into the season, who has sort of impressed you more? Who's grabbed your attention more? Which one is more important to the success of the team the rest of this year and beyond?
Probably Tua.
I was asking between Purdy and Shanahan.
It would be Shanahan.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
You're not allowed to go off the board like that.
Sorry about that.
Can't just, there's no write-in candidate in this question. You can't just I'll take Tua.
To me, it still is Shanahan because of what he does with his personnel. Purdy's been great.
Yep.
And, Purdy's been unbelievably efficient, and he's been effective. He has one turnover. He has the only turnover. The offense has been fantastic. But in terms of who, to me, has been more impressive, it's Kyle Shanahan, just based on, they've won decisively, yes. And Brock Purdy's been a big part of all of it. I think it's been Kyle Shanahan's play calling, and it's been the way he's deployed the personnel, to me, that gives him the slight nod.
Well, it's interesting. A few ways to answer that question. Not by saying Tua, but there's a few ways to answer the question. I sort of want to say Purdy for this reason, which is that I was already there on Kyle. Right. I didn't have any questions about Kyle personally. If you did, fine. I did not come into this year with any questions in my mind about Kyle Shanahan. None. Can he coach? Is he this? Is that?
Sure.
None. Zero. Purdy, of course, we did. Starting with just dude, you healthy? You
right.
good? Are you gonna Are you gonna play? And then even when he does play, then I think you're talking about a different sort of setup for him this year, just because you're now the starter, right? We talked about this last week. Your expectations for Purdy are different this year versus last year, only because last year it's like you got thrown in and we didn't know what was going to happen, and we certainly weren't thinking you could do that. But now it's like, wait a minute, now you've been branded QB1. And so that is a totally different prism. And there's the health thing, and how's it going to look? So you come out and score 30 points every game. And I think that that's such a calming factor for 49er fans, because it's like, oh, all right, this works.
Right. It feels more real now, right?
It works last year. Yeah. It worked this year. Different scenarios, home, road, good team, bad team, from ahead, from behind. Whatever it is, all these scenarios keep leading to the same answer. And so I'm a little bit more excited about Purdy in the recency form of the question.
I get that.
I was already there on Kyle.
I think for me, the question about Kyle comes down to game management, and he hasn't had to really worry about that yet because, as you mentioned, the closest game was a game that wasn't that close, that became a one-score game with a last-second field goal to make it from 10-7 to cover some odd spread for whatever odd reason. So that to me remains as the only question mark about Kyle Shanahan is, when you get into a tight spot, can you manage the game? Can you get to the spot where you don't lose a big game in a big spot?
We're sponsored by Ashley Furniture. Also, this is Monster Monday. Yeah, the Niners didn't play yesterday, but a lot of stuff that affects them certainly went down. It's all brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. So, yeah, let's have some fun with 2 guys who are crushing it. But which one has sort of grabbed your attention more? Which one has impressed you more so far? Joe, you'll be first up as we get to your phone calls at 888-957-9570 coming up next. And again, Adam Sandler tickets coming up next hour on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with a new fire pit.
simple online application process. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we got three things. One of them's urgent, two of them aren't.
Okay.
But we want to go to the phones. So I'm only going to put the urgent thing up front, and then we'll go to the calls, and then we'll tell you about the developing breaking news about a Dolphins player that is wink, wink, super important.
Okay.
And then also how Taylor Swift left Travis Kelsey's suite yesterday is becoming an internet controversy.
All right. I saw them walking together in the tunnel.
Yeah, not that, but before that.
Okay.
Before that, how did she get to Travis? I know they left together.
Yes.
How did she get to him?
Okay.
That's the question.
I saw she cleaned up the suite.
She cleaned it up?
Yeah, before she left.
Like she cleaned up after herself?
Exactly.
What'd she eat and how much of it? Let's hear it. Let's go. Spill it. Come on.
That's about all I got.
Okay.
I'm surprised I haven't heard plenty of reports about exactly how it went at this point.
I mean, seriously, bite by bite. What did you eat, Taylor? How many times did you jump? What's your vertical?
I did hear that she was wearing New Balances, and those shoes are now trending on NewBalance.com.
Oh, my gosh. It's all like... how?
It's an actual story that I saw, by the way.
How much does that affect the sales with New Balance? New Balance has just flown by Nike. And apparently LeBron has signed a new deal with him.
With New Balance, yes.
No, the urgent one, though, is that Joe Burrow's playing.
Okay.
Joe Burrow's in tonight. And I'm a little surprised, to be honest with you. Like, remember, did you see the thing in the practice over the weekend? And, like, he walked away from practice for a while and went on a golf cart ride with the owner. And then Jamar Chase, after practice, was like, yeah, not a great sign.
Exactly.
Not a great sign for his availability Monday. But here we are. Joe Burrow's in.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, he just signed that massive deal, right? Highest paid quarterback now, average annual. So
yep.
Go ahead and go play. I mean, what do you have to worry about?
I mean, yeah.
You tear your Achilles, you're out a year, big deal.
It's a very big deal.
See you next year.
That's obviously not the way they're thinking about it.
No, but if you're Joe Burrow, you're thinking we're 0-2, and if I don't play and we lose, what's the point?
Your season is probably
pretty
cooked.
much.
Yeah.
Only you said earlier 2% of teams that are 0-3 make the playoffs.
Six times in the history of the league.
So you go to 0-3, and I know it's different now with 17 teams. It's the third year of 17 games, not 17 teams, 17 games, but you fall to 0-3. What's the point of coming back at all then?
Well,
you might as well shut the whole thing down.
No, but obviously athletes and teams don't look at it that way. Like, they think, why can't we become the seventh? You know what I mean? Like, they don't. The defeatist nature, I think, gets overplayed in sports. You know what I mean? And like I've to the point of being wrong many, many times. I never like to look at it that way. At the beginning of the year, the Giants, this team's not going to win. I'm like, well, they might. And then month to month, it was like, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. And then, no, they're not. And then, oh, my God, they're really not. And so those of you at the beginning of the year who were like, this is not going to work, sure, you ended up right. But that's not always the case. If the Bengals go 0-3 tonight, they're not going to be like, well, that's okay. Let's all just, we'll get some vacation real estate and sit out there. Let's get some scabs in here. Let them play the rest of the year. Like, no.
Scabbing up.
You try to fight back. You know what I mean? But you're probably not wrong in that's what Joe's thinking. Like, yo, we got to go win this game.
Yes.
And I'm not letting Jake Browning be the guy. So that's probably but man, it's risky. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah, I got 2 points I want to make. If Kyle's such a great coach, why Trey Lance is not here? Another point I want to make, forget Kyle Shanahan, forget Purdy. McCaffrey make this team. If he's gone, the Niners don't go nowhere.
Okay, look, totally fair opinion, but can I follow up on the first point that you made? Your point was, if Kyle's a great coach, then what about the Trey Lance situation? Why? I guess I'd love to hear more on what you mean by that. So, like, a great coach can't miss on a pick? Like, what's your thought there, Joe?
Well, I mean, exactly what you say. He had a thought process that went into getting Trey Lance, and he got him. And I think the players make the coach don't make the players. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, I think there's, thanks, Joe. I think that there's some evidence of that. I know a lot of great coaches. What did Phil Jackson look like when Michael or Kobe or Shaq weren't there?
Yeah, not as good.
What does Bill Belichick look like with Mac Jones? The players are more important. I'll grant you that.
Yes,
but that's nowhere near enough. You can't just be like, oh, we've got some good players. Like here's what I would put at the top of Kyle's resume reel. If I were Shanahan, every time someone goes, dude, you've got McCaffrey, you got Debo and Bosa, what are you actually doing? I'd be like, have you ever seen a Chargers game? Have you ever watched a Charger game? Their quarterback is Justin Flippin' Herbert. Eckler's in the backfield. Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are out on the sidelines.
Not anymore.
Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Derwin James. Star-studded roster. Can't win a flipping game. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Maybe the coach. Could be the coach.
That's what I would say.
Yes.
That would be my answer.
Well, and I would look at what Kyle Shanahan did with Jimmy Garoppolo when he signed him and they were 0-10 and a roster that wasn't that good. And you got a quarterback in there and you finally were able to actually win some games. And Kyle's won with a wide variety of different people and different talented teams and not talented teams and all the rest of it. So, yes, I think that in the NBA, the players make the deal a lot more than they do.
Agreed.
In baseball and in football, certainly. Like in the NBA, if you have a talented team, you're going to win more in spite of who your head coach is. In football, the coach is huge involved in that, I think.
Like there's evidence everywhere.
Right.
How does Mike Tomlin have a winning record every year, whether he's got a great quarterback or not? I know most of the years he did. They're 2-1 now. And we've actually spent the last 3 weeks after we saw Kenny Pickett in game 1, and we're like, that guy not that good. Well, they haven't lost since.
Yeah.
And coaching's got a lot to do with it. A lot to do with it. So, I mean, if the base point is, if he's such a great coach, then how did the Trey Lance situation happen? I mean, my gosh, we can all find a huge draft miss.
Right.
For every coach, Bill Walsh included.
And I wonder how much of that is actually Kyle's fault. And if it is 100% Kyle's fault, to me, that has very little to do with Kyle as the coach. That's Kyle as the talent evaluator, Kyle as the drafter, Kyle as the GM. If you're going to put that all on Kyle, that to me has very little to do with Kyle as the coach. Because Trey Lance, until Trey Lance goes out somewhere else and balls out and gets a starting job and shows himself to be a really good quarterback in the NFL, to me, it's not about coaching in Kyle Shanahan.
No, I agree. I look at coaching, though, as more than just, I think what you're sort of talking about is the game day operations and play calling.
Well, also making a player better.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it's all of it. It's drafting, right. It's the locker room, it's the culture that you build, it's the practice,
sure.
It's the right coaching you to get better, it's the play calls, it's the game day management, it's all of it, right?
But in terms of Trey Lance,
I hear you.
If Trey Lance goes out and develops better elsewhere and plays great elsewhere, then you could look at Kyle Shanahan and say, not only did you misidentify him as a high draft pick, but then you didn't develop him. That becomes a Kyle problem. Right now, it's just you guys drafted a guy who's not very good.
Yeah. I have it on pretty good authority that Trey Lance, in the end, and I think that this has been documented, Trey Lance, with everything that had happened, right? The way the fan base was talking, the fact that he couldn't even win the QB2 job, or didn't, I shouldn't say couldn't, he didn't win the QB2 job. Trey Lance wanted to be traded. Trey Lance pushed for the trade. I think there were people within the organization, the reason I bring it up, who kind of pulled Trey aside and said, look, I completely understand how frustrating this is, but be careful what you wish for because Kyle Shanahan's here. And if you're a quarterback, an injury, this, that, the other happens. Whenever you get your chance, it could be here with Kyle Shanahan, and that is better than where else you could end up. And now take a look at what's happened. I get that Trey, it's now quiet. Nobody's freaking out and talking about him on Dallas sports radio every day.
I doubt it, yeah.
But he's still QB3.
Yeah.
And he still has no path to the field.
And he's in a spot where they don't have the same level of investment in him, emotional or otherwise. So if things don't work out and his contract runs out, he's going to be less likely to get that additional shot to stick and stay there because they don't have that same investment.
Yeah, exactly right. Daquan in Oakland. Hey, Daquan, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys.
Thanks for making it.
How you guys doing, by the way?
Good, Daquan.
So good.
Okay. So I just wanted to touch, bases on kind of like the Jimmy Garoppolo thing and the Kyle Shanahan thing. It's all about systems. I'm a Raiders fan, so looking at Jimmy G right now, it's all about systems. He fit well in with the Niners system, with Kyle Shanahan's system. Same thing with Brock Purdy. He has a system where you don't even need like the best quarterback. You can have a mediocre quarterback and still be okay. There's other systems like the Raiders right now where how Jimmy G is just not working out right now. It's all coaching.
You know what's interesting though, Daquan? Like when I look, the Jimmy G thing is. Thanks for bringing it up. The Jimmy G thing I find interesting because I watched that whole game last night, and I didn't think he looked horrible the whole time. I thought he made some good plays. Now, when you end up with 3 picks in a game, that's going to be. You're going down with that.
It's going to be a no from me, dog.
Thank you. That's a bad game.
Yes.
Now, one of them was obviously the desperation sensation there.
That's a buck,
all that stuff. But there are people, it feels to me, who are watching Jimmy play with the Raiders, and they go, see, Jimmy's not good. Just put a guy with Kyle, and he suddenly becomes viable, but elsewhere he wouldn't be. There is some truth to it. You are elevated, I feel, as a quarterback if you're in the Kyle Shanahan system, but hold on. This is now coming from Mr. Jimmy Apologist over here. Okay?
You're about to bury him, I hope.
Well, no, but what I am about to say is stop acting like Jimmy looked like Brock when he was here. He didn't. He drove everybody nuts then. He had the Jimmy Asbante, and they nicknamed it. He had the Jimmy Oh-No throws then. So were there less of them? Was he a better performer? Did the team function better than the Raiders are in 3 games? Yes. Was it good enough? Was Jimmy ever statistically strong? Did he ever have the turnovers down at the level where Brock has them? No. Those throws that you're watching with the Raiders, they often head-scratchingly happened here too. And it's why they moved on from him. So I don't know, man. That's just the way I like. To me, a quarterback with Kyle is better than the quarterback with just about anybody else.
Exactly.
But not to the point where it's like he stinks if he's somewhere else and he's great here. I don't think that. Like, that's overstating it.
I think that's over dramatizing it to say that Jimmy stinks now that he's not with Kyle. Although you look at what he did yesterday, and now he's got a concussion. He probably is going to miss time, and he took 4 sacks, and the things that Jimmy does, he's doing in Vegas that he was doing here. You hold the ball too long. You make reckless throws that you shouldn't make, balls you should just throw away. He tries to do things that, a quarterback shouldn't do in terms of possessing the ball and valuing the ball, and it's maddening when he does it for your team, and you watch him do it for the Raiders, and it's like, well, I've seen this before, and here you go, 3 picks and sacked 4 times, and you lose a very winnable home game against Pittsburgh, and that's the way that goes.
It's so much more comfortable now, right? You just watch him, and he does it how many people you just smiled, right? Like that first pick he threw, you're like,
Jimmy.
Yeah,
I don't miss that. That was the reaction,
Yep. I mean, he'll have 3 or 4 really like plus NFL on time zip throws over the middle. Devontae Adams is putting up numbers, and they don't get you down to the 20, and you're like, what did you see there? What was that?
Right. What was that?
Well, what are you doing?
Totally. And that's, and then he does the Jimmy G thing, which is you're down 23-7, and he rallies
Here
you.
he comes.
Boom, right down the field, and, a couple of scores, and now we're back in it. Now I have one last chance to do it. And, you fall short, and it's, look at the numbers at the end of the game. It's like 324, a couple of touchdowns, not bad, and then the 3 INTs, really bad.
I don't.
Frustrating.
I watched so much NFL yesterday, and there were so many things where I'm like, what were they thinking there? And then this guy took the cake last night. You're down by 8, and the end zone is right there. It's right there. Like, what on earth was that field goal? And then afterward to be like, cut it to 5 so that if we score again, but
field goal and a safety, this game is tied, Mark. I mean, honestly.
I was like, that one, if anybody could beat Brandon Staley for the head scratcher of the day, they did it. The Raiders did it.
The fact that anybody hired that guy, Josh McDaniels, after what he had pulled before, to me, is shocking in and of itself. And it's so Mark Davis to make that hire.
Totally. The Raiders, as a rule for the last 30 years, it's like somebody pops on TV and they're like, we got to get him. We got to get him. Super Bowl MVP last year. Yeah, but it was kind of circumstantial. Doesn't matter. Give him $70 million. Let's go. Bring him in.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, it is so Raiders. But what we've learned, and this is sort of to Daquan's point, like the players are more important than the coach. This whole idea that Kyle Shanahan makes the QB, if you really want to look around the league and talk about somebody making someone else, I would argue it's that Tom Brady has made Josh McDaniels, and even to a degree, dare I say, Bill Belichick.
Sure.
He's a very good coach. Don't get me wrong. Very good coach.
Belichick.
Yeah, but to act like he can just snap his fingers and be a Super Bowl contender, I mean, where's the evidence? Never done it without Tom.
Right, and Josh McDaniels, I believe, is a great offensive coordinator, especially in that system with Bill Belichick and with Tom Brady. That three-way troika, so to speak, that marriage was elite, and then you get Josh out on his own, and the Raiders are a mess. And, Tom went and won one in Tampa Bay, and what is Bill left with? He's left with Mac Jones. And, hey, but you took down the Jets yesterday. Gutsy win. Jets kind of gave it to him.
There's just a long list of teams at QB where I'm like, what are you going to do next year?
Sure.
What are you doing next year? Like all those guys that got drafted next to Trey. These are 49ers have found a way to move forward.
Did you see Justin Fields' comments?
Oh, my God.
I think today, or maybe he made them yesterday.
I didn't see any today.
I just saw something on Twitter from Courtney Cronin, and he's...
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
Well, he's basically saying, I'm just happy to be out here playing, and I love to compete, and I love to play football, and basically, to paraphrase, win or lose doesn't really matter. I'm just happy to be healthy and to be doing what I love.
He's already, that was last night. That was after the game yesterday.
That was last night, yeah.
And it just is
God.
I mean, it's not that he's wrong. You love it when someone finds perspective in life. But when, as a human being, when do you say that? You say that when everything has gone flipping wrong. I'm just going to breathe. I'm going to be thankful for my breath.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so thankful that I can wake up today.
It's like when you get in a really bad car accident and you're not injured, and it's like, my car's totaled, but you know what? I'm just thankful that for every day and every breath, and I can see the sunshine in the morning.
It's a country song.
Totally.
Right. Everything's gone wrong, right? The dog has passed away, and what are you going to do? Well, we're going to do it one step at a time. We're going to breathe. It's amazing that I'm here. Just what a gift that I have skills and life. Yes, all true. Wonderful perspective. Hoping not for week 3 with those thoughts with my quarterback. I'd
99 yards passing in a game where you're playing in the National Football League.
Unreal.
I mean, wow.
Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Hey, Fred, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me on. I'm just giving kudos to the Niners because we're clearly looking like the top NFC team, possibly the top NFL team in the league. I just wanted to say something about all the Raider fans, I know that they got Jimmy G, and at the end of the day, Josh McDaniels is a horrible coach. He really is. Without Tom Brady, he would be nothing. And that's just as an offensive coordinator. So I understand that Jimmy G went to the Raiders, but if they had a different coach, they might have a better outlook or a different outlook on as a team. But I'm a Niner fan, so go Niners.
Yeah, Fred,
y'all.
I tell you what, like you're seeing it around the league a lot already. Week 3 is, I know you said earlier today that the number 3 is that's a lie. That's when people are lying when they say 3.
Well, just when you ask them a question about how many angry calls did you get over my my last segment? I got 3. Lie.
Bill Walsh, how many Super Bowl rings you got?
2, I think, according to Al Michaels.
Oh, God. Oh, well. Anyway.
He's got 3.
Of course.
Number 3.
No, but I think 3 is a big number. I think year 3 is big. Hey, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson.
It's over.
Year 3 is really big, and week 3 is really big because, as we've been talking about, if you go 0-3, you're cooked. Like, something's got to be figured out by week 3, and you are hearing so many players after week 3 like the urgency. Joe Burrow's playing tonight. Justin Fields sounds like he wants to go on a hike. Devontae Adams is like, yo, I don't have time for this crap.
Right.
Like, it is really bad when you, and the Raiders aren't even 0-3. They're only 1-2. But you're starting to see that a lot around the league after yesterday, which is when something's supposed to work and it's not, people are going to start chirping. The stress starts to build up.
Yes, and you mentioned before 6 teams have gone 0-3 and made the playoffs. One of those was in a strike-shortened year in 1982. So they ended up going 5-4. Tampa did.
Oh, that's big.
So really only 5 teams have ever done it. The last team to do it, the Houston Texans in 2018,
right?
Which is a little bit of a weird. Houston Texans?
They won 11-5.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So 0-3, there is a certain amount of desperation that comes with being 0-2.
Look, you can get on a roll. The Lions were 1-7 last year, and played in Week 18 for a shot to go to the playoffs. And only because of something that happened somewhere else did they not get in. They won their game. They finished 9-8. You can get on a run. Things can get figured out. But that team had a new staff, and they were building a new culture, and you could tell things were going the right direction. It was just a matter of when things were going to start to click. That was, I think, everyone's takeaway yesterday. You sit around and watch, you're just like, my gosh, that's a fire. That's a mess. You over here, holy smokes, what are you doing? There's so much of it around the league. You know what? I mean, even coming up next, I thought about this. I put together a little bit of a list. This is my top 5. You should be so damn thankful you have Kyle Shanahan situations around the NFL.
Okay, I can't wait.
I got 5. And a bonus pick, like a 6th team that's not on the list, but I'd like to acknowledge the poor play that you've had also so far this year.
I'm smelling Farhan and Gabe as that bonus team.
That's a step. That's yeesh.
Maybe we got 7 on your list then.
Did you hear the thing about them? NBC Sports Bay Area had a report that insiders around the league believe that not only have the Giants ticked off the pitchers who got turned into stretch inning guys,
sure,
but that has lowered their sort of brand with free agents
no
around
doubt.
the league.
I think I intimated that this could happen way back in April or May.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Oh, and how did Taylor Swift get to Travis Kelsey yesterday?
Thank you. Pay that off.
That's coming up next on Willie and Dibby.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff and the scheduling are top-notch, and my technician is a consummate professional. Another patient said, I called numerous clinics, and West Coast was by far the best. The other places wouldn't give me any information over the phone, but West Coast answered all of my questions. My wife and I were skeptical, but we've already noticed the difference. This was a game changer for us. West Coast Men's Health has helped thousands of men reverse their ED using acoustic wave therapy. No pills or shots necessary. Give us a call today so we can help you too.
With clinics in San Mateo, Pleasanton, and Walnut Creek, call 650-585-8909. That's 650-585-8909. 650-585-8909. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
During Jeep Adventure Days, get $11,000 in lease support on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xE. $11,000 lease support includes cash allowances and $7,500 federal EV incentive provided by lender as a capitalized cost reduction and is subject to change without notice. Lessees cannot claim federal tax credit on their personal tax return. Please confirm this information to ensure its accuracy and availability. Consult a tax professional for details and eligibility. Not all lessees will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 10/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Hello, I'm Greg Figueroa.
And I'm David Figueroa. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce.
That's right, David. We made Melinda's thicker, hotter, and better than ordinary hot sauces.
And now we have 32 exciting and delicious sauces that hot sauce fans are obsessed with, like our ghost pepper sauce, our Thai sweet chili, and our best-selling black truffle hot sauce.
Melinda's also has 5 spicy ketchups made with real sugar and no added junk like high fructose corn syrup. People ask David and I, what makes Melinda so good? That's easy. We think like chefs do. Instead of burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients and the finest chili peppers perfectly blended to set your mouth on flavor.
Go to melindas.com to find our line of craft condiments at Walmart and other fine retailers. And right now, get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
Wonderful product. I've lost 111 pounds using that product. 111 pounds. You could not believe the difference. I went from a size 48 pant to a 33 pant, and I've maintained that now for over almost a year now. Yeah, absolutely. Andro 400 has helped me lose 111 pounds, and I've maintained my weight for almost a year now.
Thanks, James, for that inspiring testimony and 111 good reasons to choose Andro 400. The most effective and natural way to lose belly fat, increase libido, gain energy, strength, and muscle while safely boosting your testosterone levels. So guys, how many reasons do you need for trying Andro 400? Well, here are 2 more great reasons. Order now and get free shipping plus an additional $6 off when you use the code SAVE6. That's SAVE6. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. andro400.com.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests, right, Nigel? Or simply how to get change for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser Show. From football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time baseball playoff analysis, to traffic in an area where you don't live. We got you covered. My friends come on, and you know them. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a lot going on, Dibs. It's a lot going on.
So much going on.
And we do have to play a bunch of this. We have got great sound, commentary, if I do say so myself, even though we haven't had it yet. Just things to discuss with regard to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah. The promotional calendar's out.
Promotional calendar's out.
That's not what you're talking about.
Oh, that can be one of the things.
Okay, some good bobble action coming up this year.
Very good, although I had some ideas that probably end up on the cutting room floor. But anyway, Mike Dunleavy Jr. talked. Steve Kerr talked. Alan Stiles will be interested to know what Steve said, for instance, about who's starting on opening night.
Because you have a bet with a friend of the program, Alan Stiles, our sixth man. Quite frankly,
Yeah.
he's our Rodney Magruder here at 95.7 The Game. Stiles, I'm kidding. I love you, Stiles.
I was going to say, I hope he's the Chris Paul of 95.7 The Game, which means he's a sixth man.
You bet Stiles that Chris Paul would not start opening night. He bet that Chris Paul would start opening night.
And he has been listed as a minus 220 favorite? Is that right?
Yeah, it's gone up. Yeah, it's gone up.
Well, maybe it'll go back down.
We'll have that coming up. I look forward to it.
Coming up, yeah. Steve Kerr,
and eventually you'll pay off your Taylor Swift tees too.
Okay, well here's the deal. Because
I'm a Swiftie, you know.
I don't. This is not confirmed, but it's a rumor that has video, potentially not confirming it, but adding to the lore, if you will.
Okay.
You can find this at a social media platform near you, but of course, after all of this. Right at the suite where Taylor was, what do you think happened after the game? A massive crowd standing around waiting for Taylor to come out of the suite. Now, you've been to suites before. They usually do not have multiple exits. There's one exit.
Pretty much.
They don't have a trap door in the suite. You just come out the door. So that's everybody's sitting there waiting. All the Swifties. Come on, Taylor. Come on out.
Got to come out sometime.
She never came out.
What?
How did Taylor get out of the suite?
Boy, that's a great question.
Well, legend has it.
It was an evacuation sensation is what it was.
They've got video.
In honor of the Tim
They've
drop.
got video of two people. Now, does it take two people to do this normally? Two people.
It takes two.
Are pushing on wheels the large sort of like life-size popcorn box. Okay? It looks kind of like a mobile fridge is the best way I can describe it.
Okay.
But they're pushing it out of the suite, turning around the corner, and down they go. Two people, not one. It wasn't just like, hey, let little Bobby go clean out the suite. No. We got two employees that go in there. They get it. It's on wheels. They look like they are headed for a destination when they wheel that thing out of there. And there are even some of the fans sitting there with their phones. They're like, that's totally her. That's Taylor. That's Taylor in there. It's so Ocean's 11.
Inside the popcorn machine?
She's in the popcorn box. What's in the box?
In the box?
It's Taylor Swift. So that's the word. That's how she got to Travis, who was wearing all that sky blue suit or whatever the hell he was wearing yesterday. But that's the word, is that they wheeled her out in disguise as a box of popcorn.
Oh, my God.
And got her to Travis.
Unscathed. I just Googled Taylor Swift popcorn machine. TMZ. Sneaking out of Kelsey suite in popcorn carrier, ?
Popcorn carrier.
And I can see it. Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. But that's a bit odd because she goes a good 5'10", 5'11".
Oh, you could just scrunch yourself. She could
She's
easily
a stretch
fit there.
four.
That thing is that's a big box.
Okay.
That is a huge thing on wheels. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, the kid is still back there. Sorry. We got a visitor. Got a high school visitor.
Stop it.
A high school
You
visitor.
look at me in the eyes.
You better be careful.
Stop it.
It's my fault.
Grow up.
I'll grow
Stop
up.
it.
It's a yellow card
It is
caution.
a
I'll take it.
very tall container.
Thank you. It's a 2-footed challenge. Reckless challenge. I'll take the yellow, Grandy.
Jeez. It's a very tall container.
Thank you. Okay.
My other news that I needed to pass along live from the Miami Dolphins community is that Devon Achane is not Devon Achane.
What?
4 touchdowns yesterday. I think stands to have, if he's a star, one of the coolest names in sports. Like anybody whose last name starts with A, historically they call him the A Train. This could be the A Chain.
Yeah.
Hell, when the Dolphins get a turnover, they could all wear the A Chain. All of this. But that's not how you pronounce it.
It's not Achani?
Sorry. Now that he has
Achane?
4 touchdowns, he would like everybody to respectfully pronounce his name the correct way.
Only because he scored 4 touchdowns.
Yeah. You wait for that moment where you're like, so, turns out,
Oh,
right?
my God.
You know what I mean? It's like Andre Iguodala. Like, I actually hate Iggy, and now that I'm a finals MVP, could you stop? Okay, sure. So he is Devon Achane. Devon.
Not the Chan.
No.
He's Achane.
Not Jackie Chan. Achane.
Devon Achane.
Devon Achane.
That doesn't work for me, Mark.
I agree.
Doesn't work for me. A-chain. I mean, there was a 2 chains correlation. There's a lot more we can do with
There's
it.
a lot more flexibility with A-Chain.
It is Devon, though. It's not
Devon, yes.
Devon A-chain. Or Devone.
Devone.
Yeah.
Devone.
Shout out Dan Devone.
Yeah. Hi, Dan.
95.7 The Game weekend host.
Yeah.
So it is Devon.
Devon
A-chan.
Devon Achane.
Okay.
So don't mess it up and do not call DeMarcus Cousins Boogie. He doesn't like it.
He doesn't like Boogie.
Doesn't like Boogie.
All right.
No.
I'm going to boogie it up. Although I was the one leading the drive to stop giving Andre the Iggy because I knew that he didn't like it. And I'm trying to be less mean-spirited as I get older.
Yeah, but
I want trying.
Don't worry. You've offended Andre many times without even saying his name.
You know why, Mark?
Why?
I keep it real.
Oh, is that it?
I keep it real.
You do.
On
It's true.
Iguodala.
It's true.
Although I will say stock
up. Fuck.
slightly up for Andre Iguodala.
Why?
Reportedly, he's come out and said that he's not a Hall of Famer. His own words. I actually think he is a Hall of Famer. But he has come out, and I heard Steiny talking about this earlier. Iguodala saying that he doesn't think that he's a Hall of Famer.
And you do.
I actually do, yeah.
How about that for a plot twist?
Well, because in basketball, everybody gets in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
We induct everybody.
As they should.
Sure, you all get in.
It's insane. They made the NBA. Like, yes.
Sure.
Yes, Matthew Dellavedova, you're in.
Rodney Magruder, you're a Hall of Famer.
Magruder.
Second Magruder.
Okay, can we do this for a second? Then we're going to go back to the phones on football. We'll get to the Warrior sound here in a second. Today made it official. We're being punked. I don't think the Warriors are actually fielding a team this year. They have turned this whole thing into an MTV reality program. The whole Chris Paul thing was ridiculous enough as it was, and then they watch us all wrap our heads around it. All these people who hated Chris Paul, and now they're like, oh, Chris Paul's on the team, and Draymond's like, let's work out together, let's be BFFs. All of it is ridiculous and apparently real. And then they're like, watch this. We're going to sign Dwight Howard. And everyone's like, hey, that's a big man off the bench. And then they're like, just kidding, we're not going to sign Dwight Howard. So who do they sign today? Rodney Magruder.
Yep.
Now, many of you are probably like, who the hell is Rodney Magruder?
He's the crime dog guy, right?
Who are you? That's Fred McGriff.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Rodney Magruder, who once upon a time played for the Detroit Pistons. And you're like, well, this is like an everyman NBA. Rodney Magruder, why is this a big deal? Well, it's a big deal because you may, if the name sounds vaguely familiar, it's because of this. Once upon a time, courtesy of Klay Thompson.
Everything seems to be okay there.
Oh, my God.
Clay's figuring out what's going on over there, Clay.
Rodney Magruder.
Oh, no, this dude might be out the league soon. He's probably mad about that. Who knows?
Wow.
Shots fired.
He's over here checking my guy. You good?
Everybody seems to be okay, and everybody's going to their respective locker rooms there. But
yeah, I don't know.
No. So that will end it right there. But
That's savage.
5 over here trying to start something like he's a good player or something. It's like, bro, get out of here. You might be sorry. All right, we're done.
Easy.
We're done.
Clay Thompson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Clay, that was back when he was moonlighting as a broadcaster. This is January 2021. And Magruder got into it with Juan Toscano Anderson. And Clay was on the mic, and Clay decided to go that route.
Yeah.
Which was fun.
Super fun.
At the time.
Yeah. I mean, it's wild. And then this from Draymond Green in a podcast a couple days ago.
Oh, from a couple days ago or from later that night?
Oh, no. I have a quote from a couple days ago. But play me the Draymond Green from that night.
Draymond later in the media room.
I don't know. I was in the locker room. But apparently he was taking up for Wayne Ellington. When the Rodney Magruder become the tough guy of the team? Like, I don't know, man. Everybody in the league tough these days. It's crazy. I've seen a lot of tough guys this year. I don't understand it. And don't nobody do anything. So, like, if you really wanted to do something, you could have done it. Walk over there talking shit like he's a team tough guy. Get the hell out of here. Tough guy, Rodney. Tough guy. Also, I think it was something that Juan said in the first or second quarter to Wayne Ellington. You ain't got nothing better to do that you still thinking about something from the first or second quarter when you weren't in the game. So apparently, Wayne Ellington must have went over to the bench. I guess he went and told Rodney Magruder because he hadn't been in the game. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's too many tough guys in this league these days for me. But I know ain't nobody scared of no damn Rodney Magruder. Like, kidding me?
Wow.
Two parts that I cannot get enough of, which is the end, where he's like, ain't nobody scared of no damn Rodney Magruder. But in the middle of it, do you see how he gets so stuck, he almost starts just making fun of the name Rodney.
Yeah.
He's like, Rodney Magruder, like, Rodney. Like, you're tough. Rodney? My name Rodney? Some guy named Rodney? That is now teammate Rodney Magruder.
In theory, he still has to make the team.
Yeah.
He's been signed to compete for a roster spot. And this from Draymond Green Thursday in a podcast as shared by Warriors World on Twitter. Quote, Rodney Magruder was a hell of a basketball player at Kansas State, and he carved out a decent NBA career for himself, said Green in a podcast that was released on Thursday. I definitely didn't like what happened with our team. What was it? Last year? But Rodney Magruder, I've always respected as a basketball player. Hard-nosed. He got it out the mud, so I'll always have respect for that. Any guy who gets it out the mud, so that's my compliment for Rodney Magruder. Draymond Green. The tune sounds a little bit different last Thursday
because you found out
than it did a couple
of
years ago, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's
as a great philosopher once said, "Pivot, don't panic."
Sure, yeah.
Or as Michael Jackson once said, "Damn, you're even better at moonwalking than I am."
Yeah,
like,
that's
holy hell.
That's straight out of the new media right there.
Yeah, is there anything that is not walk-backable by Draymond Green?
Well, I mean, now we got CP3 on the squad, yeah.
Magruder, everything that happened with Jordan Poole.
They signed off on Dwight Howard, which, we signed off on him. And I wonder who didn't go ahead and sign on Dwight Howard. If it was Steve Kerr who came back from the FIBA failure and said, we're not doing Dwight Howard.
Well,
I wonder how that all fell apart.
I don't know if somebody didn't sign off on it rather than they just... they
sobered up?
Well, no, Dwight Howard got a lot of attention because he's Dwight Howard, but they've been working out a ton of people.
Yeah.
And all of them are maybe a right fit. They don't know yet. And so they didn't sign him. We're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can always hit us up, 888-957-9570. Twitch, YouTube, absolutely. Comcast Business text line. It is Willard and Dibs. So, the Warriors are punking us.
You think?
I don't think there's a season this year. I don't think
it's just all make-believe.
All just a big practical joke.
And I wonder about the Chris Paul starting stuff, and I know that Steve Kerr spoke today about that very notion, and I wonder if it makes you feel better or worse about your bet with Alan Stiles.
I have to hear it. I've read it. I haven't heard it yet. I want to hear it, and so we're going to have it here in a little bit.
Okay.
We're going to have it here in a little bit. So
Cool.
I can hear the tone behind it as opposed to just reading the comments, and then I'll let you know if I feel better or worse.
One thing I do know is this Warrior season is going to be unlike any other in terms of, the edge they're going to play with, bouncing back from last year's disappointment. Jordan Poole is gone. Chris Paul is here, whether he starts or not. You've got an old team, a veteran team, and I have a feeling that it's going to be an edgier group. And plus, the big cloud over everything is the Clay and Kerr contract situations, right?
So you still believe that there will be a season?
An NBA season, yes.
No, a Warrior season.
Oh, I'm hoping, yeah.
Here
on the home of the Warriors.
I believe that the Warriors are going to hold a press conference right before opening night where Kerr, Clay, Steph, Draymond, Chris Paul, potentially Bob Myers will come back to all announce their retirement the night before opening day and just laugh and go. They'll all look at us and be like, we can't believe that you all believe this. You idiots. Do you see how lame you are? How influenced you get by little things, you fans and media? You're hilarious. You coaching? Yeah, you are, because we don't even have a coach.
We don't have a team.
We don't have a team. Podziemski's starting tomorrow night. That's who's starting. Jeez.
It's
Dwight
been
Howard, Chris Paul, and Rodney Magruder.
Right.
Get out of here.
Rodney Magruder. League full of tough guys now. Rodney Magruder.
Stupid. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. You're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I'm sorry, man. I know you guys have talked about this, heard about it too much, but I just can't let it go. The pure beatdown that Sean Payton and the Broncos took yesterday. In my hood, you know what we call that? We call that getting beat like somebody stole something. Okay, that's just it. In my hood, in my time, if you stole something, they didn't call the police. They just beat the crap out of you, and then you wish the police was there to save you. And I think that's what Sean Payton's feeling like today, because man, they got ran off the field. Shoot, I tell you, the defensive coordinator for Broncos, if he didn't get his pink slip today, man, somebody in the accounting department is losing their job too.
Well, I do. Yeah, Rich, thanks.
Rich, they only had 730 yards. It's not like they went up and down the field 7 times on them.
It's unbelievable. I do wonder what they're going to do. Like, what is the next move here? Huge move. We're going to get Russell Wilson. Okay, that didn't look great. Huge move. We're going to go to we're hiring Sean Payton. Okay. 0-3. 0-3, and the fashion you've lost the 3 is even more embarrassing. You lost on your home field on opening day to the Raiders. Then you had a huge lead that you just coughed up to the Commanders, and then had a Hail Mary to get back into the game. And yes, Cortland Sutton was held, but so what? You end up losing that game, and then you leave home for the first time and give up 70 points?
70, Mark. Say it again.
70.
Jeez.
That's too much.
Only one team has crested 60 in the past 23 seasons in the National Football League. Only 4 times has a team ever scored 70. And Miami probably could have pushed for 80 if it wanted to. They kind of rolled things back a little bit. They scored 14 in the first, then 21, 14 in the third, then 21. They could have put up an 80 piece on them.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Well, remember I said that I've got my I have my top 5.
Yeah.
Thank God we've got Kyle Shanahan situations around the NFL. Would you like me to unveil them?
Let's do it.
I'd like to unveil my top 5. Thank God we've got Kyle Shanahan situations around the National Football League. Okay?
Number 5.
Thank you very much. Number 5 is going to go to the New York Jets. Now, listen, there's some bad luck here, and Robert Saleh, I think, is a good coach. But I don't know how much longer you're going to keep doing this Zach Wilson dance. It's so obvious to everybody that, quite frankly, I don't even care who the backup is or who people are on the street. Do something. Do something that you have a chance to complete a pass. Because right now you can't, and they're going to lose every week. They're going to lose every week as long as they do this.
He's not the worst quarterback in the NFL, but he's close. And, I mean, last night, I think at halftime they had 1 yard, or the first 5 drives, they had a total of 5 yards. I mean, there are other quarterbacks who are as bad as he is.
I want to challenge your statement. If he's not who is? Who's worse?
Ryan Tannehill.
Disagree.
Justin Fields.
Disagree.
Okay.
I understand. Justin looks totally lost, but Justin is somebody who has, he single-handedly won games last year for the Bears.
Last year.
Yeah.
He is not the player he was. Ryan Tannehill is not the player that he once was. I would offer up Mac Jones, who won that game, quote unquote. He's terrible. Desmond Ritter's not very good.
These guys are all better than Zach Wilson.
Okay.
They're all better
you
than
put
Zach.
all these guys in a bucket and you reach in to grab one of them, and you're like, I don't want to grab any of these guys.
Number 4 is the Las Vegas Raiders. They probably should be higher on. Oh, I'm sorry.
Number 4.
Wait for the dressing.
Is the Las Vegas Raiders.
Thank you.
My bad. False start. 5 yards. We'll try again.
All right, you'll get them.
Or if for the Raiders, we'll kick a field goal and lose by 5.
Oh, boy.
I like Steiny sat here and tried to explain it to us, and I'm like, no, I still don't get it.
Yeah.
I still that of all the things that coaches do as far as playing with the score and setting up scenarios and playing analytics, I will never, ever understand what the Raiders did at the end of this football game last night. And by the way, they tried to do it twice. They tried to kick the field goal, and then they were gifted a first down, and they went and kicked the field goal again. Thank God that we've got Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, that thing was a mess. The very fact that they were in that game is impressive in and of itself, but that game ended the way you figured it would go.
Number 3.
Number 3 is the San Diego Chargers of Los Angeles.
Jeez.
Brandon Staley, I've tried to sort of like stay on his side. I thought with a new OC coming in, there would be some intrigue. But this is the best wasted roster in the league. I don't know why their defense can't play, and I still don't know why he's never met a fourth down that he doesn't like, no matter what the situation is. I can't figure it.
Yeah, he refuses to punt, and they found a way to still win that game. But when you watch the way the Chargers go about things, and you mentioned it before, so much talent, they should be a team on the rise, but they continue to flail in their spot.
Number 2.
Number 2 is the Chicago Bears.
Oh, God.
And it's amazing, in fact, that they're not number 1. There's only one reason that the Bears are number 2 and not number 1 is because both of these two teams have done literally nothing right so far this year, but the Bears can get out of their situation sooner. So that's why they're number 2.
And their situation is with the quarterback or with the coach?
Both.
Because the coach right now is second on the board for first coach to be fired, plus 175. Only McDaniels has lower odds.
Yeah, but Fields still on a rookie deal.
Yep.
And coach can be high on the odds.
Flus.
Yeah, but the team that made number 1 cannot get out of their situation with either of the guys in those positions.
Number 1.
Denver Broncos, you won.
God.
Good job, Denver. Now you have a highly priced Super Bowl winning coach who just showed up, and everyone thought, well, that's what's going to save Russell Wilson's career and get the magic back. They're 0-3. They've lost to the Raiders at home. They've lost to the Commanders at home. They left town and gave up 70, and Russell is not going to refine the magic.
No. Honorable mention to Minnesota, I hope, as they sit at 0-3.
I kind of thought they were a paper tiger last year.
Yeah.
My honorable mention is the Jaguars, actually.
Oh, I think I said the Giants.
No, why are
Not San Francisco.
Why are the Jaguars 1-2? What the hell are they doing?
It's a mess.
Trevor Lawrence, everybody all excited. Maybe there were no quarterbacks in that draft. I still like Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right. Pair of tickets to Adam Sandler at SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Make sure you're tuned in next segment to win. And we're also sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We'll get all of this Dunleavy and Kerr sound. What did he say about the starting lineup? That and more around the corner. Keep taking your Shanahan appreciation calls as well. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's organize.
Okay.
Okay. Got to coordinate.
Nice.
Okay?
Look at you. You surprise me sometimes, Mark Willard. Coordinate.
Got to coordinate. Okay?
All right. Okay. What side of Foster City you from, Mark?
That's right. North side.
Apparently.
North side.
Represent.
Yeah.
NFC. I would be North Foster City for those of you. Yeah. Anyway.
That's over there by the levee.
By that one cul-de-sac, it gets pretty rough.
North, south, east, and west of Foster City is all the same block. But anyway, we're giving away a pair of tickets to Adam Sandler SAP Center every day this week, courtesy of Live Nation. Your first chance to win is coming up shortly, okay? Within the next 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, so you want to go see Adam Sandler, you stay right here, and your chance is coming up real soon. Don't want to get too far away from the budding conversation we had a couple hours ago. I think all of us had this sort of the same vibe in watching football yesterday, which is, okay, we who's got it better than us?
Yeah, thank you.
Nobody. Right? Like, this is pretty good. Kyle Shanahan, the more you watch other coaches, the better he looks. The more you watch other quarterbacks, the better Brock Purdy looks. And this is not to pit the two against one another at all. I think we have plenty of facts to already suggest each one makes the other one better. Like, yes, Brock Purdy has a great coach and good teammates. Yes, you're all correct. And those guys now have the best production that they've had at quarterback with the 49ers as well. Jimmy Garoppolo plus significantly, in my opinion. Okay? So they're all helping each other out. But which one has sort of maybe surprised you more this year? Which one has impressed you more? Which one has caught your attention more when it comes to Purdy or Shanahan? I voted Purdy just because I was already there on Shanahan.
Sure.
Purdy was the one where I had question marks.
I think for me it's Shanahan because of all the different ways that they go about scoring 30 points. And Brock Purdy's been really good. He's been sturdy. You call him Sturdy Purdy if you want. He hasn't been incredibly flashy in many ways. He's made the plays that were there to be made. And that's not disrespectful to Brock Purdy at all, because you watch all the football yesterday that we all did, and there's a lot of bad quarterback play. There's plays that are to be made, and you got guys throwing careless and reckless interceptions and drop passes and all the rest of it. I look at this offense and what Kyle's able to do with Christian McCaffrey. You put him in the slot, you put him in the wing back, you put him as the running back, the lone back, or the halfback behind the fullback. Deebo Samuel, you put him in the backfield, you put him in a different sort of situation. Kyle Juszczyk, you can motion him out, and all the rest of it. What Kyle Shanahan does with his toys, with his weapons, is remarkable. And he didn't even have Brandon Ayuk in the last game.
Good point.
And they still went out there and hung a very easy, comfortable 30. So Brock Purdy's been great, and I think we're kind of picking between favorite children where you can always, you can never pick between your kids. And deep down, you have 3 kids, and I'm sure you have your power rankings, and you'll never admit it, and they might change day to day.
They ask me sometimes at the dinner table. It's very uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have to give the political answer, which is I love all 3 of you equally.
Equally the same.
There's not one of you that I like more than the other, but deep down, they know the who's who.
It's situational, though.
Totally.
I actually do, right? Like, I would put each of them as the 1 seed, depending on what we're doing or what we're talking about. They've each got their strengths and their weaknesses.
Right.
I actually am not like Deion Sanders, who admitted that, yes, he's like, you all like some of your kids more than your other kids.
Of course.
I'm like, no, see, but not of course. I get it if you've got, like, a wayward child, but, like, if everybody's doing pretty well, I don't know. Certain situations, this one does really well.
Sure.
If I was going to have a conversation about money, I'll pick anyone but my daughter. Let's not do it with the daughter. That one's tough. But
because she's walking away with a couple hundo.
But if I need to rely on someone for something, daughter.
She's the 1 seed.
Like, dude, I need the dishes done at this hour and Penny walked and back in the house by 8:15. Daughter.
She's getting it done.
Don't call her daughter.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
What if you need somebody to stay in bed till about noon? Is there a one seed among your 3 kids?
Well, I tell you what, they had Jewish High Holy Days. They had the day off today, and
now did the school give them the day, or
school gave them the day? Yes.
So there's no school.
School, yeah. They're not Jewish. I am. They're not Jewish.
Oh, right, because it all comes down to the mom.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Turns out my daughter's a Jew.
Congrats.
And I'm trying to get a piece of it, but I've been rebuffed. But anyway, we've been over that.
Piece of it.
Trying to get a piece of that good old Judaism.
You want 8 crazy nights.
Something, dude. Your boy's been given the Heisman.
I hear you.
Yeah. Turns out the Jews don't want me, Mark.
Nope.
So I'm still shopping for a religion if you got one out there.
Luck.
I'm a free agent.
Good luck. I'll keep my ear to the ground, as
Appreciate
they say.
that.
Yeah, but anyway, so be that as it may.
Yes.
I don't know. Like, I truly say that, even though I know they're not listening right now. Like, I don't have one of them as the 1 seed.
Fine.
I got a bunch of them as the 1 seed in certain situations.
I do think in terms of this Kyle and Brock conversation, it's a little bit like that because you're 3-0 and your quarterback has thrown 0 interceptions. He has 1 lost fumble, and the coach has called masterful games. Your coach is also 3-0, and I don't know if he has made any real mistakes. It's hard to look at his game plans and his play calling when you're this dominant as they have been. It's hard to look at anything and pick nits with any of it.
Right.
The only criticism that people have had is you played Christian McCaffrey too long in the opener, or in game 2 against the Rams where you didn't play Eli at all. And these are, to me, pretty small things.
Thank you. This is something that I think really, really bears repeating with regard to how 49er fans look at Kyle Shanahan. Okay? And I bet every one of you can relate to this in a relationship in your life. Do you ever, and this is usually a family thing, with your family, when you argue about the toilet seat being up, or somebody left the damn lights on, or you put the milk back in the fridge in the wrong spot, and it activates some sort of an argument between people because there's stuff there. There's emotion. You live together. You're right in front of each other. It's family. You get it. But do you ever get in that fight, and then you stop at a certain point, and you're like, geez, what are we arguing about?
Right.
Like, the milk's in the wrong spot. Sometimes I feel that way about Kyle Shanahan with Niner fans. Like, listen to what's going on in Chicago and Denver and Vegas. Listen to that, and then try to hear yourself when you're like, I would have taken Christian out with 8 minutes, and he did it with 6:43.
Totally. It's risky, Mark. It's reckless.
Super Bowl or bust. Because I've kind of had it with this crap. That was 1:17 too long. The milk's in the wrong spot. Relax.
Yeah.
Just relax. You don't have that much to argue about. That's that's, to me, the message of the day.
Absolutely. And I think coming off of yesterday, that's what hit me watching all that football and watching all of these other situations outside of Miami and outside of Buffalo, where you see teams that are either flawed or struggling or both. And you mentioned Chicago, and they have not been able to figure out the quarterback position for almost 40 years now.
Yeah, correct. Our whole lives.
I mean, you go back to the Super Bowl in 85, and then I mentioned Mike Tomczak, who started his career 10-0, and they were doing it, 13-10 and 12-9 and the rest of it. And hey, wins are wins. But since that, you've gone through a long list of no at quarterback, and you look at even New England. They had such a great run, and now they're stuck with Mac Jones. Desmond Ridder in Atlanta appears to be maybe a game manager at best, and you go all around the league, and Derek Carr in New Orleans, they took an L, and he got hurt. Jimmy G throws 3 picks, and you go around to all these situations, and then you come back home, and you realize you got it pretty good here in Santa Clara.
Pretty good, yeah, no doubt about it.
Not to even mention the defense, which is nasty, right?
I mean, might be the most balanced team that he's had here with the 49ers based on how it looks right now. Like, even when the Jimmy team was 8-0, like it was an efficient offense. I thought it was an offense that could pop at times. Obviously, it was really good when the run game was rolling, like it was in the title game against Green Bay, for example. But there was no question the defense was the better side of the ball. I still think that's the case, but it's a very narrow race. And I do think that this is a team that offers the possibility of beating you in a number of ways. And if the defense does get touched up for 28, I really think that the 49ers can still win that game 34-28.
Right. And I'm just looking at the game log from that 2019 team. They gave up 102 points total in the first 8, which is just about 13 a game. And you look at this defense right now, and I think they're giving up 14 a game. So similar kind of a vibe, but you had games where you won 9-0. I mentioned that over Washington. You beat the Rams 20-7, 24-20 over Pittsburgh. You didn't have that same explosive offense that it feels like this team has the potential of having. Raheem Mostert led the way with 772 yards on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You had Breida, Jeff Wilson, Debo. I believe that was Debo's rookie year. So you did have some weapons, but not the same weapons you have now.
By the way, and I know you said you're absolutely right, they're giving up 14 a game this year, but they should be giving up 13 a game this year because of Sean McVay and his Vegas connections.
Gotcha. His Vegas connections.
Not for those 3 points, it should have been 13 a game. But anyway, Rolando in Napa is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing?
Going. Hey, I'm just relaxing about to cook some dinner, but I got a couple of quick points I want to make. And I was watching the Raider game, and I don't know if anybody mentioned it, but there was a little tidbit of information that got kind of pissed me off when they were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo, and he would talk about his family. I think basically saying that they said that basically in a nutshell that the Bay Area. I love my food here in Bay Area. I love my pizza, but they basically said that the Bay Area sucks when it comes to pizza, and that Las Vegas has better pizza in the Bay Area.
I don't know
that was a little shot against the Bay Area. So you know what, Jimmy Garoppolo, dude, you got with those 3 picks, you got pizza in your face. So
did he use the word sucks? Thank you, Rolando. I know Rolando did. Did Jimmy say pizza sucks in the Bay Area, or did he simply say that the Vegas pizza was better? First of all, saying Vegas food beats anything food-wise in the Bay Area, I think, is just factually inaccurate. Like restaurants in Vegas, and I know this is only like the view we have it. I haven't really gone to like off-strip restaurants, and I don't know what the scene is like.
Right.
But restaurants in Vegas are always just, it's a totally different category. I've had great meals there.
Yeah.
But everything is all based on the larger casino vibe. And I have a very hard time with that very word, vibe. Like a restaurant is about the ambiance, the setting. You got so many beautiful ones here on the water in the Bay Area, for example. Every single Vegas restaurant, like, this is a great meal. This is really tasty. And then you turn left, and it's like ding, 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 and there's pink everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's just a different experience.
What do you got against slots, Mark?
Nothing. Actually, I'm not a big slots guy.
I like video poker.
It's fine.
Big video poker guy.
I think the odds are wonderful. My dad hit a huge jackpot on a slot one time. I don't have the patience for it because it's just like, especially now where it's just like boom, boom,
yeah,
boom. I'm just pushing a button over and over. I like the fake feeling that I've got something to do with the cards.
That's video poker, absolutely.
Well, except for that you're, hit, stay, I'm touching the cards. Like, I like it better.
So the Jimmy Garoppolo, I have an answer to the Pizzagate.
Okay.
And so Jimmy Garoppolo, this isn't a quote from him directly. It was a reporter who had a conversation with Jimmy, relaying the conversation.
I see.
She said that Jimmy said that the pizza in Las Vegas is, quote, so much better than it was in San Francisco.
So first of all, we don't even know for sure that he said it. It could be somebody.
Correct.
Okay.
Could be a misquote.
Could be a misquote.
She was also talking about the family, so it could be another Garoppolo who said it. One of his 17 brothers.
All right. There's that possibility. And then there's also just like what are the pizza places in Vegas? I don't even know if I've had pizza in Vegas other than that late night place that's upstairs that's got pizza at it.
Totally.
Hey.
I mean, mostly chains, I would imagine.
Right.
It's hard for me to speak to anything that pertains to Las Vegas because there's Las Vegas, the actual city, and then there's the Strip. And I've spent 97% of my time at the Strip, which
Correct.
is, by the way, not Las Vegas. It's actually a different city. It's an unincorporated part of Nevada in order to avoid taxes. So when you're on the Strip, you're actually not in Las Vegas.
Woof. I was having a conversation with the lovely Christy over the weekend about how much stuff you know. I'm not kidding. You're like a little bit of a almost Jeopardy contestant type of person.
Ooh, so close to being smart enough, but not quite smart enough.
You ended up on Wheel of Fortune.
I didn't need that.
But you're Jeopardy light. I actually have a family member, well, now.
Diet Jeopardy?
May she rest in peace. She went on Jeopardy. She was like that. Like, you sat down at the dinner table with her, and you're just like, oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of info in there.
Yeah.
You've read all the books.
I got holes in my game.
But you've got a couple holes, but you know a lot of stuff. You're like somewhere between my cousin and Cliff Clavin. You got a lot.
That'd be the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
You got like a lot of info in there.
Yeah,
you know stuff.
I
don't know if it helps you, but you know it.
It doesn't help me actually. Just smart enough to do sports talk radio, but I always told the kids, Daddy's not smart enough for Jeopardy, but I am for Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah,
that damn wheel is what got me.
I tell you what, the wheel is more fun. Jeopardy is stressful.
I'm gonna go home and find the DVD of my Wheel of Fortune episode, and bring it in and show the team.
I would love to watch it.
It is, knowing me as you do, and when you watch it, you'll be like, oh my God, this guy is. It's like I was trying to just run material.
Well,
I could care less about vowels and consonants.
I am not surprised. Color me not surprised one bit.
I was having a blast.
I figure Wheel of Fortune is less stressful because there's no clock.
It's very stressful.
I know that it probably is, and I know there is a little bit of a clock. Like you can't sit there forever and just.
So Pat, I was thinking about a G,
I'd
but
like to buy. What are all the vowels again? Like I know there's but Jeopardy has that thing where if you hit your button. It's like dink, 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 boop, 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 boop.
Yeah,
and it's
totally. It's
done, gone.
Yeah. And then plus there's the negative values and the shame that goes with, let's go to Final Jeopardy. And Dan, well, you're at minus 2,200. So we're going to go ahead and say goodbye.
Yeah, what are you got nothing to bet.
Yeah.
You are broke. You are broke. It's broke. It's broke. All right. Now's your chance, everybody. Okay? It's ticket time to see Adam Sandler at SAP Center on October 28th. Do not call the caller line. You won't win. Okay, Rocky? You can't win.
Nice.
You've got to call the contest line. Contest line. Here's the number. 415-951-2386. I said 415-951-2386. One more time. 415-951-2386. 2386. Caller 3 is our winner. And remember, if you don't win today, got another chance to win tomorrow and every day after that, all week long, every day, once a day, thanks to Live Nation. Adam Sandler, SAP Center, 1028.
It's going to be a fun show.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Really, really good.
Yeah.
And there will be no questions.
No.
No tests.
Only answers.
All right.
A lot of holes in my game, like 17th century literature and some of that stuff. I've got no shot.
I don't even know any of that stuff. None of it.
Pretty good at picking up the context clues in the clues on Jeopardy, because that's part of the game. Is a lot of times they'll hide the correct question in the answer that they give.
I do feel like sitting next to you on a couch and watching Jeopardy would be frustrating. I do feel like that. I would just wait for when there'd be a sports category. I'd be like, all right. And then I'd like slide in and sit down next to someone. I'll be like, hey, what are you doing? You watching Jeopardy? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens.
Let me go ahead and run this category.
Yeah. And then they'll be like, let's go to 49er trivia for 200. You're like, oh, weird. I know that one.
This left-handed quarterback stumbled and bumbled 38 yards for a touchdown.
Exactly. I was at that game. When people ask me, like the best game you've ever seen live, or the best sports moment you've ever seen live, that's always, I think that's the one. I mean, I was at World Series games for the Giants 2010. You know what I mean? Like there's stuff.
Sure.
But like if you whittle it down to one play, that Steve Young, Lon Simmons, that
he
run.
gets away again.
Dives, touchdown.
So good.
And Lon's voice is done, and Steve's legs are done. Yeah, I was at that game. I was at that game with my dad.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the good stuff.
That's the good stuff.
I would probably put Barron over Kirilenko as that one. Just to be there in the roars at Roracle, as it is now known, or was known at the time. Just, they went on to lose the series. Who cares? Big deal. But just that moment and that run, everything about that is something I'll never forget.
Speaking of the Warriors, we've got it all set and ready here. Mike Dunleavy Jr., why did the Warriors not sign Dwight Howard? Mike Dunleavy Jr., what about Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and contract extensions? Hey, Steve Kerr, you coaching? Who's starting for you this year? We got all those answers.
I like it.
We got all of them.
Are you building it up for a tease? Are you going to fire off on these?
Now.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you now.
And I wonder if we need Alan Stiles to be listening, because this will play into your bet with him as far as starters. Will Chris Paul start on opening night?
I've already sort of I'm doing the bit, if you will, in my own head of lowering expectations. I'm chalking that one up as a loss. I'm going to chalk that one up as a loss. And if I end up winning, then wonderful. It'll be a wonderful surprise date for me and the lovely Christy. Or if somebody has an unfortunate ankle twist, do you know what I mean? Because no, the bet is off if he's starting because one of the other five are hurt.
Oh, okay.
That's a no bet.
Okay,
that's a no bet. So when we have Kerr on the week before the game, if Chris is starting, I'm going to see if I can get him to admit that Looney is got the flu or something. Yeah, Looney's got the flu, right, Coach?
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Right there.
Too soon.
So all of that, what did Kerr say about the starting lineup? He commented on it just a few hours ago. We'll have that for you coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, always taking your calls. Purdy and Shanahan, it's been a great start for both, but who has impressed you, caught your eye a little bit more than the other, if that's the case, on this young season? We'll take your calls at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs.
game.
As we sit here, and we'll get to the Steve Kerr stuff here in just a sec, but we sit here and work through our thoughts on quarterbacks around the league. What I look for is, and I mean this in the less serious sort of quarterback conversation, but I look for basically discrimination. In other words, when opinions form about someone and your only reason for forming that opinion is because of circumstances and the circumstantial nature of what's going on. For example, how do stats factor into this? I would argue that one of the reasons the 49er quarterback is often diminished in the minds of many, they'll say, well, Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. And, the fun conversation we had with Alan last week. Boy, it must be nice to have Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on your team. The 49er quarterback usually succeeds by throwing for about 220 yards, not 320 yards.
Right.
And so people will look at him and go, oh, well, that's not you're not Mahomes. You're not Allen. We need you to zip the thing all over and be one of the top fantasy quarterbacks out there. How does Jalen Hurts factor into this? Jalen Hurts, who, by the way, the Eagles lead the Bucs 3-0 late first quarter in the first of 2 Monday Night Football games. And the Eagles this year have run the ball really well. DeAndre Swift had that crazy game against Minnesota last Thursday night. But Jalen Hurts statistically as a passer, I like watching him play. He looks good. But I don't know. And we jump to the conclusion that Jalen is elite and amazing, and no one ever said, wait, tap the brakes, even though last year was sort of his first really good year cover to cover. I don't know, man. Something feels out of line.
Well, it's two different things. It's stats, and then it is the eye test, and do you win football games? And that's where Jalen Hurts now has gotten the benefit of the doubt that, quarterbacks like Brock Purdy haven't yet gotten. Now, Brock gets more of it because he's never lost, but he hasn't gone through a full year and put up the numbers and quarterbacked his team start to finish like Jalen Hurts did last year. Hurts was an MVP candidate, and Brock Purdy wasn't, and it's because Brock took over 2/3 of the way through the year and was great, and even when it came time for Offensive Rookie of the Year, he didn't win that award, even though he had 6 or 7 great games as the Niners quarterback. So I do think that a little bit of it has to do with stats. It also has to do with the eye test, and then it also has to do with the quarterback's record.
Yeah, I totally get all that. And I think this is not me trying to say that Jalen Hurts is not a really good player. I think he's right there. I think that's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, all of that stuff. I'm just trying to figure out where we get to certain opinions on certain guys where it feels easy to get ahead of ourselves, and then other guys, and this is definitely where I would put Brock, it feels like he's got to prove it over and over and over and over again, and you do something 10 to 12 times in a row, and you get to the end of those 10 to 12 times, and some people are like, I'm going to need to see more. And you're like, what is going on here? Trevor Lawrence, we've decided is incredible. Is he? I don't know. Not this year, he's not.
Yeah, and it's because the team is not playing great, and he's not playing great either. 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. And he is thrown for 736 yards, which is about 240 a game, 245 a game, which is not eye-popping. And he hasn't been great. They haven't been great. They've been a disappointment. And he has one of these really good head coaches, too. So is it an indictment of Trevor Lawrence that he's got a good team, he's surrounded by talented weapons, he's got a great head coach, and yet he's been just okay, and they're 1-2.
I mean, he is coming off. Look, he was fantastic last year. There's no way around that. I mean, they went to the playoffs. He threw for over 4,100 yards. His TD to interception ratio is right where you wanted. It was 25-8. The completion percentage north of 66%. So part of it, I get it. Like Trevor Lawrence and Jalen Hurts have completed full seasons as A-level quarterbacks and brought a team to the playoffs. So that I fully understand. But I don't know. Somewhere for me, it also goes to that that draftism thing that we talk about a lot. Like Trevor Lawrence is now a made man for a lot of people because he was supposed to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
We all saw him in college, too, and he was terrific in college.
And he was a huge, huge prospect. And Jalen Hurts, less so. Like big-time school, sure, but weren't sure. He came in a later round and then worked his way in and convinced everybody last year. You've said this a few times, and you're right. If Brock does this year what Jalen did last year, then I think the conversation will move on. But it does feel like city to city, there are certain guys who will produce for years, even years. And, like, how about this? Where are you on Geno Smith? He's coming off of a really, really good year.
Yep.
Took a team to a playoff. But I don't really feel like anyone's ever going to be like, yeah, Geno Smith is now, he's one of the dudes, like a clear QB1, a successful one in the league.
Well, I think you have to wait for him to do it more than just once, and it's partly because what we know of Geno Smith from early in his career with the Jets, and he was basically washed out of the league, we thought, and then he got a chance in Seattle, and he did it last year. He was great. This year he's been fine. 4 touchdowns, 1 pick, 736 yards through 3. He's been good, and they're going to be a team that probably will be in the playoffs or should be right there. And at the end of this year, if he leads Seattle to a playoff again 2 straight years, I think then he gets elevated into that group.
I'd like to thank Geno Smith for putting 37 on the Carolina Panthers yesterday. I tried something strategic yesterday with a lot of options on the survivor pool menu last week. You could take the Chiefs. You could take the 49ers. A lot of people were high on the Dallas Cowboy pick.
Yeah, a lot of people went down with that one.
Some people like Jacksonville with supposed push over Houston in town. I never liked the division battles like that. I really wanted to take the 49ers. I thought that was a 2-foot putt, but I didn't because, and this is the cardinal sin in the survivor pool, is you don't take someone because you want to take them the next week. And then you don't even get to the next week. But I was like, I want to take the Niners next week. I want to take the Niners against the Cardinals. So I'm like, where can I take something that I feel good about and not go with the herd? Because that's how you lose. You go with the herd and then, right? So I took the Seahawks. We're still alive.
Okay.
More than half the pool is out.
Half the pool. I was going to ask,
88 out, 66 in.
Okay. Now you start to get into the deep water. And will you take the Niners? Is that...
That's the plan.
You've already settled it?
I still have the Niners. I still have the Chiefs. I don't have the Eagles. I used them last week. But I still have the Bills. Like I'm loaded and ready to make this run, Dibs, and make it a repeat performance of last year.
Well, like you said, you can't worry about week 5 until you win in week 4. And just looking at the slate, not a lot of easy slam dunky. Dolphins at Bills Sunday morning. Oof. That's a fun one.
That's a game.
That's a ball game right there.
That is a game.
Over under is and I have to confirm this. 116 is the over under. Seriously though, the Bills D, which was nasty. My fantasy defense is the Bills, so I was watching them closely. They were racking them up yesterday.
Well, I have them in a different league, and I won that game. It's the only game I won yesterday.
Ottoman,
because of the Bills. But by the way, what was the over-under in that game yesterday? I know the over hit, but what was the number?
For Dolphins Broncos?
Yeah, it was not 89.5.
No, I would guess it was probably 49 or 50.
I believe it was 49.5.
Look at me.
And the Dolphins had 49 midway through the third quarter.
I mean, they covered it by themselves with ease.
In the third quarter.
Woo! Good Lord.
Yeah, there are no other real lopsided looking games.
That's why I want to do it. I wanted to hold the Niners because I'm like, I don't want to take them on Thursday because then what do I do? What do I do next week?
Chiefs at Jets.
At Jets.
But
I hate road games.
In the survivor pool. I'm with you.
I hate it.
I'm with you.
I hate taking road
Cowboys
teams.
at home in a bounce back against McCorkle and the Pats.
I do think the Cowboys are going to can the Patriots this week. I do think that.
Eagles at home against the Commanders. Sir, yes, sir.
Can't take them anymore. Already used the Eagles.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm out on Eagles.
And then, the rest of them are like coin flip central. See? Bucks at Saints with no Derek Carr.
No way.
Colts and Rams, Steelers and Texans, the plucky Texans, who boast a I believe C.J. Stroud, he's 4th in the league in passing yardage.
C.J. Stroud broke a record yesterday. It's the first quarterback, I think, in the history of the league to come in and in his first 3 games have at least 900 yards passing, at least 4 touchdowns, and 0 picks.
Right.
C.J. Stroud.
He's got 906, and he has exactly 4 touchdowns.
And
so
no
there
picks,
you go.
though.
Right.
And I think that's what Brock has also. He's played really well. And that's when I see a guy like that, that's when I'm like, uh-oh, right? Like, hey, Justin Fields, what are you doing? You guys came out of the same school, and you're in year 3, and CJ just walked into the league, and he's like, watch this. And he looks really good. It's good for D'Amico Ryans. I think they've got their guy.
4
obviously.
quarterbacks have played 3 games and have no picks. It's
that feels like game show music right
we
there.
can do it.
Yeah.
We can do
What
it.
is it?
You're 4
quarterbacks
quarterbacks have played 3 games
and have no picks.
You already mentioned
one of
2
them's
of
Purdy,
them.
and the other one, and C.J. Stroud is another one.
Yeah, there are 2 others who have played 3 games.
I don't think Herbert has thrown a pick.
That is correct.
Okay, and the other one,
it's a tough one.
I have a thought, especially since you said it's a tough one. But I'm hold.
You're looking at the stats.
No,
It's
I'm not.
Fun.
I'm just looking at a board of the teams. Just reminding myself of all the teams here.
Bored.
I think.
That's
Are you
what
bored?
I am with
Are
this
you
bit.
bored? Is it? I got 3 people. Just tell me if it's one of them. It's either Tua, Baker, or Josh Dobbs. It's one of those 3. Is it?
Ow!
I'm going Dobbs. I'm going Josh Dobbs.
Yeah! Put it on the board!
Yeah!
2 has thrown 2. And who was the other name that you threw out? It had to be
Baker.
Baker's only played 2 games. He's yet to throw a pick.
Oh, well, he's playing the 3rd one right now. Has he thrown a pick?
I don't think so.
Thrown a pick yet?
But he hasn't played 3 games. He's played 2 and a hook.
Look out, he's throwing right now. Oh! And it didn't get picked. Anyway.
He has not thrown a pick.
Okay.
But he's not played 3 games. He's played 2 and a quarter.
Josh Dobbs is going to throw 2 on Sunday, brother.
Maybe.
Or not. Anyway.
Spread's 14. What's your lean? Would you lay the 14?
Stay away.
Wow.
Stay away. It's too many points, but yeah.
You'd lay the 14.
I mean, they should give up 10 and they should score 30.
The usual 30.
Purdy 30.
That's what we do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, we'll play that Steve Kerr in a second, but Skills in Vallejo. Hey, Skills, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibbs. Good to be on with you again. I'm trying to talk some sense into my daughter's hermit crabs. They keep doing dangerous stuff, and they're going to get hurt.
What are they doing, Skills?
Well, they like to climb, and hermit crabs love to climb. They love to dig, and there's 2 of them are all right, but there's one of them that likes to go up high on this rock that we have in their tank, and always she ends up falling over, flopping down, getting stuck in the corner. I found her stuck in the corner for like the 3rd time in the month today, and it's just frustrating, and she's hard-headed, won't listen, so what am I going to do?
Skills, I hear you. I got to admit.
I got follow-up questions.
I have so many. I thought that this was a bit where you were leading up to the whole part about how Kyle Shanahan leaves Christian McCaffrey in too long, and the 49ers, Deebo Samuel, keeps trying to break tackles instead of going out of bounds, and they're just playing too dangerous. But you were actually talking about hermit crabs.
I am actually talking about hermit crabs. My daughter has 3 pet hermit crabs.
Amazing.
We've had them for 3 years now, and yeah, I'm telling you guys the truth.
How do you know that the she is a she? That's my
that's a
question.
good question.
I mean,
well, you have to ask my daughter that question. She just determined they're all she.
She just named them.
She determined
She's
they're
like,
all
this
she's.
is Flo.
I love it.
And she identifies as a she.
She inflicted pronouns on these poor hermit crabs. I'm sure that's not why you called, Skills. What else do you have? But I'm fascinated.
Well, I want to talk about Shanahan, and basically it's like this. 300 years ago, God created man. And then since then, dozens more men have been added to the human race, but only one of those men has been like Kyle Shanahan. And I've been intrigued by him ever since the days he was under Mike Shanahan, his dad, all through all his coaching stops, until the last couple of years when it seemed like, I even called this show complaining about it at one point, I think, complaining about how he was running the 49ers' backs and the injuries and stuff. But now I see that perhaps, I'm not happy that the players got hurt. But looking back now, seeing where things are today, maybe it was for the best, because for a team to succeed, They've got to have a smart, tough head coach who's able to, be fair, yet lay down the law when he has to. And if you look back all through history, every good team, Don Shula with the Dolphins and all the way down through the Cowboys and Tom Landry into the Mike Shanahan with the Broncos in the 90s, they've all had that staying figure. And look today, Shanahan is the 6th longest tenured active head coach, tied for 6th. If you can believe that, it's been that long. And I just want to finish up with this. I've been on record in the past, like I said, anti-Shanahan for a little bit, but that was frustration talking, I think. Today I'm all for the extensions that him and John Lynch got and stuff. Peace out, guys.
Thank you for the stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was on purpose, but it was really, really good. Really good.
Wreck that guy.
Thankful for the extensions and stuff.
It's perfect. It had to be on purpose. When your skills in Vallejo, nothing comes out by accident.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, look, I mean, this is sports fandom.
I know, but if you want to play NFL Envy and you're a Niner fan, is there any other coach, quarterback, roster situation that you would rather have?
I mean, people would say Reed and Mahomes.
Okay, but you got to take the whole team. Like, you don't just get QB and coach. You get.
I see.
I think in terms of like NFL envy, if you're a Niner fan, there's no team that you envy. There are quarterbacks you might covet.
I agree.
There might be a few coaches you would like to have, but in terms of your roster, your QB, and your head coach, I think you're at the top.
Can I ask that? I mean, because this is a very popular conversation, is how many QBs would you trade Purdy for? Nahagian's tweeted about it today. Kruger's tweeted about it today.
Kawakami has a list.
Yeah, it's interesting. It feels like something we did on the radio a week ago. But anyway,
you're welcome, Tim.
Yeah, I had what, 8, and you had like 12.
Yep.
But that was a week ago. I don't know if that's been adjusted or not.
Tim Kawakami also had 12 ahead of him, by the way.
Yeah, and you and I said,
am I right?
The rational answer was anything sort of between like 7 and 13.
Yeah.
I feel is a rational answer that you can really back up. If you've got Brock outside your top 13, you are a hater. If you've got him in your top 5, you're maybe a little over your skis. Nate Burleson, though, is on the phone. I don't know. I don't know exactly where he sits. It feels like somewhere in there. But let's go over to coach. Trading Shanahan for anyone? I'll go first. No.
Well, there goes that bit. We got another 35 minutes in this segment.
All right, well, it's all yours. That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Perfect.
Dog. Exactly.
Perfect.
I don't want Andy Reid right now over Kyle Shanahan at this point in his career.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You ever look at Andy Reid and I'm just like, my man. Like, I want him to, you know what I mean? I want him to lose some. I want him to get healthy. Let's put it that way.
He's doing fine.
I don't care what somebody looks like. No, but he's been through a lot with the family and everything. When I look at Andy Reid, I'm just like, God. And you know what a coach's life is like. It's stressful.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would not take Andy Reid, and I don't even know who else in the league would make me stop and think about taking him over Kyle Shanahan. There's not
right.
No one is the answer.
Well, there's a list of guys that you could have the discussion about. And most of them are the coaches who have been tenured longer than he has. Skills pointed it out. I've mentioned it before. He's the 6th longest tenured coach, tied with Sean McDermott and Sean McVay. So would you take Belichick or Tomlin, Harbaugh or Pete Carroll or Andy Reid? I don't think that any of those guys is a slam dunk. Andy Reid might be the one, but even at that, I'm not disrespecting what those coaches have done. John Harbaugh's team is always good, and Mike Tomlin never has losing seasons, and no one's won more than Bill Belichick. And Pete Carroll, we need to give him his flowers because he went from Russell Wilson, QB on a rookie deal, had a little bit of a dynastic sort of run, and now he's doing it with Geno Smith. And Seattle is still good. And the gum chewer is as vibrant as ever at 71. So
good coach.
I wouldn't take any of these coaches over Kyle, but I do think that there's a discussion of, who Kyle is with.
Sure.
In terms of, Kyle's the only one in that group that I just mentioned who doesn't have a bowl.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, we're having a conversation side by side of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. And there were people who were like, if you are a black and white type thinker, you're like, okay, they're both the same age. They both came in at the same time. They both done really good. McVay's record is better and has a Super Bowl. Done. And I'm like, okay, for me, that leaves out a whole bunch of stuff. But J.B. Long came on this show and said both fan bases probably would not trade their coach for the other. Obvious answer being, we'll never know since the Rams don't have a fan base. But you're right. If they had a fan base, they'd probably take McVay over Shanahan. I think most 49er fans would take Shanahan over McVay. But yeah, you just named they're all good coaches. Tomlin, Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Even Sean Payton's got a Super Bowl in the history. I know he's off to a weird start now. Belichick, Peterson. There's a lot of really good coaches out there. I would not swap Kyle for any of them as a 49er fan.
Especially right now. And the thing that I was really struck by yesterday, watching the Miami Dolphins run up and down and watching McDaniel do what he's doing with that team, they feel like they're a team that is being built in his image in terms of what he wants to do and how he wants to be. McDaniel is an offensive-minded guy, and he's got a track team, and so he goes out there and he tries to beat you 70-20. That's the kind of blueprint he's looking for. Shanahan, son of Mike, is from the old school of we're going to run it, we're going to possess it, we're going 21 personnel with my fullback that is the highest paid fullback in football. Most teams don't have a fullback. Not only does he have one, he uses them about 70% of the time, and he builds everything around the two backs, the run game, the stretch, the play action, ball possession. He wants to keep it for 38 or 39 minutes. He wants to grind you into submission. He wants to take your will. And you look at this team, and they are built that way with a physical tight end who loves to block. They got 3 or 4 tight ends. Yep. You got an elite left tackle. You have a physical wide receiver core that also, by the way, love to block when it's not their turn. So they're built in Shanahan's image. And we look around the league, and I don't see a lot of other teams that are built roster-wise and the way they perform the way Miami is. Yeah. And like Buffalo's a good example. McDermott has a team built in his image. He wants a tough, physical defense, and he has a very talented quarterback. They can beat you 40-38. They can beat you 9-6. And I think that's what McDermott wants in Buffalo.
Or they can combine both and beat you 48-6.
Yeah.
Which is what they've been doing the last 2 weeks to Vegas and Washington. All right, 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your calls, your thoughts on that. But we've been promising Steve Kerr on the 49ers, the Warriors starting lineup. I hope, did somebody go into the Kerr thing today and ask you coaching? Did someone do it? I hope the first question. All right, first question. Let's go to Tim Kawakami. Steve, you coaching? I hope somebody did it. I don't know if anybody did it.
It'd be funny if they did.
Anyway, starting lineup, Steve. What is it? Please, break it to me slowly.
Yeah, I mean, we basically have 6 starters. I mean, the way I look at it, and only 5 can go each night. So I haven't decided yet what we're going to do. I want to see training camp. We're going to try different combinations and take a look. Obviously, all 6 guys are going to play a lot of minutes for us. But if this is going to work, then everybody has to embrace it, regardless of who's starting and who's not. It only works if the whole team buys in, and I know these guys well. I know 5 of them really well, and I'm getting to know Chris. And the one thing I know about all of them is they want to win more than anything. They're an incredibly competitive group, and I'm very confident that we'll figure it out, and the guys will buy in and find a way.
All right, so how do you handicap it now? If Allen was a very big favorite in the idea that Chris is going to start, does that comment make it more likely, less likely, or the same?
I would say it makes it less likely that he is going to start, and I would put it now down to -200, so 2-1 odds.
You think that this swung it in my direction a little bit?
Just a little bit.
Just a bit.
Slightly. And I hear what he's saying, and when he says they have 6 starters, the wordsmith, Captain Semantics.
Sounds just like Harbaugh when he did the Colin or Alex.
Totally.
We got 2 starting quarterbacks.
So, Steve, what you're saying is you're going to put 6 guys out there and you're going to take the technical foul straight off the jump.
That's right.
So as to not hurt anyone's feelings. Okay, Steve, you coaching?
Right.
Because that's not coaching.
Take the technical, and then if someone argues that's a second technical, they're thrown out. The other 5 guys start. We'll see whoever it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
And if somebody was going to get thrown out in that, my money's on Draymond. But I look at the guys he's talking about, which is Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, and Kevon Looney, and then Chris Paul. And I look at all of their careers, and there's only one guy in that 6-man, that sextet, as I get it racy, who has never come off the bench in his career. And you're going to tell me that guy, even though he's the newbie, he's going to be the one to come off the bench? I just don't see it, Mark. So I'm keeping it at minus 200, and I think you're in some trouble.
Well, I don't love here's what I don't love about it. I really thought, if you go back a couple of months, I really firmly thought, and this is why I made the bet, that the Warriors don't make this move until they've spoken directly to Chris and basically said, so, you're coming off the bench. Like, and that's going to be okay, right? Right? I would have thought that, not just for reasons of, like, we all love Kevon Looney around here, but for reasons of, like, I don't know, you don't want Chris Paul, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson with their age and size all on the court at the same time trying to defend the other team's best guards, because I think they're going to get cooked. But these guys know more about hoops than I do, and I don't know exactly what their plan is. So in other words, just the fact that he's like, well, we've got 6 starters is already moving the ball in the direction of Chris is going to start. Because remember, if you go back 2 months ago, the whole thought was, well, this is like, it's like 2 attitudes and who's going to be the alpha. You know, Chris wants to start, but this is the Warriors we're talking about. You can't just come in here. So the fact that the Warriors won't say out loud, yeah, Chris can come off the bench. The fact that they won't say it suggests to me that they also won't do it. So
yes,
I am not feeling good about this at all, and I'm about to play something for you that I think is going to make it worse.
Okay, and before you do that, I do need to issue a correction, and this is always awkward when I have to do that.
Uh-oh.
There's another player.
What did I do?
In that group of 6 who has never come off the bench in the regular season.
I think I know who it is.
Who?
I'm going to guess that it... Ooh.
Right? I was stunned because I just looked it up.
It's either Clay or Andrew.
It's Andrew.
It's Andrew.
He came off the bench in the playoffs this past year. That's the only time he's ever appeared in a game in which he did not start. So he is 635 for 635 in the regular year as a starter. So he and CP3, now it would be Kevon, most assuredly,
you would think,
would be the guy to come off the bench. And Kevon's come off the bench a bunch, but I'm not too worried about what you were saying in terms of, because it's only going to be about 4 minutes. If Kevon comes off the bench, after 4 or 5 minutes, he's coming in. So you're going to fall behind 19-0 with that leaky defense.
I was thinking more like 16-4. 16-4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, would it work? Would it not? That's been my point from the beginning. You can't start that small of a lineup. So, hey, Steve, can you start that small of a lineup?
Yeah, we'll look at that for sure in camp and exhibition games and see what that looks like. It's hard to imagine that wouldn't click pretty well, given that you've got a lot of talent and versatility and scoring on the floor. I think that lineup, putting Loon on the floor at the 5, you could do as well, with four smaller guys and Loon at center. But as you know, we've started Loon and Draymond together for years. They're a great combination, probably one of the few 4-5 combinations in the league that is unique like that in terms of more screening than shooting. Most people are throwing 4 shooters out there. We're still throwing 2 bigs out there, and it's worked well, but we've always had the change up of going small. So we're going to look at all that.
All right, Alan, what's your Venmo? It's hard to imagine it not working with all of the talent and scoring that would be on the floor.
Yeah.
Cash me out one time.
I lose. You can hear it. You can hear it. You can hear it in his voice.
But as he was laying that out,
over.
It's over.
I hear it. You hear
Alexander Steakhouse. Here we come.
You hear it. Like he's naming Kevon Looney, as somebody, right? Can come off the bench. Yes, he's been a great, sort of pairing with Draymond Green, but I could start 4 small guys with Loon. I could do this. I could do that.
That's the part that struck me. I could start 4 small guys with Loon. That to me is Steph, CP3, Clay, Draymond, and Loon. So Wiggins in this scenario would be the odd man out if he started 4 smalls and Loon.
It's funny that you mentioned that Wiggins is like the other guy who's never come off the bench.
Yeah.
But he's also the one of the group, along with Looney, we get that. But the one of the group where if you looked at him and you were like, so Andrew, you're going to come off the bench. And he'd be like, okay.
I do a Wiggins if you want to hear it.
I'd love to hear it.
You ready?
Yeah. That's a really good Wiggins.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's really good.
Thank you.
I didn't know you did
it's
that.
It's a 4 from Grindy.
I've never heard you do that.
Yeah, it's. I try not to do it too often because
it's your first one that doesn't sound like some form of Farhan. Like everybody,
it's Tiger.
Exactly. There's Farhan. And then there's nasally Farhan.
Thank you.
Or there's Tiger and there's nasally Tiger. Anyway, whatever it is.
If I pull it off any longer,
that was really good.
You. The dead air alarm goes off, and then we get into trouble.
I know.
But
I had to jump in just before.
Chris Paul, 12-14 for 12-14 in terms of regular season games. He started them all in the playoffs. 149 for 149. He has never come off the bench.
Yep.
Hey, Chris, you benching? Hell no.
Nope.
So I think that Steve, especially early on, until it's clear that it's not working, Chris Paul gets the benefit of the doubt. Now, if they do, if every game that they start, they're down 16-4, then something's going to have to change.
Doesn't matter. I've already paid for dinner by then.
Yeah, you have.
And by the way, it gets worse. You ready for this one? Because now it's not just like, I might say we got 6 starters. And hard to imagine it not working with Chris being as amazing of a basketball player as he is. Now, oh my gosh, these 2 guys are people. Let me tell you about my best friend.
I really like Chris because he likes phone calls and not texts. So Chris is old school. He wants to talk, and we've had 4 or 5 great conversations this summer. I remember a few years ago pulling him aside after Phoenix beat us in Phoenix, and I told him how much I admired him and his competitiveness and just his basketball intelligence. Obviously, we've had a lot of battles over the years. We did have one game together, the 2015 All-Star game, and I remember him taking over the game in the last 5 minutes, and our team won. And that's that guy would be fun to coach. And so I'm thrilled to coach him. He's one of the great competitors I've ever seen. His command of the game, the way he controls the action. His teams tend to get a great shot, possession after possession after possession. And he understands what wins. So I'm really excited to coach Chris, and I know he's really excited to be here.
When it's over. Yeah, stakes on you.
Kind of want to puke right now, to be honest with you. This Chris Paul Love Fest is so anti-Golden State, and I don't know what the hell has happened to all of you. Honestly, I don't know what happened to all of you. I don't know what happened to the team. I don't know what happened to you and
Steiny for sure.
Fans. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who any of you are anymore.
I signed off on it. Steiny might have had it first. I'm not sure, but when it came up, I was in favor of something instead of just ripping it.
57 seconds of talking about how Chris Paul is the greatest freaking thing that's ever happened to the sport of basketball. I want to puke. And everybody here is just like, everybody just got over it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited for the season. And Chris Paul, and we've got 6 starters. And, what happened to all of you?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I've already said it. And we'll be over there the next few weeks. I'm not going to, mistreat Chris Paul. Chris is welcome on this show. But I'm not getting rid of history. I'm just not. We've rooted against this guy. And that does not mean that he can't join the team. It does not mean that I'm not open-minded to seeing where this goes. But a Love Fest in September, I'm out. I'm out on the September Love Fest. Oh, this is every time I played him, I've always looked at him longingly and wondered if he could ever be with us.
He's a great competitor.
What is happening?
He's a competitor.
He's a horse.
God.
The opener is 4 weeks from tomorrow, Mark. October 24th.
Do you know that like something happens to my entire being now when you use the word opener? Like I just like, everything just tightens up. Whole thing just locks up.
Starting at guard, John Brebbia.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
He's a horse.
Whole body just locked up.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah, October 24th. I'm just looking at the Warriors promotional schedule, and I'm a little bit disappointed there isn't a Chris Paul-centric giveaway. There's
How about if they give away Chris Paul?
The first 10,000 fans.
First 10,000 fans, December 8th, come to the game. We're giving you Chris Paul. Don't bring him back. Okay?
I thought you were going to get over this, Mark. You have 4 weeks and a day to get over yourself. These are the Warriors, our Warriors.
I'm over myself.
He's
just
a
not
Warriors
over
now.
Chris Paul.
He's a Warriors, and he's always going to be a Warriors. So you need to enjoy it, embrace it, and when the starting lineup gets announced, and starting at guard in his 29th year from Wake Forest, you know him from insurance commercials, and we used to hate him, but now we love him. 6'3", Chris Paul. CP3.
I'm going to go to the bathroom when that happens. I'll be in line for popcorn looking for Taylor Swift.
Actually, in this team, starting at power forward at 6'3".
Seriously. By the way, speaking of Taylor Swift, real quick, and then we're going to the phones, 888.
Oh, because I have a Taylor Swift update.
So do I.
Okay,
it might
give
be
it to
the
me.
same one.
Yeah.
Did you hear what's happened to Travis Kelsey overnight?
No.
Travis, they're calling it the Swiftie effect.
Okay.
Okay, the Swiftie effect. This is since yesterday. Since yesterday, Travis Kelsey has over 300,000 new Instagram followers.
Oh, my God.
300,000. He has a 400% increase in merchandise sales. Okay? And now has a top 5 selling jersey in the NFL. That is all since yesterday. He is the new Lamar Odom of sports. He is now going to become more famous for dating someone than for his actual play in his sport.
Wow. And he's a superstar.
He's a superstar.
Right.
But he ain't Taylor Swift.
And I wonder the average age and gender of his 300,000 new followers. I would put the average age at 14.
I thought it was 8 and 8 months. 8 and 8 months is actually what 8 and 7 months, because that's his number.
You had mentioned before that she reportedly was snuck out of the suite
in the popcorn, whatever you want to call it.
And this an update courtesy TMZ Sports, and it crossed about 1:00 today.
Yeah.
A source with direct knowledge tells us Taylor Swift did not sneak out of the suite.
All right.
She walked out with Travis Kelsey's family and their entourage.
Oh.
So
how come no one saw her?
Because she's only 5'11".
Well, they're doing that thing they did in Catch Me If You Can, where they just like surrounded her with distracting women and just walked right out and no one even noticed her.
Possible.
Yeah.
Possible.
I'm thinking no.
According to sources.
Yeah.
So there you go. TMZ, they had it first.
Well, and they're never wrong. So let's go with it. Let's go to the manly man in San Francisco. It's not Travis Kelsey, but it's the other manly man. Hi, manly man. What are you doing?
Hey, without a big man in this Western Conference, the Warriors are going to have a very little chance of repeating as champion. And there's 3 somewhat available players out there. Karl Anthony Towns, Embiid, and also the Greek Freak. And I know they're under contract and everything else, but they've been talking about not being happy or what have you. Those are 3 players that can be had for the right price, and the Warriors need to act on one of those, because you're not going to win a championship when your biggest player is 6'6", 6'7", playing center. They're just going to throw it down low and beat the H out of you on the glass, as well as, 8 feet away.
Wait, can I hear the players again? It was Giannis and who?
Embiid and the Cat.
Carl Anthony Towns.
Cat and Embiid. And you said they need to acquire. How are they acquiring these people, Manly Man?
They're going to acquire him by trading your favorite friend, Chris Paul, and either Wiggins or Kuminga, plus 3 draft picks, maybe 1 or 2 with Carl Anthony Towns, and the other 2 would deserve 2 or 3 draft picks. Plain and simple, if you get the Greek Freak or Embiid, you're going to be in a great position to repeat right away. But you're not, we just don't really have much of a prayer unless we get a big to help us down low.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Manly Man.
Manly, thank you. Just one thing for me.
Yeah.
Grandy, get me Dunleavy. He's fired. Manly Man, you're the new GM.
Okay.
You're hired.
Good idea.
Done.
Hold on. Before you make that move.
Grandy, hold on.
Before you call the press conference.
Thank you.
All right.
I already have Dunleavy on the phone.
Mike, just hold, Mike. Hold. We do have some stuff from Mike, by the way. The other team in each of those cases would hang up the phone. Let's start with that. Call Milwaukee and be like, so, Chris Paul, Jonathan Kuminga, and 3 picks for Giannis.
Done.
Click. Okay. So that's problem number 1. But I also want to go back to the premise. They can't win a title without somebody who's bigger. They just did.
It's a long time ago, Mark.
It was, what do we got, 15 months?
Thereabouts, yeah.
What happened in the NBA in the last 15 months that now means, as a rule, you've got to have somebody 7 feet tall who scores in order to win a championship?
Jokic. He got bigger.
Okay. All right. Jokic was there the year before also. I would argue that repeating in the NBA is so incredibly rare. I would take the field over Denver in a heartbeat coming up this year. There's no question that Jokic is a problem, but there are a lot of problems in the NBA. I do not think that just Jokic's presence alone automatically means that Denver Nuggets win a title. The people he's even talking about acquiring have never done anything in the playoffs outside of Giannis. And Giannis isn't even the traditional sort of 7-footer you're talking about. Carl Anthony Towns?
Not a fan. It's a no from me, Cat.
The way this Warrior season's going, I'm sure they'll acquire him. Probably trade Steph for him.
He's way too young.
Let's please. More annoying players who we've rooted against our entire lives on the team. That'd
I'm
be great.
low-key shocked that they didn't sign Dwight Howard because of what you're talking about. The more annoying and the older the player, the better. And Dwight's always annoyed me. Chris Paul hasn't annoyed me as much because they always beat Chris Paul, unless you want to go back to, 2013 when the Clippers knocked the Warriors out in 7. I was with Steiny and our buddy Dana, watching that game. But since then, Chris Paul's been under their thumb. Warriors are the 7th favorite to win the chip, Mark. There are 6 teams with better odds than your Golden State Warriors.
Okay. 6 teams with better odds.
According to FanDuel. FanDuel, Mark.
Bucks and Celtics
are 2 of them.
Denver Nuggets
is a 3rd.
Phoenix Suns
is a 4th.
You said that there are 6?
There are 2 others.
Boy.
This is according to FanDuel. You mentioned Boston, plus 470. The defending champions are plus 480. The Giannis Antetokounmpos, until he gets traded, plus 600.
Suns
are plus 650. There's a team at plus 1,000 and a team at plus 1,300. The Warriors are at 1,400, 14-1.
I'm only really debating between 3 teams and which 2 it is.
Take your time.
I'll go Lakers.
Are 13-1, better odds.
And then the last one is either the Sixers or the Clippers.
Man, painstaking though it may be.
I know. I'll go Sixers. Clippers? Oh, who is it?
The Miami Heat.
Oh, the Miami. Oh,
the Heat are 10-1.
People still think they're going to get Lillard.
Sixers are 18-1. Clippers are 20-1. And your favorites, Look at you. You're so cute. Go, the
coochie, coochie, coo.
50-1. Sacramento Kings. 50-1.
That's super cute.
And just two more formerly local notes. The fighting Jordan Pools.
Okay.
500-1. And the fighting Wisemans. Also 500-1. Detroit
God.
Pistons.
The Pistons have the same odds as the Wizards?
Yes.
That's tough.
And the Charlotte Hornets also 500-1 to win the chip.
I have a quick football update for you.
Is it breaking?
Well, no. Remember how Baker hadn't thrown a pick?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Baker's thrown a pick. But then guess what happened when the Eagles got the pick? Jalen Hurts threw a pick. So now everybody did throw a pick.
I'm glad I'm not grinding over Dallas Goedert in my fantasy league. I'm in an Ottoman game against Craig.
Good for you.
But I got Goddard. I'd like to put up some big numbers. I'd like to put up a Gotti number.
He's got some catches. He's got a couple catches.
Okay.
Let's go to
One
Rob.
got called back.
Rob in San Leandro. Hey, Rob, what are you doing?
Hey, fellas. Just left work on my way out to back home to Dublin, and then go out to the golf course and hit some balls. So, but hey,
nice.
I wanted to say that impression of Wiggins was amazing.
Thank you, Rob.
The Travis Kelsey jerseys will say Swifty on the back of all those 400,000 that just got purchased. And my question was this: do you think the demeanor of Looney is going to make it easier for them to make this decision to possibly put him on the bench and not start, just because of his demeanor? Because we've got a lot of personalities on this team and a lot of personalities in the league, and he seems to be very low-key, even-keel, go with the flow, very team-friendly, not one to stir the pot. I mean, and I'll take your answer off there, fellas, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, appreciate you, Rob. Yeah, I like, to me, there's no question. Like, if it's Kevon Looney, and one of the reasons we all think it's Kevon Looney is because you don't even need to ask. It's just like, Loon, bench. He'll be like, okay.
Right.
Yeah, and just call on me. Call on me at the 8-minute mark, 7-minute mark, and I'll come in. He doesn't care.
449 games played, 220 starts.
Yeah.
So
almost exactly half the time.
Last year, 82 games, 70 starts.
And let's be honest, this is not going to stick all year long, no matter what they do.
Totally.
It's going to change. There'll be injuries. There'll be load management. Now that the load management thing, you have to sort of stagger all the guys. I feel like that's a big part of this. Like, someone's going to be sitting out at least once a week. Someone in every other game is going to be sitting out. And so that starting lineup is going to adjust all the time. There's going to be plenty of starters for Steve's 6 starters.
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
And the only thing is when Chris Paul is actually uniformed and ready to play, I think he starts no matter what. And I don't know if it's something where he knows about his streak, 1,214 games, 1,214 starts. I would bet that he does. And that if that was me, I would want to continue that. I would want to have that as a thing for my career.
Sure.
You guys played 1,214 games and never come off the bench. It's kind of cool.
I'll completely stand down if I'm wrong. And I don't mean about who starts. I mean about whether or not it works. Like, the whole point of this conversation was that I don't like its chances to work.
Yeah.
There's 2 things that I have major concerns about with this idea. A, that's a really small lineup. B, it's a really old lineup. It's really old. And I've watched the whole, hey, but they're all really good. Yeah, but they're really old. Whenever sports does that, it's never worked. It has never worked. When you're like, let's gather up all the old people.
Tom Brady's on the phone.
No. That's one player.
And Gronk.
He wasn't that old.
His body was old.
When you gather a team and put together a bunch of guys who are names, it's like, they got names, but they're kind of on the downside of their career. But names doesn't work.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
Well, when you're dealing with this level of age, because I think about the Boston Celtics when they won the chip with Pierce and Garnett and Ray Allen. I don't believe that their core was as old as this core is. And if you add Chris Paul to it, and he's 38, and Steph is going to be 36, and Clay and Draymond are 34, going to be 35, it's an old core, to be certain. Might be the oldest core that you could find. And I'll look up that Philadelphia or that Boston team I think that all those guys were in their early 30s or late 20s. So this is definitely, they're trying to do something unique here. It's a one-off, though.
Yeah.
It's a one-off, and I don't think that they had another alternative.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I understand how we got here, but if it works, I will totally take the L on that one. Speed mascot, Fremont, next up. Hey, Speed, what are you doing?
Hey, Monte.
Well,
just driving through traffic right now.
Did you just wake up, Speed? Because
a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. Bonte will be on here in 12 hours, but anyway,
for the playoffs.
Yeah,
it's my butcher.
Sorry,
that's okay.
It's all right.
It's okay. We don't even know what your name is because you called yourself Speed Mascot, so it's totally okay.
Well, I just wanted to ask both of you, what do you think? During the free agency, we re-signed Green, got Chris Paul, and lost Jordan Poole. And do you think that with those moves, the Warriors are going to be contenders? If somebody told you that that's all we're going to get in free agency. And I think the other item, too, was Christian Wood was even picked up by the Lakers, and I don't think we're even in contention for that. So just wanted to hear both your thoughts on it.
Yeah, look, thanks, Speed Mascot. The Warriors, I'm sure, were not in contention for that because their financial situation has gotten to a point where there was very, very little room for them to navigate. So there were only certain things that they could do. There are changes in the rules after this year in the CBA, and the Warriors are in a spot where they do not feel like they could have 4 players making north of $30 million. So you just got to think about it that way. Instead of being like we'd rather have Chris Paul than Jordan Poole, part of that is because of the problems with Poole in the locker room, but the other part is Chris Paul's got 1 year left on the deal. Jordan has 4. We'll pick one because they need to reboot the finances. So that's a big part of it. I also do think don't leave out Dario Saric. I think that's an important acquisition for sure.
Yeah.
If you're asking, are they contenders? Yes.
They're contenders.
Is it likely? No.
If they can get to April with everyone healthy, then I wouldn't count them out. In terms of...
Definitely not.
I mean, everyone healthy and upright, and you get to April with all the pedigree they have, the championship experience, and what that would mean if Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody have a full year of being rotational, and Dario Saric and Rodney Magruder. I wouldn't count them out, Mark.
Good Lord.
I know, right?
No, don't count them out. They got Steph Curry on their team.
Yeah.
You know, they got one of the greats. Sponsored by Ashley Furniture. We'll take more of your calls next, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Fall is almost here, and at Ashley, seasonal decorating is a breeze. Snuggle up on a sectional or ultra-modern sofa. Gather outside with...
Sorry, I'm here.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How close are we to starting back up with Steve Kerr? I bet he can't wait to talk to Dibs. Steve, you coaching?
He's getting nothing but softballs this year.
It's going to be great.
I thought I asked that question in the best possible way too, but
hey, Steve, how do you keep your hair looking so good at your age? I think that's going to be a good Dibs type question.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of softballs. Call me Jenny Finch, Coach, because you're getting nothing but softballs. When does it start, Lucas?
I actually have the answer. Week of the 16th.
Thank you.
October 16th. 3 weeks.
Okay. All right.
A month? 4 weeks?
Start working on questions right now.
3 weeks.
All right.
Yep.
Beautiful.
And the opener, as we like to call it, Mark, the opener, October 24th, opening night T-shirt. All fans in attendance getting a free T-shirt. You got Warriors Puzzle, November 14th. Draymond Green broadcaster bobblehead, which is first 10,000 fans it'll be determined by the team's in-season tournament group play results. So in a December game, you get the Draymond Green broadcaster bobblehead, the Andrew Wiggins Jedi bobblehead, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson Golf Bros bobblehead.
I'm in on that.
That's January 4th.
Okay.
Warriors retro lunchbox, which
definitely in on that.
I remember my lunch. I had many a lunchbox back in the day. That was the thing. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson tiki mugs, and Warriors bucket hat for the home finale.
I feel like you should get one of those.
Never been a bucket hat guy.
I think it would look good on you.
You think?
Yeah, as you head into this next decade of golf.
Okay.
You know, less
bucket hat,
less sunscreen, more bucket hats for you.
Yeah, I've never been a bucket hat guy. Steiny rocked the bucket for a while, I think.
Bucket hat.
Never gone bucket.
I had a year where I was pro bucket hat. I'm not. I don't. My head's too big for a bucket hat.
My head's too small. It gets lost in that bucket.
Yeah. You got to be just right.
Yeah.
Got to be like that porridge. All right. It's Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Mike Dunleavy Jr., why not Dwight Howard?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say in general, like we brought maybe 40 or 50 guys in this summer to get a further look at, knowing agents and people around the league knowing we've got 2 roster spots open. So there's a desire to come in and meet with us and play with our guys. And we've looked at a lot of different players, and some of them we'll bring into camp. But player you mentioned is just one of many that we brought in and evaluated. And, I think right now you'll know more about who we're inviting to camp in a couple days. But overall, we feel good about what we've done this summer, and we'll keep our options open in terms of who we need to add.
Okay, very, very sort of GM-ish type answer,
And he wouldn't even say his name for fear of, future sound biting, like we're going to replay it. He hates Dwight Howard, the player that you talked about. The player.
Yeah.
Right.
Very Belichickian, by the way.
Totally.
The player. I've heard a GM, and I think it was A.J. Preller of the Padres one time, called a guy the asset.
Man.
I was like, oh, damn. That was all kind of like Born Identity-ish.
Yeah.
The asset?
That's a little too impersonal.
Yeah, bro, my gosh, these are your people.
The athlete is good. Yeah, the asset's a little much.
The asset.
It's a little much. It's, I've tried, as I've done more officiating in this new era, try to refer to the players as the players,
The player.
Yes, if I'm refereeing a girls' basketball game, it's, all right, players were shooting too, instead of girls or ladies or whatever.
Right, but you don't go to the scores table and say foul is on the player.
No, we'll do
Shooting
numbers.
2.
We'll do numbers. That'll be two here. 2 throws.
With a block.
2 throws, players.
All right.
2 throws.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. on extensions for Klay and Steve Kerr.
Put those guys, the main thing is it's good is on both sides. I think there's a desire to extend or be back or make sure those guys are in the fold with the Golden State Warriors moving forward. So I think both sides feel that way. And when you're working off of that idea, I think, you can come to a deal. And so hopefully we can do that. In those scenarios, there's no real specific timeline in the immediate future that we have to abide by. So we'll continue to have conversations, but the main goal is to, secure those guys moving forward. And, I think they feel a little bit of the same, but we're optimistic, and I think we're in a good place there.
I wonder if people notice the subtlety here, because people will go, oh gosh, what? Like, just because they say that doesn't mean it's going to happen. They said Jordan Poole was going to be here. Not really. If you listen closely, like I hear that and I'm like, oh, Clay and Kerr, they're coming back. They're going to be here long term. For them to say it out loud, the same way they did with Draymond, they'll say it out loud. This person we want this person here. This person wants to be here. That means to me the Warriors are going to get it done. When they asked about Jordan Poole, they're like, yeah, we're very, very much looking forward to the future. Jordan Poole is under contract for the next 4 years. Oh, did you see the difference? Did you hear the difference? There was never any yes, the desire is for long. They never said that. And 3 days later, Jordan Poole was in Washington. So when I hear him phrase it that way, because I know I heard Kendra Andrews on with the guys this morning, and she was talking about, Kerr is the one where we're not sure. We're not sure, so we're keeping an eye on the Steve Kerr situation. To hear it phrased that way, I fully expect that this will continue with Clay and Kerr.
Yes, I would imagine the same thing, but if Steve Kerr decides that he doesn't want to coach anymore, then that becomes a Steve decision. I don't think that the team would hesitate at all in terms of bringing him back and paying him whatever it's going to take. And what these coaches are now getting, Monty Williams, what he got in Detroit, you talk about resetting the wide receiver market and the pass rusher market. Well, the NBA coaching market has been reset. So if they do want to keep Steve, the raise he's going to get will be significant. He's worth every penny. But for me, it comes down to what he wants to do. And I don't think Dunleavy's like, all right, Steve, if you have a good start, then maybe we'll extend you.
Well, interesting that you should wonder what Steve wants to do, because he was asked if he's comfortable coaching on an expiring deal.
I feel great about my position here, and I want to be here. I know Mike and Joe want me here, and so I'm very confident something will get done, but I'm not stressed about it at all, and I'm perfectly capable of coaching. Whether I have 1 year left or an extension makes no difference. So, but I fully expect to be here.
Yeah, so I want to be here. They want me here. They've told me that. Yeah. I mean, something could come up, but for instance, compare this stuff to Bob Myers, where it was like, yeah.
Well, nobody knew.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And
we may never know exactly how that went in terms of, how many offers they made and how many times he rebuffed them, or if he just said, guys, I'm out of it. I'm out of here. I don't want to do it. But I'll tell you this, with Steve Kerr, and he's in the last year of his deal, if he doesn't get extended, they lose the opener to Phoenix. It's hot seat talk. Somebody's got to keep it real, Mark.
And I nominate you.
Yeah.
I nominate you.
Steve, you still there?
Except for all of the forthcoming softball questions for Steve Kerr starting in 3 weeks right here on Willie and Dibby.
Can't wait. Nothing but underhanded lobs for you, Coach.
I love it.
Can't have you rebuke me like you did last year. Awkward.
Eagles are up by 10 at halftime, so we could be just one half away from Niners, Dolphins, Eagles, scene.
Of the unbeatens.
Unbeatens in the NFL, just 3 weeks in.
And it would be tough, and hopefully tomorrow we can discuss how you would rank those three, because Miami all of a sudden has invited themselves to the party in a big, loud way.
They sure have. The only team in the AFC, no matter what happens tonight. And then just getting a quick look at Joe Burrow, who is out there. My goodness, they are... it's not like he's limping, but they are so limited. They're just don't take any hits, don't run outside the pocket. Everything is just, if you think Brock Purdy's dink and dunk, turn on the Bengals. That's what dink and dunk looks like.
He's throwing the ball into the ground every time I look up.
Yeah.
It's a turf ball.
Get the ball out of your hands.
Yeah.
The Rams are up 3-0 in the second quarter there.
Yeah.
All right, should we do it again tomorrow?
Can't wait.
All right, here comes Grandy, everybody. Best of the game, full hour on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Why don't you shoot your shot? That's all you got.
The final days of the Fall Manufacturers RV Show, and all the inventory has got to go. Your last chance to save thousands of dollars on motorhomes, travel trailers, van conversions, and more. Everything is priced to move. Bring your trade-in and save. Go to RVshows.net for discount coupons. Don't wait. Get the biggest deals of the year at the Fall Manufacturers RV Show, because every unit has got to go. At the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Show ends October 1st.
Hey, it's Willard. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. QC Kinetics can change your life. You can live again without chronic joint pain and without drugs or surgery. That's always been one of my goals. Less surgery, maybe even no surgery. But that is the deal. We all have to admit it. At times you get to the age where you get up, you get out of bed, and you're like, why am I limping? Why does that feel that way? What is going on? Well, QC Kinetics can attack that. The world's largest advanced regenerative medicine practice. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and put them right into your joint to restore and repair that damaged tissue that's causing all the horrible pain. They do it without surgery. No downtime with QC treatments. Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine can attack your pain, bring you lasting relief. Now's the best time. Call 877-70-REGEN. 877-70-REGEN. That's 877-70-REGEN.
When you pick up some scratches because you want a fun break, the playful way you scratch is the next choice you should make. You can make your dog's leg kick and scratch with that. You could even grab a laser pointer and use your cap. You can build yourself a homemade scratching machine or use a piece from your chess set. Go ahead, grab the queen. Scratch like a DJ with your record player. A cactus could scratch off that scratchable layer. Because when it comes to scratching, there's a million playful ways. Thanks to scratchers from the California Lottery, a little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs. How do your clients know that? Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first. So wait, you do it because you have to? No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them. Get to know them how? We make sure we